The young man slumped on the ground, drenched in blood and barely breathing, is our protagonist, El Palm. He's the unlucky soul a squad of adventurers dragged into a gate. Nothing more than disposable bait, meant to buy them time when things turned ugly. What they never realized is that El is terrifyingly strong, and every second unfolding inside that gate is part of a plan he set in motion long ago. When the moment finally ripens, he stops pretending. With one clean strike, he erases the monster in front of him, sending it crashing into oblivion. El's overwhelming power comes from a simple truth. In the future, he stands as the strongest adventurer alive. To understand how he ended up here, standing in the past like this, the clock has to rewind a few hours. In the future, the continent is drowning under an endless tide of monsters. The sky itself is choked with flying beasts, their shadows smothering the land. El stares ahead and murmurs, "It's here." His voice barely fades before a colossal three-headed dragon descends from the heavens. Compared to it, the surrounding monsters look smaller than dust. This is the Dragon King. The instant it appears, a blonde girl standing behind El speaks in a flat, exhausted tone. The centaur stronghold has fallen. There is no one left to depend on. The Cyanites, the Resistance, the Crusader hunters, every adventurer, even the 6 heroes once hailed as their salvation are gone. All dead. Her eyes lock on El as she delivers the final verdict. He's the only one remaining. The last adventurer. El turns back to the group, his expression steady despite the ruin around them, and tells them it's time to move. This will be their final adventure. As the words leave his mouth, the Dragon King's immense shadow swallows them. The creature spots the party and instantly dives, jaws spreading wide enough to consume them in a single bite. The clash between the last band of adventurers and the Dragon King erupts without mercy. The outcome never wavers. They are crushed. When the dust settles, El's body is shredded with wounds, and the ground around him is littered with the fallen remains of his comrades. At his feet rests the severed, blood-drenched head of the Dragon King, Gronthale. But the nightmare isn't finished. Gronthale bears 3 heads, and the one lying before El is only a fragment of the whole. High above, the Dragon King's remaining form still circles the sky in cold, untouchable majesty. Even the severed head on the ground begins to writhe and knit itself back together. Flesh crawls, scales reform, and the Dragon King's ruined face slowly regenerates. The sight crushes the last spark of hope inside El. Everything they fought for feels meaningless. At that exact moment, Gronthale dives from the sky, its killing intent locking onto him. El shuts his eyes, a bitter calm washing over him. This is the end of the world, the end of their adventure. His fist suddenly slams into the ground. Rage tears through the numbness as he roars in defiance. This can't be how it ends. The faces of his fallen comrades flash through his mind. Phillips, Jaden, Alexis, every one of them gave their lives to reach this point. He refuses to accept a future where their sacrifices amount to nothing. With a raw shout, El forces his broken body upright and glares at the Dragon King soaring above, his eyes burning with hatred. He refuses to let the story close like this. Drawing on every fragment of strength left in his body, he funnels it in his right palm. The air trembles as power gathers. A thin beam of light forms above his head and stretches into shape, slowly sharpening into a radiant arrow. His voice comes out low and absolute. By any means necessary, he will end this. But before the vow leaves his lips, the magic in his hand fractures. The gathered energy shatters violently, and a brutal backlash rips through him. El coughs up a flood of blood as pain floods his senses. High above, Gronthale opens its jaws and condenses a blazing mass of fire. When it reaches its peak, the Dragon King releases a towering pillar of purple flame straight at him. El's ruined body can't answer that attack. A hollow laugh echoes in his mind. How pathetic. Why does it have to end like this? If only he were stronger. If only he had one more chance. As that desperate thought fades, darkness swallows his vision. A freezing shock slams into his face. A harsh voice cuts through the void. Someone is yelling at him to get up. El's eyes snap open as the shouting continues, accusing him of faking illness and reminding him that a slave should know his place. A bald man stands over him with a bucket in hand, his expression dripping with contempt. The icy water clears El's head, just enough for him to look around in confusion. Questions collide inside his mind. Where is he? What happened to Gronthale? Why is he still alive? Recognition hits him like a hammer. He's in a slave market. The air is thick with noise as voices outside haggle loudly over prices. Merchants brag about fresh stock, praising the new arrivals as perfect disposable bait for deep dungeon expeditions. Oh my, thank you, sir. You won't find prices like this anywhere else. This one looks promising. How much for him? You got a sharp eye, sir. The bargaining crashes over El from every direction, each word driving the confusion deeper. It shouldn't exist. The slave market was wiped from history long ago, yet everything around him is painfully real. As that realization settles in, the bald man looming in front of him scowls and barks that a mere slave has a stubborn will to live. El raises his head and studies the man's face. Recognition clicks instantly. The merchant is Hockade, the very trader who owned him 6 years ago. Memory aligns with reality, and the conclusion hits without mercy. He has returned to the past. His stare unsettles Hockade. The merchant's expression twists in irritation as he demands to know what El is looking at. His fist lashes out and slams into El's face. As the blow lands, a single thought cuts cleanly through the pain. This is the beginning, the moment everything started over. The scene shifts to the bustling port city of Lit. A ship has just docked, and a young man hops onto the pier with a grin stretched wide across his face. He laughs in relief, celebrating that he has finally arrived. The local merchants instantly swarm him, spotting an easy customer in his wide-eyed excitement. A flirtatious bunny girl slides close and urges him to buy potions. Nearby, a fishmonger hoists an enormous catch and loudly advertises not only fresh fish but sharks and a vicious-looking octopus writhing in a tank behind him. Offers rain down from every side. Someone promises secure storage for his luggage. Another insists that real adventurers must train before exploring the world. The overlapping voices create a dizzying chorus that only makes the young man's eyes shine brighter. This is Lit, alive and overflowing with energy. He stands there absorbing the chaos, marveling at the sheer vibrancy of the city. An arm suddenly hooks around his shoulder. A dark-skinned man leans in with a knowing grin and asks if he's really that thrilled, calling him by name Raymond. Startled, the young man turns and blurts out Walker's name in surprise. Before the moment settles, another voice booms from behind them. A massive, broad-shouldered man declares that he wants to try every form of entertainment the city has to offer without delay. His name is Taryn. He steps forward and fixes his eyes on the massive structure towering before them, a grin spreading across his face. This is where their journey begins. He declares that they are standing in the age of adventurers, an era where people from every corner of the world gather to carve their own paths and become heroes of their own stories. Before them stands the gate, a portal to a fractured dimension no one remembers seeing appear. Inside these openings lurk monsters that have never walked the normal world. Countless adventurers have charged in chasing glory and never returned. Yet hidden within those same depths are treasures of impossible value. That promise alone has fueled endless greed. To keep their expedition controlled, Walker states bluntly that they need bait. His words leave the naive young man, Raymond, staring in confusion. Walker sees the blank look and spells it out. No one knows what waits inside a gate until they cross the threshold. Unexpected dangers have slaughtered entire parties. Slaves exist to take that first impact. The only girl in the group voices the conclusion without hesitation. They need someone to distract the monsters long enough for an escape if things collapse. The others agree immediately. With that settled, they head to the slave market to purchase expendable lives. Back in his cell, El sits motionless, his thoughts spiraling. The reality around him is too solid to dismiss as a dream. Every detail confirms it. He has returned. While he wrestles with that truth, the slave owner greets Walker's party with oily enthusiasm. He boasts that the market is operated by the Gaffer Merchant Union and gestures proudly at the rows of captives. These slaves are bred and trained for dungeon bait, perfect for any expedition. His finger stops on the cell holding El and another prisoner. He praises their build, calling them prime stock with strong bodies and recent arrival. Walker studies them briefly and nods, satisfied. He buys both without bargaining. The merchant laughs and wishes them luck inside the gate, his cheerfulness clashing with the weight of what he has sold. As chains are unlocked and El is dragged out, clarity settles over him. There is nothing to hesitate about. This is his second chance. Walker's group marches him forward, and soon he stands directly before the towering entrance of the gate, staring at the threshold where everything once fell apart. They call it gate, but what stands before them looks like a blood-red curtain stretched tightly between two ancient tree trunks. Walker steps forward and studies the bark with a practiced eye. He mutters that no one has claimed this gate yet. Drawing a knife, he carves a clean horizontal mark into the trunk to signal occupation. The cut is simple, but its meaning is absolute. They are the first party to enter. He turns back and asks if everyone is ready. Greed flashes across the group's faces. In their minds, they are already counting the riches waiting inside. Without another word, they cross the curtain and vanish. The world on the other side is alien. A primeval forest unfolds around them, dense with towering mushrooms that blot out the light. The air feels heavy and untouched. One of the men blurts out that he has never seen anything so surreal, nothing like what he imagined. Walker answers calmly, telling them to keep moving. Entrances usually form far from dense monster zones, which means they are safe for the moment. The original gate is sealed behind them, so their priority is to locate an exit route in case of retreat. A strange sound cuts through his explanation. It comes from directly behind them. The only girl in the party flinches and turns her head. The instant she does, a creature with enormous jaws lunges from the undergrowth and snaps shut around her. Her body disappears in a single motion. The attack detonates panic through the group. They shout in disbelief, unable to understand how a monster could be waiting at the entrance. Their confusion lasts only seconds. Shapes begin to emerge from every direction. They are surrounded. The forest is crawling with monsters, packed so densely it looks like an organized ambush. Someone screams, demanding to know why there are so many. Walker's jaw tightens as he curses under his breath. He grips his wooden staff and channels magic into it. Orange light surges along the weapon, reshaping it into a luminous bow. A blazing arrow forms against the string, heat rippling through the air as he prepares to fire. Walker pulled the bowstring to its limit and whispered, "Fire arrow." The string snapped forward, and a blazing shaft tore through the air, punching clean through a monster. The creature dropped instantly, but Walker's tension didn't ease for a second. After buying Charlotte a brief moment of safety, he spun around and shouted that something was wrong. He ordered the two baits, chained to the tree, and said they had to leave immediately. One of the trapped men panicked and begged to come with them. His plea met the cold edge of Taryn's knife pressed against his face as Taryn barked for him to shut up and stay put. Raymond moved fast, wrapping the chains tied around both Elle and the other bait, locking them to the trunk so there was no chance of escape. Raymond muttered an apology under his breath. Then the group turned and ran, leaving the monsters to descend on the two abandoned men. Desperate screams split the air as the forsaken bait begged them not to leave. The outcome was brutal and immediate. The monsters ripped him apart in seconds, and in the same breath a claw carved toward Elle. Away from that slaughter, Walker carried Charlotte slung over his shoulder and pushed the group forward. He told them the mission had failed and that clearing the gate no longer mattered. All that mattered now was finding an exit and getting out alive. Raymond didn't respond. Terror had hollowed him out so completely that Walker's words barely reached him. Seeing this, Taryn exploded with anger. He seized Raymond by the collar and dragged him forward, shouting at him to move and listen. Taryn forced a confident smile and told Raymond they could always try again if they survived. That giving up here meant certain death. He was still speaking when a monster's claw swept down on him without warning. The impact smashed him into the ground with crushing force, spiderweb cracks racing through the earth beneath his body. Walker screamed Taryn's name in pure panic, but no answer came. Taryn was already gone, reduced to a mangled heap by another devastating strike. Raymond's fear swallowed him whole, his legs shaking so badly he could barely stay upright. Only Walker reacted in time. He surged forward, fire magic igniting as he cursed the creature and raised his bow to fire. Before Walker could even loose another arrow, the monster twisted with terrifying speed and lashed out, its long tongue spearing straight toward him. The monster's tongue snapped out like a guided weapon and coiled around the walker's neck in an instant. The grip tightened, and he was dragged helplessly toward its gaping jaws. Walker's scream tore through the air as the creature swallowed another comrade alive. The sight shattered Raymond's nerves. His mind went blank as he stuttered and clawed at the ground, trying to crawl away. Even running wouldn't have guaranteed escape, and crawling like this sealed his fate. The monster's teeth crashed down on his leg, and agony ripped a scream from his throat as he clutched at the wound, shouting about his shattered limb through clenched teeth. Through the haze of pain, he spotted a figure ahead and cried out in desperate relief that the bait was still alive. His trembling hand stretched toward the man as he babbled that everyone else was dead, that only the two of them remained. He rushed through a broken apology, insisting he hadn't meant what he said before and that surviving alone was impossible. One more ally meant a chance, so he begged for help. The figure perched in the tree didn't move. That cold stillness drove Raymond into hysterics, and he screamed for him to stop watching and do something. Only then did the man smile and drop lightly from the branch, remarking that he might already be too late. By the time the words left his mouth, half of Raymond's body had vanished between the monster's jaws. Realization flickered in Raymond's eyes. A few hollow laughs escaped him as he spat that the other man wouldn't escape either, that he would be next. The monster sealed its mouth, and Raymond's voice vanished forever. The three-eyed beast fixed its stare on Elle and lowered its body, muscles coiling as it gathered force. In the next heartbeat, it launched forward like a cannon shot, jaws stretched wide to swallow him whole. Elle met the charge with a calm gaze, as if already looking at a corpse. He muttered that he refused to die here, a quiet answer to Raymond's final curse. His spear spun once in his grip, and he drove it forward in a clean, merciless thrust that punched straight through the monster's body. A cavernous hole opened in its torso, and the creature collapsed lifelessly. Watching it fall, Elle brushed his hair back with steady confidence and declared that he would not be the one dying here. He scanned the wreckage and bent to pick up Walker's staff, weighing it in his hand. A fire staff. The ability was solid and matched his current level, but one weapon alone was never enough. An adventurer who relied on a single tool didn't survive long, and returning here empty-handed would make everything meaningless. He slung the staff across his back and kept searching. A severed leg caught his eye. The sight stirred an old memory. Some people hid their best valuables in their shoes. Acting on instinct, he stripped the shoe off and checked inside. Just as he expected, a ring slid into his palm. He slipped it onto his finger, and a faint blue glow pulsed from metal. A telekinesis ring. Recognition flashed through his mind, but before he could savor the find, a wave of heavy footsteps thundered from behind. He turned and saw them. An entire horde of three-eyed monsters crowded the darkness, their countless gazes locked onto him, drawn by the scent of blood. They didn't hesitate. The pack surged forward from every direction at once. El stayed perfectly steady. The instant the first monster entered his reach, his spear shot out and punched through it, riddling its body in a single brutal strike. Another creature seized the opening and snapped its tongue around his weapon. The muscle was monstrously strong. With a sharp twist, it shattered the spear in his grip. Even a veteran, like him, felt a flicker of shock at the sudden loss. That shock nearly cost him. A different monster lunged from behind with its jaws stretched wide. He reacted on instinct, hurling himself forward as danger brushed his senses. In the same motion, he triggered the fire magic in the staff. A blazing arrow erupted and tore through the attacker, blasting a smoking hole through its body. His eyes tracked the tightening circle of enemies. Time to test the ring. He swept his hand and fed mana into the artifact. The arrow answered his will. Under his control, it curved through the air in a lethal arc, whipping around the battlefield and skewering every monster within reach. Bodies dropped one after another as the projectile carved its path. Then the flames began to fade. The arrow's fire exhausted itself and dissolved into drifting sparks, leaving him standing amid the fallen as the last embers died. He studied the pile of bodies at his feet and steadied his breathing. Dragging this fight out would only make things worse. Confidence returned as he raised the staff, preparing another fire arrow. Then a jolt of shock ran through him. The spell refused to answer. The staff stayed dark. The three-eyed monsters didn't hesitate. They rushed him at once, clearly intent on denying him any space to cast. He slipped between them and stole a quick glance at the weapon. The staff looked intact. A temporary cooldown. That had to be it. Another monster lunged. He planted his foot, spun his body, and smashed the staff across its face. Wood cracked against flesh. So this was how it had to be. He tightened his grip and waded in, swinging the staff with ruthless precision. Blow after blow rained down until the creature crumpled. He finished with a savage kick that hurled it backward. His eyes flicked to the staff again. How much longer? He probed the magic a second time. The answer came instantly. The staff flared to life. At the same moment, the monsters surged like a living tide. One more shot. He triggered the fire arrow and sent it roaring straight ahead, feeding the ring's power into the spell. Under his command, the arrow curved and tore through the swarm. Nothing survived its path. Each monster it touched was erased in a single strike until the battlefield fell silent. As the last body hit the ground, a voice rose beside him. Charlotte. She stared at him with raw suspicion, saying he was no ordinary slave and demanding to know who he really was. How someone like him possessed such skill with both spear and magic. He glanced at her, faintly surprised she was still breathing. Lucky, or maybe not. Her gaze locked onto the staff in his hand and the ring at his wrist. Shock spread across her face as she demanded to know how he had awakened at all. A slave shouldn't be capable of this. Then a darker thought seized her, and her voice trembled as she asked if everything had been his plan from the beginning. He met her eyes with a flat, frozen stare and cut her off. Talking wouldn't change anything. Plan or no plan, the result was the same. He told her he would have killed them all regardless. What nonsense are you talking about? Charlotte demanded, shock twisting her voice. The color drained from her face a heartbeat later. Across from her, El was already channeling another fire arrow, his expression carved from ice as he told her he despised people who treated slaves as disposable bait. When everything was finished and nothing more remained to collect, he left the gate behind. His return sent a ripple of disbelief through the crowd. Murmurs spread in every direction. A bait slave had walked back alive. Few had ever witnessed such a thing. He ignored the stares. His objective was fixed in his mind. The die was already cast. If he hesitated, he would repeat the same miserable fate. Freedom came first. With that resolve, he headed straight for the largest structure in sight. The building looming ahead was the Adventurers Guild. Word of his return reached the guild master Abyss almost immediately. The manager demanded confirmation, stunned by the report that a slave had come back alive. The staff member facing him affirmed it, and added that the man hadn't suffered a single scratch. Confusion hardened the manager's tone. A bait returning uninjured made no sense. Pressed for details, the staff member explained that every adventurer who entered the gate with him had died inside. The room fell heavy with silence. Surviving alone under those conditions meant something was deeply unusual. The manager reasoned that the slave hadn't fled, but had willingly returned. Proof that he understood escape was impossible. A debtor marked as bait remained bound to that role, even after surviving. Freedom, in most cases, came only through death. The manager dismissed a side report from another guild with open irritation and ordered the staff member to get to the point. The next words changed everything. The slave had opened his first magic circle. Shock cracked the manager's composure. A bait slave awakening magic was unthinkable. His thoughts turned immediately to the consequences and the reaction of the Gaffer Merchant Guild if this spiraled out of control. Before he could settle on a response, the staff member added one final detail. The slave intended to change his contract. The manager demanded clarification. The answer came plainly. The man wanted to register as an adventurer. The blood drained from the manager's face as the meaning of that request settled in. A flicker of anger crossed his face as he snapped that the insolent slave had forgotten his place and dared to overreach. The outburst barely left his lips before the staff member cut in sharply. The request had come directly from Lord Racken, and he was to investigate the matter himself. The name hit like a sudden jolt. Abyss shot to his feet, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Racken was the chief executive of the Gaffer Merchant Guild. There was no reason for a man of that stature to concern himself with a mere slave. Unless this wasn't about a slave at all. His gaze slid to the file resting on his desk. The staff member finished the report and withdrew, leaving the room heavy with silence. Alone, Abyss muttered that a piece of bait trying to pass itself off as an adventurer made no sense. Under the princess's policies, a story centered on a slave should never even surface. Yet the world ran on a simpler truth. People called it commerce, contracts, and debt. But in the end, humans still chained themselves to money, fail to repay a loan, and you sold your labor until the balance vanished. Dress it up however you liked. The result was the same. Slavery with a cleaner name. That reality carved itself into Palm's life the day his father, his only family, died from illness. From that moment forward, he belonged to the guild. The herbs he had purchased on credit from the Gaffer Merchant Guild had been priced far beyond their worth, inflated until the total reached 1 million meso. It was an impossible number. With no means to pay, he was dragged before the court and judged without mercy. The verdict was cold and final. Unable to settle the debt, the accused would work for the guild without pay until every last coin was repaid. That sentence marked the beginning of 6 years of relentless exploitation, years that ground him down and hardened something inside him. Now, standing in the present, a single thought burned clear in his mind. The time for repayment was over. The time for revenge had arrived. Palm sat across from Abyss in the office, watching him closely. Fragments of future memory stirred in his mind, enough to recognize the man before him. Abyss was Racken's right hand, one of the guild's most feared enforcers. Realization sharpened his focus. He had managed to hook someone significant. A rare opportunity lay directly in front of him. He introduced himself calmly as El Palm, letting the name hang in the air. On the other side of the desk, Abyss lifted a cup of tea with measured ease. He stated that he already understood the purpose of the visit. El wanted his contract amended. He had heard enough about him to skip the formalities. Without hesitation, Abyss declared that the contract would be revised and his status changed to that of an F-rank adventurer. The words landed exactly as El had anticipated. A quiet smile tugged at his lips. The acceptance had come too smoothly to be a coincidence. Just as expected, Abyss had recognized that there was no point in circling the issue. El steadied his thoughts, prepared to lay everything out plainly and sweep aside whatever games remained. El's smile didn't fade as he thanked him, but he added that he wanted a rank adjustment as well. The request immediately soured the air. Abyss frowned and shot back that an E rank was already generous, and if El wanted more, he might as well march into the Adventurers Guild and demand an instant promotion. He made no effort to hide his irritation. El understood the reaction and calmly laid out his record. For the past 3 years, he had passed through hundreds of gates as bait. The explanation barely moved Abyss. He replied evenly that bait was still just bait. El had never actually hunted monsters. El fired back without hesitation, asking since when monster hunting had become the sole requirement for being called an adventurer. The first adventurers earned their names by surviving, not by tallying kills. What truly mattered was the ability to enter a gate and return alive. He held Abyss's gaze as he spoke, his tone steady and unflinching. The argument forced Abyss into silence. Survivors who could bring back information from inside the gates were more valuable than flashy individual feats. He turned the thought over and finally conceded that El had a point. Lasting 3 years as bait through countless gates was beyond what an ordinary person could manage. But that was where the praise ended. El's experience came entirely from low-rank gates. Abyss questioned whether he seriously believed he could endure higher-rank ones. The guild would never agree to a reckless contract that risked his death before the debt was repaid. He drew out a cigar, lit it, and studied El through the rising smoke. The boy was pushing his luck. If he didn't learn restraint, he would die the moment he stepped into a true adventurer's role. Yet an unsettling feeling lingered. Beneath El's calm exterior was something sharp and dangerous that refused to be ignored. El broke the silence by bringing up a specific gate, one built for a 5-person squad and marked with 12 tallies outside. 12 teams had already been swallowed there. He told Abyss to use that as proof. If he cleared as promised, Abyss would hear every request without objection. After a brief pause, Abyss accepted the challenge and slid a contract across the desk. Preparations moved quickly. El assembled a group and scheduled an immediate breach of the marked gate. When they met, the opposing team's leader stepped forward first. He greeted El with an easy confidence and introduced himself as Shev, the squad captain. He added that Abyss had mentioned El's past as a slave. It made no difference to him or to the teammates standing behind him. He gestured toward them in reassurance, making it clear that, inside the gate, El would be treated as one of their own. Their reactions told El everything he needed to know. Even after hearing about his past, the group treated him with an easy, open friendliness. El acknowledged it with a small nod and said he hoped they would work well together. One of them mentioned hearing that he could use fire magic. El answered casually that it was something along those lines. The dark-skinned mage perked up at that and pressed him, asking if that meant he could handle multiple elements. Before El needed to respond, Chev stepped in and clarified that mages were normally bound to the elemental attribute they were born with. Equipment that didn't match that affinity was effectively useless to them. With that settled, Chev cut the chatter and brought everyone back to the real objective. They weren't there to hunt monsters. Their task was to locate and recover the gear left behind by the 12 fallen teams and return it to the guild. Each item would earn them 3,000 Mio, he added with a thin smile. The mage immediately bristled at the number, arguing that the guild was taking an unfair cut. Basic equipment for a one-circle adventurer sold for more than 7,000 Mio, and the offered reward wasn't even half of that. The armored fighter beside him snapped for him to quit whining. The mage shot back defensively, but Chev ended the exchange before it could escalate. He asked if everyone was ready and declared it was time to make money. With that, he led them straight into the gate. The world on the other side shifted into something alien. A dim, purple haze stained the forest, casting twisted shadows that made the air feel heavy. The mage muttered that the place was bright, yet unsettling. Chev was already scanning their surroundings, his posture tightening. He warned the group to stay sharp. A forest like this almost guaranteed frequent encounters, so their first priority was establishing a temporary base. One of the team members pointed out a nearby tree with thick, sprawling branches and suggested using it as their position. Chev studied it briefly and agreed. The height and coverage would make movement and concealment easier. Without wasting another second, they unpacked nails and rope and began securing their foothold. As the work started, the mage clapped El on the shoulder and told him to relax, saying that building the base was his responsibility along with another teammate. Everyone fell into a practiced rhythm. Hands moved quickly, tying lines and driving spikes into the trunk. Within a short time, a sturdy temporary base took shape among the branches, hidden within the eerie purple canopy. Once the construction was finished, Chev gathered everyone and issued the next set of orders. The base was secure, so they would split up and scout the surrounding area. Tom, Max, and Roa would form one unit. Each team would sweep opposite directions and regroup at the base afterward. If anything went wrong, they were to signal immediately and fall back without hesitation. The instructions were met with a unified acknowledgement. El moved out with Chev, following him deeper into the forest. They advanced for quite a while without resistance. No monsters emerged, and not a single trace of abandoned equipment appeared. The emptiness began to gnaw at Chev's nerves. After so much distance, the silence felt unnatural. He muttered that it was strange they hadn't encountered anything and wondered if they had arrived too early. If that was the case, they would have to push farther in on the next day. As the thought passed, Chev glanced at El and casually asked how his first expedition as an official adventurer felt. El answered that he was nervous, his voice steady despite the admission. The response didn't surprise Chev in the slightest. He admitted that the feeling never truly disappeared. Even after years in the field, every step into a gate tightened something in his chest. Fear was part of the job. The reason he could keep moving forward was the people beside him. He spoke openly about his teammates, saying they were the kind of partners who made the danger bearable. Then his tone softened. He said he had heard about El's past as bait and could imagine how brutal that life must have been. After a brief pause, Chev turned the conversation in a different direction and asked what El planned to do next. If he wanted, he could join their team permanently. The offer hung between them. El gave no immediate answer. His silence stretched just long enough for Chev to understand. He waved it off lightly, saying he only wanted El to know the option existed and that there was no need to overthink it. They eventually circled back to the temporary base. As rations were passed around and the group began to eat, Tom complained that his side hadn't found anything either. Chev snapped back that results didn't come easily, and network talk could wait until morning. The tension faded into tired muttering. El listened without adding anything, keeping to himself as the others drifted into casual conversation. When the meal ended, exhaustion claimed the camp. One by one, they settled into their blankets and slipped into sleep. In the quiet that followed, someone edged closer to El and whispered, asking if he was awake. El lay still and offered no reply, his breathing slow and even. From the darkness behind them, Max muttered that the captain was worrying over nothing. El was out cold, sleeping like a stone. How could he answer? One of them whispered as a knife slid into his hand. Around the camp, smiles twisted into something ugly. Someone scoffed that they were being overly cautious and reminded them what had been mixed into El's food. That dose of sleeping grass could drop a 100-kilogram beast. Max agreed with a low chuckle, saying El had swallowed plenty and that it was a wonder he was still breathing. His gaze drifted greedily to the fire staff. A weapon like that would fetch at least 10,000 meso. The temptation snapped his restraint. He lifted his blade and muttered that it was time to finish the job. The sword plunged down toward the blanket. Instead of flesh, it met a hollow resistance. The sensation was wrong. His expression twisted as he ripped the covering aside and froze. There was nobody beneath it. Only a chunk of wood lay there, arranged to mimic a sleeping figure. Shock rippled through the camp. Chev and the others stared in disbelief, the realization crashing over them all at once. Impossible. Chev recovered first. He spun around and barked in order to search, certain L couldn't have escaped far. The words had barely left his mouth when a streak of fire tore through the air. L's arrow slammed into the tent they had painstakingly built. Flames erupted instantly, devouring the structure. The camp dissolved into chaos as shouts overlapped. They scrambled to salvage supplies while the fire spread, cursing L's name and trying to regain control. Chev yelled for everyone to move, but his command died halfway out. Max stood rigid beside him, arm raised and finger trembling as he pointed ahead. Irritated, Chev turned to snap at him, and the words withered in his throat. A grotesque shape loomed in front of them. The creature's body churned like thick golden slime, and at its center sat a single enormous eye fixed squarely on them. The unblinking stare sent ice through his veins. Understanding struck in a sickening flash. El had used them as bait. The monster's mouth peeled open, stretching wide as it locked onto its prey and surged forward. Seeing the monster surge up from below, the group instantly ditched their perch and hurled themselves out of the tree. They escaped by a breath. A second later, the golden slime swallowed the spot where they had been waiting, its massive body sloshing against the trunk like a tidal wave of acid. Watching from a distant branch, El followed the chaos with cold eyes and a crooked smirk. Idiots. If they wanted to deceive him, they should not have acted so generous. In a gate that had already erased more than a dozen parties, veteran adventurers alone were never enough. Bringing him along as bait had always been the plan. His gaze slid back to the towering slime as it churned across the ground. So that was the area boss. It must have devoured the fragments. No wonder it was far larger than expected. Down below, Chev's party sprinted through the forest while the boss thundered after them, its gelatinous mass crushing everything in its path. Chev spat curses between ragged breaths, rage mixing with panic. Of all things, they had to collide with this nightmare. Behind him, Max shouted a question about the monster's identity. Chev twisted his head, just enough to answer while running. If he was right, it was a golden slime, a rare creature that only appeared when a red gate opened. Its entire body was corrosive acid, turning it into a death sentence for anyone who relied on close combat. The worst part was, his warning died in his throat. A spike of danger shot through his senses. Chev snapped around and shoved Mark aside at the last instant. A blast of burning fluid tore past them and detonated against a boulder, eating through stone in seconds. That, apparently, was the secret he had been about to explain. Mark stared at the sizzling crater, shock written all over his face. The thing could attack from range. Chev answered with grim clarity, naming the skill as an acid arrow, a technique where the slime fired pieces of its own body like projectiles. Max let out a strained, disbelieving laugh. A giant acid monster with artillery. No wonder every previous party had been annihilated. He barely finished the thought before the slime lunged forward like a living battering ram. The ground trembled under its charge, and the group scattered in pure survival instinct. It's coming, watch out. Chev's shout cut through the panic as someone demanded a way to bring the monster down. They demanded a solution while running, voices cracking under the pressure. Someone barked that they should retreat first and think later, but Chev cut in with a rapid explanation. The acid arrow only had a 1-minute cooldown. If they survived that window, they could strike. The weak point was the core lodged in the creature's head. Hit that, and the monster would fall. Tom caught every word and abruptly slowed. So the opening was during the cooldown. That meant they still had time. Without another thought, he pivoted and sprinted straight at the charging slime. The people ahead stared in disbelief as he roared that he would handle it and launched himself at the giant mass. Chev tried to stop him, shouting that they should advance together, but the warning never finished. Mid-leap, Tom's body froze. A concentrated blast of acid tore through his chest and ended him in the air. Chev's expression collapsed into stunned darkness. That was impossible. There should have been seconds left before the skill reset. As if answering him, the boss peeled open its mouth and unleashed a storm. Acid projectiles rained down in a merciless barrage, shredding flesh and bone alike. Screams vanished almost as soon as they began. When the torrent stopped, nothing remained of the party except scattered skeletons dissolving into the ground. Hidden at the edge of the battlefield, El watched the massacre in silence. The hunt was finished. Chev's analysis had not been wrong, but the slime had evolved after devouring item fragments. Its swollen body meant a shorter cooldown and a deadlier version of the acid arrow. That explained why every previous expedition had failed. This thing's strength bordered on absurd, powerful enough to exist in a gold gate rather than a red one. It was far beyond what First Circle adventurers could challenge. After one last look at the monster, El turned away. The dungeon was probably stripped clean. The mission had ended in failure. A trace of frustration pressed on him as he prepared to leave, until a voice echoed through his mind. Prove it. The memory of those words stopped his steps. A thin smile crept across his face. The golden slime continued its slow advance, its surface rippling as it sensed a disturbance. It shifted its attention sideways at the exact instant a streak of fire tore through the air. The arrow slammed into its head and vaporized a chunk of gelatin in a burst of scorching light. The blast carved a crater into the slime's head, Yet the monster refused to collapse. Its body shuddered and sealed the wound with a wet hiss. Even so, L's eyes sharpened with satisfaction. He had struck the core. That was proof enough. A few more clean hits would finish it. 5 at most. The problem was no longer whether it could be killed, only whether he could execute it. He drew the short sword from his hip, resolve settling into his posture. He would settle this himself. The golden slime fixed on him and peeled open its mouth. A stream of acid erupted toward his position. L kicked off the tree trunk an instant before impact, the branch dissolving where he had stood. The monster did not relent. It kept firing in a relentless barrage, turning the air into a storm of burning droplets. Under that pressure, even he felt the strain. He snapped his wrist and hurled the rope-bound blade into a nearby trunk. The hook bit deep. As the line went taut, his thoughts narrowed to a single point. He could not afford to miss. An ordinary fighter would fail here, but he was not ordinary. In another life, he had ruled the battlefield as the finest long-range combatant. He yanked the rope and slung his body sideways, skimming past another wave of acid. In the same motion, he invoked a fire arrow. The spell flared to life and streaked forward, drilling into the exact wound he had opened before. The slime convulsed as heat tore through its core. Good. For more. Acid splashed toward him again, forcing him to swing to another tree and sprint up the trunk to escape the blast. The moment the volley ended, he twisted and fired once more. The arrow struck true, exploding against the monster's face. 3 left. The slime began to thrash in fury, its attacks growing wilder and faster. L matched its rhythm, weaving through the gaps and countering immediately after each full discharge. The duel tightened into a brutal cadence of dodge and strike. Then, with only 2 hits remaining, his next arrow skimmed past as the massive body lurched sideways with shocking speed. It actually dodged. For something that size, its reflexes were absurd. The miss did not rattle him. He triggered the telekinesis ring without hesitation. Invisible force caught the stray arrow mid-flight and curved its path. Under his control, the burning projectile wheeled around and knifed back toward the monster's exposed head. The returning arrow caught the slime completely off guard. It struck cleanly, and the torn flesh peeled back to expose a glowing red crystal buried inside. That had to be the core. The instant L saw it laid bare, he surged forward. One more strike would end everything. He whispered that this would be the final shot and began channeling a fire arrow, but the monster reacted at the same time. A colossal hand rose and crashed down toward him. He registered the attack a heartbeat before impact. Telekinesis flared. He wrenched at the embedded short sword, trying to rip it free, but the blade held fast. Instead of the weapon moving, his own body was yanked violently toward it. The sudden pull dragged him out of the strike zone, and the slime's hand smashed into empty ground. He landed hard, rolled, and regained his footing in a single motion. Divine fire gathered at his fingertips, and he released another arrow straight at the exposed head. Sensing the threat, the slime threw its hand up as a shield. El had anticipated that reaction. A thin smile crossed his face as the telekinesis ring seized the projectile mid-flight. The arrow curved sharply, slipping beneath the raised arm and slamming into the crystal with a thunderous detonation. The core fractured under the blast and shattered outright. Deprived of its source of power, the monster's swollen body ballooned grotesquely and then erupted. A tidal wave of acid surged outward. El sprinted, but the corrosive flood was faster than expected. Without hesitating, he hurled his sword ahead and guided it with sheer will until it hooked a distant branch. He hauled on the rope and shot upward, climbing just as the wave devoured the ground beneath him. Wherever it passed, trees dissolved into smoking husks. A fraction of a second slower, and he would have joined them as bare bones. When the torrent finally subsided, he dropped back to the forest floor. Something unusual caught his eye amid the wreckage. He focused and extended his telekinesis toward the spot. A faint red glow pulsed there, shining through the scorched remains. A sphere tore itself free from the scorched earth and shot into El's palm. The moment it settled there, a crimson aura spilled outward and unfolded into a curved, hemispherical screen that hovered above his hand. He studied it briefly without expression, unable to identify its purpose, then closed his fingers around it and turned away. Not long after, he stepped into Abyss's office. He announced his return in a flat voice. Abyss regarded the rookie in silence for several seconds, measuring him, then muttered that at least the boasting had not been empty. His gaze sharpened as he demanded to know why El had come back alone and where the items were. Palm answered without hesitation. The group assigned to him had been inexperienced and greedy. They had plotted to strip him of his belongings. He had separated from them to escape, and in the chaos that followed, they encountered the area boss and were wiped out. Abyss echoed the word monster with open skepticism, but the doubt vanished the instant El named it. A golden slime. The color drained from Abyss's face. If that were true, the outcome was obvious. El confirmed it calmly. The creature had swallowed everything. The realization hit like a hammer. The Merchant Guild's cargo was gone. The mission was a complete loss. Abyss's thoughts churned as he reassessed the man standing in front of him. According to the laws governing gates, the situation made no sense. Entry was strictly limited. Only those who marked a gate could pass through, and once activated, it remained sealed until the conflict inside was resolved. Capacity depended on the gate's color and the circle level it permitted. Anyone whose power exceeded the gate's threshold was barred from entering. Most decisive of all, a gate allowed only a single conquest. If someone emerged alive after overcoming its greatest obstacle, the gate collapsed and vanished forever. No second attempt existed. That meant the gate was already gone. Yet a first circle hunter, standing alive before him, claimed to have survived an encounter with a golden slime. The contradiction gnawed at Abyss. He finally spoke, saying he understood. El had only been trying to live. With the items consumed, there had been nothing left to salvage. The failure of the mission was an undeniable fact. Before he could continue, the man across from him cut in with a quiet command to calm down. El cut him off calmly. He said he had already consumed the golden slime. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeve and exposed the two glowing magic circles carved into his wrist. The moment Abyss saw them, his expression froze. His jaw dropped as disbelief washed over him. 2 circles already. He blurted out that it was impossible and demanded to know if El had truly absorbed the mana stone from that slime. El answered without raising his voice. He said that should be more than enough proof of his ability and asked to be registered as an E-rank adventurer, just as promised. Before he could even finish, Abyss slammed both hands on the table and leaned forward. He declared he would register El as D-rank instead. Not only that, if El agreed to work under him, he would personally arrange for him to join a C-rank adventurers team. It was an offer far too profitable to ignore. El accepted on the spot and signed the contract. As Abyss watched him, his excitement cooled just enough for rational thought to return. Normally, assigning someone with fewer than 3 circles to C-rank territory was excessive. Adventurer rankings were built strictly around circle levels. Veterans occupied A and B rank. Intermediates filled C and D. Apprentices were pushed into E and F. The circle was the clearest proof of power, but El was an exception that shattered those rules. With nothing but a single mana stone, he had already advanced his circle. He claimed it came from survival instinct, but Abyss rejected that explanation immediately. This was raw, inborn talent. El had awakened a second circle the moment he returned alive. Abyss had never seen anything like it. The realization locked in his mind with absolute certainty. He needed this man on his side. The excitement stretching across his face was impossible to hide. El noticed the change as well. Abyss's tone had softened, his attitude noticeably warmer. Relief settled quietly in El's chest, but he didn't linger on it. Time was running short. A red gate had appeared, and 100 raiders were being assembled. It was a major event, one that had drawn the attention of every merchant guild in the region, including the Gopher Merchant Guild. For El, the situation aligned perfectly with his own objectives. He decided to move immediately. He turned back to Abyss and stated that he had a proposal. He wanted to borrow money. The instant the words left his mouth, Abyss's cheerful expression hardened. Inside, irritation flared. He thought that this man was unbelievably demanding. The gates were said to have ushered in the age of adventurers, but the truth behind them was far darker. They were traps engineered by a dark sorcerer, devices meant to lure countless people to their deaths. Each life lost was another step towards severing the future of the Maple world and dragging it closer to an inevitable apocalypse. 3 years remained before the monsters would pour out of the gates in an unstoppable tide. When that moment arrived, the Maple world would face a catastrophe it could no longer escape. El carried that timeline in his mind as he stepped out of the guild, his thoughts grinding relentlessly. It still wasn't enough, but it was a beginning. The Red Gate, assembling 100 raiders, demanded at least 2 circles to enter. Guilds like the Gopher Merchant Guild rarely wasted resources on low-level adventurers. Their decision to invest in someone like him had a single purpose. They were preparing for that gate. El weighed the coins he had earned and dismissed the obvious option. Pouring everything into equipment was reckless. Gear suited to his level was absurdly overpriced, and wasting his funds now would cripple him later. He asked himself whether this amount of money could buy anything truly useful. Lost in calculation, he walked without noticing where his feet were taking him until the noise and smell of the slave market snapped him back to the present. The moment he crossed the entrance, a young merchant hurried over with a polished smile and greeted him warmly. He thanked El for visiting their market and immediately guessed he was an adventurer. With practiced enthusiasm, the boy began listing options, asking what kind of companion he wanted. Someone disposable to use as bait, or a warrior capable of fighting at his side. El rejected both without hesitation. He said he was searching for a guide. The request caught the merchant off guard, but he recovered quickly and led El deeper into the compound. They descended toward a row of reinforced prison cells. The boy explained that this section held punishment slaves, rebels who required strict control. After a short walk, they stopped in front of a particular cell. The merchant's confidence faltered the instant he looked inside. His throat tightened, and he swallowed hard before turning back to El and asking if he was truly certain. He warned that the man chained there was dangerous. El cut him off and stated flatly that this was exactly the person he wanted. The face behind the chains dragged old memories to the surface. Before his regression, a single death had accelerated the collapse of the Maple world. The hero of Polearm, Aaron, had been assassinated. Her first and only disciple was the one who set the apocalypse in motion. The infamous hero killer, Dibwa. The man standing in that cell was him. At that moment, Dibwa lifted his head and locked eyes with El. His voice was sharp and hostile as he asked whether El had come for him, and if they knew each other. He ordered him to get lost, then spat on the ground in open contempt. The merchant flinched at the display and rushed to apologize, explaining that the prisoner's temperament was unstable. El silently agreed with that assessment. He studied Dibwa in silence. The man's behavior was nothing like what El remembered from before his regression. Now he was just a chained slave, yet he still dared to treat an adventurer with open contempt. It wasn't only his personality that was extreme. His ability bordered on madness. After the apocalypse, aside from El himself, Dibwa had been one of the few who shook the entire world. They were constantly compared, two figures from the same region who awakened at nearly the same time and rose with similar speed. There was another similarity people joked about. Both of them were perpetually broke. Dibwa carried an even heavier burden. He had a younger sister suffering from a blood disease. Holding that knowledge in mind, El asked for his price. Dibwa answered with a mocking smile and a deliberately provocative tone. He asked if El was some wealthy young master who could pay anything, then named an absurd figure. 1 million meso. He taunted him to get lost if he didn't have the money and stop pretending to be impressive. The sneer froze on his face the instant he saw El calmly reach into his pocket and pull out a thick stack of cash. Dibwa's eyes widened as he stared at the bills. He questioned whether it was real or some elaborate fake. Even the merchant beside them was stunned and demanded to know if El was serious. El ignored the doubt entirely and moved straight to the terms. He told Dibwa to listen carefully. The contract would last 1 year. Profits would be split 7-3 in his favor, and he would have priority in choosing items from the gate. The merchant's eyes nearly burst from their sockets. This wasn't a slave purchase. It was the framework of a partnership contract. El presented the paper without hesitation. Dibwa snatched it from his hand and warned him not to retract his words. Then he bit his finger and pressed his blood against the agreement to seal it. El paused for a brief moment, surprised by the speed of his acceptance. The reason was obvious. His sister's life was hanging by a thread. Satisfaction settled quietly in El as the deal finalized. He declared that with the contract sealed, they would head straight for the gate. Dibwa answered with sharp eagerness, telling him to leave everything to him. El's reply was cold and measured. Dibwa would have to prove his value first. Dibwa shot back without hesitation, claiming no one worked harder than he did. With that, the two of them moved together toward the gate. Before entering, El armed the young man with a heavy two-handed axe. The weapon looked unfamiliar in Dibwa's grip, as if he wasn't accustomed to fighting with something like it. Dibwa clicked his tongue and lifted the axe awkwardly. He said he appreciated the new weapon, but he was used to long swords and suggested they go back to exchange it. El didn't slow his pace. He turned his head slightly and told him that from this point on, he would learn to use a fire axe while working under him. If he didn't like it, he could cancel the contract. By the time those words settled, they were already standing in front of the gate. Dibwa's eyes moved to the information carved into the wooden post beside it. He read it under his breath and asked if this was really the gate El intended to use to test him. El scanned the markings as well and confirmed the details. It was a red-level gate, and the current entry limit had dropped to 8 people. That suited him perfectly. They had arrived exactly where they needed to be. Dibwa glanced around, searching for the rest of the team. He reasoned out loud that someone with El's money had to be traveling with elite companions. At the very least, there should be a healer. No matter how strong a fighter was, entering a gate without support was reckless. His voice trailed off when he noticed El staring at him with a strange, unreadable look. Unease crept in, and he asked what that expression meant. A realization flickered across his face as a bad suspicion formed. El spoke before he could finish the thought. He told him not to worry about teammates. They had enough people. Relief washed over Dibwa. He muttered that he had scared himself for nothing. The comfort lasted only a heartbeat. El lifted a finger and pointed directly at him. The meaning hit instantly. Dibwa froze, then panic burst out of him. He protested that it was impossible, but El didn't give him space to argue. With a sharp shove of his foot, he kicked Dibwa forward and ordered him not to waste time. The two of them were forced through the gate together. Inside, Dibwa spun around in anger and demanded to know if El had lost his mind. This was a gate designed for 8 people, and there was a limit to how insane someone could be. He raged that this wasn't a joke, and that he was being forced to fight with a weapon he didn't even know how to use. His voice weakened mid-sentence when he saw the killing intent burning in El's eyes. At that same instant, the ground trembled. A thick cloud of dust surged upward in the distance, dragging Dibwa's attention away. From within it, a pack of tree stump monsters came thundering straight toward them. Complaints died in his throat. With no room left to retreat, he tightened his grip on the unfamiliar axe and braced himself for the clash. Dibwa's chest tightened as despair flooded in. He muttered that this was the end and blamed himself. The tree stump monsters were infamous for their armored shells, hide so dense that ordinary swords and spears barely scratched them. Worse, their numbers kept swelling. While panic locked his limbs in place, El stepped in from behind and shoved him aside, telling him to move because he was blocking the way. Dibwa stiffened and tried to protest, but the words never fully left his mouth. Flames ignited in L's hand, and a blazing arrow shot forward, impaling the lead monster in a single instant. Before Dibwa could process what he was seeing, L layered telekinetic force over the spell and seized control of the burning projectile. The arrow twisted through the air like a living thing, carving a path through the horde. Fire spread from stump to stump in a controlled storm. The charging mass never reached them. Within seconds, the monsters collapsed into smoldering heaps scattered across the ground. L's voice cut through the fading crackle of flames. He called the display disappointing and told Dibwa not to repeat the same mistake again. Dibwa barely heard the reprimand. A single thought echoed in his mind as he stared at the aftermath. He wondered what kind of monster he had just allied himself with. Far away, inside a sealed building, another conversation unfolded. A subordinate reported that the merchants had taken the bait and that the operation only needed more time. The dispatched agents were already chosen and prepared. He asked if they could proceed. Facing the back of his superior, he waited. The man answered in a cold, measured tone that everything would follow that person's will, the one destined to liberate the Maple World. Back inside the gate, Dibwa crouched among the charred remains and extracted the mana stones one by one. When he finished counting, he announced that he had gathered 27. L acknowledged it and ordered them to move. They resumed their trek across the barren landscape. As they walked, Dibwa replayed the earlier scene in his head. He had mistaken L for a reckless lunatic, but the truth was far more dangerous. That remote control over magic was beyond anything he had witnessed. No one manipulated a fire arrow with that level of precision. Traveling with someone that gifted meant steady profit. With their 7-3 split, he could cover his sister's medicine and their living costs. The image of effortless wealth stretched his grin wide. L halted abruptly. He said he had found another cluster and noted the presence of a talented one among them, another pile of stumps. The smile vanished from Dibwa's face. He pressed himself against a nearby wall and leaned out carefully to count what was waiting ahead. 9 of them stood clustered in the clearing. L counted once, then again, and a faint smile touched his face. 9. A perfect number. The man beside him froze, completely lost on what that was supposed to mean. His unease only deepened when L kept staring forward with that calm, calculating look, as if he had already decided how this would end. The reason became obvious in the next instant. 9 monsters was exactly the number Dibwa could handle alone. L had no intention of stepping in. He would simply watch. To draw them out, Dibwa hurled a rock toward the stumps. The sharp crack echoed through the air. As the creature stirred, he dropped from above without hesitation and brought his axe down in a brutal arc, cleaving the nearest tree monster clean in half. The rest jolted in surprise, then surged toward him as one. A curse slipped through Dibwa's teeth. He was facing all of them by himself with a weapon he had barely touched before. Even 10 lives wouldn't feel like enough in this mess. He spat another frustrated shout and tightened his grip, forcing his body to move as the axe whistled into motion. From behind, L observed in silence. The awkward rhythm in Dibwa's swings was obvious. He was a swordsman trying to adapt on the fly, but L's eyes held certainty. This fire axe would become the tool that pushed him past his limits. Talent like his didn't appear by accident. He was the sole disciple chosen by Aaron, the hero of Polearm. There was no room for doubt. One of the tree monsters lunged, its forelegs spearing straight toward Dibwa's chest. The moment it entered range, his axe flashed upward and split it apart mid-air. Wood fragments scattered as he pressed forward, carving through the remaining stumps. With each strike, the weapon began to feel more natural in his hands. Its weight carried power, and its reach extended his control of the battlefield beyond what a sword ever had. As his shoulders loosened, the axe seemed to grow lighter. Acting on instinct, he slid his grip to the very end of the handle, widening his arc and maximizing every swing. The change was immediate. His movements sharpened, and the monsters fell one after another under relentless blows. Watching from a distance, L gave a quiet nod. Dibwa adapted with frightening speed. Even without awakening, his skill had already climbed to this height. The instant that thought crossed L's mind, the earth lurched violently beneath their feet. The tremor shot straight through Dibwa's spine, freezing him in place. His head snapped toward the nearby cliff, just as a dull cracking roar erupted from within it. A heartbeat later, the rock face burst open. A jagged, thorn-covered vine speared out like a living lance. Dibwa stood there, stunned, his mind struggling to catch up. The vine twisted in midair and locked onto him, as if it could see. It shot forward without mercy. By pure luck, it missed a direct hit, but the shockwave alone hurled him backward. Before he could steady himself, his gaze lifted, and his blood ran cold. A colossal demon tree towered before him. Its massive trunk rose higher than the cliff itself, blotting out the sky. His voice trembled as the question escaped him. What is that? He barely finished speaking before the monster's roots ripped through the ground and lashed toward him again. L moved first. He lunged in, seized Dibwa, and dragged him out of the strike zone in a single sharp motion. The roots slammed into empty earth. Without ceremony, L flung the young man aside and raised his hand. Flames gathered instantly. A blazing fire arrow screamed forward and crashed into the monster's enormous body. From behind, Debo let out a sharp laugh of relief. That was the power he expected, but the satisfaction lasted only a second. A thick branch snapped into place and intercepted the arrow, snuffing it out completely. Debo's grin vanished. L's expression didn't waver. It reacted faster than expected. Fine. He condensed another arrow, this one wrapped in a thin thread of telekinetic force. The projectile curved through the air, circling the demon tree in search of an opening. When the monster's focus shifted, L snapped his fingers and sent the arrow diving for its blind spot. One clean hit. That was all he needed. Yet the demon tree moved as if it had eyes everywhere. A branch whipped around at the last instant and blocked the strike with perfect precision. The impact scattered sparks across its bark. L's eyes widened slightly as the reality settled in. His magic wasn't breaking through. Behind him, Deepwood didn't hesitate. He turned and bolted. Even as he fled, he shouted back a warning that tore through the air. Standing there meant death. If magic couldn't pierce it, survival meant running. The others heard the urgency in his voice and followed, scrambling to escape. Even as he ran, L's mind kept turning. The attack itself wasn't ineffective. A normal creature would never have blocked that fire arrow. The real obstacle was the cluster of branches crowning its head. That was the shield. The demon tree closed the distance in seconds. Its massive limb crashed down toward them. The strike missed its mark, but the shockwave alone hurled both of them through the air. The monster pressed the advantage instantly. The thorn branches whipped down to finish the job. L reacted on instinct. His telekinesis seized a chunk of broken rock and lifted their bodies upward in a sharp pull. The whipping strike sliced through empty space beneath them. They dropped back to the ground in a cloud of dust. Deebwa coughed hard, forcing out a strained laugh as relief washed over him. That save had been clean. L cut him off before he could say more. The stump monsters were his responsibility now. The giant one belonged to L. Deebwa spun around, and only then noticed the smaller monsters closing in from every side. The realization hit like a punch. He barely had time to curse before L surged forward. His sudden burst of speed left Deebwa staring. There was no hesitation in that charge. L slipped past another sweeping strike and caught the monster's reaction. It feared being hit. Flames gathered in his palm, and a fire arrow streaked straight for its face. From behind, Deebwa felt frustration gnawed in his chest. Charging in without a clear plan felt reckless. Running still seemed like the only sane option. The branch snapped up and deflected the arrow exactly as expected. Deebwa's thoughts hardened in grim confirmation, until the monster's massive eyes flared wide. A second fire arrow slammed into it from behind. Shock rippled through Deebwa as he understood. L was already controlling the projectile midair, bending its path for another strike. The branches were faster than anticipated, too agile to outmaneuver while attacking at the same time. But L's focus sharpened. Reaching level 2 meant casting twice. He drove the arrow down from above, and the explosion shredded several of the branch clusters crowning the monster's head. A raw, furious cry tore from the demon tree as fragments rained to the ground. Nearby, Deebwa fought to keep the encroaching stump monsters at bay, steel and flame clashing against wood as the battlefield split into two desperate struggles. Watching the exchange unfold, Deebwa felt a surge of disbelief. One arrow followed another without pause. No matter how fast that monster moved, it couldn't evade a chain of strikes like that. Even a boss creature had limits. As L's arrows tore into its body and forced a howl of pain from its core, Deebwa could only stare. A man who fought like that barely seemed human. His awe shattered when he caught movement in his peripheral vision. The smaller tree monsters had slipped past him. They were already charging straight for L. Panic punched through his chest, and he shouted a warning, cursing himself for letting them through. There were too many, and he lost track of several. Before the swarm could close in, L flicked his control backward. The returning arrow carved through the rushing stumps and blasted them apart in a single sweep. He glanced at Deebwa with open disappointment, questioning whether even these minor pests were beyond him. The giant demon tree didn't waste the opening. The instant the pressure from the arrow eased, its massive limb came crashing down at L. He sprang back to dodge, irritation flashing through his thoughts. A single lapse had nearly cost him. Another branch whipped in immediately after, faster and more vicious. L was still airborne, with nothing to push off from. The strike was about to smash into his face when Deebwa burst in from the side. He grabbed L and yanked him clear while his axe flashed upward, severing the incoming branch in a clean arc. They hit the ground together, rolling through dust and splinters before finding their footing. Deebwa straightened with a grin, chest heaving, pride written all over his face. He just evened the score. L answered with a small smile and a curt acknowledgement. Useful at last. Flames gathered again around L, coalescing into two fire arrows that hovered at his sides. With the lesser monsters gone, Deebwa stepped forward to join him without hesitation. At L's signal, the arrows shot out in tandem. One detonated against a branch and tore it away. The demon tree reacted instantly, sacrificing another limb to intercept the second projectile. Its movements were brutally decisive. That decision exposed it for a heartbeat. Deebwa was already underneath its guard. He surged in low and drove his axe upward, hacking into the thick, sap-bleeding limb that had just swatted aside the arrow, his strike landing at the exact moment the monster tried to recover. L's timing matched Deewa's perfectly. As the axe carved upward, L bent the arrow's path and drove it through the exposed branches, ripping a shriek of pain from the demon tree. The combined assault pushed it to the edge, and rage surged through its towering body. While L still hovered in midair, the branches crowning its head snapped toward him from both sides. A pincer strike. L read it instantly and split the defense without hesitation. He took one side and called the other for Deewa. Steel and flame moved in unison. The axe hacked sideways while the arrow tore through the opposing arc, splintering another wave of branches. Deewa didn't stop when gravity dragged him down. Somehow his hand found purchase on the rough trunk. He clung to it and sprinted upward like a climbing beast, closing the distance in seconds. His axe rose and fell in savage rhythm, shredding every pale branch in his path. The counterattack came from his blind spot. A massive limb smashed into him from behind. The impact rattled his skull, his vision flashing white as blood burst from his mouth. Before he could recover, the demon tree's moss split open, angling to swallow him whole. L moved from below. His telekinesis seized a slab of rock and hurled it upward, wedging it between Deewa and the closing jaws. The monster reacted just as fast. A brutal swing shattered the stone platform seconds after Deewa landed on it. The ground spun beneath him. L's focus sharpened again. Dozens of rocks ripped free and rose into the air, forming a scattered staircase. Deewa leapt from one to the next, using them as fleeting footholds to weave through the storm of whipping branches. L didn't ease the pressure. His arrow circled relentlessly, striking, retreating, and striking again, forcing the demon tree to split its attention. Its gaze darted back and forth, struggling to track both threats. That was the opening. L's voice cut through the chaos with a single command. Deewa surged forward the instant the monster's focus slipped. He closed the final gap and poured everything he had into one descending swing, driving the axe straight into the creature's eye. The blade connected with a sickening crunch. Dark fluid burst from the wound as the eye ruptured. A thunderous scream ripped from the demon tree, and its massive body reeled backward under the shock of the blow. And a violent recoil shattered his balance so completely that Deewa could no longer keep hold of the axe. It slipped from his grip, and he dropped hard toward the ground. By sheer luck, he managed to land without breaking anything, but the fall did nothing to cool the fire raging in his chest. His eyes locked onto the monster, blazing with pure battle hunger. He slammed his foot into the earth and growled that it was not over yet. In the next instant, he launched himself forward like a missile. The moment L saw him move, he understood. His telekinesis surged out and wrapped around the embedded weapon. With a sharp flick of his hand, the axe was torn free from the monster's eye and shot straight back into Deewa's waiting palm. Steel met flesh again, and with a weapon in hand, his confidence surged. He barked at the creature to open its mouth, because he still had dessert prepared. The axe whistled through the air and crushed the remaining eye, ripping another scream from the monster as darkness swallowed its vision. Pain twisted the creature into a frenzy. It crushed the agony down and whipped around, slamming L to the ground below. Its jaws split wide as it lunged to finish him in a single bite. But L, moving from behind, refused to let that happen. The instant the mouth opened, he unleashed two blazing fire arrows straight into its throat. They struck deep and detonated inside its core. From the outside, the tree monster convulsed as flames devoured it from within, its entire body erupting in a burning howl. Only then did Deewa finally sink to the ground and drag in several ragged breaths, forcing strength back into his limbs. L strode up from behind with steady confidence and praised his fight. Deewa shot him a glance and muttered toward L, and together they turned to stare at the charred corpse collapsing before them. Time slipped forward to evening. Inside a small, quiet house, a little girl sat alone, murmuring that it was already late and she should eat before going to sleep. She clasped her hands and softly thanked the meal. At that exact moment, a knock echoed from outside. Curiosity flickered across her face, and she hurried to the door, calling out to ask who was there. The words died in her throat the second it opened. She froze, eyes wide at the familiar silhouette standing drenched in blood. Her voice trembled as she whispered if it was really her brother, and her shaking hand tightened around her clothes. "I'm home," Deewa murmured from the other side of the door, and the simple words shattered the dam in the little girl's eyes. Tears spilled down her cheeks as she threw herself into his arms and welcomed him back. He held her tightly, blood still clinging to his clothes, while the fragile warmth of home wrapped around them. The scene shifts to a wooden house swallowed by silence. Inside, Elle stood beside a bed, staring at a figure lying motionless with a bruised arm. A photograph resting on a nearby table made it clear this person carried immense weight in his heart. His expression hardened into ice as his gaze settled on the corpse. In a voice stripped of warmth, he uttered a single command. Then flames bloomed in his palm. Fire magic roared to life, and without a flicker of hesitation, he set the house ablaze. The rising inferno reflected in his eyes for a brief moment before he turned and walked away, leaving everything behind to burn. Morning arrived with the dull rustle of paperwork. Abyss sat buried in documents, grinding his teeth over the upcoming senior gate subjugation meant for 100 adventurers. He muttered about the pressure of choosing the right team, knowing Lord Racken was overseeing the operation and that failure would ruin him. This subjugation involved all 10 major merchant guilds, a grand event laced with danger and irresistible reward. The gates were rumored to hold rare treasures, even legendary items, but the risks were equally monstrous. His thoughts drifted to the 3 Natasha sisters of the Goldrich Merchant Guild, mages whose abilities defied what a mere 2 magic circles should allow. Compared to them, the adventurers from the Gaffer Merchant Guild felt insignificant. In truth, every one of the 10 major guilds fielded terrifying manpower. His own guild, by contrast, carried the worst reputation and the weakest standing, a fact that gnawed at him as he spoke under his breath. The door suddenly burst open. Abyss snapped upright in anger, demanding to know who dared enter without knocking. The rest of his words died instantly. Recognition flashed across his face, and he blurted out the man's name in shock. Racken stepped inside, as if the room already belonged to him, calmly taking Abyss's chair and asking about the progress of the gate team selection. Abyss lowered his head and apologized, admitting the process was not finished. Racken remarked that his pace was slower than usual and pressed him about the adventurer he had mentioned earlier. Swallowing hard, Abyss explained everything he knew about El Palm. Unease crept into his voice as he confessed his concern. The entire Chez party had been wiped out, leaving no survivors to verify what truly happened inside the gate. With no witnesses left alive, Abyss admitted the uncertainty gnawing at him. The man might truly be exceptional, but relying on guesswork for something this important was dangerous. His voice trailed off, yet Racken already grasped the meaning. He cut in smoothly and said they should simply test him again. The event came only once, and wasting it was not an option. A candidate team under observation could be assembled and sent to clear a nearby gate. With so many eyes inside, every detail of their abilities would be exposed. A thin, unsettling smile stretched across his face as the plan settled. Not long after, L's group received orders to report to the gate Racken had arranged. A crowd was already gathered there, far larger than usual, and the sight made Debor raise a brow in surprise. He muttered about the number of adventurers present. From across the staging area, a sharp voice called out to L and assigned them to Group 5th. The order came from a man in worn, shabby clothes whose expression dripped with disdain. His teammates mirrored that contempt, staring at L's group as if they were filth stuck to a boot. A quick sweep of the surroundings told the same story. Hostility lingered in nearly every gaze. They were not welcome here. Among seasoned adventurers, slaves were treated as burdens, an unspoken rule etched into their culture. These groups carried themselves differently from the fallen Chev's party. The aura around them hinted at awakened magic circles and hardened experience. They looked strong enough to fight without relying on slave bait at all. While El weighed this in silence, Abyss arrived with 2 guards at his side and called for attention. He kept his words short, announcing that the trial would begin within minutes and that anyone who proved their worth would be granted an opportunity. A man with a red bandana frowned and demanded clarification. Abyss answered with a measured smile, explaining that the reward was a chance to join the 100-person gate. Shock rippled through the crowd at the mention of that massive operation. He continued, promising special treatment to those who demonstrated real strength inside this gate. Excitement surged and voices rose in a restless buzz. Only El remained unmoved, piecing together the intention behind the spectacle. This entire setup was a calculated test. Abyss urged them to give everything they had. Then, in a single flow of motion, the assembled adventurers advanced and poured into the gate built to carry 40 souls. Light twisted around them, and they emerged on the other side into an unfamiliar world. The landscape on the other side barely shifted. Trees stretched in every direction, thick and familiar. The man with the red bandana clicked his tongue and muttered that it was just another forest gate. He quickly took charge, ordering everyone to split up, scout the area, gather anything valuable, and regroup when the signal came. The larger force fractured into smaller units that scattered between the trees, and in the process, El and Debois were left standing on their own. Elsewhere, the mage's squad moved with sharp discipline. Their leader wasted no time, telling them they were on a tight clock and a focus only on hunting. A girl at the rear answered immediately, addressing him as Lord Dolan. As he scanned the terrain ahead, a faint rustling caught his attention. Behind a tree, a small spider-shaped creature crept into view. It looked fragile, almost pathetic. Dolan scoffed at the sight and dismissed it as a worthless mushroom monster. Blue energy condensed in his palm, forming a tight sphere that he hurled forward without hesitation. The impact triggered a compact explosion as elemental burst magic tore through the air. He turned away in boredom, telling the others to collect the mana stone and move on. But as the smoke thinned, the monster was still there. Its body bore only shallow scratches. The sight froze Dolan mid-step. Shock rippled across his face as he stammered that a creature capable of shrugging off a first-level spell made no sense. A black-haired teammate stepped in front of him with a weapon drawn, calmly insisting that numbers were on their side. The reassurance shattered when sharp, Whistling sounds flooded the forest. Dolan's voice cut through the tension with a warning that something was wrong. Within seconds, shapes poured from every direction. Mushroom monsters emerged in swarms until the group found itself sealed inside a living ring of enemies. Someone cursed that they were completely surrounded. Steel and magic collided with chitin and flesh as a brutal struggle erupted. The fight dragged on, draining breath and strength, but eventually the last creature fell. Dolan stood there heaving, sweat streaking his face as he declared the horde finished. The lone girl in the group scanned the battlefield and spoke up, her voice tight with concern. The monsters were far stronger than expected. Dolan fell silent, weighing the situation. He finally admitted they were facing an endless tide. If the assaults continued at this pace, exhaustion would claim them long before victory did, and once their strength failed, their lives would follow. They decided to abandon the earlier arrangement and rush the boss before their stamina was drained by endless minor fights. Back on L's side, he stated flatly that most of the other teams would reach the same conclusion. Dubois, still breathing hard like an enraged bull, admitted the logic held. Then irritation crept into his voice as he demanded to know why L was standing there talking instead of helping. L dismissed the concern with a glance, pointing out that only 3 monsters remained. After forcing his breathing under control, Dubois straightened and reminded him they were supposed to avoid wasting time. He pushed to advance and crush the insects ahead. L's response cut through the air like steel. He ordered him to finish clearing the monsters first. The command jolted Dubois, who shot back in confusion, reminding him of what he had just said moments earlier. Eck broke it down with cold precision. Every other group would rush the boss, which was exactly why they would not. This trial was not judged solely on who landed the killing blow. Efficiency in clearing monsters mattered just as much. A crowd gathering at the boss's chamber would only multiply the danger. Hidden intentions thrived in chaos. People rarely revealed their schemes openly. They buried them deep and waited for the right moment. Something about this gate felt wrong to him. As he spoke, his eyes lifted briefly toward the sky, tension coiling beneath his calm exterior. Meanwhile, Dolan's squad pressed forward with their plan to confront the boss directly. As they moved through the forest, the girl suddenly pointed off to the side and called for his attention. Everyone followed her gesture and spotted a small stone platform framed by 2 pillars. Recognition flashed in Dolan's eyes, and a thin smile appeared. Finding an exit point this quickly was a stroke of luck. He told them to mark it and keep moving. The girl acknowledged the order at once. Then the green shirt teammate ahead of them exploded into wild laughter. The sound was sharp and unhinged, echoing through the trees. Dolan's expression darkened with irritation as he snapped at him to stop. The laughter only grew louder, teetering on the edge of hysteria. Dolan's patience snapped, and he warned that the noise would draw monsters straight to them. The man turned back toward them at last. His face was wrong. His mouth stretched in a grin, while his eyes trembled with something close to tears. Sweat streamed down his skin, and the veins in his face bulged, as if he were fighting his own body. Every muscle strained in a desperate attempt to suppress the laughter, yet it kept tearing out of him against his will. Dolan's face twisted in disbelief as the scene unfolded in front of him, a sharp curse slipping out before he could stop it. Then the laughter started. It rose from behind him in a warped chorus, and when he spun around, his stomach dropped. The entire group was drowning in a spreading purple mist. His instinct screamed the answer immediately. Poison gas. No hesitation. No heroics. Survival came first. He bolted for the gate, abandoning the others without a second glance. A heavy sniffing sound rumbled through the air behind him. He glanced back and saw it. The source of the nightmare. A giant mushroom towered there, grotesque and swollen, its body riddled with holes that pumped out thick clouds of violet smoke like a living bellows. The poison poured straight into his lungs. His vision wavered. His chest tightened, and then the laughter tore out of him uncontrollably. It wasn't joy. It was madness forced through poison breath. Far from that chaos, L's group moved quietly along a riverbank. Dubois walked in silence, his thoughts circling back to the previous day. He hadn't wanted to fight then. The same reluctance still clung to him. As the thoughts settled in his mind, a sudden flash split the sky. His head snapped up. A flare burned overhead. A signal. They found the boss, Dubois shouted. Both of them broke into a sprint toward the flare's origin. When they arrived and saw the other groups already gathered, surprise flickered across Dubois' face. They had agreed to signal if the swarm was spotted, but he hadn't expected anyone to actually follow through so cleanly. L barely reacted to Dubois' muttering. His attention locked onto the formation ahead. One squad was missing. A man with a red bandana stepped forward as they approached, his voice cutting through the murmurs. Looks like everyone's here. I'll explain the situation again. Before he could continue, Jubber at his side interrupted, her eyes scanning the crowd. Dolan's squad still hadn't arrived. Forget them, Iburu said flatly. We've waited long enough. We located the insect's nest and moved to secure it. That's when we saw Dolan's entire group get wiped out. The boss guarding it is a berserk poison mushroom. The words hit like a shockwave. Jubera's composure shattered, and a cry ripped out of her throat. A berserk poison mushroom? A ripple of uneasy whispers spread through the crowd. Fear traveled faster than reason. Several voices overlapped, each darker than the last. With that many people and still no certainty of victory, the conclusion they reached was grim. A berserk poison mushroom wasn't an enemy you defeated head-on. Meeting one usually meant abandoning any fantasy of conquest and focusing on a single goal: finding the exit and running. Deebwa stood in the middle of the murmuring storm, completely out of his depth. The tension in the air pressed down on him, and he turned to El, confusion written across his face. He asked whether the boss was truly the infamous monster everyone feared. The moment El heard the name again, the weight of it settled firmly in his mind. Of course it was that one. At his current strength, it was the worst possible opponent. The poison cloud alone created an invisible wall he couldn't cross. Numbers meant nothing against a creature like that. Throwing more bodies at it wouldn't change the outcome. The only viable option was to rely on long-range attacks. Yet weak strikes would bounce off its hide without leaving a scratch. It was durable, fast, and merciless. After giving the crowd enough time to spiral through their arguments, the man with the red bandana lifted his voice and delivered the news that silenced them. The boss was stationed directly in front of the exit. If they wanted to leave, there was no path except straight through it. Deebwa puffed out his chest, as if the declaration alone had challenged his pride. He bragged loudly that a single fire arrow from him would be enough, dismissing the monster as if it were just another obstacle. His boast didn't survive a second. El cut him off with an icy warning, telling Deebwa to shut up before reckless confidence killed them all. His fire arrow wouldn't even wound that thing. The words drained the color from Deebwa's face. He stared in disbelief and demanded to know why. El answered in a calm, measured tone. If even the lesser creatures roaming the area were that resilient, the boss would be on an entirely different level. Faced with that logic, Deebwa had nothing left to argue. Ibiru released a tired breath and muttered that he was only stating the obvious, frustration creeping into his voice. He barely finished before his teammate snapped him back to reality, reminding him there was no time to complain. They needed a solution, not bitterness. El stepped forward and raised his hand, cutting through the tension with a proposal that froze everyone in place. He named a price: 50,000 mio from each person. With 30 people gathered, it totaled 1.5 million. In exchange, he and his partner would act as bait, drawing the monster's attention long enough for the rest to escape. El answered by pointing straight at Deebwa behind him, and at Deebwa standing to the side. The words slammed into Deebwa like a brick. His thoughts tangled instantly, and he grabbed his head in disbelief, trying to process what El had just volunteered him for. Across from them, Ibiru exploded in anger. He accused El of arrogance, and warned that baiting a monster like that wasn't the same as tricking lesser creatures. If the lure failed and they were caught, everyone would be dragged down with them. In a high-level gate, slaves were liabilities, nothing more. Then his gaze shifted to Deebwa, and his contempt sharpened. A man who hadn't even awakened, yet was supposed to help. What could a slave and a mere second-circle mage possibly accomplish? The insult burned. Deebwa's jaw tightened as rage surged through him. They weren't just doubting the plan. They were belittling him outright, trying to shove him into the role of expendable bait. El didn't rise to the provocation. His expression stayed flat as he returned a single question. What alternative did they have? If a better strategy existed, they wouldn't have fired a signal flare and gathered everyone in desperation. Then he clarified their strength without hesitation. His team consisted of a second circle mage and a first circle mage. Deebwa stared at his wrist, as if seeing it for the first time. Shock flashed across his face before it twisted into wild excitement. He babbled about awakening and declared himself a genius, his voice cracking with disbelief. El ignored the outburst completely and pressed the others. Did their group even have 2 mages to match that? Ibiru fell silent, caught without an answer. Before the tension could harden again, Jubara, the leader of the other squad, stepped forward. If El truly intended to act as bait, she would pay. The only problem was the money. They hadn't brought that much with them. El waved the concern aside. Payment could wait until they escaped. If they failed to get out alive, the debt would vanish with them. The only condition was unanimous agreement. The choice now rested entirely in their hands. Cornered by reality, the crowd accepted. With no safer path available, they aligned themselves behind El's plan and advanced toward the exit guarded by the berserk poison mushroom. The creature was still crouched over the remains of Dolan's group, savoring its grisly feast. While it focused on tearing apart its prey, a streak of fire cut through the air. The arrow struck its head dead on and erupted in a sharp explosion, smoke curling from the impact point. The one who had fired it stood revealed without surprise. It was El. He had fired that shot for one reason only: to seize the monster's focus. The instant the arrow landed, El snapped a warning to Deebwa. The moment the swarm reacted, they would run. Fear crept into Deebwa's voice as he asked if there was truly no other way. But the answer came from the monster itself. Its eyes flared with violent light as it locked onto them, and in the next heartbeat it launched forward like a living engine of flesh and poison. "It's coming," El said, already turning to sprint. Deebwa caught a glimpse of its speed and felt his breath hitch. The distance between them evaporated far too quickly. Shock chased him forward as the pursuit began in earnest. the berserk poison mushroom tearing after L's group with relentless momentum. Seizing the opening, Jubra barked orders for everyone to activate the gate before the bait was crushed. She barely needed to speak. Panic had already driven the others into motion. They surged toward the exit point, and one of them slammed the switch. Energy flared as the gate formed. Her voice rang out again, urging them through. One by one, they dove into the portal and vanished. Behind them, Elle and Debo were still running. Their escape line was cut short when a cluster of small mushroom creatures swarmed into their path. Elle's irritation surfaced in a low curse. He poured magic into his axe and swung with brutal force. The blade carved through the tiny monsters in a single sweeping arc, splitting them apart and clearing the way. Even without full awakening, the strike was devastating. But the delay cost them. The enraged boss closed the gap, its massive form looming right behind Debo. Its maw stretched wide, ready to clamp down on him. A burst of fire slammed into its head from Elle's side and hurled it backward. As expected, the direct hit did little more than stagger it. Elle fired again, targeting the same point, but this time the creature twisted aside at the last instant. He refused to let the attack in there. With a sharp pull of telekinesis, he bent the arrow's path and sent it whipping back in front of the monster, forcing it to hesitate as the flaming projectile cut across its vision. The maneuver bought them a fragment of space, yet the advantage was thin. The berserk poison mushroom surged forward again, its claws slicing through the air, just a breath behind them. "It's catching up," Debo shouted, panic cracking his voice. A jagged fissure split the ground ahead of them. The instant Elle saw it, he ordered him to jump. They hit the edge at full speed and threw themselves into the gap, the monster's strike slamming down a heartbeat too late. As they dropped, Debo twisted back and hurled an insult at the creature, flashing at a crude gesture. Behind him, Elle formed another fire arrow and sent it crashing into the monster's body. It was nothing more than a parting shot, a final distraction before gravity claimed them. They plunged into the water below and were seized by the current, dragged downstream in a violent rush. After a struggle against the flow, they managed to claw their way onto the shore. Debo bent over, dragging air into his lungs, and demanded to know what kind of nightmare they had just faced. Elle wrung the water from his clothes and answered plainly. It was the boss of this territory, and killing it would require serious preparation. The words left Debo staring at him in disbelief. He laughed awkwardly, certain he had misheard. "Kill it," Elle confirmed without hesitation. The shock snapped into protest. Debo barked that this had to be a joke. Elle only looked at him, puzzled by the resistance. They had entered the gate to hunt monsters. That logic no longer held, Debo argued. Facing a berserk poison mushroom was different. There was such a thing as retreat. His thoughts spiraled. Their job had been to act as bait and escape. How were they supposed to defeat something that shrugged off their strongest attacks? By Elle's own admission, a direct fight meant death. Elle read the turmoil written across his face and answered calmly. The circumstances had shifted. The contest that had constrained them was finished, and with it went many of their risks. On top of that, eliminating the boss would bring an additional reward. His gaze hardened as he asked a sharper question. Was Debo planning to break their contract? The accusation stunned him for a second before instinct pushed back. He insisted he had no intention of backing out, but if they were doing this, the payment had to increase. Elle's expression eased into a thin smile as he agreed. Debo's voice cuts through the tension as doubt finally spills out of him. He stares straight at Elle's blank expression and demands an answer. If arrows and swords can't even scratch that monster, then what exactly are they supposed to use to kill it? He makes it clear he has no intention of throwing his life away for nothing. If there's a real method to bring that thing down, he wants to hear it now. Outside the gate, the scene is already in chaos. Groups of adventurers pour out one after another, fleeing far earlier than anyone expected. Watching them emerge, Abyss can't hide his surprise. This was supposed to be a 40-man gate, yet they're already retreating. There's no way they could have cleared it that fast. He steps forward and questions Jubara, his gaze sharp as he asks what happened inside. He notes that several people seem to be missing and presses her on whether they're still trapped in there. Jubara answers without hesitation. They failed. Dolan's entire group was wiped out, and El Palm is still inside. The only reason the rest of them escaped was because El and his teammates stayed behind his bait. The boss monster is an absolute nightmare. A berserk poison mushroom, far beyond anything they could handle. Hearing this, Abyss's expression darkens into a deep frown. To him, it sounds like they did nothing except run. Jubara immediately cuts in, realizing Abyss doesn't grasp the scale of what they faced. He stresses again that the boss is a berserk poison mushroom, monstrously powerful and impossible to fight head-on. They never even had a chance. Abyss listens in silence, then turns to his guards and orders them to move out. He's going back. Jubara quickly steps forward and calls after him, urging him to wait. El Palm's group hasn't come out yet. The gate is still open, which means they might still be alive inside. Abyss stops just long enough to shoot her a cold reply. They won't survive. It's only a matter of time, and she said herself. A berserk poison mushroom leaves no survivors. If she wants to stand around and wait, she can do it alone. He has no time to waste. With that, he turns and walks away without another glance. As he leaves, Contempt festers in his thoughts. To him, they're nothing but a pack of incompetents crushed by bad luck. The two remaining groups inside have no chance of killing that monster. It's a lost cause. He refuses to waste another second on an ordinary disaster like this. What he seeks is a true adventure. Someone capable of overturning the impossible. Someone who can actually bring down a creature like that. Back inside, El stands alone atop a jagged rock. He raises his bow in a smooth, practiced motion and draws a fire arrow, aiming into the darkness with unwavering focus. A quiet murmur slips from his lips as he locks onto his target. The hunt begins. His fingers release, and the arrow tears forward in a streak of flame. From his distant vantage point, every movement is deliberate. El isn't shooting blindly. He knows exactly what he's hunting and why. The monster moves with a speed and resilience far beyond anything they've fought before, and the poisonous mist rolling off its body turns every step into a gamble. Closing the distance would be suicide. The only viable option is to stay far away and strike from range. But El knows his current magic fire arrows lack the raw force to finish the job. A normal shot won't pierce deeply enough. He tightens his focus and turns to the one method only possible in the Maple world. By wrapping telekinesis around the arrow and twisting it mid-flight, he can multiply its velocity and piercing power. It's a desperate technique he conceived specifically for a battle like this, a skill meant to bend impossible odds in his favor. Revolver. The moment the thought settles, the launch fire spear is already screaming toward the giant mushroom. The arrow slams into its massive body and drills straight through, ripping a shriek of agony from the berserk poison mushroom. Driven by a brutal spinning force, the projectile tears a tunnel through its flesh. Watching from his perch, El feels a flash of frustration. He aimed for the head to end it instantly, but the shot landed off target. That mistake will cost him. In his sight, the revolver juts from the monster's upper left side, a grievous wound that still fails to slow it. The beast erupts into a mad roar and whips its body toward the arrow's origin, locking onto El as he draws his bow again. Without hesitation, it drops to all fours and explodes forward, charging like a rabid hound straight for the cliff. El fires another flaming arrow, but the creature's sudden burst of speed lets it slip aside at the last instant. Pressure tightens around him. Using the revolver while repositioning is clumsy, and the technique's cooldown drags on far too long. He calculates the distance closing between them and reaches a single conclusion. The fight has to end before the monster reaches him. As the berserk poison mushroom surges up to the base of the cliff, El unleashes another revolver. The enraged beast twists again and evades by a hair. Then its movements falter for a fraction of a second, as if it has sensed something hidden. It releases a string of guttural, incomprehensible roars. From above, El's voice cuts sharply through the air. Now, the instant the command echoes, Deebwa springs into action. Hidden below, he jerks the rope in his grip with all his strength. The tension snaps tight around the berserk poison mushroom and rips its balance away, sending the massive body tumbling forward. It crashes hard into the swamp ahead, sinking into the thick mud. Before it can fully recover, Deebwa's axe whistles through the air at blinding speed. The enraged creature barely registers the attack before steel buries itself in its face and blood sprays in a violent arc. Deebwa yanks the rope, and the axe tears free, snapping back into his hand. The swamp is already doing its work. As the monster struggles in the mud, the smoking vents across its body clog shut, sealing off the poisonous mist it relied on. Watching it flail, Deebwa lifts a hand in open mockery, savoring the first clean breath of air since the fight began. Now the field finally feels even, and he invites the trapped beast to keep struggling. From above, El studies the scene with cold focus. He measures every movement and silently checks the conditions. The entire plan hinged on dragging the monster into the swamp. Monster hunting follows a simple rule: strip away the enemy's greatest advantage. Submerged in the mud, the berserk poison mushroom has lost a weapon that made it untouchable. Below, Deebwa locks eyes with the thrashing creature and taunts it, pointing out its sealed pores and helpless state. Magic floods into the axe as he swings. Mid-arc, he releases it and the weapon rockets forward again. The monster reacts just in time to raise an arm, but the blade still slams deep into its palm. Deebwa immediately hauls it back and throws again, repeating the motion in a relentless rhythm. Each strike hacks into flesh as if he's carving a block of wood. Blood splashes with every impact, painting the swamp in dark streaks. After dozens of blows, the creature begins to adapt. Timing the pattern, it lashes out and bats the axe aside. In the same motion, it surges forward through the mud, gathering all its remaining fury into a single charge aimed straight at Deebwa. But that reckless rush falls exactly within the bounds of their design. They didn't drag the monster into the swamp just to clog its vents. The terrain itself is a weapon. A dark, sucking marsh is the worst possible ground for any creature that depends on speed. The berserk poison mushroom learns that lesson immediately. After only a few strides, its momentum collapses, its movements dragging as if an unseen weight is chained to its limbs. From above, El seizes the opening and drives another fire spear straight down. With its speed crippled, the monster can't evade in time and is forced to block. It throws up an arm, but that defense means little. The twisting arrow bores into its palm, drilling deeper as the creature screams. A violent explosion tears through the impact point, smoke swallowing its upper body. Behind the blast, Deebwa squints into the haze and mutters a sharp question about whether it's finally over. The answer rises in the smoke as the monster's silhouette remains standing. He spits a curse at the sight of the stubborn thing, still breathing. From his vantage point, El cuts in with a precise command. The weak point is the core in its head. That's where the killing blow has to land. Deebwa answers instantly. His axe whips toward the monster's head in a lethal arc. At the last possible instant, the berserk poison mushroom reacts. Its hand snaps up and clamps around the axe handle. Using the captured weapon as leverage, it yanks hard and drags Deebwa off his footing, hauling him straight toward its body. El has already read the danger. With a flick of telekinesis, he rips a nearby log free and hurls it forward. The spinning trunk slams into the monster's face, staggering it. Deebwa catches a jutting branch as it passes, using the momentum to redirect himself. While the creature frantically bats the trunk aside and searches for its target, Deebwa has already slipped from its sight. He flips through the air and drives a brutal kick into its mushroom crown. The impact rips out a shriek like an animal at slaughter. He doesn't linger to trade blows. The moment his feet touch ground, he retreats, widening the gap. His hand snaps the rope tight as he works to reclaim the axe. Using scattered floating rocks as stepping points, he circles the enraged monster in constant motion, hunting for the next opening. Seeing the pattern form, Deebwa joins the assault. He exerts his will over the swamp itself, dragging muddy water upward into a shifting veil. The thick screen rolls between them and the beast, smothering its vision and deepening its confusion as the trap tightens around it. Deebwa drives several sharp streams of water straight at the monster's face. The sudden barrage forces it to throw up its hands in defense, and through the distorted curtain it catches sight of a shadow winding up for an axe strike. Instinct takes over. The enraged creature roars and rams its claws forward, tearing through the water screen to skewer the attacker. Its strike meets nothing but empty air. Deebwa is already gone. In the same heartbeat, he has slipped behind the monster. His axe carves a brutal arc and bites cleanly into its neck. The spinning force carries through the cut, and the berserk poison mushroom's head shears off in a single decisive stroke. The severed mass slams into the mud while the headless body remains standing for a frozen second in the swamp. Deebwa staggers back, chest heaving from strain. He flashes a thumbs up toward El, a silent signal of victory. From above, El's expression softens into a brief smile, then shatters. In his sight, the headless corpse twitches, muscles convulse, and the towering body suddenly swings a massive fist. The blow crashes into Deebwa and hurls him violently across the swamp. The creature pivots toward the cliff and unleashes a maddened roar. El's mind races. The head is gone. It should be finished. He snaps another fire arrow into place and fires. The projectile detonates in a rolling blast, but the headless monster reacts with unnatural speed and jerks backward, slipping clear of the explosion. A cold realization settles in. Something about this enemy defies normal rules. El channels telekinesis and wrenches upward, ripping the entire log beneath the monster into the air. The creature uses the sudden lift to its advantage. It springs toward the cliff in a single explosive leap and slams onto the rock face beneath El. Its limbs cling to the stone as it begins to climb, crawling upward with the steady precision of a spider. Sweat beads along El's brow. His quiver is empty save for one final arrow. There will be no second attempt, no cooldown to fall back on. A careless shot means death. Below, Deebwa stirs amid the mud and forces himself upright, rage burning through the haze of impact. His voice rips across the battlefield in raw fury as the monster continues its relentless ascent. With a final burst of strength, Deebwa hurled the axe in his hand straight at the berserk poison mushroom. It was his violent chop ultimate skill unleashed without restraint, and the monster failed to register the danger in time. The spinning blade carved cleanly across its body, slicing it in half midsection. The lower half dropped and crashed to the ground. Watching from below, Deebwa's face lit up with triumph. That's what you get. The victory lasted less than 3 seconds. His grin froze as his eyes snapped wide open. The upper half of the berserk poison mushroom was still moving, clawing its way upward as if being cut in 2 meant nothing. Watch out, Deebwa shouted. At the same instant, the staff in El's grip flared with light, and he fired a shot directly at it. The monster reacted with disturbing speed. The moment it sensed the incoming strike, it released the cliff with one arm and twisted aside. As it shifted, something grotesque revealed itself inside its torn body. A hidden face emerging from the flesh, grinning with smug satisfaction, certain it had outplayed them. Its laughter never finished. El's voice cut through the air, flat and icy. So that's your real head. Thanks for showing me. In the creature's view, the earlier shot finally made sense. It hadn't been a killing blow at all, only a flare fired to force out its secret. From below, Deebwa stared in disbelief. A flare gun. The whole exchange had been baked. The instant the truth was exposed, El acted. Another fire spear erupted from his weapon and punched straight into the concealed face, blasting it off the cliff. The spear drilled deeper, ripping through the berserk poison mushroom's core and tearing into that shrieking visage until its screams choked and died. Its body followed, skewered and dragged by the force of the strike before detonating in the distance. The explosion vomited out every trace of its poisonous gas in a violent burst. Debo wiped the sweat from his brow, shaken by how vicious the fight remained even at the end. Before the fumes could reach him, El extended his will, guiding a rope that coiled tightly around Debo and hauled him upward to safety. I really thought I was finished, Debo blurted the second his feet touched the ground. Purple fog rolled thick across the battlefield, swallowing the terrain in a choking haze. Debo squinted into it and muttered, "It's over, right?" "Yeah, good work. We grab the magic stones once the poison clears," El replied. The words had barely left his mouth before they died in his throat. Right in front of them, the corpse of the berserk poison mushroom twitched, then jerked violently upward. A blood-curdling scream tore out from inside its body. The core hadn't been fully destroyed. The monster convulsed and unleashed the rest of its toxic smoke in a single desperate burst, flooding the air around El and Debo. Watching the wave rush toward them, Debo could only let out a hollow laugh. The scene shifted to Abyss's office. After hearing the report, Rakin threw his head back and laughed. "So you pulled out after watching them crash and burn. Still as explosive as ever, huh?" Abyss stiffened beside him. "My apologies, sir. I believe the Cygnus Knights should handle this matter." A sharp knock cut through the room. Abyss's irritation flared instantly. He turned toward the door. "Didn't I say no interruptions? Get back." The door opened anyway. His anger froze on his face the moment he saw who stepped in. "I'm back," El said coldly. Rakin's eyes lit up as laughter burst out of him again. "Now this is interesting. Abyss, what kind of monster did you pick up? He looks like he just walked back from the grave." He faced El directly. "Nice to meet you. I'm Rakin. You're El Palm, right? You live up to the rumors. You're exactly the element this guild needs." El dipped his head. "Thank you for the praise, sir." Rakin's grin widened at the composed reply. "Good. I like that attitude. Let me ask you something. In a 100-man gate, do you think you'd survive?" El considered it for a brief moment before answering evenly. "It would be difficult." The blunt honesty silenced Rakin for a beat. Abyss, however, snapped. "Watch your tongue in front of Lord Rakin. Kneel and apologize, El." He sneered and warned them not to mistake registration as freedom, reminding them that the village still carried a crushing debt on its back. El simply closed his eyes and let the words wash over him without reaction. Rakin watched him in silence for a moment. Then a thin smile crept across his face. He muttered that things were tough, but not impossible, and declared he would skip the pleasantries and speak plainly. He fixed his gaze on El and demanded to know exactly what he wanted. Time slipped by, and the scene shifted to a noisy pub where El and Debo sat across from each other with mugs in hand. The moment Debo heard what El had asked of Rakin, he choked and sprayed his drink everywhere. 5 million meso per person meant 10 million for the pair of them, and he blurted out that the demand was outrageous. Beer dripped down El's face as he stared back with an icy expression that made Debo stumble over a rushed apology. He protested that the price was pure greed and insisted there was no way the offer would ever be accepted, already declaring their first deal a failure. El calmly reached for a towel, wiped his face clean, and stated with quiet certainty that acceptance was guaranteed. Debo still looked unconvinced, grumbling that El treated everything with the same detached calm. He warned that if the situation spiraled and Abyss lost his temper, the guild would blacklist them without hesitation. Their argument was cut short by a voice from behind, casually remarking that they looked far too relaxed for men who had just escaped death. DBO turned to see Iburu approaching with Jubra at his side, and irritation instantly flared. He slammed his palm on the table and snapped back, demanding how they dared speak that way to the person who had saved them, and challenged them to step outside and settle things properly. Before the tension could explode, Iburu and Jubra both lowered their heads. They admitted they had gravely underestimated the pair and confessed their lingering shame. Iburu explained that they had come to offer a sincere apology and placed a heavy pouch on the table, stating it contained a promised payment of 1,500,000 meso, with a little extra added as gratitude. D-Boy accepted the bag with an easy grin and tossed out a casual thanks, but El immediately cut in from the side, his voice sharp enough to halt the moment in its tracks. El stated flatly that they did not need the excess and would take exactly 1,500,000, not a single coin more or less. He added that he only accepted payment for completed work and had no interest in anyone's goodwill. His tone left no room for argument. Debo clicked his tongue beside him and muttered that if El planned to refuse the bonus, he should have said so earlier instead of raising his hopes and crushing them a second later. Still grumbling, he opened the pouch and carefully returned the extra coins. El then shifted his gaze to Iburu and called him by name, asking whether he would dare attempt something as reckless as that mission purely for money. The question hit like a blade. Iburu found himself unable to answer, his mouth opening and closing without a sound. The scene cut to Abyss's office, where his voice rang out in protest. He argued that 10 million meso was an absurd price, enough to hire several circle mages, and insisted that even a top candidate should not receive such blatant favoritism. To him, it looked like nothing more than extortion, and he pushed to summon L and renegotiate. Rakan responded with a calm glance and asked if Abyss truly believed the situation was that simple. He countered with a sharper possibility. What if L returned and demanded twice as much? The suggestion stunned Abyss into silence. To clarify, Rakan slid a sheet of paper across the desk and told him to read. The notice declared that the Gaffer Merchant Guild would dispatch only Elpalm's team for this operation. Abyss scanned the lines, initially confused, but as the meaning settled in, a chill crept down his spine and cold sweat formed on his brow. He snapped his head up and demanded confirmation. Rakan leaned back in his chair and answered evenly that if the information proved false, they would face serious consequences, emphasizing the heavy cost he had paid to secure it. Abyss clenched his teeth as a dark suspicion surfaced in his mind, wondering if the rumors about the Dark Lord gene were real after all. Rakan picked up a pen, leveled it toward him, and warned him not to make careless errors because the conflict was already underway. Time advanced to the day of the Red Gate raid. 100 participants gathered as adventurers erected tents and settled in to wait. Amid the restless crowd, El and Dibwa stood together. Dibwa glanced around the encampment, still sounding incredulous, as he admitted he could hardly believe their offer had actually been accepted. El cut off Dibwa's excitement at once and told him to keep his head clear and focus on the coming fight. Dibwa waved it off, claiming he was already a seasoned adventurer, but as his eyes swept over the gathered crowd, he muttered that the tension in the air was thick enough to choke on. A blond, middle-aged man approached them with an easy smile and greeted the newcomers, asking if they were from the Gopher Merchant Guild. He introduced himself as Shuden, an E-rank adventurer from the Guinness Merchant Guild. El answered without hesitation, stating his name and rank in a flat voice. The speed and confidence of his reply visibly startled Shuden. He blurted out his disbelief, wondering how a mere C rank had been allowed into a gate that supposedly admitted only higher circle mages. Before he could finish voicing his doubts, another voice cut in from behind, asking for a moment to speak with El. The speaker was a blonde girl clad in knightly attire. Shuden clicked his tongue in irritation when he saw her, muttering that El was already mixed up with that group, and that continuing the conversation was a waste of time. Then he turned and left. Seeing the girl stirred El's memory of his earlier exchange with Abyss. He had questioned the order he was given, asking why he needed to follow it, but Abyss had brushed him off and told him to stop prying and simply carry it out. The guild, he explained, would be cooperating with the Cygnus Knight Order on this operation, guided by the ideals of Empress Cygnus. That order was celebrated as the Empire's strongest military force and had recently begun taking interest in the gates. Most entry slots were already claimed by rival guilds, leaving this alliance as their only viable option. Even if the Knights sent only an amateur unit, the overall success rate would rise. Abyss admitted the order was likely pursuing its own agenda by approaching this gate, yet insisted that working with them was still advantageous. El had accepted the explanation on the surface, calling it a simple alliance, but privately he sensed the arrangement was far more complicated and that something hidden was moving beneath it. The present snapped back into focus as the blonde knight stepped forward and introduced herself as Kiri, leader of the Cygnus Knight Order's trainee team. She told El in a cold, measured tone to remember his position and not to get strange ideas just because they had exchanged a few words. She made it clear she had no interest in unnecessary trouble and expected him to stay silent and follow her commands. Her blunt warning instantly ignited Dibwa's anger across from her. Dibwa snapped back in disbelief, demanding to know what kind of attitude she thought she was showing. Kiri did not even glance at his irritation. She kept her eyes on El and asked if they were the only representatives sent by the Gopher Merchant Guild. El confirmed it in a steady voice. Kiri exhaled sharply and mocked that the Gopher Merchant Guild must have already given up. As her words hung in the air, more groups arrived. First came Crocus and his team from the Dig Merchant Guild, followed by Kubel leading the Merida Merchant Guild. Dibwa felt the shift immediately. Just standing near them, he could sense the pressure rolling off their leaders. The entire mood of the gathering tightened. Then 3 red-haired girls strode in with unmistakable confidence. They were the Natasha sisters from the Goldrich Merchant Guild. Kiri clicked her tongue in annoyance at their arrogant entrance. With their arrival, every major guild was now present. A voice suddenly echoed across the area as the appointed host stepped forward and introduced himself as Lonko, the guardian of the site and the one responsible for assisting anyone who escaped through the exit. He stated that while their managers had likely already briefed them, he would repeat the rules. Any legendary grade items obtained inside the gate would not belong to the adventurers in any capacity. Ownership would go directly to their respective associations, though appropriate compensation would be provided. They should consider themselves fortunate to keep the money they earned. He added a final warning that anyone attempting to steal supplies would be forced to confront a B-rank adventurer party. He gestured behind him, where 3 figures stood waiting. Dibwa's eyes locked onto the glowing circles on their wrists, and shock rippled through him. Each of them bore the mark of the 5th circle. The entire enforcement team consisted of Fifth Circle mages. Lonko concluded his announcement, wished them a safe return, and stepped aside. One by one, the parties began entering the gate. Kiri turned back to El and ordered him to follow her, declaring with absolute confidence that she alone would lead them to clear the gate successfully. Deebwa stared at her, stunned by the certainty in her voice and wondering if she had lost her mind to speak that way. El ignored his reaction entirely and moved without hesitation. He fixed his eyes on the gate and let his thoughts harden. Everything he had done until now had been for this moment, for a gate he had never once entered, not even in his previous life. Failure was not an option. The sequence he feared had already begun to move. With that realization settled, he called Deebwa to follow and stepped forward. Deebwa hurried after him with a snort, muttering that even if the others begged on their knees, he would not lift a finger to help them. A cold report echoed like a verdict carved in stone. Red Gate Raid. First entry summary. One guild after another was listed as wiped out. Genesis, Meridia, Dick, Sky, Elito, Goldrick. Every member is confirmed dead. Final result, total failure. The record snapped back to the moment they first crossed the threshold of the Red Gate. An endless plain stretched before them, wide and empty under an oppressive sky. Someone called for everyone to follow the lead, but Deebwa could not help staring in amazement at the sheer scale of it. Kiri's sharp voice cut through his awe, snapping that they were not there to sightsee and ordering him to move. Irritation flickered across his face as he turned to complain to El, only to stop mid-sentence when he saw El crouched low with his ear pressed to the ground. Confused, he demanded to know what he was doing. The answer arrived before the words did. In the distance, a thunder of footsteps rolled across the field, dragging a curtain of dust behind it. A herd of massive wild boars burst into view, their swollen muscles rippling as they charged, each one marked with a red ribbon tied around its body. The sound alone made the ground tremble. Someone shouted that they were ribbon boars and estimated their number at nearly 1,000. Panic rippled through the adventurers as the herd barreled toward them with the speed of racing machines. Kiri forced herself back into control and barked orders for everyone to spread out and divert the herd's attention. She reminded them that several parties had not yet fully entered, and that there was an unspoken rule against immediate interference. Though the others clicked their tongues in frustration, they obeyed and scattered in opposite directions. Calls rang out for regrouping, but some teams flatly refused and chose their own escape routes. The once unified formation shattered under the pressure of the charge. The boars did not ignore them. The herd split cleanly in two, each wave locking onto fleeing targets and pursuing them with relentless focus. Amid the chaos, the Cygnus Knights under Kiri also turned and ran, their disciplined lines dissolving into a desperate sprint for survival as the thunder of hooves closed in behind them. Head toward the forest. There will be countless obstacles there. We'll hunt them inside, Kiri ordered with a steady voice. Before she could continue, a knight at her side interrupted. Miss Kiri, there's a problem. We've lost contact with the Gaffer merchant members. Her eyes widened in shock. Elsewhere, El and Deebwa walked side by side, their two-man party unusually relaxed after the recent chaos. That was refreshing. Looks like we can breathe for a bit. But how did you know the ribbon boar herd would attack? Deebwa asked with a grin, still riding the relief of surviving that encounter. El answered calmly. On an open grassland like this, monster herds appear often. Ribbon boars average 2 meters in length and are extremely aggressive. They travel in groups ranging from hundreds to thousands. Beating them is difficult, but not impossible. The other merchant teams understand that. They don't want to burn their strength at the start, so they try to divide the herd. From here on, we have no idea what kind of monsters will surface. This is only the beginning. In his previous life, the 100-man expedition into Sleepywood ended in total failure. Every adventurer died. The memory surfaced in El's mind like a cold shadow. Noticing his silence, Deebwa glanced over. What are you thinking about? As he turned toward El, he failed to see the thin wire stretched across the ground. His foot caught it. In the next instant, a spike trap burst upward, aiming straight for his body. El moved without hesitation and yanked him back. The spike sliced through empty air where Deebwa had stood a heartbeat earlier. What was that trap? Who would set something like this here? Deebwa's face was drained of color. Deep in another part of the forest, a rope snapped with a sharp crack. A stake shot forward, targeting an unsuspecting adventurer. The ball man Babel didn't even bother to turn around. Sensing the attack, he swung his greatsword in a smooth arc and split the incoming stake in midair. Pathetic, he muttered with open disdain, as if mocking whoever had arranged the trap. His companions finished scanning the area and reported, "We've cleared the rest." That was the last trap. Their leaders studied the shattered mechanisms scattered around them and spoke in a measured tone. "Don't relax yet, Babel." The speaker was Crocus of the Dig Merchant Guild. He surveyed the wreckage and added, "Though still crude, these traps are lethal. They imitate human hunting techniques with unsettling precision. We can already conclude they aren't ordinary monsters. Anything capable of setting traps with this level of cunning has to be a hob. Creatures like that are a nuisance, and there's a strong chance one of them is the boss of this Red Gate. I suspected from the start that this place was far more dangerous than it looked." Unless the adventurers here are on my level. Most of them are heading toward a meaningless death. I'll choose the optimal route. Follow me, Grokas ordered. No one responded. A chill crawled up his spine. Stay sharp. Don't lower your guard, he warned as he turned around. What greeted him was Babel's head tumbling from his shoulders. For a split second, the forest froze. Then a blinding flash erupted and swept across the group, logging the adventurers out in an instant. Even Crocus, certain of his own power, failed to react in time. A shadow slipped in behind him, and a blade ended his life before he could raise his sword. You idiot! Acting like you understand everything, the assassin mocked with a quiet laugh. Without ever facing a single monster, the party had already begun slaughtering one another. The scene drifted to a quiet corner of the grassland. A man's voice cut through the still air, drawing attention to the entrance with a ribbon boar herd. I don't know who planned it, but it made my work much easier. Since everything is falling into place, I should move now. What hassle? Still, time's short. No choice. Let's begin. He rose slowly to his feet. Behind him stood the three Natasha sisters, but something was terribly wrong. Their bodies trembled in a rigid paralysis, unable to obey their commands. Panic filled their eyes as they struggled to move even a finger. William watched them with mild amusement. Struggling is pointless. That spell won't wear off for at least 30 minutes. Why are you doing this? The eldest sister forced out, her voice shaking. A flicker of surprise crossed his face. Impressive. You can still speak under that restraint. Just what I'd expect from a Natasha. You're too dangerous to leave alive. He lifted his hand and released a fireball without hesitation. The spell tore straight through her chest. She collapsed before another word could escape her lips. Behind her, the two younger sisters turned deathly pale, terror locking their expressions in place. William exhaled softly and regarded the fallen body. That's a difficult question to answer, he murmured. Why am I doing this? His gaze shifted to the two remaining sisters, and the answer came to him almost playfully. Maybe this will make it clearer. It's the same thing Hook mages always do. Fire arrow. A twisted grin spread across his face as the spell ignited. In the next instant, the blast tore through the two younger sisters and reduced them to scattered fragments. Silence returned to the field. William exhaled slowly. They never had a chance at a better ending. I want to rest. His thoughts drifted to a recent memory. William, I stand before you, my lord, he had said back then, bowing in haste. I've waited a long time for this day. We buried ourselves from their sight, erased our names, and hid underground while extending our reach through the entire guild. Now the moment has arrived. I won't fail you. The white-haired villain answered without emotion and tossed him a single feather. Take this. A gift from him. Failure will not be tolerated. The memory faded. In the present, that feather still hung against his chest on a thin cord. Maybe I shouldn't have sealed it away. No, there's no alternative. I'll just have to work harder. He muttered to himself and slipped back into the forest, continuing his hunt. Time passed, and dusk settled over the land. The scene moved to the encampment of the green-skinned hobbs. Hidden at a distance, El and Dibwa observed the stronghold. The scale of it alone made Dibwa's knees feel weak. What is this, are all of them bosses? He whispered, nearly choking on his words. I already told you. Only a fraction of them are bosses, El replied, irritation creeping into his voice. That didn't calm him in the slightest. Boss or not, it barely matters. They're born strong and insanely aggressive. Fighting even one is a gamble. And look at that. They've gathered equipment from fallen adventurers. Some of those variants can activate skills through stolen items. That makes them even worse. El's explanation only deepened Dibwa's dread. His instinct screamed to run, crawl into safety, and disappear. So what are you saying? They're basically an army of adventurers, and we're supposed to face all of that with just the two of us? Dibwa asked, disbelief written across his face. You're catching on fast. Good. El gave a small nod of approval. Dibwa felt no pride in that acknowledgement. What are you even saying? Very good. I'm saying the opposite. With only the two of us, this is suicide. We should regroup with Kiki, or Kiri, whatever her name is. Dibwa forced the words out in a strained whisper, careful not to alert the hobbs nearby. You were the one who insisted on separating from them. Wasn't it because you didn't want to cooperate? El asked, genuinely puzzled. That was before I knew we'd be dealing with monsters like this. Right now it doesn't matter. Two people aren't enough. Dibwa's tone was absolute, no matter how El framed it. He refused to march calmly toward death as part of a duo. If anyone was going to die, it would be alongside the entire expedition, not in a quiet corner of the forest. Even so, El eventually pushed him into executing the first phase of their plan. They concealed themselves and waited until a lone green-skinned hob drifted away from the main camp on patrol. The instant an opening appeared, Dibwa lunged without hesitation. His strike should have connected cleanly, yet the hob bent low at the final second and slipped out of the attack. You gotta be kidding. That dodge was intentional, wasn't it? Dibwa clenched his teeth. I never said I'd handle them alone. The hob answered with violence. Its massive arm whipped backward in a brutal counter. Dibwa reacted on instinct, jamming his axe into the ground and vaulting behind the creature. The clash turned into a tense dance. The hob pressed forward with relentless swings, while Dibwa weaved between them, barely escaping each crushing blow. Retreat after retreat gnawed at his nerves. The moment he evaded another punch, he snapped forward and smashed his weapon into the monster's face, forcing its tongue to loll out. "You're too noisy, you brute." In the same breath, he hacked his axe down and severed one of the hob's legs. The giant toppled hard, the earth trembling with the impact. Deeb seized the chance. As the creature writhed in pain and struggled for balance, he circled behind it and raised his axe for the finish. "This ends now." He brought the blade down with all his strength. The strike buried itself in bare ground. Somehow, despite its ruined leg, the hob twisted away with impossible speed, darting aside like a startled squirrel. The hob didn't waste the opening. The instant Deeb struggled to steady himself, a fist shot forward and smashed into his face, launching him backward like a projectile. He skidded across the ground, vision spinning. "Why are you so damn hard to kill?" He spat through clenched teeth. The answer came as another crushing blow. The punch ripped through the air and obliterated the tree behind El. If he hadn't ducked in time, that strike would have erased him on the spot. The overextended swing exposed the monster. Deeb surged in and brought his axe down in a savage arc, slicing off the hob's right arm. Its scream tore through the forest. Ignoring the agony, the creature retaliated with its remaining limb and hammered Deeb across the face. Then it seized him like a rag doll and slammed him into the earth. The impact carved a crater into the ground and rattled his bones. Before the hob could continue the assault, Deeb locked his legs around its arm and jammed the haft of his axe against its joint, trying to snap it. The monster reacted instantly, whipping its arm and flinging him away. He crashed, roared in frustration, and charged again. The struggle dragged on, brutal and relentless. When it finally ended, the giant lay sprawled in a widening pool of blood, its body unmoving. Deeb stood over it, chest heaving. "I thought you were going to step in at some point," he complained, glancing at El. "You handled it. Now you know they can be killed." El answered evenly. "Killed, sure. That doesn't mean I like the odds. If there's an entire army of those things, this mission is insane." Deeb muttering died in his throat as his eyes focused on the clearing ahead. The ground was littered with bodies. Adventurers lay scattered in grotesque silence, armor broken, weapons abandoned. "What is this? Aren't these Cygnus Knights? What happened here?" A faint groan cut through the stillness. "Someone's alive." They sprinted toward the sound and found a knight slumped against a tree, barely clinging to consciousness. "What did this? Did the goblins do it?" El demanded. The knight forced his eyes open and shook his head, jaw tight with fury. "Goblins? No. This was done by a pack of bastards." His words trailed off as the scene shifted. Far away, Abyss stood alone, cigarette burning between his fingers. He exhaled slowly, smoke curling into the air while his thoughts sharpened. Something about this situation was deeply wrong. He laid the situation out coldly in his mind. Opportunists favored these unknown gates for a reason. Only a handful could enter, and once inside, they could gather information and quietly hunt down the remaining adventurers. When a gate like that vanished, it erased every trace of what had happened within it. This time, though, the odds were suffocating. Their strength was nearly drained, their numbers thinned to a fragile few. Even if they somehow clawed their way through that brutal trial and emerged with a unique item, the eyes waiting outside would never stay silent. Suspicion would wrap around them instantly. Were guild elites truly behind this? The idea collapsed as soon as it formed. If any merchant guild gambled on something this reckless and the truth leaked, it would ignite open war with every rival guild. No same merchant faction would stake its future on a move that dangerous, which meant there had to be a deeper design at work, some hidden purpose threading everything together. He kept that thought buried, turning it over in silence. Back with El's group, the knight standing before them finished his account, and the weight of it left Deeb visibly shaken. The realization hit him all at once. The missing girl. He hadn't seen her anywhere. El gave a quiet nod, confirming the fear neither of them wanted to voice. Rage twisted the knight's face. His fist slammed into the ground as guilt spilled out of him. He cursed himself for missing the signs, for failing to see that the traitor had been standing beside them the entire time. Yet the question gnawed at all of them. Why would Miss Kiri betray them so openly? El pressed the point, his voice tight with confusion. As a member of the Cygnus Knights, her betrayal made no sense. The knight could only shake his head. No matter how he traced it back, the answer refused to surface. Still, when he replayed the orders she'd given at the gate's entrance, every command now looked like a careful step in a larger scheme. Before everything spiraled, she had even claimed to be righteous, a devoted disciple of that black magician. The memory left a bitter taste. The mention of a black mage sent a chill through Deeb. 8 centuries ago, that transcendent figure and his disciples had nearly drowned the world of Maple in terror. It took the combined might of the 6 heroes to force him back. Their clash drove the black mage and his forces into a hopeless corner. And when both sides were sealed away amid the chaos of the follower army, the allied forces surged forward and exterminated what remained of his faction. Every citizen of Maple knew that history by heart. The idea that one of his disciples still lingered felt impossible. Deeb's voice faltered as he tried to reject it. El cut through the rising panic with a steady conclusion. Obsessing over monsters would only waste precious time. Their priority was clear. They had to find her. Are you coming with us? He asked flatly. Then be ready. When we find her, you'll have to fight. The young man's answer came without hesitation, his voice locked in resolve. That was exactly what he wanted. Elsewhere, Kiri moved at full speed, her steps sharp and urgent, like something invisible was snapping at her heels. She skidded to a halt when a figure stepped into her path. William stood there, blocking the way with an easy smile. He greeted her like an old acquaintance and admitted he'd been waiting. From his tone alone, it was clear he knew everything. He thanked her mockingly for clearing out the ribbon boars, explaining that with everyone scattered, their plan had unfolded without resistance. Now there was no rush. They could finish things at their leisure. He even asked if she had enjoyed the little gift they had sent. The meaning struck her instantly. Realizing she had been maneuvered into a trap, Kiri drew her sword in one clean motion and demanded to know who he was. Back with El's group, Deebwa kept an arm around the wounded knight as they pushed forward. He told them they could slow down if the injuries were too severe. The knight refused, shaking off the concern and insisting he could continue. Deebwa reassured him that their leader's tracking skills were unmatched and that they would cross paths with Kiri soon. The knight accepted that with a short nod while quietly channeling mana into his dagger, preparing for whatever waited ahead. None of them sensed how close the danger already was. At that same moment, Kiri was locked in a relentless clash, facing multiple enemies alone. The fight had stretched from deep night into the pale edge of dawn, and still she held her ground. Watching from the rear, William applauded her endurance with open amusement. He praised her as the Cygnus Knight's training captain and wondered aloud how much longer she could keep standing. The battle surged again. A man in brown lunged, forcing Kiri to retreat a step to evade his strike. She answered by activating her technique. A blazing, sun-like sigil flared into existence behind her as she invoked Rising Sunday. Her opponents instantly recognized the threat. A silver-haired swordsman barked a taunt and charged, slashing straight for her before the skill could fully bloom. Kiri met the blade head-on, steel crashing against steel. In a single fluid motion, she snapped her sword back toward her core and unleashed it again with explosive speed, the arc slicing cleanly toward his neck. His shout died halfway through as her solar slash tore through him, shredding his body into fragments. The strike carved space around her, but the cost hit immediately. Her breath turned ragged, shoulders rising and falling as the drain of the technique settled into her muscles. She leveled her sword at the remaining foes and demanded their purpose, warning them to speak if they valued their lives. Her threat echoed across the battlefield and reached William at the rear, and the edge in her voice scraped against his patience, stirring a flicker of irritation. So loud, William snapped. He ordered them to end it at once. The three remaining hounds surged forward together, their killing intent bare as they shouted and lunged. Kiri tightened her grip and braced for impact. Then the grass beside them exploded outward, a yellow cut through the air, and in a single breath the swordsman at the center split into 3 clean pieces. Shock rippled through the survivors as the figure straightened. The one who had intervened was the young man, Deebwa. To understand how he arrived there, the trail led back several hours. He had still been walking beside the Cygnus Knight, quietly feeding mana into his dagger. Without warning, his free hand clamped around Deebwa's throat while the blade drove straight toward him. He mocked him, savoring the moment, already picturing Deebwa collapsed in blood. The strike never landed. A fire arrow screamed in from afar and detonated against his arm, tearing it away in a burst of heat and force. Only then did Deebwa grasp how close death had brushed him. He staggered back and flung the knight aside. The attacker shrieked in agony, staring at the empty space where his arm had been. Deebwa stood frozen, unable to process what had just happened. El watched the scene with narrowed eyes. The disgust in his expression was plain. He stated that blind trust was a habit he had long abandoned. Mana flared again as he prepared another fire arrow, ending the betrayal without hesitation. The present snapped back into place with Deebwa's sudden arrival. William stepped forward at last, irritation etched across his face. He remarked on the inconvenience of an unexpected guest. One of the hounds instantly recognized Deebwa and warned that he belonged to the Gaffer Merchant Guild. If he was alive, then their earlier operation had failed. William cut him off, already piecing it together. He muttered about wasted chances and useless subordinates before fixing his gaze on Deebwa and Kiri. Annoyance hardened into intent. Since the two of them appeared capable, he concluded they would handle this personally. Around him, the remaining men loosened their shoulders and rolled their necks, their bodies settling into the rhythm of an imminent fight. Kiri caught the shift in their posture and issued a sharp warning, telling him not to underestimate them. Deebwa answered with a loose laugh, brushing it off even as William gave the order. The hounds spread out and rushed in, tightening a circle around the pair. William told them to pin at least one target while he handled the rest. Kiri repeated her caution, her eyes locked on every movement. The first attacker surged forward and unleashed Tang Kitch's devastating strike, his blade carving a brutal arc meant to crush them both. Deebwa kicked off the ground and slipped clear of the impact, the force of the blow tearing into empty space. He countered instantly, his axe flashing toward the brown-haired man and nearly ending him in a single swing. The enemy staggered, but Dibwa pressed in without mercy, chaining another attack before the man could recover. Mana bled into the edge of his axe as he barked a taunt and prepared to finish it. A bolt hissed through the air. The man in red fired from behind, forcing Dibwa to twist aside and abandon the killing stroke. The shooter clicked his tongue in frustration as the shot missed. While Dibwa's focus snapped forward again, a third enemy slipped into his blind spot. Steel rose and crashed down in a rising cut that tore across Dibwa's shoulder. The wound opened shallow but sharp. The attacker scoffed at the damage and lunged again, shouting as he tried to capitalize. Kiri saw the danger and snapped at Dibwa, demanding to know what he was doing. As the sword descended, Dibwa flowed around it, sliding behind the man in one smooth step. He answered her question with a grin. He wasn't struggling. He was toying with them. His axe came down and split the attacker cleanly in two. Rage erupted from the others. A spear shot toward his chest, but Dibwa slipped past it with effortless precision and answered with a violent slash that forced the spearman stumbling back. The man cursed under his breath, shaken by the raw strength behind the counter. Then his instinct screamed. Something hurtled toward him. He dove aside just in time. The projectile smashed into the ground where he had stood. It was the brown-haired fighter, broken and flung like debris. Kiri stood over the space he had occupied, her expression carved in contempt. She mocked their claim of being elites and challenged them to try killing her. The armored man burned with anger, but found no opening to answer. Watching his subordinates collapse one after another finally scraped through William's patience. He stepped forward, ready to intervene himself. Looks like he had finally lost patience. They had dragged this out long enough, and in his mind there was no reason to wait another second. As those words left his mouth, flames gathered around his fingers and condensed into a blazing arrow. The spell snapped forward in an instant, streaking straight toward Dibwa faster than anything he expected. For a split second, Dibwa's thoughts froze. Since when were their attacks this fast? Then the world erupted in a deafening explosion that swallowed the battlefield in fire. William laughed coldly through the smoke, certain of his victory. They had underestimated it, just because it was a fire arrow. His flames were on an entirely different tier, and even if they had recognized the danger, there had been no way to dodge. In his eyes, the fight was already finished, and he casually suggested they move on to the next dungeon. But as the flames thinned and the smoke peeled away, his smile collapsed. Dibwa was still standing there unharmed, and in front of him stood El, calm and unshaken. Confusion twisted William's face as he tried to understand what he was seeing. At the same time, El's gaze shifted sideways, an invisible force rippled from him. With a quiet warning that another visitor was arriving, he flicked his fingers. The tall grass exploded outward as a massive pig burst onto the field, driven forward by a wooden stake that telekinesis had hurled like a spear. The sudden impact left the two men reeling, but the shock did not end there. It was not a lone beast charging them. An entire herd thundered out behind it, turning the ground into a storm of hoofs. The clash that followed blurred into frantic motion. The leading ribbon boar eventually collapsed under William's barrage of attacks, yet the sheer number of monsters forced him into a desperate struggle. Sweat poured down his face as he fought, breath coming ragged and heavy, disbelief gnawing at him that El's group had used a wild herd as cover to slip away. He barked for a report from the men beside him, demanding to know their status. A hurried reply came back that their side had just been secured. There was no time to reorganize. William immediately ordered the entire group to pursue. Urgency sharpened every word he spoke, because one fear kept clawing at his mind. If El's team used this chaos to escape through the gate and spread word to the B-rank adventurers waiting outside, their situation would become fatal. Even as he pushed forward, he felt an unsettling strangeness surrounding El, something he could sense but could not name. A shout cut through the tension as one of the men discovered fresh footprints veering off to the side. William issued a harsh command at once. If they encountered the cloaked figure, they were to stall him and leave the confrontation to him alone. His subordinates hesitated, unease flashing across their faces as they warned that facing such an opponent solo was a dangerous gamble. The subordinate voiced his doubt, insisting the opponent was far from insignificant. William answered with open arrogance, asking if they were truly worried about him. Inside this gate, he proclaimed, there was no one alive who could surpass his strength. His confidence rang out like a challenge thrown at the world itself. Far from that standoff, El's group vanished into the forest, using the chaos created by the boar herd to break pursuit. They slipped between the trees and concealed themselves in the undergrowth, catching their breath in shadows. Dibwa grinned as he replayed the scene in his head, picturing the enemy crushed beneath pounding hooves. From his point of view, the chances of survival for William's men were laughably small. El did not share that optimism. He cut the thought short, stating flatly that their enemies were not so fragile, and warned Dibwa to watch his footing. The traps scattered through this area had not magically disappeared. Dibwa answered that he had not forgotten, yet curiosity pushed him to question El's earlier decision. There had been a perfect opening during the clash. Why had El not pressed the advantage and finished them? El's reply landed heavily. Those men were stronger than he was. The admission stunned Dibwa into silence. In El's mind, the memory of the earlier exchange flashed back with sharp clarity. When he had fired his own spell to shield Dibwa, William's fire arrow had torn straight through it. His magic should have deflected the attack at least slightly, yet had been erased without resistance. Dibwa forced out an awkward laugh, assuming it had to be a joke. El dismissed that idea immediately. There was no humor in retreat. They had run because they had to. To make his point undeniable, he pulled back his sleeve and revealed the twin circles etched into his arm. He explained that the thickness of those circles determined the speed and force of his magic, and his growth had already reached the upper boundary of the second circle. By all logic, that should have placed him on equal footing with William, perhaps even above. But William's raw output defied reason. To enter a red gate required the same level of circles, which meant his opponent had employed some unknown method to amplify his power. Within this sealed space, he might stand at the very peak of strength. The realization widened Dibwa's eyes. He quickly shifted to the question of survival, proposing that they repeat their earlier tactic and turn the monsters against their pursuers. El rejected the plan at once. The situation had changed. Goblins were nothing like the ribbon boars, and treating them the same way would only lead them straight into disaster. The goblins were not mindless beasts. They could read the flow of a fight, recognize when two forces clashed, and twist that chaos into their own counterattack. As El and Dibwa quietly mapped out a way to strike back, Kiri cut in sharply, her voice edged with disbelief. She demanded to know what insanity they were considering and whether they truly grasped the scale of what was unfolding. A disciple of the Dark Mage had infiltrated the Signeth Knights, a revelation that threatened the fate of the Maple World. To her, the conclusion was obvious. They had to abandon everything and return at once. Clearing the gate no longer mattered. Her sword trembled in her grip as she spoke, tension running through her body. El dismissed the idea of retreat without hesitation, a reaction that caught Dibwa off guard. Kiri's anger flared instantly. She stared at El with burning eyes, bitterness spilling over as she mocked his past and accused him of caring only about the rewards of the gate. Before her words could run any further, El cut in and forced her to confront the consequences of her plan. Even if they escaped and delivered this information, what then? Intelligence alone would not erase an enemy like that. He warned her not to underestimate the disciples of the Dark Mage. They had survived for ages by burrowing deep into the underworld. Exposing their return would only drive them further into hiding. They would sever loose ends, vanish from sight, and continue festering like a disease in places no one could reach. That blunt prediction snapped the last thread of Kiri's restraint. She seized El by the collar and demanded an answer, furious at his constant refusals and empty criticisms. If every path was impossible, what solution did he have? They were being hunted, and survival required escape before their pursuers closed in. Her voice rang through the trees, raw with urgency. El met her rage with an unshaken smile. In his mind, the outline of strategy was already complete. He told her to stay calm. Soon, their hunters would learn who truly held the advantage. Elsewhere in the forest, William's unit surged forward under strict orders, sweeping the terrain in a frantic search. Panic sharpened their movements as one of the cloaked men shouted that if their targets slipped outside the gate, their deaths were guaranteed. They did not realize the hunt had already reversed. Before they could lock onto a trail, El's group stepped out and found them first. They had not stumbled onto the enemy by chance. El's group had reached this spot first and melted into concealment, patiently waiting for their pursuers to walk straight into the snare. The forest held its breath. Then Dibwa's voice split the silence from behind them, casual and sharp at the same time. His axe swept out in a brutal horizontal arc aimed at the man in the brown cloak. Instinct saved the target. He dropped low, and the blade carved empty air where his torso had been a heartbeat earlier. The spearman reacted the instant he recognized Dibwa. Fury lit his face as he lunged forward, convinced the fool had delivered himself. He mocked Dibwa openly, promising to end him here and now, already savoring victory. His charge lasted only a step. A sharp crack echoed through the trees as a hidden rope snapped tight. The trap triggered perfectly. A massive log whipped forward and slammed into the spearman from behind, folding his body and tearing a shout of alarm from the cloaked man. The one who had cut the rope at the precise moment was Kiri, her timing flawless. Dibwa did not waste the opening. While their attention shattered, he surged in again, laughing as he warned them not to lose focus. His axe crashed down toward his opponent. The man in brown moved with desperate speed. Instead of retreating, he rammed forward and jammed his back against the axe handle before the blade could bite. His knife flashed toward Dibwa's face in the same motion. Dibwa's head snapped aside, just enough for the edge to slice past his cheek. Shock flickered in the attacker's eyes at the effortless dodge. Dibwa answered with violence. His knee drove up into the man's chin, snapping his head back and wrecking his balance. He released the axe entirely and stepped inside the man's guard, fists exploding forward in a storm of crushing blows. Punch after punch hammered into the blond man's face and stomach. Pain twisted his features and stole any chance to defend as Dibwa overwhelmed him with raw aggression. A short distance away, the crossbow woman watched her ally being dismantled and froze, disbelief clogging her thoughts. The question died in her throat. She never noticed Kiri sliding in behind her until her sword thrust forward in a swift, lethal stab that nearly ended her on the spot. Survival forced her into motion. She staggered away as Kiri pressed relentlessly, her blade carving a tight pattern of slashes that drove her backward step by step. With no space left to evade, she jerked her crossbow up horizontally and braced it as a desperate shield against her assault. "Keep your eyes on me, trash. I'm getting sick of dragging this out." Kiri spat. Anger etched across her face as her blade pressed forward without mercy. Not far from that clash, the echo of steel and explosions rolled through the forest and reached William. He tilted his head slightly, listening, a thin smile forming as realization settled in. The fight had already started. His gaze locked onto Elle standing ahead of him, and curiosity flickered in his eyes as he wondered if this ambush had been prepared specifically for his arrival. The enemy had divided their roles cleanly. It hardly mattered. He had wanted this meeting from the start. A low chant slipped from his lips as he invoked fire, arrow magic. Flames gathered in the air, and Elle answered in the same instant. Several blazing projectiles materialized above them, humming with heat. 2-second circle mages unleashed their power at once. William finished first. His arrow screamed toward Elle, but Elle twisted aside in a sharp leap, letting the blast tear into the ground. He countered immediately, sending his own fire arrow straight back. William's eyes lit up as the attack closed in. He welcomed it with a shout of exhilaration. The arrow struck and detonated around him, smoke and dust billowing outward in a choking wave. Elle tried to read through the haze, but something burst from it without warning. A rock cut through the air, forcing him to lean aside as it grazed past his face. In that same heartbeat, William slipped through the cover of smoke and circled behind him. "Is that all?" he mocked, already swinging his staff. Another fire arrow roared to life and exploded against Elle's position, fire blooming violently among the trees. When the flames receded, Elle was still standing, untouched. Surprise sharpened William's voice. That attack should have been impossible to block head-on. He demanded to know what trick had neutralized it, excitement threading through every word. Elle answered with silence, his posture steady and unreadable. William laughed softly and accepted that talking would yield nothing. Combat would reveal the truth. He flicked his wrist and launched another arrow. Elle recognized instantly that his standard fire arrow could not withstand the incoming force. He shifted to a harsher spell, shaping a fire spear dance with destructive energy and driving it forward to intercept. The collision flared brilliantly. When William saw his strike halted by unfamiliar magic, disbelief widened his eyes. William's eyes widened as the spinning fire arrow tore toward his spell. He felt his pulse spike. Did he just use telekinesis to spin that arrow? It was drilling straight through his magic. He had never seen anyone fight like this. The two spells collided, and a violent explosion swallowed the space between them as the magics canceled each other out. So that was it. Telekinesis woven directly into combat skills. William's lips curled. A genius. The exact type he despised. Good. That only made this more entertaining. He formed another fire arrow and launched it without hesitation. In response, Elle thrust out his hand and ripped chunks of rubble from the ground, stacking them into a crude shield. The arrow smashed through anyway, punching a clean hole through the stone. William burst into laughter when he saw Elle retreat. To him, it looked like a mouse scrambling for its life. But the moment he relaxed, Elle snapped his palm sideways. A fire arrow shot in from his blind spot under telekinetic control, grazing close enough to make William feel death brush past his skin. And it didn't stop there. With a sharp gesture, Elle curved the arrow midair, sending it whipping around William's face before driving it back at him again. The relentless pursuit forced William to dodge again and again, each step scraping at his nerves. Enough. He slammed a fire arrow straight into the ground. Elle answered instantly with his own flames, neutralizing the blast and smothering the magic. The clash bought William a single breath, and he used it to trigger another spell. A grin spread across his face. So he'd finally drawn out both of Elle's abilities. Poison breath spilled from his mouth in a rolling cloud, a dense mist rushing straight at his opponent. It was a brutal spell. Elle could defend or cast, but not both at once. Telekinesis and fire. If William timed this around the fire arrow's cooldown, he could freeze Elle's movements for half an hour. His own arrow was cooling down too, but that hardly mattered now. He drew his dagger slowly, savoring the moment. This was the part he enjoyed most. He leaned forward, eyes locked on Elle, impatient to see that desperate expression appear. "Are you trembling, or are you crying?" The man sneered, twisting his face into a grotesque grin as he dragged his tongue along the edge of his dagger, careless of the blade. He never finished the taunt. In the next instant, Elle was already in front of him. A straight punch crashed into William's face and sent his teeth scattering through the air like broken glass. The reason Elle could still move inside the poison had been decided days earlier, in a noisy bar where Deebwis sat drinking with a bureau. The stranger leaned in, voice low with curiosity. How did he survive that insane, poisonous mushroom? "With your boss gone, you can talk. I'll cover the drinks." Half drunk and grinning, Deeble waved him off. Even if I told you, you couldn't copy it. He calls a vacuum. Used his telekinesis to pull in all the air and seal it off. When that mushroom spread poison everywhere and I thought I was dead, he sucked the entire cloud away in one breath. That's it. Simple, right? I told you. So you're paying. Ibiru could only stare. That's beyond human. Deeble laughed and thumped the table proudly. Of course. My boss is a monster. Back in the present, Elle treated William like a practice dummy. At close range, the gap between them was absolute. Every time William tried to shape a spell, Elle was already inside his guard, fists and strikes crashing down and cutting off his casting. He drove the pervert backward and smashed him hard against a nearby tree. Without pause, Elle flicked his wrist and dragged his wooden staff back into his hand with telekinesis. Flames gathered at its tip as he formed a fire arrow meant to end the fight. The projectile shot forward and tore through the trunk behind William, exploding through wood and flesh alike. One of his arms vanished in the blast. He slumped there, mutilated and bleeding, but somehow still breathing. How dare trash like you do this to me? William screamed, his voice cracking as he unleashed another surge of poison breath. A thick cloud rolled forward, but Elle answered with cold precision, telekinesis sealing the air and stopping the mist in its tracks. The smoke swallowed the battlefield and blurred his sight, and behind that curtain Elle's thoughts sharpened. He's plotting. Madness like that doesn't come without purpose. If poison won't work, he'll try to reclaim his staff. The moment he reaches for it, I end this. The prediction shattered an instant later. A burst of fire slammed into Elle's back from a blind angle, too sudden to evade. The impact hurled him forward in a storm of heat and force. William stood there grinning like a lunatic, a ring on his finger blazing as it channeled the spell. He didn't need the staff at all. I'll carve you into 100 pieces, William roared. The hit didn't kill Elle, but pain ripped through his body and left him reeling. Careless. I never overlooked something like this before. He still had a fireball as a hidden card. I'll let arrogance dull me. While that realization burned in his mind, William activated another artifact. Fireballs bloomed around him in dense clusters and screamed toward Elle in a rain of destruction. The detonation that followed tore open the air itself, a towering pillar of flame rising high enough for Deeble to see from his own fight. Boss, Deeble muttered, dread tightening his chest. Across from him, Kiri finished her opponent and snapped out an order. Stop dragging it out. End it. He's not someone your boss can handle alone. Yeah, I was just about to. Deeble shot back, irritation flaring. He stepped in for the kill. An arrow cut through the noise without warning and punched straight into his enemy's eye, dropping the man instantly. The shooter revealed itself a heartbeat later, a green-skinned hob emerging from cover. Drawn by the chaos, the creatures had gathered in silence and waited for exhaustion to weaken both sides before striking. Damn it, Deeble hissed, scanning the newcomers. I was wondering where they were. Green goblins. We end this fast. Don't take them lightly. They're trouble, Deeble muttered, eyes fixed ahead. Among the goblins stood one that didn't fit the rest. A warped figure draped in strange robes, lounging on a palanquin carried by its kin like some twisted monarch. Not far away, William stared at the smoking ruin in front of him and whispered hoarsely, "That bastard. Is he really dead?" His vision swam red as he coughed up a thick mouthful of blood, his body on the edge of collapse. Even so, a crooked smile tugged at his lips. Fine. You've earned my respect. I didn't think you'd push me this far. I should have asked your name before killing you. As if answering the regret itself, a voice cut through the haze. Elpalm. Remember it. It's the last name you'll ever hear. William's eyes snapped wide when he saw Elle still standing. Shock flickered across his face before it hardened into a sneer. You're stubborn. I'll give you that. But it changes nothing. I already understand your limits. Escape is impossible. Elle didn't argue. He simply drew out an orange stone, the core he had taken from the yellow slime. The moment William saw it, laughter burst from his cracked lips. Have you gone insane? That's your plan? Absorb a stone and pray for another circle? Idiot. Magic circles aren't gained like that. They come from enlightenment carved out by endless experience. The statement wasn't wrong. Experience and insight were the true path. Elle's gaze sharpened. Those were the very things he possessed in excess. Power surged from his body in a violent swell, air trembling around him. Under William's disbelieving stare, a new magic circle etched itself on Elle's wrist, lines of light weaving together until the formation locked into place. In that instant, he stepped beyond his former limits and became a three-circle mage. The spectacle unfolded like a nightmare William refused to accept. His face twisted as he roared, half in fury and half in denial. Trying to fool me again? Die. William answered with a snarl and summoned multiple fire arrows at once, their tips locking onto Elle before streaking forward. Elle reacted in the same breath, shaping his own arrow and firing straight into their path. The difference in power was absolute. His projectile tore through William's pair as if they were paper and kept charging ahead. Forced on the defensive, William hurled up a fireball to intercept. That moment was exactly what Elle had been waiting for. While his arrow was still screaming through the air, Telekinesis twisted it into a spinning fire spear. Spiral force amplified its momentum, and the transformed weapon punched clean through the fireball and buried itself in William's body. The explosion that followed erased him in a storm of heat. When the flames faded, only scattered, burning fragments remained. El scratched his head lightly as he looked at the aftermath. He had forgotten to ask the man's name. Elsewhere, while El ended William, D-Boy and Kiri were locked in a desperate clash with the Green Goblins. Outnumbered and overwhelmed, they were being driven back step by step, forced to flee under relentless pursuit. Panic tightened in Kiri's chest as old memories surfaced. There had been a time when these creatures were nothing special. Back then, D-Boy had carved through them like a storm. Each swing of his axe split goblins in half, and watching him fight had left her stunned. D-Boy himself had been laughing through the slaughter. Every exchange only fed his momentum. He dodged a heavy swing from a large goblin and planted a foot against a tree trunk, launching himself downward in a brutal counterattack. If it landed, it would mark his 18th kill. The strike never connected. A violent burst of flame smashed into him mid-motion and hurled his body sideways. The detonation ripped through the ground where he had stood. Behind the goblin ranks, their mage sat calmly, staff raised after casting half-fire flame. Kiri's eyes widened. A monster wielding a technique like that shattered everything she thought she knew. A monster that knows how to use items is the kind of variable no one can model in advance, and Kiri felt the pressure of that truth closing in from every side. This fight was turning into a dead end. Hiding and regrouping with El Palm was the only rational path left. She clung to the hope that he was still alive somewhere in this chaos. While she was mapping out her escape in silence, a green-skinned goblin suddenly tore through their cover and lunged straight at them. Kiri reacted on instinct, grabbing D-Boy and throwing herself sideways in a desperate leap. That single movement exposed them. The surrounding goblins shrieked and surged forward in a frenzy. Carrying D-Boy while outrunning creatures this fast was a fantasy, and Kiri discarded it instantly. She hurled his body upward, stepped in, and cut down the nearest monster with one clean strike. As D-Boy fell, she caught him smoothly and kept running without breaking rhythm. Under her breath, she cursed them as buzzing pests, muttering that she could crush them easily if they came one at a time. The Green Goblin Mage had no intention of granting that mercy. The moment it saw its subordinate fall, it snapped into action. Magic flared, and the creature shot forward to seal off their path. A second spell followed immediately. A blazing fireball screamed toward them and detonated in a violent explosion that swallowed the space in flame and dust. The goblin's laughter rang out, sharp and triumphant, convinced its prey had been incinerated. When the smoke thinned, that confidence shattered. D-Boy was still standing, body locked in place as a shield in front of Kiri. Her hair hung in disarray, and shock flickered across her face for a split second. Before she could even form a question of whether he was hurt, D-Boy was already moving. He charged with his weapon raised, and the mage answered by barking orders that sent the remaining goblins rushing in from all sides. Against opponents like these, D-Boy showed no hesitation. His axe carved through the first wave in brutal arcs, dropping goblins in rapid succession. One tried to slip behind him and strike from his blind spot, but D-Boy sensed it at the last instant. He twisted away and answered with a savage counter that split the attacker across the waist. Watching him cut through its forces, the mage grew reckless. It unleashed another fireball straight into the melee, ignoring the risk to its own troops. The blast roared outward, and Kiri's face drained of color as the explosion swallowed D-Boy from view. Her fear lasted only a heartbeat. D-Boy burst out of the smoke untouched, having slipped past the blast by the narrowest margin. Using the lingering haze as cover, he launched himself forward in a single decisive leap. Every ounce of strength flowed into his arms as he swung his axe down toward the Goblin Mage's face, aiming to end the battle with one final, crushing strike. The mage's response came faster than thought. It did not pause to chant or gather power. A spell erupted straight from its hand and slammed into D-Boy mid-charge, blasting him backward through the air. Kiri moved on reflex and caught him before he hit the ground. Even so, his strike had not been meaningless. For a fleeting instant his axe had connected, and that single touch tore away a chunk of the mage's face in a violent spray. Pain twisted the monster into pure rage. A guttural scream ripped from its throat as it raised both arms and condensed a massive fireball above its head, heat warping the air around it. Seeing that growing sphere of destruction, Kiri stepped in front of D-Boy and tightened her grip on her sword. She ordered him to stay back and declared that she would hold the line herself. The goblin mage hurled its magic forward, and the colossal fireball roared toward them with unstoppable force. Just before the flames could swallow them, a blazing spear shot in from the distance and punched straight through the fireball. The projectile did not slow. It tore onward and impaled the green goblin mage, shattering its body into fragments that scattered across the battlefield. Kiri stared in stunned silence as the remains fell. The one who had launched that strike stepped into view at that exact moment. El had arrived, calm and steady, remarking that his timing could not have been better. The scene shifted outside the gate. Lonko stood nearby, yawning as he waited. 3 days had passed without a single update, and the simple job he had taken to earn some money was turning into a source of unease. He muttered that work like this did not suit him anymore, and that he should start refusing guard assignments. His complaints were cut short by the sudden thunder of hurried footsteps rushing toward the area. Before he could react further, the gate itself began to fracture. Cracks spidered across its surface, and then it shattered in a violent collapse. Lonko instantly understood what that meant. Someone was coming out. He sprinted forward as Kite shouted for supplies to be brought immediately. Reaching her side, he demanded a situation report. She answered quickly that there were survivors, and that the gate's destruction meant the conquest had failed. All eyes fixed on the broken entrance. From the wreckage, only 3 figures staggered out. They were the remaining members of Team L, and their condition spoke volumes. Their bodies were battered, their gear in ruins, and exhaustion clung to them like a shadow, making it painfully clear how close they had come to never returning at all. Time blurred past, and when consciousness finally returned, the main character surfaced slowly from the darkness of his coma. A rough voice greeted him the moment his eyes opened, remarking that he had taken long enough to wake. Disoriented, he scanned the unfamiliar surroundings and started to ask where he was, but the question was cut short. Lonko leaned in and ordered him to listen carefully. He explained that only the elite fighters from the merchant guilds had entered the gate, yet out of everyone who went in, just 3 members of Team L had come back alive. He demanded a clear account of what had happened inside. At those words, L stirred beside him and spoke in a shaken voice, stating that they were the only ones left. The realization that everyone else had died hung heavy in the air. His body trembled, caught between agitation and lingering fear. Lonko ignored the display. He was focused on the facts and warned them to answer properly if they valued the lives they had barely managed to keep. The threat snapped the L back to clarity. He steadied himself and delivered a single explanation. There had been a demon inside the gate. He lifted his gaze and asked for a pen and paper, saying he could at least reproduce the creature's shape even if he did not know its name. The materials were brought without delay. As the sketch took form under his hand, Lonko's expression shifted into stunned recognition. After studying the drawing in silence, he murmured that he understood. He then left the recovery tent and carried the report straight to the assembled representatives of the merchant guilds. For those guilds, which had invested enormous resources into the expedition, the news was impossible to swallow. Voices rose immediately in protest. They argued that a 100-person gate, even a dangerous one, should never have wiped out a force made up of their strongest members. One bearded representative from the Sky Merchant Guild, Toriel, shouted that his own cousin had been among the raiders and insisted such a defeat made no sense. In response, Lonko presented the drawing and explained that the survivor's story showed no signs of fabrication. According to their account, this was the creature responsible for the massacre. As the image circulated, someone identified it in a strained voice. The boss of that gate had been a goblin, a green goblin. A ripple of murmurs spread as the representatives turned on one another to dissect the revelation. The moment the words green goblin settled in their minds, the atmosphere shifted. Someone brought up the rumors at once, recalling that these creatures were known to wield tools and weapons with frightening proficiency. Another added that their intelligence bordered on humans, and that a coordinated group of them functioned less like monsters and more like a disciplined army. Facing an entire horde of such enemies inside a confined gate would have pushed even elite fighters to their limits. Heads nodded as the logic sank in, and a reluctant consensus began to form that the expedition's failure could be explained by the overwhelming strength of the boss. That fragile acceptance is shattered when a cold voice cut through the discussion. One representative flatly refused to acknowledge the conclusion. Franco of the Goldrich Merchant Guild declared that while others might have struggled, it was unthinkable that Natasha could have fallen to a monster like that. Lonko demanded clarification, and Franco answered without hesitation. He insisted that something was deeply wrong and accused an unseen hand of manipulating events. Since no one outside had witnessed the battle, he argued, there was nothing preventing betrayal or sabotage within the gate itself. His suspicion sharpened as he pointed out that the only survivors all came from the same guild, implying deliberate intent behind the outcome. The insinuation drew an immediate reaction from Abby's, the representative of the Gopher Merchant Guild, who cut Franco off and condemned the accusation as baseless slander. He challenged the idea that survival alone proved treachery and countered that the report clearly stated his people had only managed to reach the third circle, which explained why they lived while others did not. He then turned the implication back on Franco, asking whether he was claiming that the adventurers of the Merchant Guild were inferior to those of Gaffer Merchant Guild. Franco bristled, stroking his beard as irritation crept into his voice. He denied making any explicit claim, yet insisted that the outcome spoke for itself. Abby's answered with biting sarcasm, which only fueled Franco's anger. Franco mocked the standing of Gaffer Merchant Guild, arguing that if their guild truly possessed such exceptional talent, it would not be ranked at the bottom among the 10 guilds. Vein stood out on Abby's face, but he forced himself to respond with measured restraint. He stated that their organization was still growing and warned that the rankings would inevitably shift, advising Franco to prepare for the day his own position would be overtaken. Both men let out sharp laughs that carried no humor, the tension between them thick enough to suffocate the room. Amid their escalating verbal clash, Lonko sat trapped between them, silently wishing for the argument to burn itself out. After the strained laughter dragged on, Franco leaned forward and pressed the issue, demanding that if Abby spoke with such confidence, he should present concrete evidence. Abby snapped back that there was no evidence to support any accusation in the first place. Not a single item had been recovered from the gate, which meant the survivors had gained nothing that could justify betrayal. He raised his voice to force the point across. With no proof and no spoils to argue over, the meeting dissolved in frustration. After a final inspection confirmed nothing unusual about Team L, the 3 survivors were dismissed. They offered brief thanks for the treatment they had received and prepared to depart. Lonko returned a simple warning to stay cautious, and the trio wasted no time leaving the site. Watching their backs disappear, Kite questioned whether it was wise to release them so easily. Lonko answered in a steady tone that the matter was finished. He had been hired to oversee the aftermath, nothing more, and he had no intention of entangling himself any deeper. On the road back, the group stumbled upon an unexpected sight. A small snail trailed after them, and Kiri stared at it in disbelief, remarking that it had actually followed them out. The creature's harmless appearance contrasted sharply with the chaos they had survived. That image pulled the memory back to the moment they had eradicated the Green Goblin's nest. With the enemy wiped out, Kiri had urged them to injure one another, discard the items they found, and exit the gate empty-handed. According to her reasoning, leaving without spoils was the safest way to avoid harsh interrogation. Elle hesitated. Among the loot was a phoenix feather he had taken from William's body, an item whose value eclipsed everything else they had found. Simply carrying it amplified the destructive power of fire magic by 30%, and unlike most artifacts, its effect could stack. As the implications settled in his mind, he realized this treasure explained why adventurers in his previous life had been annihilated inside this very gate. It was a prize worth killing for. He resolved to keep it no matter the risk. Kiri caught the hunger in his expression and warned him again about the consequences. Smuggling an undeclared item out of a gate would immediately raise suspicion and invite accusations of trolling. She reminded him that he himself had once stressed that danger and told him to suppress his greed and follow the plan. The situation was already precarious, and they had located an exit gate near the guard post. Pushing their luck for the sake of a single artifact could unravel everything they had fought to survive. Kiri cut in immediately, trying to drag the greedy man back to his senses before his thoughts spiraled out of control. And right then the group noticed a snail crawling slowly across their path. It was a scavenger snail, a rare monster that didn't attack on sight like the others. Instead, it wandered around sniffing out valuables and hoarding them inside its shell. The stranger thing was how its body adapted to its greed. The more treasures it stored, the larger and heavier its shell became. Elle watched it with a faint smile, recalling how this exact species had only been identified after the gates first opened in his previous life. As if it understood his gaze, the snail calmly reached deep into its shell and produced a blazing phoenix feather, presenting it without resistance. So it really managed to carry that out without attracting attention. Kiri stared at the scene in disbelief and demanded to know how he even understood how to handle such a creature, but Elle gave her nothing. He brushed past the question and focused on testing the limits of what they could do inside the gate, instead of wasting time talking about leaving. Seeing his attitude, Kiri dropped the topic of the snail and shifted to their next move, following his lead. Elle motioned for her to stay calm and quietly explained that the fools they were tracking had already slipped into the Cygnus Knights. Because of that, every scrap of information had to remain sealed. One mistake could drive them deeper underground, and by now they had likely reached their destination. All that remained was to wait and observe. His voice stayed low, almost a murmur, but the weight of his words settled heavily between them. The scene shifted to the white-haired villain's castle. When the report of the failed ambush reached him, his hand tightened around the parchment until it crumpled. Behind him, a subordinate delivered the summary in a steady tone. The Janus Merchant Guild, the Merida Merchant Guild, and the Dig Merchant Guild had been wiped out. Goldrich, Elito, and Sky were gone as well. The entire conquest had collapsed. According to the official account, they had been overwhelmed by the boss monster, and only 3 members of the Gaffer Merchant Guild escaped with their lives. During the assembly, a few voices hinted that foul play might have been involved, but the suspicion circled the merchant guilds themselves rather than touching their side. With no proof to anchor the accusations, the matter was dismissed. The subordinate emphasized that although the mission had ended in failure, their identities remained hidden and requested permission to begin preparations for the next operation. The white-haired man did not share that optimism. His gaze sharpened as he dissected the report. The objective had been total eradication and control of the boss. If 3 survivors existed, then they must have crossed paths with William. Yet Elpalm's testimony never mentioned such an encounter. As that inconsistency surfaced, the subordinate hurried to present his reasoning. There was no reason to conceal it in the first place. Even if someone tried, suspicion could never land on their merchant guild. Their people were scattered across every faction, woven so deeply into the other guilds that tracing a single origin point was impossible. With that assurance laid out, the white-haired villain leaned back and voiced a darker hypothesis. What if the survivors had already realized the hand guiding the incident did not belong to a mere merchant guild, but to his disciples, the only ones aware that the Dark Mage's followers had returned? What if exposing that truth had been their real objective? The black-haired subordinate stiffened and rejected the idea at once. If that assumption held any weight, then the situation bordered on catastrophe. They would have to erase every infiltrator embedded in the merchant guilds before a single thread unraveled. Yet the white-haired man showed no trace of fear. Instead, a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. To him, it felt like an invitation, a deliberate challenge thrown across the board. His laughter echoed through the chamber as he accepted it and declared they would simply change the stage and welcome their enemies as the 101st guests. The report in his hand curled and blackened as he burned it to ash. At that same moment, deep within a remote forest, a massive gate designed for 50 entrants tore open the air. Time slipped forward. The scene transformed into a land crushed by relentless poverty, a place where living with dignity was treated as an impossible luxury. D-Boy remembered watching his sister waste away under the torment of black blood disease, her days filled with unending pain. He had been powerless to shield the only family he had from death. For him, that world had always been nothing but hell. A voice cut through his memories. Aaron stood nearby, observing his battered state and asking if he wanted help. Her tone was gentle, almost warm. D-Boy answered with a vicious glare and told her to disappear. That moment marked his first encounter with Aaron. The memory jumped again to an unnamed battlefield. Fresh from slaying a monster, D-Boy lifted his weapon and bragged that he had taken first place. The others groaned in disappointment, lamenting that a delay of 30 seconds had sealed their fate and assigned someone dishwashing duty. They accused him of arrogance while surveying the cleared field. Standing atop a mound of corpses, Aaron smiled and called the operation complete, signaling everyone to withdraw. A single year reshaped everything D-Boy believed. Aaron revealed herself as a heroine both cold in demeanor and quietly compassionate in action. As their pathfinder and shield, she forced his eyes open to a wider world he had never imagined. From abandoned mines to brutal challenge caves, every real battle carved new understanding into him. He fixed his resolve on supporting her path. Nearby, a white-haired man laughed and thanked fate for the thrill of genuine combat, and the sound grated on D-Boy's nerves, stirring a flash of irritation he did not bother to hide. D-Boy snapped that he was already in a foul mood and told him to stop laughing. The teasing only tightened around him. They mocked that he called himself Aaron's disciple, yet showed nothing worthy of recognition, insisting he would have to prove himself if he wanted that title to mean anything. His answer came out sharp and embarrassed as he shouted for them to drop the subject. Through all of it, Aaron ignored the bickering and focused on the path ahead, turning to the girl walking behind them and asking if they were still on course. Shannon studied the markings and said the traces matched the ones her brother had left. The air around them felt different, heavy in a way that did not belong in the Elna's mountain range. Days earlier, Shannon had begged Aaron for help, her voice shaking as she explained that the abandoned mine in the Elna's mountains was too dangerous to face alone and that no adventurer would accompany her. She needed Aaron's strength to find her missing brother. Aaron had answered coldly that she had come to the wrong person. She did not involve herself in private matters, and dragging along someone with only a level 3 skill would be a liability. There was no certainty the brother was even alive, and Sonal would be better off seeking another path. Despair had settled over the girl's face until D-Boy stepped in from behind her. He apologized for interrupting, but argued that they were a final chance. Since the last incident, no adventurer dared enter the trial cave. He declared he wanted to help and would personally guarantee her safety, asking Aaron to reconsider. That plea was what ultimately brought their group into the cave. After searching for a while, they found the first bodies. Shannon knelt beside a fallen mage and asked in a trembling voice if it was him. One glance told her it was not her brother. Aaron noted that at least this meant he might still be alive, but the corpse raised new questions. The wounds did not resemble damage from any monster, and the condition of the body suggested the man had been dead for about a week. As someone in the group recognized the victim and began to speak, a massive shadow dropped from above without warning. It slammed into the ground with a thunderous explosion, and the shockwave hurled D-Boy backward like a rag doll. He caught Shannon just before she hit the ground, steadying her as the dust settled. The shape looming ahead clarified, and D-Boy's curse slipped out the moment he recognized it. Zakum. He shoved Shannon behind him and rushed forward, teeth clenched, aiming to intercept the towering stone statue. Aaron moved faster. Her axe carved through the air and smashed the monster's massive arm aside, and she barked in order to strike from the left. The rest answered with a surge of momentum, swarming the giant in a coordinated assault. Steel and magic hammered against stone as they boxed it in, turning the clash into a brutal mobbing brawl. After a grueling exchange, the statue finally collapsed with a deafening crash. D-Boy bent over, dragging in heavy breaths, muttering that this must be the monster everyone feared. Before he could gather his thoughts, a knight scanned the battlefield and shouted for Shannon. The name snapped Debo upright. Panic flickered through the group as they realized she was gone. All he found was her dropped hairpin glinting faintly on the ground. The conclusion hit him at once. She had gone deeper into the cave alone. The recklessness of it made his jaw tighten. Arin's gaze fixed on the cavern entrance, her expression sharpening as she warned everyone to stay alert. A dense pressure seeped from within, thick enough to prickle the skin. When someone demanded to know what was inside, she admitted she could not identify it, only that the presence felt overwhelmingly strong and dangerous. The hesitation spreading through the group grated against Debo. He straightened and claimed responsibility, declaring he would go in and bring Sonal back because her safety was on him. A swordsman tried to restrain him, reminding him of Arin's warning, but Debo pushed past the doubt. Arin stepped forward and decided the matter. She would accompany him. Whatever lurked inside posed a threat beyond the cave itself, and stopping it fell under her duty. With that settled, the group advanced into the darkness. After a tense walk through the winding passage, they emerged into a chamber where Shannon sat beneath a tree beside a motionless figure. Relief surged when they spotted her, but it faltered as their eyes settled on the body at her side. When they called out, she turned and confirmed in a quiet voice that it was her brother. Behind her, Arin's stare hardened. Every instinct she had sharpened in countless battles screamed that the calm in that chamber was fragile, and something terrible was about to break it. A curse slipped from Debo as the truth settled in. The worst outcome had already arrived. He shouted for Shannon to stay where she was and promised he was coming to get her, but she faced him with eyes hollowed by despair. She said she had known he would follow because he was that kind of person, yet there was no path back for her anymore. Then she asked if he understood what Zakum truly meant. It meant demon tree. Everyone believed the moving statue had been Zakum, but the real entity was the giant tree towering behind her. The battle they had fought was nothing but a prelude. Her words tumbled out in a fevered rush. Debo tried to cut her off, demanding clarity, but Arin raised a hand and silenced him. She thanked Sonal for revealing the truth and declared she would destroy the demon tree herself. Shannon only needed to leave before the tree collapsed and sealed the chamber. Arin's voice sharpened as she asked if the girl still had unfinished business, perhaps something as grim as offering her brother as a sacrifice. The warning came too late. Shannon drew a gem from her brother's body, and a fracture split its surface the instant it touched the air. She said possession had already begun the moment they stepped inside. Zakum's influence seeped into them, capable of seizing total control. The crack in the gem widened, and in that same breath a blade pierced Debo from behind. The strike came from Miria, catching him completely unguarded. It was not an isolated betrayal. The white-haired young man's eyes dulled as he launched a spear technique straight at Arin, his will equally hijacked. Debo hit the ground hard, blood rising in his throat as he stared back at his attacker. Miria's face twisted, her expression collapsing into madness. Through her lips came a voice that was not her own, accusing him of killing a friend. The words belonged to Zakum, speaking through her like a puppet. Behind them, Shannon's laughter rang out, bright and merciless. She declared resistance pointless. The two of them were marked for elimination, and this entire scene was merely a performance dedicated to the Black Mage. As she spoke, her form warped, her appearance shedding its former shape. Debo's body trembled violently around the wound, pain and dread locking his muscles as the nightmare fully revealed itself. He felt a cold suspicion crawl through his mind. Could it be that Zakum had taken her over? The thought struck hard and fast. At the same time, Arin's voice tore through the chaos as she shouted for Debo to stop hesitating and end it, insisting that the person in front of them was no longer Miria, and that he needed to wake up. Debo clenched his teeth as Arin activated her strengthening ability. Energy wrapped around her body like a blazing shell, and she charged straight at the newly awakened enemies. Inside his head, guilt exploded. He cursed himself over and over, blaming his own decision for bringing them here and for everything that had followed. Without letting himself think any further, he rushed toward the girl. This strike was for Miria. He whispered an apology under his breath to Miria as he swung, but she was still alive. Her hand suddenly reached for his face, and panic jolted through him. Instinct took over. His axe flashed again, carving a deep wound across her chest. Even then, she gently touched his cheek and thanked him in a faint voice, asking him to look after Arin. The moment the words left her lips, her strength faded, and she collapsed into his arms. The weight of it crushed his chest, and a heavy certainty settled over him. Elsewhere, Arin smashed through the stone creatures blocking her path and sprinted toward the demon tree, the source of the nightmare. She stared at its towering form and declared that this must be its true body. With a fierce swing of her axe, she released a blade of energy that screamed toward the trunk. It never reached its target. A massive stone arm intercepted the strike. The statue retaliated instantly, hurling a giant fist at her, but Arin twisted through the air and evaded the blow by a hair. At the same moment, Debo scrambled up the creature's other arm, joining the assault. He called out to Arin that they would rip the monster apart. Their voices rose together as they unleashed a relentless flurry of slashes, carving countless cuts into the stone giant. Chips and cracks spread across its surface, yet the thing refused to fall. Dibwa snarled in frustration as he strained to hold back another crushing punch from the statue. While he was locked in that brutal struggle, a shadow darted in from the side. Shannon rushed forward with madness burning in her eyes, proclaiming that she would offer her life to the Great One. Her sword flared with light as she prepared to release her skill. She never got the chance. Aaron intercepted her in a blur and struck once, a clean, decisive blow that dropped her instantly. Aaron exhaled and fixed her gaze on the battered giant still standing before them, muttering that only the stone statue remained. Dibwa, standing beside her, gave a grim nod and admitted that the creature would never allow them to destroy it without a brutal fight. The moment the words left him, a sinister force surged into his body. His posture collapsed as he clutched his head and screamed, the sound raw and ragged. One glance was enough for Aaron to understand. Something vile was crawling inside him. Through the agony, Dibwa forced the words out, ordering her to put him down before he lost control and did something unforgivable. His voice trembled with desperation. Aaron's jaw tightened. She understood there was no saving him now. Swallowing the curse rising in her throat, she whispered an apology and coated her axe in a dense layer of mana. Seeing her resolve, Dibwa felt a bitter sense of acceptance. He told himself this end was fitting punishment for his reckless thoughts and failures. Apologies echoed in his mind to everyone he had dragged into this nightmare, as the pain inside him spiked to an unbearable peak. Then, without warning, it vanished. The world in front of him twisted and reshaped. A familiar face appeared. He stared in shock, wondering why his sister was standing there and who had brought her into this battlefield. Fury ignited instantly. His gaze snapped to Aaron, burning with madness. In that instant, Zakham's will swallowed what remained of Dibwa's sanity. Aaron steadied her breathing and declared she would finish this quickly. But through Dibwa's corrupted eyes, her figure was stained black with betrayal. He raged that anyone tainted enough to involve his sister deserved no mercy. Zakham moved in tandem with him, the two striking as one. A colossal stone fist came crashing toward Aaron, forcing her to spring backward to avoid being crushed. Dibwa exploited the opening without hesitation. His axe slashed forward and tore through her cloak. He spun into a vicious roundhouse kick aimed at her head, but Aaron raised her arm and absorbed the impact. His speed had sharpened to a frightening level. Each exchange drove her farther back under the relentless pressure of his assault. She dug in and retaliated, carving a wave of energy through the air. The stone giant intercepted it with its arm, but the defense shattered seconds later. Aaron slipped behind the monster and unleashed final toss. The strike cleaved straight through Zakham's limb, and jagged pillars of ice erupted across the ground. The shockwave hurled Dibwa away, sending him crashing into the distance with his fate left uncertain. Aaron refused to waste the opening. She surged forward, intent on ending the corrupted foe before her with a single decisive blow. Aaron roared and unleashed another technique, and a colossal bear-shaped illusion materialized behind her, towering and ferocious. At that exact instant, she caught sight of Dibwa scrambling onto the stone statue's head, diving straight toward her in a reckless charge. The realization hit hard. This was her only opening. If she hesitated now, everything would collapse. She apologized to him silently and committed to the strike. The phantom bear crashed down with overwhelming force and smashed into the demon tree. When the dust settled and time lurched forward, Zakham's presence had vanished, and Dibwa was freed from its grip. He staggered, confused, muttering that Zakham should still be there. Aaron's voice cut through his haze, light and relieved, telling him he had finally woken up and that she had feared leaving without a proper farewell. His vision cleared, and horror followed. The axe in his hand was buried deep in her body. Color drained from his face. He asked if she had known this would happen and demanded why she had not killed him when he begged for it. His voice shook uncontrollably. Aaron spoke his name and reminded him of a failure 800 years in the past. She admitted she was no longer the one capable of stopping the encroaching darkness, but insisted he was different. His talents surpassed anything she had possessed at his age. Dibwa rejected the praise in a panic, claiming he could never reach her level. Her condition continued to fade regardless. With what strength remained, she entrusted the world of Maple to him, naming him her sole disciple and expressing quiet certainty that he would protect it. Fatigue overtook her. She said she would rest for a while. Dibwa begged her to wake up, shouting until his voice broke. That moment marked Aaron's final departure. He later carried the burden of telling her companions and the gathered heroes. Afterward, he abandoned that battlefield, convinced it no longer had a place for him. Without her presence, the world felt like a private hell built from failure and guilt. He believed he had lost any chance to repay his sins or fulfill the wishes of the person he treasured most. As memories of the Black Mage's slaughter surfaced, the weight only deepened. The timeline shifted. Dibwa stirred and opened his eyes. A familiar voice greeted him with relief, explaining that he had been unconscious despite having no visible injuries, and mentioning that he had been talking in his sleep. His younger sister stood beside him, worried. Dibwa rubbed his head, unsettled by the emptiness in his mind, unable to recall what nightmare had just consumed him. Outside, the doorbell rang without warning, pulling her attention toward the entrance. She hesitated, puzzled over who would show up without notice. Calling out that she was coming, the girl hurried to the door. The moment she saw the visitor, she turned and shouted for her brother to step outside because someone was there to see him. Dibwa dragged himself over with open irritation and dropped down near the doorway. The figure waiting outside was L. He wasted no time and announced that their schedule had been pushed forward and that preparations needed to start immediately, with no room for breaks. Dibwa protested and called him boss in a tone thick with complaint. L only stared harder, confused by the resistance, and pointing out that Dibwa had just finished resting. Dibwa muttered under his breath about the sudden shift in plans and the cost that would follow, calculating that 200,000 meso should cover it. L rejected the number outright, leaving no space for negotiation. To understand why the mission had tightened so abruptly, everything traced back to a closed-door conversation between L and Abyss. Even though Abyss doubted L would dare betray him, he still summoned him to recount every detail of what had happened inside the Red Gate, the hidden base of Hob. He pressed for confirmation that all 97 enemies had been eliminated and questioned how L had managed it, focusing on the expansion of his magic circle. L confirmed it plainly, but the answer only deepened Abyss's suspicion. Abyss admitted he still could not read L's intentions and laid out a blunt condition. Without substantial information, there would be no reward for clearing the gate. He emphasized that L needed the payment and let the threat hang in the air. The pressure failed to land. L calmly reached into his side bag and pulled out a thick bundle of cash. He stated that he had miscalculated earlier and would settle his outstanding debts first, naming million mazos as he handed over the payment. With that single move, his contract with the Gopher Merchant Guild dissolved. Freedom followed immediately. He was no longer bound to their orders and could walk away whenever he chose. Abyss grasped the implication at once, and his expression shifted. The numbers did not add up. The guild had never paid L enough to amass that kind of money. Abyss concluded that L had been building resources in secret and had chosen this exact moment to reveal it, likely to leverage the information in his possession for greater advantage. He exhaled slowly and applauded, masking calculation behind forced congratulations. Abyss forced a thin smile and conceded that if things stood that way, they would need a new contract. He told L to name his signing bonus and promised to meet it if possible. L answered without hesitation. 50 million. The number slammed into the room. Abyss stared at him, stunned, and snapped that the demand was absurd. A C-rank adventurer had no business asking for that kind of money, and no guild in its right mind would agree to it. L treated the refusal as the end of negotiations. He rose from his seat and walked out without another word. Back in the present, Dibwa asked how the meeting had gone. L replied flatly that the signing bonus had been rejected. Curiosity flared, and Dibwa pressed him for the amount. When L repeated the figure, Dibwa reacted exactly as Abyss had, blurting out that 50 million was insane and questioning his sanity. L dismissed the shock. To him, the price matched his worth. Dibwa clicked his tongue and complained that L kept making decisions like this without warning. As they continued walking, Dibwa lifted his gaze and asked why they were heading into a place like this. L countered by asking if he really did not recognize it. The realization settled in. This was a slum ground. Dibwa admitted that when he was younger, he had done everything he could to escape these streets. Compared to this district, his current home felt like paradise. He recalled hearing that the area had once been the liveliest part of Lys, but now it had decayed into a haven for criminals. In his eyes, it was the worst corner of Victoria Island. His judgment proved accurate almost immediately. They had barely stepped inside when a scuffle erupted ahead of them. A large man was kicked violently in their direction, skidding across the ground. Before they could react, another group closed in, forming a tight ring around the fallen figure, and incidentally trapping L and Dibwa within the circle. Ralph cursed under his breath, bitter that everything had been running smoothly until this moment. Dibwa exhaled and muttered that a full fight was about to ignite, and that they should slip away while they still could. The neighborhood had not changed at all, but before they could retreat, the man sprang to his feet and dragged them into the situation. He called out loudly to them, as if they were allies who had arrived late, accusing the surrounding thugs of falsely labeling him a thief and beating him without cause. Ralph's voice cracked as he clutched at them, begging through tears for someone to save him. Dibwa, who had sworn to stay out of other people's messes, still felt irritation flare inside him and snapped at the man, demanding what kind of nonsense he was spouting while calling them big brothers with that pitiful face. He scoffed that no one in their right mind would believe such a claim, but the thugs blocking their path clearly did. The group in front sneered and addressed them as big brothers, saying they finally understood the situation. They accused Ralph of stealing their goods and selling them off, then calmly declared that if these two were truly his big brothers, they could repay the debt in his place. Return the money and Ralph would live. Refuse, and things would get ugly. The fat man leading them pointed a knife forward and demanded 3 million meso on the spot. Ralph burst out laughing, mocking the accusation and asking whether they had actually seen him steal anything with their own eyes. He told them to stop pinning crimes on an innocent man and get lost. His taunting tone only poured oil on the fire. The fat man's face twisted with rage as he cursed and stepped forward, clearly ready to strike. Before he could move, El calmly flicked several thick wads of cash straight into the man's face. He stated flatly that the 3 million was paid and ordered them to disappear. The sudden settlement stunned Dibwa. He demanded to know why Elle would hand over such a ridiculous sum. Elle ignored the complaint and fixed his gaze on the uncle instead, calling him by name and telling Raf to follow. The three of them slipped into a narrow alley where the noise of the street faded. Raf eyed Elle suspiciously and asked if he had come all this way just to recruit him. Then he questioned what would happen about the money. Elle answered bluntly that he was now broke, that the cash he had thrown earlier was everything he possessed. He cut straight to the point and asked who Ralph was working for. Ralph shook his head and said he served no one. The response irritated Elle, who warned him not to joke around. If that were true, Ralph claimed, then he had no reason to join any team. Dibwa's patience snapped at the arrogant attitude. His body trembled with anger as he barked for the man to return the 3 million they had just paid. Ralph only shrugged and shot back that he had never asked them to spend a single coin on his behalf. They had acted on their own. If they wanted him that badly, they should already know the value of his skills. A proper salary was the minimum requirement. After pretending to consider it, he offered what he called a special discount. He would join their team for 3 million. The smug grin on Ralph's face pushed Dibwa to the edge, and he lunged forward with a curse, ready to settle things with his fists. The air in the alley tightened as the hostility between them surged. Just as the confrontation was about to explode, a black-haired subordinate stepped in from the side and politely apologized for the interruption. The black-haired woman stepped forward and introduced himself as Beiju from the Kania Merchant Guild, politely asking if Mr. Elpalm was present. Elle answered with a relaxed smile that he was the one Beiju was looking for. After receiving confirmation, Beiju greeted him properly and admitted that she had not intended for their first meeting to take place in such a shabby location, asking for understanding as circumstances had forced her hand. She then spoke without wasting time. The Kania Merchant Guild, she explained, placed great value on Elle's abilities, especially after hearing that his team had cleared a 100-person gate. Because of that achievement, she came with a direct proposal. The guild wanted to recruit Elle's team. There would be a simple gate-breaking test first, but they were prepared to pay 3 million meso in advance. Once the test was passed, a signing bonus of 50 million would follow. She asked plainly whether Elle was willing to accept. Elle's lips curved into a knowing smile. The negotiation ended as quickly as it had begun, and the contract was signed. Before taking her leave, Beiju reminded them that the gate break would occur in 3 days and wished them luck. Dibwa could barely contain his excitement at the unexpected windfall. Yet before the money in Elle's hand had time to feel real, he tossed it straight to the greedy Ralph standing nearby. He told him that it was the exact amount he had demanded. The contract would last 1 year, and after they successfully cleared the upcoming gate, he would add another 7 million. Dibwa stared in disbelief, convinced Elle must have lost his mind to act so generously. He blurted out that handing 10 million to a man like Ralph made no sense, and asked if his boss had eaten something spoiled. Elle ignored the protest entirely and simply told them to move, saying they were late for their next appointment. Dibwa froze, shocked that there was still another meeting to attend. When he saw who was waiting, disgust spread openly across his face. Their next guest was none other than Kiri, the girl who had once accompanied them inside the gate. He groaned about the noisy troublemaker's presence, only for Kiri to snap back and say she was there to honor a promise. Time slipped by, and 3 days later they stood before the test gate. Deeb was stretched and remarked that it was a perfect day to break through a gate. His gaze swept over the gathered crowd as he counted the participants. 5 teams, 50 people in total. He judged that it should be more than enough to succeed, and a grin appeared on his face at the thought of the 50 million reward waiting for them. Ralph, however, clicked his tongue at the sight of so many participants and complained bitterly about having to drag along what he considered useless baggage once again. After scanning the gathered crowd, someone muttered a worried question about whether the payout would shrink if things dragged on. Before the chatter could spread, Beiju stepped forward and raised her voice to address everyone. She introduced herself as a representative of the Kania Merchant Guild and calmly explained the situation. The gate before them was an orange-level gate with a maximum capacity of 50 people and 3 cracks. With their current numbers, she expressed confidence that conquering it would not be difficult. While the speech droned on, Elle's thoughts drifted elsewhere. Ever since being recruited, he had already pieced together the nature of this assembled group and guessed that the Kania Merchant Guild would eventually pull him into this operation. Even so, he had not expected them to activate this particular site so soon. The timing differed from his previous life, but he had cleared this gate once before. His strategy, he decided, would remain unchanged. Beiju's voice cut back through his thoughts as she issued a firm warning. Every team was to fire a signal flare immediately if they discovered a second gate. The term confused Ibwa, who blurted out a question. Kiri exhaled in exasperation and explained that gates were classified by color and difficulty. A second gate meant another dungeon nested inside the first. Yellow gates contained 2 layers, blue held 3, and orange gates also concealed multiple dungeons. That meant they would be forced to clear an entirely different environment once they reached the inner gate, with new terrain and unfamiliar monsters. She finished by reminding him to keep that in mind and muttered that his ignorance was becoming a liability. Ralph then shifted the focus back to Elle. With a thin smile, he stated that although he had signed a contract, the captain of their team had not yet been decided. In his view, leadership should be determined by ability, not by paperwork. L showed no surprise at the challenge. He gave a quiet laugh and agreed to settle the captain's position through their respective contributions inside the gate. Ralph's grin widened the moment he heard that answer. In his mind, the rookie had walked straight into a trap. Once he secured the captain's role, he imagined bending the entire situation to his advantage. Chapter 24. Beiju offered a final wish of luck and signaled to start. One by one, the team stepped forward and crossed the threshold. As the gate swallowed them, Dibwa felt excitement surge and declared that once they sealed this 3-crack gate, 50 million meso would be theirs. He urged them to finish quickly and collect the reward. Ralph snorted at the confidence and mocked the optimism, remarking that they had not come all this way just to play at camping. He added coldly that with such naive thinking, he doubted he would be seeing this rookie again for very long. What the hell is wrong with you? Damn it. I'm done holding back. Come at me. Dibwa exploded in anger, throwing a crude gesture at the uncle as his temper finally snapped. His provocation earned nothing but a calm glance from Ralph. The man answered flatly that he had no reason to step in when the result was already obvious. He did not involve himself in anything that failed to deter profit. Dibwa's irritation only deepened. He cursed under his breath and complained that recruiting a man like that had poisoned the entire mood of the team. He could not understand why their boss would drag such a bastard along. The thought was still running through his head when he crossed the gate's threshold, and the world in front of him erupted into chaos. A swarm of one-eyed lizard monsters was already tearing into the adventurers inside. Their formation shattered the instant they appeared. Shouts overlapped in panic as people screamed to hold the line, warning that splitting up meant certain death. Others simply yelled to run as the name of the creatures spread like a curse through the air. These monsters were known as Evil Eyes, creatures native to Elinia. Each one was built around a massive single eye and moved with brutal speed on 2 clawed limbs. The moment Dibwa stepped fully inside, several of them locked onto him as their next target. Before he could properly register the danger, one leapt forward and slammed him to the ground. He hit the dirt hard, instincts barely saving him as he jammed both hands against the creature's jaws to keep it from biting down. Its strength trembled through his arms, and he felt his heart pound as a long, slick tongue dragged across his skin in a nauseating sweep. He cursed under his breath, struggling to endure the pressure crushing him. The monster adapted instantly. When it realized its bite was blocked, its claws flashed downward to rip him open. At that exact moment, Ralph stepped through the gate. Taking in the scene with a single glance, he rushed forward and drove a vicious kick into the beast, launching it sideways into a nearby tree. He clicked his tongue and told Dibwa to steady himself while cursing the situation. Kiri, who entered right after, froze in shock at the sight before her. The gate had opened directly in the center of a monster horde. As more adventurers poured in, the Evil Eyes grew frenzied, surging forward in a wave of screeching bodies. L answered their charge without hesitation. Fire gathered at his fingertips and condensed into blazing arrows that tore through the advancing monsters, punching burning holes straight through their ranks. Even as he fought, confusion flickered in his mind. In his previous life, when he had raided this very gate, the Evil Eyes had never gathered their entire swarm at the entrance. Something about this opening was already diverging from the path he remembered. A doubt surfaced in L's mind as the battle unfolded. He wondered if this gate was following a different pattern from the one he remembered. The flow of events already felt misaligned with his past experience. Not far away, Kiri unleashed her Rising Sun technique, her blade carving a blazing arc toward an oncoming Evil Eye. At the last instant, the creature twisted aside and slipped past the strike. She registered the dodge with surprise and attacked again, only to watch the lizard spin unnaturally through the air and evade her a second time. The movement defied her sense of rhythm. She could not read it, could not predict where it would land. Before she could analyze further, the monster's tail lashed out and hurled her backward. 5 more Evil Eyes rushed in at once, jaws opening as they closed in to tear her apart. Their charge was cut short when their bodies jerked violently sideways, slammed by a force from the flank. Nearby, Dibwa was locked in a desperate struggle with another creature, cursing as the fight spiraled out of control. A dark blur shot past him in the next heartbeat. A fist crashed into the Evil Eye's massive pupil, and the monster burst apart in a spray of fragments. Ralph stood at the center of the impact, his posture loose and confident. He brushed off any gratitude with a careless remark, telling them to keep flailing around like that until they escaped. The more chaotic the scene, the easier it was for him to stand at the center of attention. With a crooked grin, he revealed the badge of a 3-circle adventurer. Kiri clenched her jaw. She disliked the man, but the gap in ability was undeniable. A third tier operated on a completely different level. Another lizard lunged at Ralph without hesitation. His punch met it head-on and crushed it instantly. Even while venting his aggression, he did not stop evaluating the battlefield. The monster's movements seemed erratic, almost patternless, yet there was a limit to their chaos. With the 2 inexperienced fighters effectively neutralized, his attention narrowed to L. He measured the young man in silence. Fire, arrows, and telekinetic control were not skills handed to just anyone. Those abilities alone explained why the Kenya merchants had taken interest. Ralph could not yet read L's fighting style in full, but one fact was obvious. The speed of his attacks surpassed his own. That realization sharpened his focus. The contract dangling in front of them was worth 50 million meso, a fortune few would ever touch. With the guild already showing favor toward L, the rewards could climb even higher in the future. In Ralph's eyes, the young man had just become the key to everything. He could already see it in his mind. Once this party was under his control, he would be drowning in money, swimming through piles of gold like it was his personal ocean. The thought alone stretched a greedy smile across his face, and the brighter that fantasy burned, the more brutally he threw himself at the monsters. To him, this battlefield was pure entertainment. Kiri clicked her tongue and muttered that the man was having the time of his life. Ralph only laughed louder, excitement surging through him as his fist slammed into the lizard's face again and again, each blow stiffening the creature's expression. Just as his next punch was about to crush the monster completely, a sudden kick smashed into his side and sent him skidding away. He twisted around in fury, shouting and demanding to know who dared to cheap shot him and whether they were looking for a fight. L's calm voice cut straight through his anger, telling him there was no need for thanks. Confused, Ralph followed L's gaze and froze. From above, countless arrows of light poured down like a shining storm, ripping through the monster horde and turning their bodies into shredded husks. If that kick had not shoved him out of the way, he would have shared their fate. Realization dawned on Ralph, and he roared, demanding to know which bastard had fired that attack. No answer came. The monsters continued their relentless charge, and somewhere in the trees a hidden archer calmly gathered energy for another volley. L's eyes sharpened as he sensed the source. He turned slightly, locking onto the distant position just as another rain of arrows descended and erased the remaining monsters like fragile insects. So he had already started shooting again. The sheer precision of it sent a chill down L's spine. Without hesitation, he launched a fire arrow straight toward the hidden shooter, and a violent explosion bloomed deep within the forest. Back on the front line, Ralph watched L's instant reaction with open admiration. He deflected a hostile glare from a surviving creature and struck back, praising the quick thinking and reckless courage he had just witnessed. But before anyone could relax, Deebwa's urgent shout tore through the air, warning L to watch out. His senses flared, and he spun just in time to see several arrows streaking toward him from behind, fired from the opposite direction. The blast detonated around him, smoke and dust swallowing his figure. When the haze thinned, only a shallow wound marked his arm, an injury too minor to slow him. What unsettled him was something else entirely. He was certain he had struck his target, yet the attacks were still coming from a different angle, and the logic of it refused to line up in his mind. Even as the blows were still landing, he caught a strange detail in the chaos. Everyone's strikes were syncing with a steady rhythm, like invisible hands hammering on a clock. The thought lingered in his mind, but before he could untangle it, Kiri's voice cut through the noise. She shouted that it was too dangerous to stay and that they had to run immediately. Panic rippled through the group. Ralph demanded to know where they were supposed to flee when the sky itself answered him. A dense curtain of arrows tilted downward, all aimed straight at them. The barrage wasn't limited to L's party. Every adventurer trapped inside the gate was marked. Chapter 25. Curses and screams erupted as people turned to run, but the storm fell faster. Bodies were skewered mid-step, collapsing before they even understood what was happening. Kiri reacted instantly. Her blade flashed with the light of her sun slash, sweeping in a blazing arc that shredded the arrows racing toward her and shielded the trembling adventurer behind her. She barked at them to stop hesitating and sprint for the forest if they wanted to survive. A desperate voice fired back that the forest was already sealed. Monsters were packed thick among the trees, waiting like a living wall. There was no path through. As if in response to that fear, a blazing spear of fire tore across the battlefield and punched straight through the monster ranks. Flames exploded outward, carving a narrow corridor into the woods. Someone shouted that a route had opened. Ralph didn't waste a heartbeat. He lunged forward first, yelling that he was going ahead and ordering the rest to follow without thinking. Another voice echoed the command, snapping the stunned survivors back to motion as they flooded toward the burning gap. The hidden archer refused to let them escape so easily. Arrows chased their backs in an endless stream, and with every second more people fell, cut down before they could reach safety. Deebwa saw the tide turning against them and shouted that at this pace none of them would make it out alive. El already knew. He twisted around and fired a blazing arrow of his own. The countershot detonated behind them in a violent burst, the explosion flaring bright enough to blind their pursuer for an instant and stall the assault. Far off in the trees, the archer clicked his tongue in surprise. The fact that El had pinpointed his position so quickly confirmed his worst suspicions. His opponent was exactly as dangerous as he had been warned. With a quiet apology to no one in particular, he centered his aim entirely on the main target. A fresh volley screamed forward. El moved like a shadow, rebounding off tree trunks and using the forest itself as a chain of springboards, slipping through every lethal line by a hair's breadth. Frustration tightened the archer's jaw as he tracked the motion. That agility was absurd. For a split second, his attention shifted to the fleeing survivors. He counted them automatically and realized one presence had vanished, leaving 6 figures where there should have been more. The polearm user. The archer locked onto that conclusion just as a blazing sphere materialized behind him and slammed into his position. The explosion swallowed the trees in a violent burst. The strike came from L. In the confusion earlier, he had traded clothes with Dibwa and used the disguise as bait while he slipped away unseen and circled behind his hunter. This time he watched the impact with his own eyes and accepted that the hit had landed cleanly. Back with Dibwa, the thunder of the blast confirmed that the gamble had worked. He felt a surge of pride, convinced that the camouflage trick in his effort to stall had paid off. That satisfaction lasted a heartbeat. An arrow tore straight through him and dropped him to the ground mid-thought. Kiri shouted his name and rushed to his side, but another threat was already descending. El sensed an arrow screaming toward him, and when it detonated in midair, it shattered into countless splinters of light that rained down on the fleeing adventurers. Panic erupted. Cries for help tangled with desperate orders to run faster. Kiri hauled Dibwa up despite the chaos, forcing her legs to move. Then a sharp impact ripped through her thigh. The arrow pinned her in place, and both of them crashed hard onto the dirt. Before the next volley could finish them, Ralph barreled in and scooped the pair onto his shoulders without slowing. He cursed under his breath, complaining that he had not even started a family yet and was already stuck carrying others like an exhausted father. But his stride only grew faster. Behind them, the white-haired archer continued the pursuit with cold persistence. Somehow he had slipped out of L's earlier blast, and confidence steadied his breathing. They could run in any direction they pleased. None of it would carry them beyond his sight. He drew his bow again, preparing to end the chase. But when he tracked their path, he hesitated. Their route cut somewhere unexpected. The fugitives themselves sounded confused, one of them demanding to know why they were heading this way. Dibwa snapped back that it did not matter and that they should follow the boss without argument, even with death breathing down their necks. Ralph smashed through the final wall of bushes and the terrain opened in front of them. Waiting there was another gate, the entrance to his second floor. Shock flashed across their faces before relief drowned it out. Somehow El had guided them straight to it. The enemy lingered roughly 100 meters behind. At that range, the distance to the gate was shorter than the flight of his arrows, and survival finally felt within reach. A rough laugh rumbled out of him as he pushed his legs harder, sprinting straight for the gate. Dibwa caught on to the plan almost instantly and shouted in disbelief, asking if he seriously intended to charge into the second gate without the boss. Ralph barked back that this was exactly why they had been led here. There was no point hesitating. They would cross first and wait on the other side. The air split apart before they could take another step. A wall of arrows materialized in front of them and crashed head-on into their path. There was no space to evade. The three of them absorbed the impact and staggered under the force. Confusion flashed through Ralph's mind. The attack had come from the front. In the blink of an eye, their pursuer had somehow circled ahead. He barely had time to process the impossibility before 2 more arrows screamed straight at his chest. Dibwa reacted on instinct. His axe spun out of his hand and intercepted both shots mid-flight, shattering the energy with a violent spark. It was the fire axe the boss had entrusted to them. Relief flickered for a second. That second vanished when a massive pillar hurtled in from the side and slammed into them like a battering ram. The blow sent all 3 skidding violently across the ground and tumbling straight through the gate's threshold. Even the distant archer faltered at the sight, momentarily stunned by the reckless force of it. Chapter 26. Elsewhere in the forest, a dark shape burst from the undergrowth and tried to flee. It covered only a few meters before a beam of light punched clean through its skull. The swollen demon managed a single shriek before collapsing lifeless. The shot came from the archer of the Cania Merchant Guild. His eyes narrowed in irritation as he studied the corpse. Another evil eye. Yet his real target still refused to surface. To him, it looked like a clumsy attempt to stall, a childish effort to hide while searching for his position. A faint smile tugged at his lips. If that was the game being played, he would indulge it. His thoughts drifted back to the crucible that forged him. In the 13th year, Sir Evoke had taken him in. 300 assassins had been thrown into a brutal selection, ordered to slaughter one another, until only 5 survived. For 7 days, the killing never stopped, and through that entire massacre, no one had managed to find him. When it ended, Sir Evoke himself had granted him a name, Ghost. The memory faded as a sudden surge of energy rippled through the present moment. His instinct snapped tight. Without a trace of hesitation, he pivoted and released an arrow straight toward the source. The arrow struck true again, but when the smoke cleared, it revealed nothing more than another sacrificed evil eye. The assassin's expression tightened in irritation at the wasted shot. In the same instant, a blazing arrow tore in from a distance and screamed toward his perch. It missed by a breath and buried itself in a nearby trunk, detonating in a burst of fire. That was enough. His opponent had triangulated the area. Without pausing, he drove power into his legs and leapt from tree to tree. shifting positions in a blur before settling on a new branch carefully screened from El's line of sight. Satisfied with the cover, he drew his bow and praised the maneuver in his mind. The last exchange had exposed El as well. 3 arrows of light streaked out in a tight formation, merging into a splitting shot that tore the targeted trunk apart with brutal force. Wood exploded outward, but nobody followed. A fresh fire arrow curved around the shattered remains and lunged straight at him. Shock snapped through his nerves. He dropped from the branch just as the blast ripped overhead. As he hit the ground, the pattern became clear. El had manipulated the battlefield with telekinetic feints, twisting perceptions and baiting him into empty strikes. The realization tasted bitter. Ghost sprinted through the undergrowth, boots pounding against the earth. Behind him, 2 fire arrows snaked through the forest, steered by an invisible grip and closing the distance with relentless speed. He knew running alone would not save him. He wheeled around and fired 3 countershots. The collisions erupted midair, blooming into a wall of flame that washed over his vision and stole his sight for a critical moment. Darkness and afterimages swallowed the world. Before his eyes could recover, another arrow slipped around a tree and lunged at his back. A curse tore from his throat as he twisted and fired blindly. The impacts canceled each other at point-blank range, and the explosion hurled him across the ground in a violent tumble. He rolled to a stop, body shaking with a mix of pain and fury. The exchange left no room for doubt. His opponent was sharper than expected. Meanwhile, El pressed himself behind a thick trunk, forcing his breathing into silence. He stretched his senses outward, listening to every rustle and echo in the forest, trying to pin down the assassin's next move. The woods had gone unnaturally still. The absence of sound gnawed at him as he searched for the hidden presence that refused to reveal itself. I didn't expect him to hide this well. In my previous life, no one inside this gate possessed anything close to that level of concealment. This had to be an assassin sent by Kania. Did the future twist itself because I failed at the 100-person gate? El's thoughts raced, but before he could dig any deeper, a voice suddenly sliced through the air behind him. El Palm. The sound made him flinch. His eyes sharpened in confusion. The man was clearly standing in front of him, yet his voice had echoed from behind. It made no sense. The archer stepped forward instead of retreating, raising his voice without the slightest fear of a sneak attack. You know it too, don't you? Stop wasting time. Hiding like a cowardly rat won't save you. I heard you prefer fighting head-on, so why skulk around like vermin now? He burst into manic laughter, mocking his opponent, even though he himself had been lurking in the shadows and ambushing every adventurer who entered the gate. Watching the man boldly expose himself, El didn't hesitate. He surged forward in silence, searching for a clean opening to strike. At the same time, curiosity gnawed at him. How'd he get there? I didn't sense a thing. Was it instant teleportation? Or some kind of flash step? His brows tightened as possibilities collided in his mind. I see you, Ghost muttered. In the next instant, a storm of condensed energy arrows erupted from behind El, streaking straight toward him. The attack sealed off his escape routes in a blink. His situation turned lethal in a heartbeat. The scene shifted to the second floor of the gate, a vast snow mountain stretching endlessly under a pale sky. The teleportation portal flared with light, and 3 members of Ralph's group tumbled out onto the frozen ground. Damn it, we left the boss behind. Deebu growled through clenched teeth. Uncle Ralph shot him, an irritated look. No one forced you to do that. Why are you snapping now? How is he supposed to handle everything alone? Deebu's voice shook. I think he already has a plan. Before anyone could respond, something rolled across the snow and stopped at Deebu's feet. He recoiled with a shout. Hey, what the hell is this? What lay scattered before them were bones. Human bones bleached white by the cold. The gate only bore 3 marks, yet the sheer number of remains told a different story. This wasn't the work of a few parties. At least 100 people had passed through and never returned. Kiri scanned the grim scene, and realization hardened her expression. Those damn Canias. Now it makes sense. We've been played. They showed themselves on purpose, and the first floor was packed with traps. And now there was this mountain of bones piled right in front of them. Kiri's gaze hardened as the pieces finally clicked into place. Don't you see it yet? The Canias served the Black Mage. They dragged every adventurer who stood in their way into this gate. And sending an assassin on top of that. El Palm was right. This whole thing was bait. Her voice carried a sharp seriousness that cut through the cold air. Their exchange was abruptly cut short when Ralph cleared his throat. Believers, forgive me for interrupting your fascinating theory, he said, flashing an obviously forced smile while staring ahead. But we should postpone the discussion. The owner of this place is anything but simple. Standing in their path was a monstrous super gorilla, a towering mass of swollen muscle that radiated raw violence. The sight of it made Deebu's body stiffen. Is that the boss? He asked under his breath. No one bothered to answer. The creature itself was explanation enough. Ralph exhaled slowly and reached for the necklace hanging around his neck. Looks like it's time to pay the rent. Pray for yourselves. This is a trick I don't show just to anyone. As he activated his power, the necklace burst with brilliant light. If Ralph's personality had to be summed up in a single line, it would be painfully simple, greedy, irritating, and obsessed with money, always relying on the cheapest possible methods. But as an adventurer, he was frighteningly competent. Whatever his flaws, his skill was undeniable. A healing bishop standing at the peak of the third circle was nothing to scoff at. Green radiance spilled from him as he cast his spell, wrapping Kiri and Dibwa in warm light. Their wounds began sealing shut at a pace visible to the naked eye. Kiri watched the process with narrowed eyes. He's not positioned for close combat, but he still stands on the front line. Even without casting, he can fight. Is he really strong enough to match a warrior? The thought lingered as the last of their injuries vanished. Ralph clapped his hands once, satisfied. If you're both patched up, then move. Earn the pay you took. That thing's getting impatient. Show me what you can do. The moment he finished speaking, he spun on his heel and sprinted. The giant ape answered instantly. With a thunderous clap of its hands, it brought both arms crashing down where Ralph had stood. He barely escaped the impact. The strike smashed into the ground with brutal force, splintering the earth and sending cracks racing outward like a shattered mirror. The stone slab beneath Dibwa and Kiri flipped violently from the impact. That bastard, Dibwa spat, but the curse had barely left his mouth when the giant ape lunged forward and bit straight into the slab. Stone exploded into fragments between its jaws. At the final instant, Dibwa hurled himself sideways and caught onto one of the beast's exposed fangs. The sudden weight clinging to its face made the ape flinch in surprise. "Where are you looking?" the young fighter roared. He swung his axe down with savage force and buried it in the monster's eye. A deafening scream ripped from the ape as darkness claimed half its vision. In the same breath, Kiri moved from below, her blade flashing as it carved deep into the creature's calf. Another howl shook the air. Blinded by pain, the monster lashed out and reached for Dibwa, fingers closing in to crush him. Before its hand could seize him, Uncle Ralph shot in from the side like a launched arrow and slammed into the arm, knocking it off course. Using the limb as a springboard, he vaulted upward and drove his fist into the ape's face. The impact twisted its features, flesh warping under the blow. Rage flooded the beast. It bared its teeth and hurled a punch with its left hand toward Ralph, but he slipped past it with practiced ease. At that same moment, the ape's kick sent Kiri skidding forward. Ralph intercepted instantly, dragging her out of danger. "What a pain," he muttered, already channeling healing light. His movements flowed without waste, every action precise. Dibwa watched with widened eyes. He's not just standing back and patching us up. He's fighting on the front line and supporting us at the same time. And he only heals when it actually matters. Not a single spell wasted. By the way, Ralph added casually amid the chaos, yesterday was free. From now on, I'm charging you both. He pulled a small book from his side and unleashed a wave of enchantment and reinforcement over them. Power surged through their bodies like a rising tide. I can feel energy overflowing inside me. Kiri realized in shock. Ralph stepped back and named his price. 100,000 meso each. "You insane bastard," they shouted in unison. Chapter 27. Time blurred as the battle dragged on. Under their relentless assault, the giant ape was reduced to a wreck. Blood streamed from both ruined eyes, its vision likely gone entirely, and its massive body was carved with countless wounds, battered from head to toe. Finally, it's over. "Damn, that thing was strong," Kiri muttered, collapsing onto the ground as exhaustion drained the last of her strength. In sharp contrast, Uncle Ralph still looked irritatingly fresh. He rolled his wrist as if warming up for another round and immediately shifted to business. "Well then, let's split the spoils like civilized people," he said with an easy grin. The giant ape, not quite dead yet, seemed to understand exactly what fate awaited it. It opened its mouth and unleashed a rancid roar that flooded the air with a suffocating stench. "So disgusting," Kiri groaned. "Shut up, or I'll put you down myself." Dibwa snapped, but the monster's next move froze them in place. With a sudden burst of motion, it snatched its severed arm and slammed it back onto the stump. Frost spread rapidly over the wound, sealing it as flesh re-knit before their eyes. The ape straightened, vigor surging back into its massive frame. A creature that should have been moments from death now stood reborn, as if the battle had been nothing more than a warm-up. Elsewhere, El was sprinting for his life under a relentless rain of arrows. Even as he ran, his mind worked furiously. "Something's wrong. I can't trace his firing position. A third-rank archer can teleport using information, but that only returns them to a fixed point. Moving this freely with it should be impossible." His brow tightened as Ghost's method remained a complete mystery. Ghost's laughter echoed around him. "See? I told you it's pointless. You're too slow. This is putting me to sleep." Irritation flared. El conjured a fireball and hurled it blindly behind him. The shot lacked precision and served mostly as a threat. "Where are you even aiming?" the voice mocked. "Keep wasting skills like that, and you'll collapse from shock." The warning wasn't empty. A sickly pallor crept across El's face, poison eating at his strength. He pushed himself faster, firing more attacks behind him to obscure Ghost's vision. "He's trying to stall me, so he can slip through the second gate." "Impossible," Ghost thought with a smug shake of his head. Sweat poured down El's skin as his breathing grew ragged. "Damn it, I can't win a stamina race against an enemy whose position I can't even pin down. At this pace, everything would collapse before he could solve anything. An arrow detonated against the ground beside L, and the blast hurled him sideways. He slammed into the dirt, rolled hard, and forced himself upright while dragging a potion from his inventory. The liquid burned down his throat as he swallowed it in one gulp. There's no time to plan this perfectly. I have to gamble. Grinding his teeth, he activated his fireball skill and unleashed a massive sphere of flame straight ahead. The blast scattered the incoming arrows and surged toward the archer. The assassin slipped aside effortlessly and even found time to sneer. How stupid. The mockery died on his lips. His eyes widened as 6 blazing arrows materialized around him from different angles, all locked onto his position. 6 at once. That's the strongest output a third-rank mage can force out in monoshock. Is he trying to kill himself? His gaze snapped back to L. The young man's body trembled under the strain, pain carving across his face as the mana shock chewed through him. But L didn't hesitate. A suspicion had taken root in his mind, and he was staking everything on it. If my guess is right, I'll drag you into the open even if it destroys me. Using telekinesis, he sent the fire arrows ripping through the air in chaotic patterns. The reckless barrage made it impossible for the archer to settle into a clean attack. He's firing blindly without even knowing where I am. This lunatic. L gathered what remained of his strength and hurled another fireball. Forced between converging blasts, the assassin had no choice but to retreat deeper between the trees. Not yet. I'm not done. I hold out until the end. The scream echoed only inside his head as he kept firing. Flames roared through the forest, his magic shaking the ground with every eruption. Watching this suicidal display, the assassin felt a surge of cold satisfaction. Idiot. You think random shots can touch me? Your fate's sealed. You'll die from mana shock while your body tears itself apart. The running battle raged through the woods until the assassin abruptly skidded to a halt. Heat pressed in from every side. He looked around and his breath caught. The entire forest was burning. That bastard. From the very beginning, this had been his plan. If this continued, he would be burned alive. His eyes locked onto the clearing ahead. An open space. If he could reach it, he could escape. He prepared to run, but a sudden chill crawled up his spine and forced him to stop. An open space appearing right in front of him at a moment like this was far too convenient. Suspicion tightened his expression. He spun around to warn the other man. No, we have to go back. This is a trap. He fixed his gaze on an archer dressed exactly like the one he had been fighting and instantly understood. There had been 2 of them from the start, switching places to distort his judgment. The younger brother stared in confusion when the older one abruptly halted. Brother, what are you doing? Before he could receive an answer, L moved. From behind, his telekinesis seized a massive stone slab and hurled it downward with crushing force. Seeing the danger, the older brother cursed and fired an arrow into the falling rock, trying to divert it and protect his sibling. The impact shook the air, but L did not slow down. Now that he had clearly read through their trick, he pushed forward without hesitation, slipping past the interference and closing the distance to the younger brother. He needed to eliminate one of them immediately. One, he murmured under his breath. His staff shot forward in a sharp thrust, yet the archer reacted on instinct. The moment he sensed the strike, he jammed his bow into the ground and used it as a pivot to vault upward. Riding that momentum, he whipped into a spinning kick aimed straight at L's face. L bent back just in time, the kick slicing through the space where his head had been. Time was slipping through his fingers. He had to finish this fast. Gritting his teeth, he swung his staff with full force and smashed it against the bow. The weapon flew from the archer's grasp and clattered across the ground. Stripped of his support, the younger brother stumbled and crashed down. L did not grant him a single heartbeat to recover. His foot drove hard into the man's stomach, launching him backward like a rag doll. He rushed in to end it, but a sharp twang split the air. From above, the older brother released another arrow straight between them. The sudden shot forced L to recoil and abandon his pursuit. Realizing their deception had been exposed, the older brother dropped to the ground beside his fallen sibling and barked a command. Get up near. He doesn't have the energy for another round. We in this now. As the older brother drew his bow and fixed his aim on L, he believed he finally had a clean shot. But L moved faster. With a sharp flick of will, he seized control of a knife and hurled it straight toward the man's back. The sudden threat forced the archer to abort his release and jerk his head aside to dodge. His eyes widened when he caught sight of the weapon. A dagger. With that little mana, he can still use telekinesis. Shock rippled through him, but his feet kept moving. He zigzagged left and right, evading the flying blade while steadily closing the distance. The instant he judged himself within reach, he pulled a dagger from his pocket and unleashed a relentless flurry of slashes. Steel flashed in rapid arcs. L retreated step by step, staff raised to intercept each strike, the impacts rattling up his arms. He could not afford to focus on defense alone. Even as he blocked, his mind stayed split, driving the floating knife to surge forward again. Before it could connect, an arrow whistled in from behind and smashed the blade aside. Nier had intervened. That's enough games. Nier clenched his jaw and began to draw his bow, lining up another shot at L. He never finished. With a violent pulse of telekinesis, El ripped countless chunks of rubble from the ground and blasted them into Nier. The younger brother cried out as the stones slammed into him and hurled him backward. In front of him, El immediately pressed the advantage. He counterattacked the older brother with a burst of close-quarter strikes that drove the assassin on the defensive. How is he this strong up close? The thought flickered through the man's mind, and that single lapse cost him. El's foot crashed into his stomach, forcing the air from his lungs in a ragged gasp. I can't relax for a second. El reset his focus and sent the knife screaming upward again, redirecting it toward Nier. The surprise assault struck before the younger brother could ready another arrow. The blade smashed his bow from his grip and sent it spinning away. Seeing the opening, El surged forward, staff raised high to end the fight. As he brought the weapon down, a distant twang split the air. An arrow tore through El's arm, freezing his strike mid-swing. Pain flared, and his momentum faltered. Excellent. Perfect timing. Nier laughed and drove a brutal kick into El's chest, blasting him backward. The impact ripped the staff from his hands and sent it skidding across the ground. The man called Nier did not hesitate. He lunged forward, snatching the fallen dagger in one fluid motion. With a savage burst of speed, he descended on El in a storm of flashing steel. What can you even do with one arm left? The taunt rang out with open contempt. El answered without a word. Using only his remaining arm, he intercepted every strike with cold precision. Steel clashed in rapid bursts, and in the middle of that exchange, El twisted his defense into offense and slapped the dagger clean out of the man's grip. Damn it, got it. The assassin grinned when his fingers closed around the falling knife again. He thought he had recovered the advantage. He never realized El had allowed it. The instant the man committed to the grab, El shot his hand forward, clamped onto his wrist, and wrenched it sideways. A string of sharp cracks split the air. The young man's scream tore out of him, raw and desperate. Let me go, you bastard. Want a few more holes in your body. The threat came out shaky, more reflex than confidence. It meant nothing to El. A blazing fireball swelled in his palm, aimed to engulf them both while he locked Nier in place, his grip iron-tight and inescapable. Panic flooded Nier's face. You insane bastard. Wait, behind you. The older brother's voice cut in at the same time, sharp with terror. No, watch out. The warning drowned in a violent roar. At the center of their position, a world-splitting explosion erupted. The shockwave hurled Nier through the air and smashed him into a distant tree. His lungs seized as he fought to drag in a breath. I can't breathe like this. Through the haze, the older brother stared at the strange sight before him. A shimmering green membrane of light standing between him and the blast. What is that? Coughing, Nier yanked his shirt over his mouth and staggered to his feet, eyes darting wildly. Damn it, where's my brother? He broke into a run, searching through the smoke. Before he could locate him, El materialized at his side. A weapon flashed in El's grasp, and he drove it forward in a lethal thrust toward Nier. Nier's eyes went feral. This bastard sticks like a leech. In one frantic motion, he ripped off his cloak and flung it over El's head to blind him while lunging him with his dagger. A spray of blood burst into the air, its owner impossible to tell. Outside the blast zone, the older brother saw the curtain of green light splinter and collapse. It's broken. He rushed forward without hesitation. What happened? The thought struck him like a jolt. Panic surged as he scanned the chaos and finally spotted his younger brother ahead, doubled over and coughing violently. Not far from him, another body lay motionless on the ground. His chest tightened. He sprinted over and caught Nia before he could collapse. Hold on, Nier. No, this isn't the time. We've already wasted too long. We need the Phoenix Feather. The urgency in his voice faltered mid-sentence as his eyes drifted to the figure sprawled nearby. Recognition hit him like a hammer. In that instant of distraction, a hand shot out and clamped around his throat. Before he could react, a dagger flashed. The blade carved cleanly through his neck. Huh, I'm getting tired of these bow users. El's mutter was barely audible before his strength gave out. He toppled onto the scorched ground of the burning forest, the heat licking at his armor as the world dimmed around him. Elsewhere, after the giant ape regained its footing, it erupted into a frenzy. Its massive fist crashed down again and again, battering Earth's group and leaving all three reeling. Deeb was suffered the worst of it. Ever since he had severed one of the creature's arms, the monster had marked him as its primary target. A colossal punch tore through the air. Even though Deeb would dodge the direct hit, the shockwave alone hurled him sideways. Pain rippled through his entire body as he slammed into the ground. The giant ape refused to give him a moment to recover. It clenched its fist and drove another blow downward. Before the strike could land, Uncle Ralph charged in from behind. The ape reacted instantly, whipping its arm backward in a brutal counter. Ralph didn't retreat. He planted his feet and condensed energy into his fist, bracing against the impact. With a roar, he unleashed a cannon-like punch straight into the ape's face. The force rocked the monster's massive frame and sent it staggering to the side. How about that? For a heartbeat, it looked effective. Then Ralph's expression darkened as he noticed the layer of hardened ice coating the ape's head. This thing is ridiculously tough. While he was still processing that realization, The ape casually raised its remaining hand and slapped its own face. The backhand caught Ralph full on, swatting him away like an insect. His scream tore through the air as his body hurtled off, moments from being crushed flat. At that critical instant, Kiri burst in from the flank. Light exploded around her blade as she executed the solar/explosive technique. The strike cleaved through one of the ape's fingers. The monster's roar shook the battlefield, raw and furious. When she finished, she reached a hand toward Ralph and pulled him up. "I repaid my debt. I don't owe you anything anymore." Without waiting for a response, Kiri hoisted him over her shoulder and sprinted away. The monster was already deranged, but the loss of its fingers pushed it further into madness. It thrashed wildly, fists and legs smashing the ground as Kiri fled with Ralph in tow, weaving through the chaos. Seeing them create distance, the giant ape bent its legs and launched itself skyward like a fired shell. For a split second it hung above the battlefield, then crashed down with both hands in a crushing sledgehammer strike. The impact unleashed a brutal shockwave that rippled across the terrain. Once they regrouped, Uncle Ralph immediately cast healing over all three of them and began barking orders, trying to re-establish their formation. Dibwa, still at the front, glanced back. "Got any idea how to bring this thing down? If this keeps up," a sharp warning cut him off. "Behind you." "Behind what?" Even as he spoke, the ape's massive hand descended toward him. Instinct saved him. He twisted aside at the last instant, the strike pulverizing the ground where he had stood. "This thing's huge. Be clearer next time. Less talking. Keep it busy. I'll go for the weak point." Ralph's command snapped them into motion. Dibwa tightened his grip and rushed straight in, drawing the monster's attention. The ape's fist came crashing down, and he raised his shield to absorb the blow, the impact rattling his bones. "Hurry up." His shout echoed across the field. Kiri and Ralph burst forward from behind, accelerating to their limit. The ape reacted instantly, sweeping its arms sideways and batting them away before they could land a clean hit. Dibwa sprinted along the creature's arm, trying to close the gap and support them. So it's not just a giant idiot after all. The thought flashed through his mind just before the ape whipped its limb again, spinning the entire battlefield into chaos. The violent motion threw their timing off by a fraction. That was enough. The giant hand slammed down and caught Dibwa mid-movement, crushing him into the earth. The ground exploded outward as a massive crater formed beneath his body. But before Dibwa could even push himself upright and steady his footing, the giant ape lifted its massive leg and brought it crashing down, clearly aiming to crush him in a single decisive stomp. The ground trembled under the impact, dirt and shattered stone blasting outward in every direction. Seeing the danger unfold, Kiri reacted instantly and shouted, "Ralph, heal me." At the same moment, the monster's foot slammed into the earth. Kiri yelled Dibwa's name in panic, while Uncle Ralph barked back a warning. He spun toward her and snapped, "I only have 4 heals left. Dodge it." The words had barely left his mouth when the ape surged forward like a charging siege engine, refusing to give them even a heartbeat to coordinate. "Split up," they shouted in unison, diving to opposite sides to escape the impact. But Kiri was just a fraction too slow. The ape's charge clipped her and hurled her through the air. Ralph clicked his tongue in frustration. "Damn it, I told you to dodge." Even as he cursed, he activated his healing spell and sent it rushing into her battered body. She slumped unconscious anyway, and he grimaced. What a waste of spell. With no time to check on her condition, Ralph was forced to retreat, weaving desperately to avoid the ape's relentless swings. Meanwhile, Dibwa lay crumpled in a deep crater, his body screaming in protest as he struggled to breathe. In that haze of pain, Elle's earlier words resurfaced in his mind. "Increase your circle. You already have enough experience to reach the second circle." Back then, Dibwa had stared at him in disbelief. "Can I really do it just by deciding to?" "That depends on your enlightenment." "Enlightenment? What is that? Teach me." Elle had calmly poured himself a cup of tea and answered without looking up. "Everyone's path is different. Even if I share mine, you won't be able to copy it. Just find a word that belongs to you. Something tied to your understanding of mana, or a memory you can never forget." The memory flashed vividly in Dibwa's mind, and at that exact instant, a violent explosion erupted behind the ape. The beast whipped its head around just in time to see Dibwa rising from the crater and charging straight at it. With a furious roar, the ape swung its enormous arm to swat him away. What it failed to anticipate was how much he had changed. Mana surged through Dibwa's body in a clean, focused current. In one seamless motion, he coated his axe in blazing energy and slashed forward. The empowered blade carved through the ape's arm as if it were paper. Standing nearby, Ralph's eyes widened in stunned disbelief. He can cut through that. How is that even possible? The thought burst out of Ralph as he stared in disbelief. Then his eyes caught the twin magic circles glowing on Dibwa's wrist, and everything clicked into place. So the kid reached the second circle. The realization settled heavily in his mind. By then, Dibwa had already thrown himself back into the fight, moving with a wild, almost feral intensity. He shot toward the giant ape and, in a blur of motion, slashed at its remaining eye. The blade struck true, and darkness swallowed the monster's vision. Before it could even howl, Deebwa sprinted up its towering frame and reached the sword lodged in its skull, a weapon that had been embedded there for ages. With a brutal swing of his axe, he hammered the hilt and forced the blade deeper toward the creature's energy core. The moment the strike landed, the ape's massive body wavered and toppled, crashing to the ground and trapping Deebwa beneath its weight. Ralph reacted without hesitation. He lunged forward and drove a heavy punch into the ape's face, blasting its body sideways and freeing the young fighter. Not bad, he barked, already channeling a healing spell into Deebwa, strength flooding back into his limbs. Deebwa rolled to his feet and began hacking relentlessly at the monster's back. Each strike forced the ape to twist until it flipped over and exposed its vulnerable belly. The surrounding warriors steadied their breathing, tightened their grips on their weapons, and rushed in to capitalize on the opening. They barely covered half the distance before the ape lashed out with a savage swing, smashing into them and forcing one of them to grit his teeth and block with everything he had. Seeing the strain, Ralph poured another healing spell into the struggling warrior, reinforcing his strength just enough to hold the line. The ape's eyes snapped toward the old healer, recognizing the source of their resilience. With frightening clarity, it reached out and crushed Ralph in its grip. He cried out as pressure closed around his body. The beast understood exactly who to eliminate. "You got time to hit me, do you?" Ralph rasped through the pain, forcing one more spell into Deebwa. While the ape focused on breaking the healer, Deebwa scrambled up its arm and climbed onto its body again, raising his axe to drive the embedded sword even deeper. Panic rippled through the monster, and it let out a desperate roar. Chapter 30. It was too late. Deebwa's axe came down like a falling guillotine, slamming the sword's tip straight into the energy core and shattering it. Agony tore from the ape in a deafening scream that shook the battlefield. Deebwa tightened his grip, ready to finish it with another crushing blow, but the dying giant thrashed wildly and backhanded him away. His body flew through the air and plunged deep into the snow. The impact stole his senses for a few seconds, leaving the world spinning in silence. Then his eyes snapped open. Ignoring the pain screaming through his body, Deebwa forced himself upright and prepared to charge back into the fight. But in that instant, Deebwa realized Ralph was sprawled beside him in the snow. He blinked in confusion. "Ralph, what happened?" Before the old healer could answer, their attention snapped forward. The giant ape was retreating in blind panic, crashing through the snow as if fleeing from something unseen. It barely managed a few staggering steps before the arm it had reattached earlier tore loose and dropped to the ground. A heartbeat later, fractures spidered across both of its legs. With a thunderous crack, they shattered, and the monster's enormous body pitched forward. A helpless roar burst from its throat. Frost spread rapidly over its skin, sealing it in a coffin of ice. Right in front of Deebwa, the frozen mass splintered and crumbled, scattering into glittering shards across the battlefield. The world shifted, and time slipped forward to the interior of an ice cave. Kiri stirred and slowly opened her eyes after a long, unconscious spell. Deebwa, seated across from her, leaned forward slightly. "You're awake." She frowned, still disoriented. "You're still alive. Where's the monster?" Deebwa jerked a thumb toward the remains piled near the wall. "Look what you're wrapped in. I got so hungry I tried to eat that monkey, but I couldn't. Its meat's hard as rock." His irritation was obvious, and Kiri stared at him with a trace of reluctant admiration. "You've got a ridiculous stomach. So, you just waited for us to wake up?" He hesitated for a moment before answering. "I couldn't find the exit. The weather's awful, so resting here made more sense. And Ralph's in bad shape. When the blizzard eases up, I'll scout again. You stay and rest. I'll handle it." Time slipped by. Once the storm outside softened to a dull howl, Deebwa rose, tightened his grip on his weapon, and stepped back into the frozen wasteland to search for a way out. The endless white stretched in every direction. Stroking his chin, he muttered to himself. A whole day's passed. What happened to Boss? A sudden heavy footstep crunched behind him. He spun around. Standing, there was a monster identical to the evil-eye creatures from the first floor, except its skin was a pale gray-white, perfectly camouflaged against the snow. A cold eye, a variant evolved to survive relentless frost. Its savage gaze locked onto him, and Deebwa instinctively recoiled. Damn it, why did I flinch? His eyes widened as more shapes emerged from the haze. There were too many. Without wasting another second, he turned and sprinted, the horde surging after him across the ice. After a tense circuit through the surrounding terrain, Deebwa finally made his way back to the cave. As he stepped inside, Kiri was just pushing herself upright. She looked at him immediately. "You're back. How did it go? Did you find the exit?" She looked straight at Deebwa, and the moment she saw his body drenched in blood, her face drained of color. What happened?" "I'm fine," Deebwa replied, brushing it off with a small shake of his head. "There's still monsters out there. It's too dangerous. We have to be careful." He lowered himself beside the fire, but his eyes kept drifting to Ralph, who still hadn't regained consciousness. Someone had to guard the old healer. At least for now, that responsibility fell on him. They were teammates. "Then I'll go this time," Kiri insisted. "There's no reason you should suffer alone." Deebwa rejected the idea immediately. "No, It's better if only one of us scouts. We shouldn't overlap and waste energy. Just rest. With that, he lay back, pretending to relax. Watching him shoulder everything by himself twisted something uneasy in Kiri's chest. You idiot. If you keep forcing yourself like this, you're gonna break. After a brief rest, Dibwa headed out again. The frozen wind cut into his skin as he pushed deeper into the wasteland. This time the search ended with him trapped at the edge of a cliff, a swarm of cold eyes closing in from every side. It's freezing, he muttered under his breath just as the one-eyed monsters lunged. One of them hurled itself forward with reckless abandon and slammed straight into him. The impact dragged both of them over the cliff. The creature plummeted into the abyss and vanished, its suicidal charge ending in instant death. Dibwa, by sheer luck, managed to twist his body and survive the fall, though pain flared through every muscle when he hit the ground. He sucked in a ragged breath. That was close. I thought I was finished. His hands trembled slightly as he forced himself to stand. The moment he lifted his head, he froze. A figure sat cross-legged a short distance away. His grip tightened on his weapon, instincts sharpening. Someone's here. He focused, studying it carefully, and the tension drained from his shoulders. The figure was nothing more than a corpse that had been there for a long time. Letting out a quiet breath, Dibwa approached and knelt beside it. A folded letter rested in the dead man's hand. Doesn't look like he's been dead that long. Dibwa murmured. What's this? A will? A letter? Why is it so long? He unfolded the paper and began to read. I leave this letter to whoever finds it, whose name I will never know. Calling this a reward may be excessive, but I bequeath to you my gauntlets. If you are a warrior, they contain a combat skill that will serve you well. Combat skill is a passive ability for first-level adventurers of the warrior class, enhancing defensive capability and movement. As you can see, we fell in a Kania's trap, and my companions were slaughtered by the Yeti. If there is any comfort to be found, it is that I discovered the gate leading outside. But the letter carried one final warning. The gate was unusual. It would only activate after the boss was defeated. The fallen adventurer had sketched its location on the back as a crude map, and left a final request that the message be delivered. After finishing the letter, Dibwa could only sigh for the unlucky warrior who had died in the Kania clan's trap. With quiet respect, he buried the body beneath the snow and stone. Once it was done, he memorized the marked location and hurried back to the cave. Gathering Kiri and the still unconscious Ralph, he guided them toward the spot shown on the map. When they finally stepped outside, Dibwa glanced at Kiri. What now? We recover first, she answered without hesitation. In our condition, both of us. Her words were cut short by a mocking voice drifting across the snow. Oh my, I had my doubts, but our evil eye didn't fail. So the boss really was defeated. A masked man stood ahead of them, flanked by a line of assassins in dark hooded cloaks. Their numbers were enough to make Dibwa's stomach tighten. His gaze sharpened as the truth settled in. Don't tell me they're all from the Kania clan. This is bad. How are we supposed to fight like this? His fear materialized the moment the masked leader flicked his hand forward. The assassins surged ahead. Relax, the man sneered. We'll finish you before you can blink. Kiri clenched her jaw and charged to intercept, shouting over her shoulder, fall back. An assassin answered by snapping his wrist and sending darts slicing through the air. They buried themselves in her thigh, and pain twisted her expression. Using that opening, the remaining assassins slipped past her guard and rushed Dibwa and Raph. Then the gate behind them erupted in brilliance. A spear of light shot outward and tore straight through the nearest assassin. More beams followed in rapid succession, ripping through cloaks and flesh alike. The attackers were obliterated before they could even register what was happening, their bodies blasted apart by the torrent of radiance. Dibwa and Kiri spun around in unison. A figure stepped out from the glowing gate. The moment Dibwa recognized him, a relieved grin spread across his face. I hate to ask, El said lightly, surveying the wreckage, but were you two managing without me? Barely, Dibwa shot back. And you're late. The scene shifted to Vox Castle. A lone figure stood in a quiet chamber, absent-mindedly, stroking the monster at his side while lost in thought. Someone with that level of power had appeared out of nowhere, yet no one knew whose hand was guiding him from the shadows. And the moment that thought crossed his mind, he could already picture the city erupting in chaos. The public would not take this quietly. Before he could sink deeper into that calculation, Beiju slipped into the room like a phantom and delivered her report in a flat voice. El Palm has returned, sir. What should we do with the contract? The air around Evoke froze. His expression hardened into something merciless, and his answer came without hesitation. Kill him. The word landed heavy. Beiju flinched, caught off guard, and forced herself to ask again, just to be certain he had heard correctly. Why, sir? He barely finished the question before Evoke cut him off, his tone sharp and absolute. We are not in a position to worry about public opinion. He is too unpredictable. Do you really think we can control him? We will invent a reason afterward. He is not alone, Beiju quickly reminded him. He has others with him. While that decision sealed itself in the shadows, El's group had retreated to Dibwa's house for a brief rest. The table was crowded with dishes, but Ralph stared at the food and let out a long, dissatisfied sigh. This meal is painfully bland. Across from him, Debo bristled instantly. Don't you dare insult my sister's cooking. Eat what's in front of you. Ralph calmly pushed back, insisting that a little more salt would make it perfect. Debo's sister continued bringing out plate after plate, smiling politely as she set them down. Tell me when you're finished. Thank you for the food. Kiri gave her a grateful nod. Debo, meanwhile, kept grumbling under his breath. This is exactly why I didn't want to drag you all here. Kiri turned to him and spoke with deliberate patience, trying to cool his temper. Rumors are already spreading. If we separate now, we'll be easy targets. This house is the safest place for your sister. Even if we try to hide, we'll be found eventually. As her words settled over the room, the front door suddenly creaked open. Footsteps echoed in the hallway, and their main figure, L, stepped inside. His gaze swept over them as he asked evenly how everyone was holding up. Where did you disappear to? Someone demanded at once. L brushed it aside with a casual reply, saying he had something urgent to handle. Ralph seized the moment the instant he saw him. The old man straightened and went directly to the matter at hand. We need to talk about splitting the reward. For now, let's postpone deciding on a permanent leader since our shares are nearly equal. Then he fixed his eyes on Meso. When are you paying the extra $7 million? Before El could even open his mouth, Debo exploded. His face flushed red as he snapped that the old man had lost his mind. You want to march into Carnia, asking for money at a time like this? And you're saying I beat the Yeti alone when I don't even remember it? While you were unconscious, I was the one who found the exit. Kiri backed him up without hesitation, adding that she had heard El Palm was forced to fight the twin assassins by himself. Their arguments stacked up one after another, each word pushing harder to place El at the center of the team. Yet the old man stood, unmoved, his expression unchanged, as if none of their reasoning had reached him at all. He answered them by pretending not to understand, wearing ignorance like a shield. Anyone watching closely could see the act for what it was, but he carried it flawlessly. Debo's jaw tightened until his teeth creaked. You bastard. Kiri ignored the brewing argument and fixed her eyes on El, cutting straight to what mattered. What are you planning to do now? El inclined his head slightly and began laying out his thoughts. Kania will not stay quiet for long, and until then, a violent thud interrupted him. Someone outside slammed a fist against the wall, and an irritated voice rang through the door, demanding to know how much longer they intended to keep him waiting. The same voice barked again, telling them to hurry up and send out the bastard who had just walked in. The man causing the commotion was Abyss of the Gaffer Merchant Guild. To understand why he was standing there fuming, the moment rewound earlier, when the old merchant had been pacing his office and cursing under his breath about El joining the Cania Merchant Guild. Nothing was unfolding the way he wanted. He had never expected the Cania Merchant Alliance to approach El Palm first and launch the dungeon raid before he could interfere. The thought of whether he should have stopped it gnawed at him, twisting tighter until his head throbbed. Then a knot broke his spiral. When he opened the door and saw El standing there, his irritation shifted into sharp curiosity. His expression changed as he demanded to know whether the talks with Cania had collapsed. El did not bother dressing it up. He stated plainly that he had been promised 50 million meso if the raid succeeded, and since the dungeon was finished, only the contract remained. Abyss snorted, accusing him of coming just to show off and calling him as aggravating as ever. The jab slid off El without leaving a mark. He replied flatly that if there was nothing else to discuss, he would leave. That threat forced the old merchant into silence. After a brief calculation, he let out a long sigh of surrender. Fine. 60 million meso. Sign it. It was more than El had demanded, and Abyss made sure to emphasize that he would hear no complaints as he pulled a contract from his pocket and thrust it forward. This was the outcome El had walked in expecting. He took the document and signed without the slightest pause. Once the ink dried, Abyss leaned in and reminded him that partners share information. El answered immediately, naming the Cania Guild as the ones pulling the strings. The bluntness of it made Abyss blink in surprise, asking how he could speak so directly. El ignored the reaction and continued, his voice steady as he laid out the truth. The Great Gate had been a snare from the beginning. They had lured everyone in by claiming it bore only 3 markings, when in reality, it had already swallowed at least 100 lives. And that was not the end of it. They had even dispatched assassins to silence them, then try to contact them afterward to scrub away every trace of what had happened. As El spoke, Abyss's complexion drained bit by bit. By the time the explanation finished, a crooked smile spread across his face, dark and full of intent, as if a new scheme had locked into place. He let out a low laugh and swore that Cania would not escape this. When the laughter faded, El cut in coldly, asking whether he was satisfied now. His testimony was the only proof they had, and Cania could simply deny everything. Abyss showed no surprise. He admitted that was true, but pointed out that public opinion was another weapon entirely. The merchant guilds were desperate for someone to blame for the failed raid. If Cania could be crushed under that pressure, the balance of power would tilt. Even as he spoke, he was already arranging the pieces in his mind. El pushed for something harsher. Instead of merely weakening them, he proposed erasing Cania completely, wiping them out of the Maple world. The blunt suggestion made Abyss narrow his eyes. He sensed there was more behind those words and demanded to know what else El was hiding. El sidestepped the demand and advised him evenly not to expose the trap yet. A single decisive strike, delivered at the right moment, would be far more effective. Abyss accepted with a slow nod, though the full shape of El's design remained obscure. Under his breath, El added that the Black Mage's followers had already begun to move. Time slipped forward. Now Abyss and El stood together before Beiju, who greeted the merchant lord with polite surprise and asked the reason for his visit. Abyss answered with an easy smile, claiming he had come to apologize. The statement left Beiju visibly puzzled. Abyss explained that there had been a misunderstanding between his guild and El Palm, and that he had assumed El had gone to Cania, seeking revenge. He clarified that El Palm was an official business partner of Gaffer Merchant Guild, and admitted he had effectively taken him away from them. Beiju listened, then acknowledged the situation calmly. She added that if matters stood this way, she would be unable to pay the promised fee in the contract, and glanced at El for confirmation. El had no desire to step into the nest of the Black Mage's faction, so he agreed without hesitation. Abyss stroked his beard and shifted to a more personal tone, saying the incident had forced him to reconsider the worth of human life. He declared that from now on he would value people properly, and would assign elite bodyguards to maintain round-the-clock protection, ensuring that no further harm could reach them. That protection, he added, would extend to every member of El Palm's group. He openly acknowledged their competence and declared that anyone daring to touch El Palm or his companions would be challenging the entire Gaffer Merchant Alliance. The arrogance in Abyss's smile made the message unmistakable. Across from him, Beiju's face had already drained of color. Back in the present, that was the chain of events that had unfolded during El's absence. When the others heard the figure attached to the new contract, Deebwa's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. 60 million. He stared at El, as if looking at a conjurer pulling gold from thin air. The shock was not his alone. Even Kiri, usually composed, glanced toward the window and noticed the guard stationed outside. They even assigned bodyguards to us. She murmured in disbelief, questioning whether this was truly the Gaffer Merchant Alliance at work. Ralph's expression brightened instantly. He raised a thumb toward El and praised him as an exceptional businessman, remarking that the group was proving far more impressive than he had expected. Then his tone sharpened with a hint of something cutting as he added that all that remained was to discard the deadweight. The implication hit Deebwa like a slap. His face went pale with fury, and he spat out a curse under his breath. The old man seemed to draw energy from that anger, puffing himself up as he bragged that there was no bishop like him in the port, or even in the entire Maple world. He claimed he alone could heal, command, and shield others perfectly, presenting himself as unmatched in every regard. Someone muttered a quick agreement, just to end the boasting. Unbothered, the old man shifted his attention and jabbed a finger toward El. He called the boy a monster and admitted he could not figure him out. Passing out only to rise and defeat the boss alone defied any simple explanation. He stroked his chin as if sealing a private conclusion. Kiri, hearing that, recalled her own unease from earlier. She mentioned how El had fought the Hobbs in a berserk state while unconscious. When she tried to remember it clearly, her thoughts dissolved into fragments of a dream. Deebwa picked up the thread, shaking his head as he described the same haze. In that dream, a woman had appeared. They had argued, yet shared an odd closeness. Every time he woke, her face slipped away, leaving only the impression of a long-handled weapon in her hands. El, who had been leaning quietly against the wall and listening without comment, stiffened at those words, caught off guard by what they revealed. A long-handled weapon. The detail lodged in his mind and refused to move. Before the regression, Deebwa and Aaron had always fought side by side, bound by a power no one else fully understood. If the woman in that dream was truly Aaron, then a possibility surfaced that chilled him. Perhaps fragments of his former strength were resurfacing whenever he lost consciousness. The thought spiraled further. Had tampering with the past created cracks he could not yet see? He ran through the implications in silence, searching for signs that something in the timeline had shifted beyond his control. Ralph, unaware of the storm behind El's calm expression, dismissed Deebwa's words as nonsense. Deebwa snapped back at him, his temper flaring, but Ralph only laughed and turned his attention to El. He admitted that El's fast growth bordered on absurd, and that his battle sense far exceeded what his age should allow. With his current judgment and awareness, it was no surprise Gaffer Merchant Guild was desperate to secure him. Then Ralph's gaze slid to Kiri. He acknowledged her solid foundation and sharp mind, traits expected from a Cygnus training captain, but judged her as nothing more than an average two-circle. In his view, she lacked any quality that truly separated her from the crowd. He continued without softening the blow. Gaffer was not naive. They already understood that the group had been used as bait and had paid dearly for it. Their next task was to step directly into the snare Cania had prepared and drag out the hidden operatives. Ralph declared he would accept any risk as long as the payment justified it, but he refused to divide rewards with someone he saw as dead weight. With a thin smile, he added that it would be better if such a burden returned to the infirmary immediately. The remark made Kiri's hands tremble with suppressed rage. The scene shifted to a quiet mansion corridor. As Kiri walked alone, a young knight greeted her with a bright smile that failed to hide its edge. He remarked that he had heard about her recent mission and confessed he had assumed she died in the Great Gate. She answered by name, calling him Sir Kasim and stating she was on her way to see her master. Kasim mentioned her joining an adventuring party and mocked the decision as a fitting descent, suggesting she abandon her ambitions for the sake of the knights and their teacher. With a fox-like grin, he pointed her toward the office. His words weighed heavily as she stepped inside. She stood before her master and voiced her request. After listening, the man across from her asked calmly whether she truly intended to quit and what had driven her to that decision. Kiri hesitated. Her expression tightened with conflict as she apologized and admitted she could not reveal the full reason, promising only that the truth would come out someday. Her master responded by lifting an eyebrow slightly, studying her in silence. Someday, he would officially claim that her presence in the adventure group was part of a classified assignment, and with that calm authority, he ordered her to report back once every 3 weeks. He reminded her in the same steady tone that she was still his disciple and would forever remain a knight of the Cygnus Knights. Back in the present, Kiri stood there pleading. She admitted the request was unreasonable, but as long as even one of their henchmen remained inside the Cygnus Knights, she could not return to her master. She insisted she did not care about money and only needed time to grow stronger, her voice trembling as she begged. Those desperate words, however, failed to move Ralph in the slightest. Instead, he threw his head back and laughed, mocking her innocence and asking if it was really so hard to understand that they wanted her gone. Before the old man could continue, Elle's voice cut in from behind, sharp and certain. He questioned whether they were truly confident in what they were saying. Every head turned toward him, and Ralph snapped back, demanding to know what he meant. Facing them calmly, Elle laid out his reasoning. If she chased that henchman alone, nobody would gain anything, especially given her nature. Then he shifted his gaze to Ralph, and added that while Ralph loved to criticize her lack of skill, he was not the only one dissatisfied with the team's abilities. He reminded them that he had sent them to the second floor first because he believed they could clear it with ease. Yet without Dibwa, they would have been wiped out. That enemy had not been ordinary. Ralph tried to protest, claiming Elle had no right to speak, but the words died in his throat as Elle interrupted again. A Yeti was never an ordinary opponent, and he stated plainly that he had hunted one alone before. Shock rippled across the 3 faces opposite him as they shouted in disbelief and demanded to know if he was serious. In truth, he was not lying. That victory belonged to a time before his regression. According to the original course of events, he should have been the one to face that creature, but an assassin had derailed everything. That enemy's skill had exceeded his expectations, and at that time neither he nor his teammates were as capable as they were now. Ralph's confusion spilled out as open denial. He insisted it was impossible and reminded Elle that he had been nothing more than a slave back then. Elle answered by asking if Ralph wanted proof, fixing him with an unblinking stare that drained the color from the old man's face. Ralph immediately backed down, stumbling over his words as he muttered that such proof would not be necessary. Seeing the man's weak knees and the fear written all over his face, Elle let out a faint smile and continued in a calm, measured voice. The answer was simple. They only needed to become stronger than they were now. There was roughly a month before another situation like this could arise, and in times like winter, when pressure closed in from all sides, violence remained the most reliable solution. Elsewhere, in a separate development, Beiji was delivering a full report to Evoke. He explained that events were drifting away from their expectations, and warned that any direct clash with the Gaffer Guild would drag unwanted public attention onto them. Evoke immediately pressed for details, questioning how much their opponents actually knew and whether the recent negotiations had been nothing more than theater. Beiju admitted that the Gaffer Merchant Guild had concealed their movements too well. Even their spies had failed to uncover anything substantial, and whatever secrets existed were likely restricted to the highest-ranking leaders. Although Avak heard every word, his expression remained perfectly composed. In his view, Gaffer posed no real threat. When the time came, erasing them would be effortless. The only organization he considered a true enemy was the Maple Association. He recalled how, 8 centuries earlier, after the 6 heroes were sealed, Queen Cygnus had united the Cygnus Knights, the Resistance, the Explorer Association, and the Nova Tribe into a powerful alliance. Compared to that legacy, a mere merchant guild conflict required no outside assistance. Even so, an uneasy feeling stirred inside Evoke. A vague sense of danger crept into his thoughts. He questioned whether everything that had happened could truly be attributed to the Gaffer Merchant Guild alone. The more he considered it, the heavier that suspicion became, until he ordered Beiju to dig deeper and uncover every possible detail about Gaffer. Beiju acknowledged the command with a short nod, and her body dissolved into smoke, vanishing from sight. Watching his subordinate disappear, Evoke's gaze turned cold and sharp. He muttered quietly that he hoped Elpalm would prove to be a worthy adversary. Time moved swiftly, and the scene shifted to a deserted forest where El was personally drilling the other 3. The outcome was brutally one-sided. He treated them like living training dummies, knocking them down again and again. Ralph cursed under his breath, stunned by the sheer force behind El's blows. Meanwhile, El stood without a trace of sweat, walking toward them with an almost mocking calm. He taunted them, asking why they were hesitating and telling them that landing even a single hit would earn them a chance to rest. The moment he finished speaking, he charged again. Panic flashed across the big old man's face, and he immediately turned and ran, shouting for El to stay away as he scrambled to escape. For reasons no one bothered to explain, Dibwa had been ordered to sit silently in a corner. Irritation simmered as he watched the others. He complained about the noise and insisted he needed quiet to sort things out, yet he still could not understand why the task had fallen to him. Sitting cross-legged on a large rock with his fists clenched, he replayed El's earlier instructions in his mind. El had told him to try using, by his own will, the strange power that surfaced whenever he blacked out. There was no guarantee it would succeed, but if he managed it, the result would be significant. Remembering those words, Dibwa released a long sigh and wondered if this strange exercise would truly make him stronger. Time slipped by until evening arrived. Ralph, his face swollen and bruised, turned toward El and asked whether this could honestly still be called sparring. Dibwa glanced at him and burst into loud laughter, joking that with a face like that he would charm any girl. El ignored the teasing and calmly confirmed that he was fighting according to the limits of their circles. Ralph shook his head in disbelief. As they prepared to leave, he glanced toward Dabo's sister and questioned whether it was safe to leave the girl alone at home. El answered that guards were posted and there was nothing to worry about. Dabo then approached El with a more serious expression and said he had something important to discuss. He explained that he had found an item inside the Great Gate during their last expedition and that it had helped them escape. He did not want to keep it, yet he had no idea where it should be returned. Asking if El recognized it, he pulled out the letter he had taken from the unfortunate man on the second floor. The instant El saw the ring attached to the paper, a vivid image flashed through his mind, and his expression froze for a brief moment. Dabo noticed the change and asked what was wrong. El quickly smoothed his features, took the letter, and stated that he would hold on to it for now. He ordered Dabo to rest, reminding him that training would resume the next morning. Ralph's mood brightened at the thought of having another body to share the punishment with, and he grinned at Dabo. Dabo, however, only had to look at Ralph's battered face to imagine his own condition by tomorrow, and a cold sweat crept down his back. The scene shifted to the female knight Kiri. While the others recovered, she remained alone in the forest, relentlessly swinging her sword at the surrounding tree trunks. Each strike was driven by the memory of Kasim's deceitful smile and his scornful words calling her incompetent, and the anger in her chest only pushed her to train harder. Those words ignited something violent inside her, and anger surged through her body like open flame. She hurled herself back into training with renewed fury, her blade striking harder and faster than before. Meanwhile, after taking the letter, El headed toward a small house in a nearby district. He lifted his hand to knock, then paused and waited. A moment later the door cracked open, and a man peered out with sharp, suspicious eyes, demanding to know his identity. El calmly produced the old letter and introduced himself as a courier. As he stood there, memories resurfaced. The destruction of the Great Gate had once thrown the allied merchant guilds into chaos. Investigators had searched desperately for a culprit and found nothing. In truth, there had been no point in continuing. The gate later reappeared near its original site, and after that incident no other great gates were destroyed. Only much later had he learned who was responsible and the reason behind it. The man led him inside. The instant El stepped into the room, a cold voice demanded an explanation of how he had found the place, and gave him 5 seconds to answer. In front of him stood 5 shadowy figures wrapped in darkness. He immediately recognized them as the Cross Hunters, a clandestine group aware that the Great Gate was a trap laid by the believers. They were the ones who had destroyed it, carrying out a sacrifice that would never earn public recognition. This situation mirrored that forgotten history. Without reacting to the threat, El used telekinesis to lift the letter and send it drifting toward the girl at the center. He stated that he had come to return what she had lost, and asked if she intended to refuse it. Instead of replying, the girl began counting down from 5. El remained composed and spoke again, saying he wished to offer them a shortcut. Their frantic movements across the region brought him no benefit. He admitted he could not explain how he knew of this place, but warned that killing him would expose the basement of the Edelstein Guild, where their guild master was hiding. That statement shattered the tension. Curiosity overpowered restraint, and the girl stepped forward from the darkness, leveling a cannon at him as she demanded his name. El greeted her with an easy smile and addressed her as Cheryl. For a fleeting instant she hesitated. In his mind, he corrected himself, thinking it would have been more accurate to say it had been a long time. In another life, they had fought side by side after the Cross Hunters disbanded and she joined the resistance. He remembered the countless battles they had shared and the day she sacrificed herself. This meeting was the beginning of his attempt to repay that unforgotten debt. El organized his thoughts and decided to speak without detours. He stated plainly that the branch in Cunning needed to be withdrawn because it had already been exposed to the believers. He added that he had recently recovered an unusual item connected to the Cania Merchant Guild. As he spoke, he produced a small wooden box and opened it, revealing a severed hand inside. At first glance, the object meant nothing to Cheryl, and her eyes hardened with suspicion as she demanded an explanation and warned him not to play games. Elle told her to look carefully, then channel magic into the hand. A hidden tattoo surfaced across the skin. The moment Cheryl saw the mark, recognition flashed in her eyes. It was the emblem of the Believers. The others reacted as well, murmuring in shock as they confirmed what they were seeing. The mark was notoriously difficult to detect because it only appeared under magical activation, and very few people even knew the Believers existed. Cheryl's surprise sharpened into hostility. She demanded to know what he wanted and threatened to fire if he wasted her time. Elle answered with a single demand: information. An exchange followed, their discussion sealed in secrecy. When he finally left, one of her companions questioned whether she trusted him. Cheryl dismissed the idea immediately. His sudden appearance made him deeply suspicious. She judged the situation to be an obvious trap and decided to feign cooperation while watching him closely. Walking away, Elle assessed the meeting as more productive than expected. He had gained both an object and valuable intelligence. Their enemies were moving faster than anticipated, likely reacting to shifts in the future. He remembered. If their plans had changed, then the next target would almost certainly be Nautilus. He fixed that conclusion firmly in his mind and began arranging his next steps. A month passed. At a crowded port, his team gathered among the long line of passengers boarding a ship. Deeb was stretched and spoke with restless excitement, noting that an entire month had slipped by and that his body was itching for action. The moment echoed a prior discussion between Abyss and Elle when they had weighed two options: the 60-person gate at the Six Fork Road or the 77-person gate in Elinia. Elle had deliberately chosen the gates he believed their enemy was watching. Abyss now demanded to know why they still had not moved after all this time. Elle remained silent, turning the question over in his mind. His lack of response irritated Abyss, and anger crept onto his face as he snapped at him, accusing him of hesitating and asking if fear had finally taken hold. He answered without hesitation, his voice steady as stone. He had already chosen the destination. It was the Eagle Eye's grave. The moment the name left his lips, the air shifted. Abyss froze, sweat breaking across his brow as disbelief flashed in his eyes. He demanded to know whether Elle truly understood what kind of place he was talking about. That tomb carried the legacy of Chiron, the captain of the Nautilus and ruler of countless pirates. Her first disciple, Eagle Eye Leah, had perished at that very gate. In her memory, the place had been sealed and named as a tomb, a monument to a fallen prodigy. Remembering this, Abyss slowly forced himself back into his usual calm, but the tension in his gaze remained. He reminded Elle that the tomb carried a bounty of 9,990,000 meso, a cursed prize that had lured in countless adventurers, all of whom had failed. The place was whispered to be unconquerable. He pressed further, suspecting that the Cania Merchant Guild might be setting its sights on that impossible target. Before Elle could respond, the door opened and Racken strode in, curiosity written plainly on his face as he asked what all the commotion was about. Abyss greeted him in surprise, but Racken simply stepped forward and presented what he had brought. He announced that he had come to deliver a gift. It was something prepared personally by the captain, 2 phoenix feathers. He handed them over with a bright, satisfied smile and declared that he held high expectations. The weight of that gesture settled immediately. Receiving such a gift was not just an honor, it was pressure. It meant Elle was expected to rise to the value of what he had been given. Still, the reward was undeniable. With those added to what he already possessed, the phoenix feathers became an unexpected windfall. Elsewhere, Debois noticed Elle standing in silence, lost in thought. He tilted his head and asked whether they were going inside. The question pulled Elle back to the present. He replied calmly that they were still waiting for someone. Confusion flickered across Debois' face, but before he could press further, a familiar voice echoed from a short distance away, greeting them after a long absence. Debois turned toward the sound and broke into a grin the instant he recognized the speaker. It was the drunkard Iburu, trudging forward under the weight of several large bundles. He explained that he was delivering the items Elle had ordered and grumbled that he had been dragged all this way just to hand them over. With that, he loosened the ropes and tossed the bundles to the group. Inside were tailored outfits prepared in advance for each of them. As they slipped into the new clothes, their appearances sharpened instantly. Debois admired the fit and joked about whether such quality could really be free. Kiri moved her arms in disbelief, marveling at how light the material felt, as if she were wearing nothing at all. Curious, she asked what it was made from. Ibura laughed and revealed the answer. The garments were crafted from Yeti skin, a material Elle had handed over earlier with strict instructions to turn it into equipment. Hearing that, Debois finally connected the dots and remembered the moment Elle had disappeared with the Yeti hide, only to return now with gear that transformed them completely. Iburu brushed the moment aside and studied the group from head to toe, a grin spreading across his face as he praised how well they had been eating lately. He joked that anyone capable of clearing a 100-person gate deserved to look that sturdy. The words had barely left his mouth when Elle shot him a sharp look and hissed for him to keep his voice down. Then he demanded to know how Iburu had even learned about that in the first place. Iburu answered with calm confidence. There was no way he could miss it after receiving such a rare item. Information like that naturally reached him, and he assured them that the secret was safe in his hands. He added that he had brought even more equipment, but before he could finish explaining, El cut him off and pointed at one of the items, declaring that it belonged to Iburu. Iburu blinked in surprise, asking why it was meant for him. He thanked El but tried to refuse, insisting it would not be of much use. El did not entertain the objection. He repeated firmly that the item was his. Something in El's tone made Iburu pause. A realization flickered across his face, and he asked in confusion whether this meant they were running out of time. El urged Iburu to hurry. Far away, the scene shifted to a barren island surrounded by endless sea. A lone figure approached the Nautilus ship, cutting through the waves. The sailors waiting on deck erupted in cheers the instant they recognized her. They celebrated Minoru's return, shouting that she had cleared a 200-person Orange Gate, and thanking her for changing their chances in the coming conquest. But the celebration faded once Minoru stood before the captain to make a request. The answer came cold and immediate. No. Startled, Minoru demanded to know why. She reminded the captain that she had just conquered a massive gate and argued that the 74-person one should be well within her reach. She insisted she was far stronger than before and saw no reason to be held back. Across from her, the female Captain Kyron's expression hardened. She asked whether Minoru was questioning her authority and preparing to defy orders. Minoru's voice shook as she fired back, asking how she was supposed to avenge her sister Leah if she was restrained now. She spoke of the effort she had poured into reaching this point, her entire body trembling with emotion. Kyron did not waver. With a stern gaze, she repeated her command and ordered Minoru to withdraw. Faced with that unyielding expression, Minoru had no choice but to obey. She retreated to the main hall and drowned her frustration in drink. Her teammates watched her sulk and laughed uneasily. She muttered bitterly about ignoring Kyron and chasing the bounty anyway, while someone remarked that this was simply Kyron's way of protecting her. The explanation brought no comfort. Minoru only sighed, weighed down by the feeling that her captain's care was a cage she could not escape. The door slammed open as a sailor stumbled in, panic written across his face. He shouted that there was trouble and urged Minoru to come outside at once. Someone had just taken the bounty on the Eagle Eye's tomb. The haze of alcohol vanished from Minoru's eyes. She shot to her feet in shock, and the entire group rushed out after her. They did not have to look far. Standing in the open were the ones who had claimed the bounty. The crew's expressions hardened instantly, their stares sharp and hostile. Quiet murmurs spread through the ranks as they labeled the newcomers land rats, reckless brats who had dared to snatch that prize. The party in question was El's group. Deebwa felt the weight of those gazes pressing in from every direction. Unease crawled up his spine, and he muttered that the atmosphere felt wrong, like something was about to snap. Kiri, the female knight, warned him under her breath that they were deep in Nautilus territory. They had already brushed against the crew's unwritten rules, and if a stray bullet came flying, it would not be surprising. Confused, Deebwa demanded to know what rule she meant. Kiri explained quickly. Nautilus followed two simple principles. Whoever claimed a bounty had priority over conquering that gate, and any gate with a bounty had to be entered. Yet beyond those rules lay an unspoken understanding. Groups avoided taking bounties that others had already set their sights on. The one they had taken carried special weight. She began to elaborate, but Minoru cut her off by storming straight up to them. Her voice burned with anger as she demanded their identities and asked who they thought they were to steal what she considered hers. El met her glare with a cold stare and replied that if it mattered so much, she should have claimed the bounty first. Minoru snapped back that she had been waiting for permission. That answer only deepened El's confusion. Permission meant nothing to him. Minoru insisted it was mandatory because Captain Kyron was her mentor. El dismissed the claim flatly, stating that she misunderstood the situation. Nautilus bounties did not belong exclusively to pirates, and no gate fell under the ownership of their crew. The words hung in the air like a challenge. Beside him, Deebwa trembled as he tried to hold back his reaction. The tension finally cracked, and laughter burst out of him, loud and unrestrained as realization hit. Minoru shouted at him to stop, her patience snapping. Ignoring the heat of her glare, Deebwa stepped forward and announced their identity with open pride. They were the Iburu pirates standing right in front of her. Watching the confrontation unfold, Iburu bent over laughing, his grin stretching crooked across his face. Minoru, however, looked anything but amused. Anger and worry tangled in her expression as she warned them not to joke about things like piracy. Becoming a pirate was not some casual claim. It required an official process and recognition. Deebwa waved her concern away with an airy laugh. He mocked the idea that anything about them was fake and declared that they were pirates through and through. He invoked the name of Captain Iburu behind them, insisting that anyone who stood on the Nautilus should understand the logic. If their captain was a pirate, then their entire crew belonged to the pirate world. Even Iburu could only force a strained laugh, sweat gathering on his face as Deebwa kept talking. The noise drew attention. A large man rose from the crowd and challenged Deebwa's words, calling them arrogant. He demanded to know whether Deebwa was implying that everyone else present was not a real pirate, and whether he was trying to start a fight. Irritation flashed across Deebwa's face as he snapped back. Minoru, hearing the familiar voice, brightened with relief and called out to the newcomer. Mira stepped forward, his gaze sweeping the scene as he asked what all the commotion was about. El noticed immediately how the surrounding pirates deferred to him. Quietly studying the man, he found the name unfamiliar, something that had not existed in his memories before the regression. After a brief pause, El asked whether their actions actually violated any rule. Murith considered the question for a few seconds. He answered that the rules were Chiron's domain, so the final judgment rested with her. Then his attention returned to El's group. He asked where the rest of their members were, and whether the 5 standing there were the entire party. El confirmed it with a nod. Surprise crept into Murith's expression. He remarked that sending only 5 people into a 74-person gate bordered on madness, and admitted the situation felt suspicious. With a frown, he asked for El's name. El offered it plainly, without hesitation. He was El Palm. The reaction was immediate. One of the nearby pirates jerked in shock at the name. When questioned, he said he recognized it. If memory served him right, El Palm was the lone survivor of the 100-person Red Gate. As the revelation spread, whispers rippled through the gathered pirates, and uneasy glances passed from face to face. A murmur rolled through the crowd as recognition spread. Some pirates whispered about the infamous 100-person gate, recalling how nearly every adventurer who entered had died. They muttered that anyone who survived a place like that could not be ordinary. Hearing the praise swell around him, Deebwa's chest puffed up. He eagerly confirmed every rumor, boasting that it was all true. His pride was cut short by a sharp, dismissive voice. Someone scoffed that survival meant nothing if the gate had not been conquered. In their eyes, a survivor was just a failure who had fled. The dark-skinned girl snapped instantly, shouting at the speaker with such force that the nearby pirate raised his hands to calm her. She protested that she was only stating facts. Minoru, she argued, had cleared an orange-level 100-person gate, and by sheer strength she held the advantage. A few others nodded along. The rising noise grated on Minoru's nerves. She muttered for them to quiet down, rubbing her temples as the argument spiraled. Mira stepped back into focus after absorbing El's introduction. He acknowledged the situation and proposed a compromise. Since El's party had posted the bounty, they would keep priority over the conquest. The remaining 69 positions could be distributed among other crews. Deebwa rejected the idea immediately, but his protest died the moment El accepted. Calmly, El added a condition. Each additional participant would pay 100,000 meso, and he would release only 10 spots. The statement landed like a stone in still water. In her private room, Minoru moved quickly, gathering money with steady hands. She refused to let this chance slip away. A brown-haired pirate questioned her decision, arguing that El's group would likely be wiped out and that they could simply enter afterward. Minoru shook her head. If El's team somehow survived and escaped, the opportunity would vanish. She was preparing for that possibility. Concern flickered across the man's face as he brought up Chiron. Minoru answered without hesitation. There was no time to seek approval. She would act first and apologize later. That position could not be handed to anyone else. Elsewhere, inside El's quarters, Ralph confronted him about the deal. He demanded to know why El had limited the sale when they could have profited far more by releasing additional spots. By his calculation, they were forfeiting millions. Deebwa clicked his tongue in disgust at the old man's obsession with money and turned toward Kiri, the female knight, whose expression showed none of that greedy hunger. Kiri swept her gaze across the field, her understanding far broader than the others, and stated coldly that if they sold everything now, the enemy's forces would outnumber them 14-1. She reminded them of the believers still lurking in the shadows. Ralph scoffed at the concern and barked that none of it mattered, that they should simply crush every last one and end it in a single blow. While their voices clashed, El withdrew into silence, piecing the situation together in his mind. This could not unfold the same way as before. Their objective this time was clear: the assassination of Minoru, Leah's second disciple. At that very gate, Leah and Captain Chiron's first disciple, Eagle Eye, had already perished. When Minoru, the chosen successor, died there as well, Captain Chiron would be driven into such despair that she would abandon the front lines and disappear into seclusion. The Believer's internal maneuvers would then lead to the total annihilation of the Nautilus pirate crew. All of it was meant to happen 2 years in the future, yet the timeline was shifting. El recalled the intelligence he had received from the Hunters Association. Cania had funneled money through the Nautilus. That single act signaled that the Believers had accelerated their scheme. If they hesitated, Cania would be exposed. They had to move first and shield her. To do that, he would restrict the number of people involved and avoid repeating his past failure. Magic use had to be kept to an absolute minimum. The argument around him showed no sign of ending until a sharp command cut through the noise. Someone snapped that the boss always had his reasons. Ralph groaned in frustration, lamenting the loss of what he called easy money. Caught helplessly between them, Captain Ibiru felt the pressure mounting and bitterly questioned why he had ever summoned Ralph in the first place. The hours slipped by, and evening settled in. El sat alone in his room when a sudden knock broke the quiet. His eyes sharpened instantly. Telekinetic power gathered at his fingertips as he approached the door with measured steps. He cracked it open and demanded to know who stood outside. The moment he recognized them, surprise flickered across his face and his tone shifted. He greeted Captain Chiron and Murith. asking calmly what had brought them here. Captain Kyron stepped forward, her gaze piercing and unwavering. She wasted no time on pleasantries and declared that she intended to verify something personally, warning him not to lie. Then she delivered the question that froze the air between them. She asked whether El Palm was a believer of the Black Mage. The word struck him like a sudden blow. For an instant, he could not form a response. His thoughts spiraled. How did Kyron even know the believers existed? Had the future diverged so drastically? Or had this knowledge always been there, hidden from him? If it had, why had he learned nothing about it before his regression? Murith, standing off to the side, caught the subtle change in El's face. He narrowed his eyes and remarked that El looked unusually tense, hinting that there might be more behind that reaction. The temperature in the room seemed to drop with his words. The chill snapped El back to himself, and he quickly clarified that he was not a believer. His surprise, he said, came only from hearing such accusations from them. He shifted his attention to Kyron and pressed her directly, asking whether she truly had no doubts about the believer's existence. El cut off any attempt at circling the topic and told her to speak plainly. Her gaze hardened as she demanded proof, asking how she was supposed to trust that he was not one of them. El answered without hesitation. The evidence, he said, was simple. She already knew who had been tailing him and what ties he had to those people. If she had believed he was a believer, she would not have come with questions. She would have come with a bullet. Since she belonged to the Cross Hunters Guild, there had been a connection from the very beginning. He laid out his deduction calmly. After a brief pause, Kyron admitted he was right. The believers were part of Kania's faction, and El stood opposed to them. But she warned that being their enemy did not automatically make him her ally. El merely shrugged and replied that cooperation was still possible. He stated that the reason for her visit was obvious and asked what she wanted from him. Her expression shifted as the weight of the situation surfaced. She explained that the matter was dire. She was certain the Black Mage's believers were responsible for Leah Eagle-Eye's death, yet they had buried themselves deep within the Nautilus. Aside from Urith and a handful of trusted comrades, she could not rely on anyone. Listening to her, El realized events were accelerating far beyond his expectations. Kyron continued, saying she had learned the believers were preparing to strike again. With Leah gone, their likely target was Minoru, now the living symbol of the ship. If Minoru fell, the pirate crew would descend into chaos, creating a crisis even she could not control. She laid out her proposal with stark clarity. She wanted El to protect Minoru during the upcoming operation tied to Eagle Eye. In return, she would grant him access to items from the Nautilus's treasure hold. Time advanced in a blur, and the scene shifted to the massive gate built for 74 entrants. El's group stood assembled before it, making their final preparations. Dibwa flashed a confident grin, announced that he would head in first, and strode toward the entrance while telling the others to follow at their own pace. Their party rushed through the gate at full speed. The instant they crossed to the other side, the world shifted, and they found themselves standing inside a vast limestone cave. Shadows clung to every corner. Dibwa scanned the surroundings and laughed in surprise, remarking that the scenery had changed completely and that the darkness almost felt amusing. His relaxed tone immediately drew a sharp rebuke from Kiri, who asked if he thought they were on a picnic and told him to focus. Behind them, Ralph still fumed over the bargain he had struck. He ground his teeth, bitterly reminding himself that they had sold only 10 slots in the end. His thoughts were cut short by a thunderous footstep echoing ahead. From the gloom emerged a creature that resembled a prehistoric dinosaur, its massive frame and savage features filling the cavern. Dibwa burst out laughing at the sight and mocked the beast as a ridiculous-looking thing. He told the others to stay put and boasted that he would finish it quickly. The small dinosaur answered with a piercing roar that summoned an enormous mother from deeper in the cave. The sudden arrival shattered Dibwa's bravado. He forced an awkward laugh and joked weakly that even its mother had shown up. Elsewhere inside the gate, the pirate crew was locked in its own battle, firing relentlessly at the charging dinosaurs. A girl shouted for them to keep shooting and eliminate the creatures one by one, warning that the gunfire was drawing more in. Zio yelled back for everyone to stay calm, insisting they could handle it, and reminding them that they had already cleared a 200-person gate. He failed to notice the colossal jaws snapping toward him from behind. Before the monster could close its teeth, a distant barrage of heavy bullets tore through the air and blasted the dinosaur apart. The one who intervened was Minoru. She called out to Zio, told him to reform the line as he had suggested, and declared that she would handle the rest. In contrast to the pirates' organized defense, Dibwa's group was in full retreat, chased relentlessly by multiple tyrannosaurs. Dibwa cursed as yet another beast thundered after them and demanded to know where they were all coming from. In that frantic moment, he remembered how El had slipped away the instant they entered the gate, leaving them without direction. He spat out a furious question about where El had disappeared to. Their sprint brought them to a towering stone pillar. Dibwa reacted instantly and dove to the side. The tyrannosaur behind him failed to stop in time and crashed headfirst into the pillar. The impact sent a dull shock through the cavern and left the creature reeling, its massive head spinning from the collision. Dibwa did not hesitate. The moment the creature staggered, he tightened his grip on the axe and surged forward, driving a brutal strike into its throat. The blade forced the dinosaur's jaws wide as he roared for everyone to move. Moments earlier, just after entering the gate, El had stopped them and cut through their usual chaos with blunt clarity. He told them their way of fighting was inefficient, and that continuing as scattered individuals would only get them killed. From that point on, they would operate as a single unit. They were to think of themselves as one family. Deeble would take the vanguard, pushing ahead and spreading disruption. It did not matter if he failed to finish enemies immediately. His task was to wound them and keep advancing, no matter the pressure. Anything coming from behind was to be ignored. Ralph answered that command with a grin, calling Deeble his son and promising protection. His fist crashed into a dinosaur, attempting a sneak attack, launching it away before it could touch Deeble. The rescue only irritated Deeble, who barked at him to be quiet. El's orders were absolute. Ralph would become Deeble's shield. His selfish habits were to be discarded. From now on, his entire role was to guard the vanguard at any cost. Back in the present clash, Deeble and Ralph found themselves pinned between two towering dinosaurs, one closing in from each side. Ralph showed no trace of fear. He slammed his foot into the ground, cracking the stone beneath them. In the same breath, the pair lunged forward together, striking with ruthless coordination as blades, kicks, and gunfire hammered into the beasts. Then Ralph caught sight of a sweeping tail hurtling straight toward Deeble. Without a second thought, he threw himself forward and seized it mid-swing, absorbing the force to shield the younger man. He shouted through the impact, laughing about a father's love for his son while channeling healing magic into his battered body. The declaration only fueled Deeble's anger, and he snapped at him again to shut up. Kiri, meanwhile, carried the responsibility El had reserved as the keystone of their formation. Her ability prevented enemies from recovering their wounds, making her the executioner of everything Deeble and Ralph crippled. El had judged her the one who had grown the most over the past month. Now, with her power refined to the third circle, she moved with cold precision, finishing each injured dinosaur before it could recover. As the rhythm of their teamwork settled in, the group realized the massive creatures were not as invincible as they had first seemed. Momentum built with every coordinated strike, and their confidence rose as they pressed the assault together. Outside the gate, the two young men, assigned to guard the entrance, suddenly stiffened as a group hurried toward them. One of them recognized the figure at the front and called out in confusion, asking why Kadral was there. Kadral did not slow down. He shouted that explanations could wait and that the matter was urgent. Minoru had to be informed immediately. Inside the gate, Minoru's squad had just finished clearing the last of the monsters. Zio gave a short nod and praised her work. She brushed it off lightly and urged everyone to keep moving. Not far away, a brown-haired girl stood triumphantly atop a fallen dinosaur and waved to the group, excitedly boasting about how much money they would make from a carcass that size. Her words were cut short when a blazing arrow tore through her stomach from a distance. The scene froze. Shock rippled across the group as they stared, unable to process what had just happened. Before anyone could react, an unseen hand twisted the path of the flaming projectile and sent it arcing toward another member. Only then did they grasp that this was no ordinary attack. A shout rang out warning everyone to stay alert. Zwell lunged forward and dragged the targeted crewman aside while yelling Minoru's name in alarm. She did not need the warning. Calm and precise, Minoru fired and shattered the incoming arrow midair. In the same instant, she sensed a presence behind her. She spun without hesitation and unleashed 3 shots toward the disturbance. Smoke and dust spread across the battlefield. As it cleared, her expression hardened, and she demanded an explanation through clenched teeth. The attacker stepped into view. It was El. He spoke with chilling indifference, saying he was merely cleaning up and telling them to stay still so he could finish quickly. Around him, a dozen fresh fire arrows formed and locked onto the group. Elsewhere in the cave, Iburu was drowning in panic. He cursed under his breath, convinced that everyone had forgotten him. He raged at Deeble for abandoning him after telling him to trust him and questioned why he had been brought into the gate at all. Hiding beside an anthill had saved his life so far, but he knew he could not remain there forever. If the others escaped without him, he would be finished. Forcing down his fear, he gathered what little courage he had and crept out to survey his surroundings, only to realize how dire the situation truly was. The moment he muttered that he was a 2-circle adventurer and wouldn't die so easily in a place like this, he kept moving deeper inside the gate, scanning every corner. Then his eyes locked onto a new passage, a stairway leading to the second floor, the second great gate. He hesitated, wondering what the point of standing around would even be. Just as that thought crossed his mind, something stirred on his shoulder. A pair of tiny, curious eyes suddenly peeked out. The shock hit him so hard that he stumbled backward and nearly crashed to the ground. Only after focusing did he recognize the familiar snail-like shape and let out a shaky breath. It was El's storage snail. He stared at it, baffled, asking when it had even climbed onto him, admitting that for a second his heart had almost burst from his chest. While talking, his hand brushed the surface of the gate by accident. Instantly, a pulling force swallowed his body and dragged him inside, twisting his senses and leaving him disoriented. Even the snail seemed stunned by how absurd his luck was. With a quick little motion, It followed after him, slipping into the gate and vanishing as well. At the same time, back at L's location, Minoru kept her gun trained on him, her voice sharp as she demanded an explanation and asked if he had ignored her warning. Before he could respond, a sudden barrage of bullets tore through the air from afar and crashed in his position, erupting in a violent explosion. The one who launched the attack was Kadral. A figure named Kadral stepped forward, satisfied that he hadn't arrived too late. Minoru stared at him in confusion and demanded to know why he was there. Kadral didn't answer right away. Instead, he barked orders to the hounds behind him, confirming that their target was still alive and telling them to finish the chase. Only then did he explain that Elpom had repeated the same incident that happened at the 100-person gate, and after uncovering his identity, Chiron had sent them here. Hearing that name, Minoru could only murmur it under her breath. Meanwhile, El kept running, refusing to slow down even under pressure. As he fled, he guided his fire arrows with precision, launching them backward and cutting down the pursuing pack in bursts of scorching light, sending those industrial chickens straight to their doom. Watching his forces collapse so quickly, the brown-haired man roared in frustration, cursing his subordinates and shouting that they were being overwhelmed by a single opponent. Enraged, he activated his frenzy fire skill and fired a blazing shot forward. The impact detonated like a bomb, blasting dust and debris high into the air. He smirked, convinced the fight was finished, but his triumph lasted only a heartbeat. From inside the thick cloud, a massive fireball burst out and streaked toward the trio. Their screams were cut short as the explosion consumed them completely, leaving nothing behind. After confirming that his opponent's presence had completely vanished, he gave a small nod, but the relief didn't last. He could already sense it. 3 of them, and more on the way, so they really did figure it out. The uneasy thought barely settled in his mind before Minoru cut off his escape route. She didn't hesitate for even a second. Her finger kept pulling the trigger, shot after shot, aimed directly at him. El snapped his head to the side, just in time, the bullets tearing past as she taunted that she wouldn't let him slip away. The cave turned into a raging firestorm. Every round detonated on impact, blasting the ground apart. Even so, he moved like something slippery and untouchable, weaving through the chaos and using the stone pillars as shields. In the middle of the frantic exchange, his eyes caught sight of another gate deeper inside. Before he could act on it, Kadral stepped in from behind and yanked out a bomb, shouting for everyone to get down. He hurled it forward without delay. The instant El saw it flying, he reacted with telekinesis, wrenching a massive pillar loose and dragging a slab of rock in front of him as a barrier. The smiling bomb detonated a heartbeat later. A deafening blast ripped through the cavern, and the ceiling answered by collapsing in a violent rain of stone and soil. When the dust settled, a mountain of rubble sealed both El and Minoru inside. Outside, Zio cursed and screamed for everyone to move, realizing Minoru had been caught in it too. Buried within the wreckage, she wasn't crushed, but thick smoke filled her lungs and forced her into a fit of harsh coughing. Before she could even gather herself, El leveled a fire arrow at her head, the glowing tip steady and threatening. The only reason the crushing weight hadn't flattened them was because he was holding the debris in place with his telekinesis. She spat out an angry demand, asking what he thought he was doing and ordering him to explain his plan. His reply came cold and sharp, asking if she was prepared to deal with the consequences. Outside the rubble, Zio seized Kadral by the collar and shouted that they had to act, reminding him that Minoru was trapped in there. Right as the tension peaked, the entire pile of rocks exploded outward from within. Zio spun around in alarm and shouted Minoru's name, asking if she was alive. His answer came in the form of a blazing fire, arrow ripping through the smoke and streaking straight at them, freezing everyone in place. Gio yelled in confusion, unable to grasp what was unfolding. Then a gunshot rang out. A weapon had been raised and fired point-blank at Kadral, shredding him in an instant and leaving his body riddled with holes. The shooter stepped forward through the haze. It was Minoru. Watching her calmly gun down one of their own, Zio felt his thoughts grind to a halt, his mind struggling to process the sudden betrayal. "Minoru, what are you doing?" She ignored the question completely and looked straight at him instead, muttering that she wanted the result. Because of her pointless stubbornness, he had burned through mana for nothing. He gave a small shrug and answered that it was exactly what he expected. They were all new recruits. Hearing that, Minoru's expression hardened as she reached her decision. She ordered Zio to abandon the rest and retreat, stating in a cold, serious tone that it came directly from Chiron. As she spoke, a pendant now hung around her neck, an object that definitely hadn't been there before. Elsewhere, Iburu realized he had been thrown onto the second floor and instantly regretted it. He cursed his carelessness, thinking that he had wandered in by accident and now had no choice but to wait for the others. Taking a moment to calm down, he scanned his surroundings and felt a flicker of surprise. The second great gate was another cavern. He wondered if anyone else was already there. Just then, he spotted a dark silhouette shifting in the distance, and his mood brightened. Convinced it was another person, he sprinted toward it, shouting that he was lost and asking if he could tag along. Before he got close, the snail on him sensed something wrong. It exploded forward with frightening speed and slammed into his knee, nearly sending him face first in the ground. He snapped in irritation, asking what it thought it was doing and threatening to roast it if El Palm were around. The snail could only answer with anxious squeaks. He tried to reassure the figure ahead, awkwardly explaining that the snail wasn't a monster, but his voice faltered mid-sentence. The shape in front of him wasn't human at all. It was a towering mushroom creature with a distorted, humanoid form, and it wasn't alone. From the shadows, more of those mushroom beings emerged, their eerie roars echoing through the cave. Back inside the collapsed rubble, El spoke quickly, laying everything bare. He asked Minoru if she knew the truth about Leah's death. Hidden beyond the rock barrier were believers of the Black Mage, mixed in among her own allies. They were the ones responsible for Eagle Eye's death, and Chiron already understood the full situation. That was the reason he had come. He pressed her to understand that the enemy's attempt to isolate her from Chiron had a purpose. Their next objective was Chiron's second disciple. He stated it plainly. That target was her. The word struck Minoru like a blow. Her face went blank as the meaning sank in. Followers of the Black Mage were hiding inside the Nautilus division, and the ones who killed Leah had been her own comrades. The longer Minoru tried to process everything, the more tangled her thoughts became. Confusion piled on top of shock until her expression turned visibly strained. Seeing that, Elle calmly pulled out a pendant and told her that Chiron had asked him to deliver it. The instant her eyes landed on the necklace, recognition hit. It was Chiron's personal symbol. There was no chance she would ever hand that to a stranger. That alone confirmed it. Chiron already knew the truth and had been moving to shield her. With that realization, Minoru replayed his earlier actions in her mind and asked if the people he had just eliminated were part of it. He answered with a simple nod. Still trying to piece it together, she demanded to know how he had separated enemies from allies. He explained that it was all thanks to an item he received from the Crosshunter Guild. At that same moment, inside the Crosshunter Guild, Cheryl's subordinate paced restlessly, insisting that the situation felt wrong. He argued that their side knew too much about them, even the count of their items, and that trusting him made no sense. Across from him, Cheryl was thinking about the object she had handed to Elle, the penetration monocle, a tool that revealed the flow of mana and made it possible to identify followers of the Dark Mage, though it devoured mana at a brutal rate. Recalling its limits, she let out a quiet breath and remarked that once he finished the job, no one else would be able to use it anyway. The item only functioned when aligned with the user's elemental type. She admitted she still didn't understand how someone like him could wield it, but concluded that they had to place some faith in him. Their objectives were aligned. Her subordinate cut in again, warning that it could still be a trap, and that they had no idea who stood behind him. Cheryl only gave a small shrug in response. There was nothing left to change. She had already lent it out. If his mana proved insufficient, he would die before the item could even serve its purpose. All they could do now was wait and see what result he returned with. Back in the present, Elle adjusted the penetration monocle and let their power flow through his vision. Instantly, the distinctions sharpened. Streams of mana exposed the truth. Everyone there except the three standing in front of him carried the mark of the Black Mage. When he said it out loud, those three immediately put on offended expressions and tried to play innocent, dismissing the accusation as absurd and urging Minoru not to trust a man without evidence. Elle watched their performance without interest. Since they wanted proof, he decided to give it to them. He asked flatly if this would suffice and began activating the penetration monocle in full view. Dealing with the Black Mage's followers had always been a headache. Even before his regression, their tattoos only surfaced when mana was forced into them, and they hid those marks anywhere on their bodies. Invisible to the naked, I didn't mean non-existent. With that in mind, he sharpened his focus. Through his enhanced vision, a red point flared inside Kadral's body, the next one he had just subdued. Once the location was exposed, all that remained was to inject mana. He let out a low breath and remarked that he had tried to show restraint, but they were pushing too far. Grabbing the traitor Kadral by the face, he forced his head up and revealed the eye-shaped tattoo etched on his forehead for everyone to see. The reaction was instant. The two nearby men went pale, horror spreading across their faces as they recognized the unmistakable emblem of the Black Mage. Their disbelief spilled out in broken exclamations. Meanwhile, the man with the blue scarf clenched his jaw in fury at being unmasked. He cursed under his breath and barked in order to eliminate them all. He didn't even need to finish the command. The rest of his faction had already raised their weapons and unleashed a storm of gunfire. Minoru's side scattered in opposite directions, narrowly escaping the lethal barrage. Explosions tore through the space as Elle answered with a wave of fire, blasting the ground ahead into fragments and sending scorching heat rolling outward. Minoru matched the intensity, snapping up her guns and riddling a brown-haired attacker with bullets until he collapsed. Amid the chaos, Elle shouted a warning that he had already drained too much mana tracking them, and that continuing the fight would only worsen their disadvantage. He pointed out that the second Great Gate was close and urged a retreat to regroup. His words never reached her. The confirmation that these people were responsible for Leah's death drowned out everything else. Revenge consumed her thoughts. She shouted for him to be quiet, declaring that she would settle this herself. At that instant, The man in the green hat stepped forward and produced a strange item, ordering his allies to fall back. He activated the skull-shaped artifact in his grip, and thick purple smoke poured from its mouth, swallowing Minoru's group and sealing off their sight. The world vanished behind the haze. She frowned inside the fog, realizing she couldn't see a thing. Then in that instant, something tore out of the mist and sliced across her face, opening a thin line of blood as the blue-haired man with the scar curled his lips into a cruel smile and mocked that she couldn't see a thing, warning her to get ready. The others were no better off, voices shaking as they admitted the fog had stolen their sight and cursed whatever trap they had walked into. He casually told Minoru to deliver his greetings to Eagle Eyes and squeeze the trigger, sending a bullet screaming through the haze at the worst possible moment. Before it could land, Elle burst forward and dragged the girl aside, and the green scarf man froze in disbelief, demanding to know how Elle could possibly see and shouting for everyone to shoot because he was too dangerous to leave alive. Even without clear vision, Elle read the streams of mana running through their bodies as if they were blazing trails in the dark, and that alone stripped away any fear. The order to fire rang out, and a storm of bullets rushed toward him. But with a flick of his hand, he seized a massive stone pillar from the ceiling and slammed it down as a shield, the gunfire shattering harmlessly against it. His staff carved through the air again, guiding a fire arrow in a twisting arc that cut down 3 enemies in a heartbeat. From another side, a brown-haired man unleashed his cannon, a shark-faced rocket roaring from the barrel as he bellowed that this would finish it. The projectile barely traveled a breath before Elle's arrow pierced it, and the blast that followed reduced his head to ruin, leaving him only enough time to gasp in disbelief before collapsing. The green scarf man stared at the carnage, terror flooding his face as he demanded what kind of monstrous power they were facing, only to hear that these were nothing more than simple fire arrows. He screamed for his men to block it, and another curtain of bullets surged forward. Elle calmly drew out 4 phoenix feathers, feeding their power into his flames, then released a 6-shot sequence that fused into a single spiraling drill of fire. The blazing construct bored straight ahead, erasing the hail of bullets and tearing through everything in its path as he adjusted its course with a cold, deliberate motion. While the black mage hunters were still distracted by the blast, Elle suddenly dropped in front of them and swung his blade in a clean arc, severing the arm that clutched the cursed item. In the same motion, he flicked a knife from his other hand and buried it deep in the green-scarred man's chest, then crushed the skull at his feet so none of the hounds could seize it and turn it against them. The moment it shattered, the blinding fog dissolved, and clear sight returned to Minoru's group. Relief flooded her as she realized she could finally see again. The wounded man, however, refused to die quietly. Spitting blood and hatred, he snarled that everything he had done was for the black mage and pulled out a grotesque human face bomb. It wasn't alone. All around them, dozens of identical bombs lit up at once and detonated together, the cavern shaking violently as the shockwave hurled the entire group through the air. In that chaos, Elle once again carried the burden of the team. He seized a massive slab of rock with his power, sending it flying to scoop up all 3 of them, but he could feel his mana draining to its final threads. Gritting his teeth, he drove the rock straight toward the Great Gate, knowing he had to reach it before his strength failed. Complications struck immediately. The reckless long-haired fool refused to follow the plan and leapt onto the moving rock. He lunged forward and smashed his fist into Minoru, knocking her down as she cried out. Elle cursed silently and tried to drag her back with telekinesis, but the idiot was already grinning and tossing another smiling bomb. It exploded right in front of Elle, and the blast shattered the gate to the 2nd floor into fragments. When Minoru finally regained her senses, her gaze went empty as she stared at the ruined entrance. Nearby, the remaining followers of the black mage looked on in stunned silence, their faces drained as they took in the destruction. They stared at the shattered entrance in disbelief, cursing the loss of the 2nd gate, and realizing they had completely lost track of Elle's group. One of them forced himself to stay calm and insisted the gate would regenerate soon anyway, reminding the others that their true objective was Minoru. The long-haired fool took that as his cue and surged forward, his fist weapon swelling with force as he drove a bear-like punch ahead, the strike spiraling into a violent whirlwind. Minoru reacted instantly, springing backward while snapping her gun up and emptying a stream of shots into his charging arm. The rounds punched into him, but a pale blue barrier flared to life and wrapped his body, dulling the impact to almost nothing. He grinned and declared her efforts useless. Seeing her bullets fail, a flicker of tension crossed Minoru's eyes. She realized he had been hiding his real strength, yet she kept firing in disbelief, the barrage doing little more than scratching his massive frame. By the time he closed the distance, her magazine was dry. He answered with a crushing punch that smashed the ground and carved a small crater, but the blow met only air. The instant his fist fell, Minoru bent low and launched herself upward, landing lightly on his shoulder. She angled her weapon down and fired at the sole of his foot, a gap the barrier had left exposed. The shot tore cleanly through, and pain twisted his face as cold sweat broke across his skin. Behind them, his subordinates, confident in his resistance, unleashed gunfire without hesitation to bring Minoru down. She pivoted around him in one fluid motion, using his body as a shield. Bullets slammed into his back, bursting into sprays of blood while she rose behind his bulk and calmly returned fire, blasting several attackers apart in seconds. He snarled in frustration, calling her a coward, even as he drew power back into his fist and swung it straight down at her once more. His fist was still falling when Minoru jammed her gun against his stomach and fired point blank, blasting a wet hole straight through his abdomen. The shot froze his face, eyes bulging and jaw dropping in agony. That single mistake sealed him. Before he could even scream, she rammed the barrel into his open mouth and pulled the trigger again. The shot tore through his skull and burst out the crown of his head, killing him instantly. Fear rippled through the men behind him as they whispered his name, and Minoru, expression cold and steady, turned her gaze on the remaining traitors. She snapped that there was no time to waste and ordered them all to attack at once. Elsewhere, after carving through the dinosaur-like monsters that had blocked their path, Deebwa's group found themselves trapped in a different dilemma. Countless gates to the second floor stretched out before them, identical and confusing, leaving them frozen in hesitation. Deebwa stared in disbelief, wondering what kind of madness produced so many entrances, while Kiri questioned whether every one of them truly led upward. Ralph stepped in with scraps of knowledge he had heard before, explaining that this was likely a special gate network that scattered travelers to different points in the next area. Once a set number passed through a gate, it would shut, forcing the rest to find another route. The implication hit Deebwa hard. He grabbed the old man and demanded how they were supposed to choose when any gate might drop them straight into the boss. Ralph could only sigh and admit there was no safe answer. Fate would decide, and standing still would change nothing. With that grim acceptance, the trio moved forward and slipped through one of the gates. Luck stayed with them for the moment, allowing all three to pass together. The old man exhaled in relief and warned them to stay sharp, suggesting L's group might emerge from another entrance and that they needed to regroup quickly. Before they could advance, a plume of dust swelled on the horizon and drew Deebwa's attention. He pointed out, sensing something fast approaching and wondering if another monster was charging them. Squinting through the haze, the hot-blooded youth focused on the moving shapes until recognition struck. Their comrade Iburu was sprinting toward them in panic, a pack of pursuers closing in right behind him. "Is that Iburu?" they blurted out in shock. On the other side, Iburu nearly burst with relief at the sight of them. So overjoyed he looked ready to thank his ancestors on the spot. He shouted desperately for help, voice cracking with emotion, but Deebwa's group answered with pale faces and frantic warnings, yelling at him not to come any closer. Deebwa screamed in panic as he realized Iburu was dragging an entire swarm of monsters straight toward them. Whether Iburu failed to hear or simply ignored it, his grin only widened, praising their loyalty and charging ahead anyway. Deebwa cursed and demanded to know where their boss was, his voice echoing uselessly as they braced themselves for impact. At the same time, L's group, thrown through a second-floor gate, had already collided with a nightmare of their own. With his mana nearly exhausted, L stood cornered after blasting a mushroom-like creature into fragments. Zio stared at the fallen body and shouted that these weren't ordinary monsters. They were dressed in pirate clothes just like them, raising the chilling possibility that they had once been human. There was no time to dwell on it. Someone yelled that the creatures refused to die, still moving even after bullets tore through their heads, and another voice warned that their ammunition was almost gone. L clenched his teeth as the chaos spiraled. He muttered that this made no sense, that he had never encountered monsters without cores before. If these were human corpses twisted into weapons, then they had no true weak points. Every shot was meaningless. The entire situation diverged wildly from anything he remembered. Forcing his fading vision to sharpen, he pushed his perception to the limit and caught sight of thin strands of energy trailing from each mushroom creature's head, all converging somewhere beyond the wall. A realization struck him. Some kind of controlling thread was binding them, and its source had to be hidden on the other side. Following those threads with what little strength remained, he suddenly located Deebwa's group not far away. The discovery twisted his gut. They had entered the second gate as well, and he was already running on empty. Pain tore through him as his mana finally collapsed to nothing, his skill flickering out. Seeing his condition, Zio grabbed him in alarm and shouted his name, demanding that he stay conscious. At that same instant, from behind them, a mushroom man seized the opening and charged in like a spear. But before it could reach them, a sharp gunshot cracked through the cave. A massive slab of rock tore loose from the ceiling and came crashing down, crushing the creature and splitting it apart on impact. The one responsible stepped out from the smoke, the female pirate Minoru, who had just wiped out the black sludge hunters and rushed over without hesitation. The moment Zio saw her, relief flooded his face. "Minoru," he blurted. Before anyone could say more, a chain of explosions thundered overhead. The blasts ripped through the jagged rocks above, sending them raining down in a deadly storm that buried the mushroom monsters beneath screaming rubble. Minoru dropped lightly to the ground amid the chaos and scanned them quickly. That was close. Anyone hurt? "Kevin, speak up if you are. If you want to live, move aside." Kevin blinked in confusion. "What are you?" His words died in his throat. Both barrels of Minoru's gun flared red, glowing like steel fresh from the forge. A heartbeat later, twin torrents of energy roared forward and detonated with terrifying force. When the smoke cleared, a gaping crater had been carved into the cave wall. Kevin let out a shaky breath. I almost died back there, he muttered, then glanced around and clicked his tongue. Damn it. There are still too many. What do we do? We're nearly out of ammo. I can fire once more, Minoru said, steady despite the strain. I'll pour all my remaining mana into the shot. It was a reckless gamble, but she was ready to take it. Just as she prepared to act, Elpalm stepped in front of her and raised a hand. Wait, we still need that skill. Minoru shot him an incredulous look. What are you talking about? We're about to be overrun. Look at them. There's no time. Elsewhere, the instant Minoru arrived, El had already begun forming a plan. Deebwa's position was roughly a kilometer away. The margin for error was gone. There was no space left for hesitation. He reached in his bag, pulled out several stones, and said in a low voice, Give me 5 minutes. No, 3. Someone stared at him. 3 minutes? What can you possibly do in that time? I'll clear this gate. El answered without wavering. Back with Deebwa's group, the fight was grinding them down. They hacked and blasted at the mushroom creatures, but the longer the battle dragged on, the more they realized how monstrously resilient their enemies truly were. What the hell is this? Deebwa roared in frustration. They're zombies. Even if they're human corpses, cutting off their heads should finish them. His giant axe tore sideways through a mushroom monster, splitting its body, yet the creature still refused to fall. Before he could reset his stance, another arm snaked around his neck and clamped down hard. Air fled his lungs. At the last second, Ral stormed in and smashed the attacker away. Is there any real way to kill these things? Deebwa barked. Stop complaining and drop the next one. Ralph shot back, driving his elbow into another monster and forcing it back. Nearby, Kiri and Iburu were locked in their own desperate struggle, straining to keep the creatures from closing in. In the chaos, Iburu panicked and fired upward. The bullet shattered a weak point in the ceiling, and a jagged slab of rock speared down, impaling a mushroom man clean through. Nice shot, Iburu, the other shouted. Praise washed over him, and he flushed with embarrassment. It was nothing, he muttered, knowing it had been pure instinct. At Deebwa's position, the ground suddenly detonated. The blast split the earth open, and a towering shape clawed its way out. The young man's face drained of color as a colossal mutated mushroom rose before them, its bloated body covered in writhing egg sacs. You gotta be kidding me, he shouted. Did that thing just wake up? A bitter laugh slipped from someone behind him. They were just praising me, Iburu grumbled under his breath. Elsewhere, something inside El ignited. Whatever he had just consumed flooded his body with violent mana. Power surged through him in crashing waves, but his flesh trembled under the strain. His chest tightened. It felt as if his heart might burst apart. He gritted his teeth, hating the necessity of pushing himself this far, yet seeing no alternative. Expanding the magic circle now would only slow him. Forcing it before he was ready meant courting disaster. He had stood in situations like this countless times before his regression, watching monsters grow stronger while his mana ran dry at the worst moments. Once he crossed into the limit of the 6th circle, every spell would demand even greater reserves. He needed another path. This was a gamble. Normally, he used magic stones only to refine his circle according to a monster's nature. But if he absorbed the energy directly, could it serve as instant mana? In theory, it could restore him. All that remained was the overflowing current raging inside the stone. He drew it in and forced the torrent through his heart, guiding it along the flow of his blood. The pressure was immense, but as the energy spread through his veins, his body began to adapt, bracing itself to endure the storm. He forced his thoughts into a single point and dragged the flow of energy back toward his heart, squeezing every fragment of strength into recovering the mana he had burned. Minoru was still fighting in front of him, blades flashing as she kept the monsters away, when his voice cut through the chaos. He told her she had done well. The instant the words left his mouth, a massive fireball tore forward from his position and detonated in the swarm, incinerating 2 mushroom men in a burst of heat and sparks. Minoru stared in shock and demanded to know what he had just done. He ignored the question and told her to prepare that skill again. The chill in his expression made her pause. Something about him felt distant, almost mechanical, and it unsettled her even as they moved in to finish the wounded creatures. Elsewhere, Deebwa's party was being pushed to the brink. A giant mushroom monster lashed out with a whip-like tongue and sent Ralph crashing across the ground. When he looked down at the torn flesh on his body, his blood ran cold. Small mushrooms were sprouting directly from the wound. Realization hit him like a hammer. He drew his dagger without hesitation and carved the infected flesh away, teeth clenched against the pain. After sealing the injury with healing magic, he shouted a warning to the others. No one could afford to be touched by those tentacles. Any contact meant turning into the same grotesque zombie mushrooms they were fighting. Understanding flashed across Deebwa's face. The truth of the enemy's ability settled heavily on the group. They were exhausted, their formation crumbling, and he saw the end rushing toward them. Before doubt could take root, he chose to act. He declared that he would stay behind and hold the monsters off so the others could escape. Without waiting for objections, he charged straight at the towering mushroom creature. His blade carved through its tongues in a rapid storm of strikes. Lacking arms, the monster relied entirely on those writhing appendages, snapping them toward him like living whips. Debo leapt to evade, but one tongue twisted unnaturally in midair and smashed into him, sending him reeling and coughing blood. It swung again while he was still airborne, leaving him with nowhere to run. Kiri burst forward at the last second and intercepted the blow meant to finish him. At the same time, with Zio's group, the responsibility of stalling the heaviest attackers had just been handed to Zio, and the battlefield continued to fracture into desperate pockets of survival. They stood before a towering stone wall, its surface cracked and scorched from earlier impacts. He told Minoru to concentrate only on sustaining her skill and leave the targeting to him. This wall was their objective, and they would not get a second attempt. At his command, she funneled every remaining drop of mana into a single strike. A massive sphere of fire condensed in front of her and blasted forward like a cannon shot. At the same time, he wrapped his own energy around it, seizing control of its trajectory. The projectile began to spin violently, grinding into the stone as it drilled ahead. He barked for more speed and forced the rotation faster, stretching the fireball into a blazing spear that bored deeper into the barrier. Even so, the force still felt insufficient. He clenched his teeth and demanded that she hold on until the very end. 5 fire arrows ignited behind him and slammed into the tail of the spinning spear, feeding it fresh thrust and driving it harder through the wall. Behind them, a shout rang out that their ammunition was gone. With no one left to hold the line, the mushroom men surged forward in a frenzy. On the opposite side of the battlefield, razor-sharp insect legs stabbed toward Debois. He was too drained to evade. As he stared at the monsters, a realization cut through the chaos. These creatures had no true course. The bodies attacking them were only decoys, distractions meant to cloud his judgment. Their control came from a single hidden source. The real enemy was the master directing them all. At that instant, the spinning spear punched through the wall and burst into the chamber beyond, catching the hidden monster completely off guard. The impact obliterated the upper half of its body in a violent explosion, shattering its magic core. Debo and Ralph could only stare as the tide turned a heartbeat. The moment the creature died, every mushroom soldier froze in place. A heartbeat later, their bodies detonated together, spraying the cavern with blood and fragments. Laughter broke out in disbelief. They were alive. The dungeon was finished. The scene slipped into a fragment of Minoru's childhood. Surrounded by adults wearing smug, predatory smiles, the young girl stood tense and afraid. To her, they were monsters no less frightening than the one she had just fought. Then Leah stepped forward, placing herself between the child and those looming figures. In that moment, Leah became her shield and her hero. During a quiet sunset, Minoru and Leah sat on the rooftop watching the sky bleed into evening colors. Minoru's voice softened as she spoke about the 10 years since their master had taken them in. The years felt compressed, as if everything meaningful had rushed past without pause. She admitted that despite being called a genius, she did not feel at ease. Progress felt less like growth and more like pressure. Every day widened the gap she sensed between herself and Leah. Before she could spiral deeper into that fear, Leah flicked her forehead and cut her off. She reminded Minoru that confidence had always been her greatest strength. Minoru protested at the gesture, but Leah only smiled and claimed that teasing her like that was a privilege reserved for her alone. She told Minoru to stop chasing improvement as if it were a race. No matter how fast the world moved, Leah promised she would remain at her side. The memory shattered, returning Minoru to the present where Debois was leaning over Kiri in alarm after she had taken a hit meant for him. He demanded to know if she was hurt. Kiri examined herself and said the damage was minimal, likely absorbed by her new gear. Ralph immediately corrected her, grumbling that his healing spell deserved the credit and that she would already be dead without the mana he had just spent. Debois muttered quiet thanks under his breath. Their exchange was cut short when Zio, scouting ahead, pointed toward a dark shape against the cavern wall. The group rushed over and froze. A girl had bound herself tightly to a jagged rock. It was Leah. The sight drained the sound from Minoru's world. Ralph speculated that the rope was deliberate, that Leah must have restrained herself to avoid transforming into one of the monsters. They quickly freed her and searched her clothing, finding a folded letter hidden inside. The message was addressed to their master. Leah wrote that the followers of the Black Mage had returned and had already infiltrated deep into the Nautilus. She had intended to return and assist, but the situation around her was sealed. The enemy's preparations were absolute. Half of their squad had already been replaced by those followers, and she could no longer tell how many traitors remained hidden among them. But the message carved into that letter was colder than any blade. She wrote that Prina and Cathera could still be trusted because they had stood beside her for years, but everyone else was a different story. Trust, she warned, was a luxury that could kill. She admitted she had reached her limit, that she could no longer keep the promise she once swore to protect her. And at the very end, She apologized to her little sister. As Minoru finished reading, her vision blurred. Tears welled in her eyes, and she bit down hard on her lip, forcing the sob back into her chest. Outside the gate, hunters from the Black Mage faction had already secured the perimeter. The original guards lay dead, their bodies discarded like broken tools. One assassin checked the time and frowned. Cadral's team should have returned by now. His voice carried unease, but the assassin beside him shook his head and reminded him that Cadral held the shard of the night. Even if Minoru's squad resisted, the spell bound to that artifact should still be active. He never finished his sentence. A gunshot ripped through the air, and a bullet tore clean through his torso. In the same instant, rows of gun barrels emerged from the shadows and opened fire. The assassins were swallowed by a storm of bullets. Panic detonated in their ranks. Shouts of alarm echoed as they scrambled to identify the attackers. Then they saw her, and shock froze their expressions. They had believed she was attending a distant conference. Instead, Captain Chiron stood at the center of the ambush, her gaze sharp enough to cut flesh. She asked them, in a voice colder than steel, how it felt to finally be prey instead of hunters. The clash ended almost as quickly as it began. Caught off guard and crushed by overwhelming firepower, the assassins fell one after another. When the smoke thinned, Murith delivered the count. 46 enemies neutralized. Chiron ordered everyone to maintain their positions. Murith stepped forward and assured her that the scout trailing Minoru's group had been sent for exactly this contingency. Even so, Chiron's jaw tightened. If Minoru failed to return, she would never forgive herself. As if answering her fear, the gate suddenly flared with blinding light. A moment later, Minoru's team emerged, their faces carved with grief. They carried Leah's lifeless body between them. Minoru's hands trembled as she announced that she had brought her sister home. Chiron's composure shattered. Tears streamed freely as she welcomed them back, her voice breaking under the weight of loss. Time slipped forward, and the scene shifted to the open sea, where the entire crew gathered in silence to honor Leah's funeral. The deck was packed shoulder to shoulder. Deebwa scanned the crowd and muttered that he had never seen so many people gathered in one place. Kiri followed his gaze and calmly explained that it was likely the entire Nautilus assembled at once. After all, they were sending Eagle Eye off. Her eyes drifted to Leah's body as it was lowered into the sea, wrapped in solemn ritual. Watching the burial, Minoru stood motionless, her expression hollow, as if something essential inside her had been carved away. Deebwa searched the crowd again and realized one presence was missing. He asked where their boss had gone. While the crew mourned together, El had isolated himself in a dark corner, repeatedly downing mana recovery potions to refill what the earlier battle had drained. As the energy spread through his body, his thoughts circled back to the negotiation. The proposal he had made was excessive on the surface, almost unreasonable, yet every part of it was necessary. Even Chiron had warned him that demanding that many mana potions bordered on greed, reminding him how rare a single bottle was. He had answered without hesitation that he understood their value perfectly, which was exactly why he was asking. With the Nautilus's financial strength, supplying them should not have been difficult. Chiron had not accepted that argument easily. She reminded him their previous deal had already concluded and questioned why he still intended to involve himself. El responded that finished deals did not erase future opportunities. There were still ways they could cooperate. Her eyes sharpened with suspicion. Gratitude for protecting Minoru did not equal trust. El simply smiled and reframed it as a new contract. Instead of one item from the vault, he would claim two. In exchange, he would expose every follower of the Black Mage hidden within the Nautilus. Back in the present, once his mana stabilized, he slipped the piercing ring onto his finger and activated it. His vision shifted instantly. Across the crowded deck, red points of light bloomed everywhere, marking the disguised hunters mixed among the mourners. The sheer number of them tightened his chest. More than half the pirate crew had already been infiltrated. Even with the knowledge of a second life, he could not escape the constant pressure. Survival still demanded a price at every step. Time moved on, and attention returned to Minoru. She remained staring at the sea until a massive shadow fell beside her. Zio's deep voice broke the silence as he asked what held her gaze so tightly. The sudden interruption jolted her. After a brief pause, she shook her head and told him it was nothing, that he should stop worrying about her and rejoin the others. She blinked at him, confusion written plainly across her face. Zio did not circle around the topic. He admitted he had overheard their earlier conversation and knew that El Palm had once invited her to join his party. Everything that had gone right today traced back to that man. But the ones responsible for Leah's death were still breathing somewhere out there. Revenge was not a burden Minoru carried alone. He wanted just as badly. If she chose to stand beside El Palm, she would be fighting those disciples at the very front. In his eyes, El was dependable. She should go with him. He would remain behind and guard this place. He thumped his chest with steady confidence, reminding her that she knew exactly what kind of person he was. A faint smile surfaced on Minoru's lips, only to harden into something sharp a second later. She told him flatly that trusting him was difficult when he was still too weak. The words hit like a splash of cold water. Zio stared at her with wide eyes, protesting her blunt dismissal. Minoru exhaled and muttered that things would probably hold together as long as Chiron was present. He could only shake his head at her stubbornness. The moment dissolved, and the scene shifted to a drowned forest where dark water swallowed the roots of ancient trees. Following Captain Chiron's directions, Elle rowed a narrow boat through the flooded passage. Before long, a massive gate rose from the mist ahead of them. From high above, rows of cannons rotated and locked onto their fragile vessel. Even at a distance, he could sense the aura of a five-circle adventurer among the sentries, proof that this place was guarded with extreme caution. Chiron produced a torch and ignited it. A blue flame burst to life, casting an eerie glow over the water. The signal was recognized instantly. The cannons eased, and the towering gate groaned open to admit them. The boat slipped inside, and the sight that greeted Elle forced his eyes wide. Mountains of gold coins glittered under the dim light, stacked into shimmering hills that filled the chamber. He was standing inside Chiron's private vault. Greed flickered across his face as he asked her to explain the items stored there. Chiron's expression did not soften. She understood perfectly what he was trying to do. No pirate would ever volunteer the secrets of their treasure to someone who might walk away with it. He would have to evaluate everything with his own judgment. Her promise was simple and unchanging. He would receive exactly 2 items, nothing more, which left Elle faintly unsettled. So that's how it is. Is it because of the proposal I made to Minoru? The thought sharpened his understanding of Chiron's distant attitude, and he forced it aside, dragging his focus back to the task in front of him. His gaze swept across the treasury, and even with all his past experience, the sheer scale of the collection made his breath hitch. There are far more treasures here than I expected. The dragon staff, onyx, shifting face, the Dawn Guardian angel ring, all here. Unbelievable. I was promised a reward. Then I'll take the 2 best items. He swallowed hard, eyes glinting as the weight of Chiron's wealth pressed in on him. Just as he steadied himself, a familiar pull brushed against his senses and tugged him forward. His steps shifted without hesitation. Huh, he's already chosen. Akira watched in surprise as Elle reached for an artifact etched into his memories from a previous life. It has to be it. On the final day of that disastrous battle, when the adventurers stood on the front lines, a single man had slaughtered countless association members. The traitor of humanity, Reek. He had climbed to the highest ranks only to betray everyone at the most critical moment, and the weapon he wielded that day became a symbol of pure terror. I lost too many people because of that bastard. Did he get it from here? The memories burned hot in his chest. Jaw tightening, Elle said coldly, "This will be my first item." He slid the bracelet onto his right wrist in one smooth motion. Chiron's eyes flickered with approval. Good judgment. Yet a trace of confusion lingered in her gaze. Why that one? It doesn't match his attributes at all. Unaware of her thoughts, Elle continued scanning the piles of treasure until a small ring half buried among the coins caught his attention. I've never seen that before. I can't sense anything from it. Is it just an ordinary ring? No. Something about it is wrong. An ordinary trinket wouldn't be stored here. He reached out cautiously. The instant his fingers brushed it, the ring snapped free of the pile and shot onto his hand on its own. Elle flinched. What is this? I barely touched it. He turned sharply toward Chiron. The moment she saw the ring resting on his finger, her expression shifted. She shook her head at once. I'm sorry. That ring isn't mine to give. Choose something else. Elle exhaled slowly. Understood, but I can't remove it. His hands trembled as he tried to pry the ring off, yet clung to his finger as if fused in place. The scene shifted to Evoke's castle. At that moment, his hound subordinate Beiju knelt and delivered her report. The matter with the Goldrich Merchant Guild is settled. A thin smile tugged at Evoke's lips, and he gave a slow nod. Good. You did well. And Elpalm, it should be finished by now, he said, his voice carrying a cold edge. The instant those words landed, Beiju's body stiffened. My apologies. We failed. Silence cracked like glass. Evoke's hand slammed down on the arm of his chair with a sharp bang. Failure, he spat. Are you mocking me? I handed you the Dark Shar myself, and this is the result you bring back. His eyes burned red with fury. One last chance. If you fail again, you'll pay for it with your life. The threat hung heavy in the air as he turned away, dismissing his trembling subordinate. Elsewhere, the female pirate Minoru stood alone in her quarters, resolve hardening in her eyes. Her luggage was already packed. Fine, let's move, she muttered, pushing the door open and striding out. At the same time, with their business concluded, Elle's group exchanged farewells with the pirate crew. Leaving already? Zio asked with an easy smile. We'll come back if we get the chance. The wine here's too good to forget, Debor replied. Then make sure you're stronger when you do, Ralph added with a laugh. His words dragged Zio's thoughts back to the dark game earlier, when that shameless gambling addict had cleaned Millie and the old man out of their coins. Damn leech, Zio cursed inwardly, unaware of the grumbling beside him. Deepwood turned to Elle. Everything's wrapped up. Ready to go. Yes, Elle answered. But just then the cabin door burst open and Minoru rushed out, breathing hard. Wait, where's my seat? She called, having sprinted the whole way. Time blurred, and the scene shifted to the depths of a gate carved like a twisting, ancient corridor. A man's severed head rolled across the stone floor, claimed by the monster guarding the passage. Damn it, run. Don't look back, someone screamed. The survivors poured every ounce of strength into their escape, boots hammering against the ground. Over there. Hurry, I'll activate it. I'm not dying in this cursed place. A nameless man shouted, yanking a lever from the wall. His defiance lasted a heartbeat. From behind, a broadsword whistled through the air and cleaved straight through his legs, dropping him to the floor in a spray of blood. The runner at the front skidded to a halt and twisted around. Terror splashed across his face. Gee, granddammit, Gukrin. At the shout, Gukrin bared his teeth and forced the words out. Idiot. Go. Get out of here. You have to live. Behind him stood the wielder of the blade. A death knight, astride a skeletal warhorse wreathed in pale blue fire. Its hollow eyes locked onto its prey. The scene cuts back to L's group the moment they stepped into the Gopher Merchant Guild. Abyss descended on them instantly. You came back empty-handed? What were you thinking? It was an emergency. The fact that we returned alive is already a miracle, L replied evenly. His calm tone only poured oil on the fire. The old man's beard bristled as his anger spiked. And you're saying that like it means nothing? L met his glare without flinching. I'm not claiming it erases the loss, but I did expand our forces. Minoru, a disciple target, has joined our guild. For a split second, one of Abyss's eyes flashed with shock. Golden Eye. That's what you're implying? You think they'll just sit quietly? They won't, L said. That's why we draw them out. Even so, the explanation failed to cool the old man's temper. How long am I supposed to humor this reckless game? L understood the source of his fury. He still couldn't expose everything. If Abyss rushed into open war with his narrow view, their plan to uproot Cania and the Black Mages would collapse before it began. And yet Gaffer's patience was thinning by the day. I don't have much time. He steadied himself and spoke again. Not much longer. Just a little more. Time slipped forward, and the setting shifted to Deebwa's house, which had quietly become their regular war room. Ralph was already venting his frustration over Minoru's recruitment. You added another member without a word to me. Now I'm the one footing the extra costs, he snapped. Deebwa shot to his feet and fired back. A capable ally strengthens the guild. And since when do we need your approval? The boss is the guild master. Guild master. Ralph scoffed. Who decided that? We're still debating it. For now, he's temporary. He stressed the last word hard enough to make Kiri's lips twitch in annoyance. That old man needs another beating, she muttered under her breath. As if deciding the moment had come to settle everyone's roles. L set his teacup down with a soft click. Temporary? It doesn't matter, he said evenly. If anyone has doubts, prove it with your skills. I'm always ready to fight. His gaze locked onto the money grubber, cold and sharp enough to drain the color from the Ralph's face. Lacking the courage to challenge him, Ralph could only grumble. Damn it. That's just my view. Discuss it yourselves. This is insane. Ralph slammed the door on his way out, the echo rattling the room. Phew, that geezer's too greedy, Deebwa muttered, then noticed L rising from his seat. Where are you heading? I have something to handle. I'm skipping training today. With that, L stepped out. Outside, the merchant guild guards watched them scatter in irritation. Damn it, do they think they're immortal? They ignore us and wander off whenever they want. Split up. We'll tail that one, they whispered, eyes tracking Ralph. As L walked, his mind drifted back to his exchange with Captain Chiron about the ring fused to his finger. Can't remove it. What are you saying? Does the item recognize an owner? Even if you ask me, it won't move, he had said, shaking his head after every failed attempt to pry it loose. Cutting the finger off hadn't even been an option. Chiron's brows had knit together. This is bad. The owner of that ring is... After a few tense seconds, she exhaled. Fine. Then you'll need that person's permission. Returning to the present, Elle arrived at the Cross Hunters Guild. Cheryl's group was already there, greeting him with hostile stares sharp enough to bite. You're still alive, someone muttered. Elle raised his hand. Are you the owner of this ring? Cheryl frowned. What ring? I came to ask for permission. I can't remove it, so I need approval to use it. He lifted his hand fully, revealing the band locked around his finger. The moment Cheryl saw it, her expression froze. That ring, you can't take it off. If that's the situation, Cheryl murmured. After a brief exchange of glances with her teammate, she nodded and faced Elle again. I can't hand it over right now. The true owner isn't here. Bring that person to me. Elle frowned slightly. I don't even know how to use this ring. I need someone to explain it. For reasons even she didn't voice, Cheryl agreed. Fine, I'll palm. Then hear my request. The ring's owner wants you to rescue Pyru, the hero's follower. In humanity's darkest hour, when defeat closed in from every side, 6 extraordinary figures had emerged. The fried successor, Evan. The foe of destiny, Luminous. The thief, Phantom. The Elves King Mercedes. The polearm hero, Arin. And the final champion who stood beside them, polearm hero Yinwall. The return of the 6 heroes had shaken the world. Their overwhelming power and the miracles they forged restored hope to a desperate humanity. Yet no one realized the strength awakened from their ancient seals was unstable. 800 years earlier, during the war with the Black Mage, the hero's artifact had been scattered into spatial rifts and lost. Somehow, Those relics resurfaced inside scattered gates. The association never managed to buy enough time for the heroes to fully recover. This time will be different. A shield strong enough to resist the followers had to be built. They would serve as bait to draw out the followers. The forces of the Maple World would gather, reorganize, and form an alliance powerful enough to rewrite history. The scene returned to Elle's party, now standing at the edge of a jagged cliff. A sea of clouds stretched beneath them, pierced by towering stone pillars that rose like ancient spears. Deeble let out a low whistle. That view is insane. Elle ignored the scenery, his attention fixed on the rock wall behind them. An X-shaped mark caught his eye. Around here. He pulled out 5 talismans and handed one to each member. Keep these on you. What are they? Deeble asked, curiosity winning as he slapped the talisman onto his chest. The paper ignited with a pulse of energy that wrapped around his body. What is this, a gate? My God. Deeble stared wide-eyed. That wasn't here before. Some kind of magic. As he spoke, space in front of them twisted, and a gate tore itself open out of nothing. Even Minoru, seasoned by countless dungeon runs, couldn't hide her shock at the sudden apparition. Without that discovery, they never would have reached this point, and the realization hung in the air as he stared, stunned. For Elle, this mission had never been optional. Hyrule, the hero's follower, the one destined to uncover the trail of the hero's scattered artifacts. Everything led here. So this really is one of the hero's artifacts. Then we're taking it with us. With that silent vow, Elle stepped through the gate, his expression hardening with resolve. Time slipped by faster than any of them expected. When they emerged on the other side, Deeble threw his arms up, unable to contain his excitement. 3 hours. We cleared the first gate in 3 hours. That's gotta be a record, right? And it was way too easy. Those pigs didn't stand a chance. He grinned smugly, chest puffed out. Kiri didn't even look impressed. She glanced at his soot-covered face and clicked her tongue. Wipe the ash off before you start bragging. Minoru shifted her attention to him, still processing what she had seen on the first floor. I'm honestly surprised. Didn't you say you only just reached the first magic circle? That was all the encouragement Deeble needed. His ego swelled instantly. That's because I'm a genius. Second only to the boss. At this pace, I'll hit the 3rd circle soon. Maybe even the 4th. He said like it was inevitable. Ralph snorted. You're getting carried away. What? Scared I'll leave you behind? Deeble shot back. Their banter echoed through the corridor until Elle cut in, his tone steady enough to pull their attention back. Rapid growth wasn't something to celebrate blindly. Pushing a magic circle too fast warped the body. Every breakthrough reshaped their stats, their balance, their limits. Forcing multiple jumps in a short span strained muscles, nerves, even the flow of mana itself. If they didn't synchronize their training with their physical adaptation, the backlash would quietly sabotage their future potential. Rushing now could mean hitting a ceiling later. Deeble's confidence faltered just a little. But you advance your circles quickly too. Elle shook his head. That pace had never been a choice. Circumstances had cornered him, leaving no room to slow down. Even so, the safer path was patience. At least 2 months between breakthroughs, enough time for the body to stabilize. Anything faster was gambling with long-term growth. Listening to them talk about advancing circles, as if it were a casual decision, stirred a flicker of envy in Minoru. They spoke like power was something they could claim whenever they wished. As the conversation faded, Elle's thoughts turned inward. Before the regression, he had slammed headfirst into one crisis after another, clawing his way up to the 7th circle and no further. Every emergency had forced another rushed breakthrough. Ironically, that relentless acceleration had crippled his foundation and sealed his limits. Now, armed with knowledge of what lay ahead, he refused to repeat the same mistake. He couldn't afford to stall at the 6th circle. Timing his next breakthrough perfectly was the only way to reach the 7th. No, the 8th. The thought tightened something inside him, and his fist curled without him noticing. From behind, Kiri finally broke her silence after listening to their exchange. She cut straight to the point. They hadn't come here to speedrun gates or chase records. Their objective was a person. If they were moving this fast, what if they had already left him stranded in the first gate? That scenario had already been accounted for. Elle calmly pulled out the clairvoyant glasses and slid them over his eyes. The familiar weight settled on his face. To the others, it still looked like that strange eye patch he kept fiddling with. And Deebwood didn't bother hiding his skepticism. He'd seen Elle put it on and take it off too many times to count. Was it really supposed to help him track people? As long as the target was still alive, it would. Mana flowed into the artifact, and Elle swept his vision across the entire floor. At first, the signals were faint. Then they multiplied. His breath caught. Hundreds. No. Thousands of reactions flooded his sight at once. His voice sharpened instantly. Everyone needed to prepare. They had company. Deebwood barely had time to ask what he meant before the answer arrived on its own. A rolling cloud of dust thundered toward them from the far end of the corridor. As the shapes inside it became clear, his stomach dropped. Endless skeletal figures poured forward in a rattling tide. The sheer number made his vision swim. What the hell were they supposed to do against that many? Someone screamed for everyone to run. An instinct took over. The group spun around and bolted. As their footsteps hammered against the floor, Minora shouted over the noise that her bullets were useless. The shots passed through the skeletons without slowing them at all. Irritation flashed across Kiri's face. First zombies, now these things. Were they seriously expected to fight an army of skeletons too? Ralph answered with a curse under his breath. Whether they liked it or not, there was no alternative. Then a voice cut through the chaos. Everyone down. They hit the ground a split second before a hidden section of the wall slid open. Rows of concealed barrels and mechanisms revealed themselves, and a storm of arrows erupted outward. The skeletal vanguard shattered under the barrage, bones exploding into fragments. A heavy clang followed as another mechanism triggered. A massive slab surged up from the floor, launching the remaining skeletons backward and breaking their advance in a violent sweep. With the pressure momentarily lifted, the owner of the voice stepped into view. A gaunt figure emerged from the hidden passage, her movements sharp despite the exhaustion etched across her face. The one-eyed cross-hunter herself. Pyru exhaled shakily, relief and urgency mixing in her expression. They had survived by a hair. There was no time to stand around. They needed to move now. Her hollow cheeks and unsteady posture made it obvious she had been running on fumes for far too long. The moment the words left her mouth, Pyru's strength gave out. Her legs buckled and she collapsed, consciousness slipping away. By the time the group managed to revive her, several minutes had already blurred past. Supported on both sides, she guided them forward through the winding passages. While they walked, she explained how she had survived this long. Being trapped here had forced her to memorize every corridor, every trap, every strange pattern in the mechanisms. She understood the behavior of the skeletons and the hidden devices better than anyone. Stealth and infiltration were her specialties, and inside this maze she trusted those skills completely. The real problem was simpler and far more brutal. She had run out of food 5 days ago. The monsters that once roamed these halls were gone, leaving nothing to hunt. Starvation had been closing in ever since. Elle tried to get her attention to ask something, but the sight of her cramming food into her mouth the second they handed it over made him stop. There was no point interrupting. For now, eating took priority. From the other's perspective, finding Pyru should have marked the end of their mission. They had located the survivor and even stumbled onto a path that looked like an exit. If that was true, they could leave without challenging the boss of this gate. It sounded like clean luck. Pyru forced herself to swallow the last bite of bread and lowered her head. She asked them to wait. Just 3 days. She needed protection for 3 days. There was an item deeper inside she had been searching for. Leaving now would make her fallen companions' deaths meaningless. She wanted to push into the dangerous zone she had avoided before, but she wasn't built for direct combat. Alone, she wouldn't make it. If they helped her, she promised to find the target within 3 days and share the reward. Silence followed. One by one, the others turned toward Elle, leaving the decision to him. He didn't accept immediately. Instead, he challenged the logic of her request. She had spent a month searching without success. What guaranteed she could succeed in 3 days? He had no intention of wasting time on blind hope. Her expression hardened. This time was different. She hadn't dared enter the most dangerous region before. Now she was certain the item lay there. Far away, in another corner of the unfolding conflict, the atmosphere shifted. The villain Evoke paused by a window, a faint tremor in the air catching his attention. A thin smile crept across his face. So it had begun. This time, El Palm wouldn't slip away. A dry, mocking voice rose behind him. Was he really that confident? The sudden presence drained the color from his face. He spun around, demanding to know who was there. The answer stepped out of the shadows in the form of a grotesque, spider-like monster. Recognition twisted his expression into dread. The creature's tone carried open disappointment. It had expected more from Evoke. Failing to eliminate a mere new adventurer was already humiliating. Continuing like this would only deepen the disgrace. Those words crushed the last of Evoke's resistance. He dropped to one knee, sweat running down his face as he admitted fault without hesitation. He had no excuses. Whatever punishment came, he would accept it. But the operation to eliminate their target was already underway. All he asked for was the chance to see it through and erase his failure. The spider monster named Will studied him in silence. A faint spark of interest flickered in its many eyes. So he was willing to stake everything on this. Responsibility wasn't something Evoke could escape by kneeling. If he wanted redemption, he needed a plan. Will demanded to hear it. Deep inside the dungeon's most dangerous sector, Elle's group was already in motion. In a narrow corridor, skeletal soldiers wandered in loose formation. Without warning, a streak of light tore through the air and blew apart the skull of the nearest one. The rest jerked toward the impact just as 3 massive stones shot out from a hidden angle and slammed into their ranks. The skeletons reacted on instinct. Shields rose in unison, blocking the projectiles, and the entire pack surged forward toward the attack's origin. They charged like mindless beasts, focused only on the target ahead. None of them noticed the real threat. The instant the last skeleton crossed a hidden threshold, Elle's telekinesis snapped a concealed lever downward. A heavy slab crashed from the ceiling and sealed the corridor behind them. Bones and shields smashed uselessly against the barrier. They were trapped, pounding at a door that wouldn't yield. with the danger contained for the moment. L and the others peeled away the talisman that had been masking their presence. The entrance was locked, but Pyru warned them not to relax. These mechanisms were interconnected. When one path closed, another would eventually open. The skeletons would find a way around if they lingered. Following her lead, they slipped through a series of tight passages until they reached a sealed chamber. A towering statue dominated the space. A knight carved from stone, both hands resting on the hilt of a giant sword planted before him. They didn't have the luxury of hesitation. They needed to locate the artifact before the trapped horde circled back. Deebwa circled the statue, scanning it from top to bottom. He frowned. There was no obvious item in sight. If this was the right place, it was hiding its secret well. El stepped in before Pyru could respond. This chamber felt different from the rest of the dungeon. The air itself carried a distinct weight. If they searched carefully, something was bound to reveal itself. Deebwa's curiosity drifted to the origins of the structure. A place like this didn't build itself. Someone had designed every trap, every statue, every hidden passage. El only gave a small shrug. Whoever the architect was, they were long gone. Minoru eyed the massive statue uneasily, suspicion creeping into her voice. With the way this dungeon behaved, it wouldn't be surprising if the thing suddenly came to life. As they circled the statue, Kiri suddenly stopped and waved the others over. Something carved into the stone had caught her attention. She couldn't read the characters etched there, but instinct told her it mattered. The ancient script stretched across the surface in worn, deliberate lines. The moment Pyru saw it, her fatigue vanished. Recognition flashed in her eyes. It was a riddle written in an old language, exactly the kind of clue that would point toward the artifact. She focused and translated aloud. Behind a deep dark curtain, musicians sang while a shining actor gazed down on all below. Whoever carried the burden had to follow that light. The words settled heavily over the group. Even Pyru looked troubled by how ominous it sounded. While they were still processing it, Minoru called out from the side. She had found markings on a nearby door, simple drawings carved into the surface. Once they started looking, they realized the chamber walls were lined with similar doors, each bearing a different symbol. Excitement spread through the group. These doors had to be tied to the riddle. Every drawing likely represented a piece of the answer. Some symbols were obvious, others more abstract. Since the verse mentioned following the light, the sun-shaped carving seemed like the most straightforward choice. Deebwa volunteered without hesitation. He gathered mana in his palm and pressed it into the sun symbol. The door slid open with a heavy rumble. For a split second, he looked proud of himself. Then a pillar of fire erupted from the doorway. Kiri's heart nearly stopped as she shouted his name. But when the flames faded, Deebwa was still standing. The blast had looked devastating, yet it hadn't actually burned him. The only casualty was his hair, now scorched into a ridiculous, frizzed mess. Ralph doubled over laughing at the sight, declaring him a perfectly roasted cut of meat. Pyru rubbed her forehead, embarrassed by the mistake. The interpretation had been off. She replayed the riddle in her mind, isolating each phrase. Behind the dark curtain midnight. If that was true, the shining actor watching from above wasn't the sun. It was the moon. The realization snapped into place, and confidence returned to her voice. This time she was certain. Trusting her conclusion, Ralph stepped forward to test the new answer. The man gave a slow nod. Yeah, that makes sense. The expert knows what he's doing. Confidence returned for exactly 1 second. The moment the door swung open, a massive slab of rock dropped from above and smashed him flat like a shrimp under a hammer. Silence followed. After 2 disasters in a row, the party's faith in her didn't just crack. It collapsed completely. Every pair of eyes turned toward Pyru, sharp and merciless, like creditors closing in on unpaid debt. I'll get it right this time, Pyru muttered, her voice thin but stubborn. They forced themselves to slow down. The riddle carved into the stone tablet was still maddeningly vague, and no one wanted to gamble on another blind guess. Kiri glanced at the rubble beside her and spoke first. They were clearly caught in some kind of trap tied to the symbols. One mistake, and the mechanism punished them without mercy. Nearby, Deebwa sat while Ralph treated his injuries, scratching his head in frustration. He understood the danger well enough. The real problem was the riddle itself. None of the symbols made clean sense. One looked like a boulder. Another resembled the number 10 for no clear reason. The rest were just as confusing. He pointed at a jagged mark etched into the wall and guessed it might represent lightning or light, suggesting they try that one. Ralph immediately rejected the idea. Guessing carelessly was exactly how they kept getting crushed. Instead of arguing about doors, Al shifted the focus. Maybe they were approaching this backward. The riddle needed to be solved first. Only after understanding its meaning should they match it to a symbol. The group fell quiet. After a brief pause, El laid out his interpretation. The deep dark curtain likely described the night sky. The musicians mentioned in the verse could be crickets chirping in the darkness. Something looking down on them pointed to the moon, the stars, and drifting clouds. And the final line, following the light, narrowed the answer. As her reasoning settled in, Pyru's eyes brightened. The pieces clicked together. The answer had to be a star. Unlike the moon, which waxed and waned, stars remained constant in the sky. They shifted with time, but they never truly vanished. Her gaze locked onto the strange, symbol shaped like the number 10. Realization struck the rest of them a heartbeat later. It wasn't a number at all. It was a character from another language. Determined not to endanger anyone else, Pyru stepped forward and personally channeled her energy into the symbol. If their deduction was correct, this would finally end the cycle of traps. The door rumbled open, and on the other side, something stared back at them. The opening revealed a narrow secret passage. Only after seeing it did Pyru finally exhale, tension draining from her shoulders. So they guessed correctly. Relief flickered across her face. The others didn't share her mood. The two who had suffered through the earlier traps stood stiff and silent, their resentment still simmering. Getting caught for nothing had left a bitter taste, and Pyru solving on the first real attempt only made it worse. All right, let's move, Pyru said lightly. The path ahead was their only option. No one even had time to step forward. Are you sure about that? The voice cut through the air like a blade. A dark figure armed with a chain weapon materialized directly in front of Pyru and slashed at her without warning. The strike never landed. L's staff snapped up in time to block it, wood clashing against steel. He twisted his grip and countered in one fluid motion, the spinning staff smashing in Abeju's torso and wrenching a pained grimace from her face. You little rat. El barked. A fire arrow roared into existence and tore toward the enemy. It pierced straight through her, but there was no blood. The body dissolved into an afterimage while the real assassin reappeared several meters away. El's eyes narrowed. That wasn't a clean hit. It was some kind of instant movement skill. Before anyone could process it, the echo of hurried footsteps rolled in from behind. The group turned as one and saw masked assassins flooding the chamber. In seconds they fanned out and sealed every exit, forming a tightening ring around them. Damn it. Who are these people? Dibwa hissed through clenched teeth. From within the encirclement, a short-haired girl stepped forward. 2 long swords crossed her back, and a heavy sword case hung at her hip. She looked almost puzzled by the situation. What now? She asked. Weren't we supposed to wait a bit longer before attacking? We still need that hero item to fix our past mistakes. Her uncertainty faded into a confident smirk. One way or another, she clearly believed L's group was finished. At the front line, Pyru was still trying to piece everything together. This development didn't fit the plan. They shouldn't have been discovered. The illusion talisman was meant to keep the gate hidden. I don't get it, she murmured, suspicion creeping into her voice. They shouldn't have been able to find this place. I checked our trail, El replied with a tight frown. No one should have been able to follow us. A slow clap echoed through the chamber. My, you all look so confused, a new voice drawled. Why not ask the person responsible? A shadow burst forward from behind El. The attacker closed the distance in a blink and drove a thunderous punch straight toward him, the air itself cracking under the force. The blow landed square in El's chest. El's body shot backward like a cannonball and slammed into the wall hard enough to crack stone. He slid down coughing, blood spilling from his lips as the impact stole the air from his lungs. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Dibwa shouted, eyes wide with disbelief. Isn't it obvious? Ralph answered with a relaxed smile. I'm making money. For a moment, nobody moved. After surviving life and death battles together, betrayal from within their own ranks was the one thing they had never prepared for. The shock cut deeper than any blade. To understand how it reached this point, everything traced back to the previous night. In his private room, before the expedition to the ruins, Ralph had been hunched over a map. His gaze lingered on the markings that indicated an underground vault stuffed with gold and silver. A greedy laugh slipped out of him, low and satisfied. Wealth like that was the reason he kept moving. A sudden knock snapped him to attention. He hurried to seal the hidden safe, dropped a carpet over it, and dragged the table back into place until the room looked untouched. Only then did he turn toward the door, voice steady. It's late. What do you want? When he opened it, surprise flashed across his face. Standing there were guards from the Gaffer Merchant Guild. They should have been on patrol, not at his doorstep. Why are you here? He demanded. Shouldn't you be on duty? Their expressions hardened instantly. They warned him to watch his tone. They weren't his servants. Someone important wanted to see him. A bad feeling crept into his chest. Ralph waved them off, irritated, and told them to send whoever was away. He didn't take orders from strangers. You don't have to. A calm voice echoed from the corridor. I came personally. Let's talk. The figure stepped into view, and Ralph's face drained of color. The emblem was unmistakable. The Cania Merchant Guild had come to his door. The memory snapped away, returning to the present. Even without every detail, the truth was clear. The old man standing before them was the traitor. Ralph, you bastard. Kiri's stare was cold enough to freeze the air. It sent a visible shiver through him. Scary, he muttered with a shrug. Don't look at me like that. Dibwa stepped forward, fury written across his face. He accused Ralph of selling them out for a handful of coins. Ralph threw his head back and laughed. A handful of coins? The idea amused him. Even Gaffer's guards who defected to Cania had been promised triple their pay. He wasn't risking everything for scraps. El Palm. Do you even know the price on your head? Ralph sneered. 100 million meso. With that kind of bounty, how could I possibly say no? Greed twisted his grin as laughter spilled out of him. The answer he got was a storm of gunfire. Miner opened up without hesitation, bullets ripping toward the traitor in raw fury. The masked assassins didn't intend to waste time watching a reunion fall apart. Enough talking. Capture them. The order dropped, and their formation surged forward as one. Dubois and the others tightened their grips on their weapons and met the charge head-on. In an instant, the chamber exploded into chaos as the clash officially began. The Scarface girl cut straight toward Kiri, blades flashing. "Pardon me," she said lightly, a mocking smile on her lips. "You think this is going to end your way?" Kiri shot back, teeth clenched. The swordswoman's eyes gleamed. She dissected Kiri's style aloud with unsettling precision. Dual blades, strong right-hand dominance, predictable finishing strikes. In a duel, Kiri's power was overwhelming. Against multiple opponents, the gaps in her rhythm became openings. They had studied every movement, every habit. Today, according to her, L's team would die inside this trap. Elsewhere, Minoru kept firing without pause. "Back off, you freaks." 2 shots rang out together. One assassin dropped instantly, but the victory lasted a heartbeat. Beiju flickered into existence behind her, silent and lethal. Minoru's instinct screamed. She snapped her gun down and fired backward in the same motion. The bullet sliced through empty air. An afterimage shattered as Beiju teleported again, reappearing directly in front of her. Her chain whipped out and coiled around her throat. It cinched tight in a single brutal pull, crushing her airway. Minoru's hands flew to the metal, biting into her neck as her vision started to blur. "You chose the wrong opponent," she murmured, tightening the hold. Red marks bloomed across her skin. A streak of fire cut across the battlefield. L, barely steady on his feet, forced out another arrow. The burning projectile sliced through the chain and snapped it apart, freeing Minoru before the choke could finish her. Beiju clicked his tongue in irritation and glanced toward Ralph. He warned him to stay focused. Taking L down wouldn't be simple. Ralph only smirked. L was already running on borrowed time. The last punch had shattered his ribs. Even if he was still standing, he wouldn't last much longer. While the others were locked in combat, Pyru, the weakest fighter among them, was left exposed for a single fatal second. An assassin seized it. His blade drove straight through her stomach. Steel punched clean through flesh, and the battlefield froze. Dubois and Kiri's expressions twisted in shock as the scene turned grim in a heartbeat. "Beiju, you bastard," they roared. Then Pyru's body dissolved. The girl burst apart into drifting light, scattering like mist. The assassin staggered back, stunned. He hadn't struck her at all. Only a talisman clone. The real Pyru stood several meters away in front of a stone door, completely unharmed. "Over here, idiots," she shouted. "Want to see what this does? I just figured something out." Before anyone could stop her, she poured energy into the mountain-shaped symbol. Gears thundered to life inside the walls. A deep mechanical groan rolled through the chamber as the entire structure began to tremble. "What did you just activate?" Beiju yelled. "I don't like this." The female swordsman muttered. They were too late. The ground vanished. The floor retracted without warning, and fighters from both sides plunged straight into the darkness. Wind howled past as they fell. Mid-descent, Kiri's eyes locked onto something along the pit wall. "Dubois there." "What, where?" She pointed. Narrow corridors were carved into the cliff face, barely visible in the chaos. Kiri reacted instantly. One hand shot out and seized Minoru's wrist. Her other hand clamped onto the back of Dubois' shirt. "Now!" The wild warrior understood. He roared, wrapped his axe in energy, and slammed it into the wall. The blade bit deep, jolting them to a violent halt. Using the sudden anchor point, Kiri became the pivot. She swung her arm and hurled Minoru toward the nearest corridor entrance. Dubois ripped his axe free and followed. In a blur of motion, all three crashed into the passage just as the pursuing assassins continued falling into the abyss below. Above them, the mechanism reset with a grinding roar and sealed shut. Silence replaced the battle. They pushed forward through the corridor, time stretching as the tunnel twisted endlessly. After what felt like ages without finding an exit, Dubois scowled. "This place is a maze. Every turn splits again. It's got to connect to other sections." Kiri nodded. The cliff face outside had been riddled with entrances. These passages likely linked to all of them. If luck held, they might reunite with L. If it didn't, Minoru said quietly, they would run straight into the cult instead. At the exact same moment, someone's boot pressed down on a hidden trigger without anyone noticing. Instantly, a steel gate crashed from the ceiling with a thunderous slam, slicing the group apart and trapping Kiri on one side while Dubois and Minoru were sealed inside. A heavy silence followed. "Well, we're finished," someone muttered, the despair hanging thick in the air. "What the hell is this, Dubois?" "You idiot," Kiri snapped, rushing to the bars and straining with all her strength. The gate didn't even tremble. "It wasn't me," Dubois shot back, but before the argument could go any further, a deep grinding noise rolled through the corridor. The gears were moving again. Both side walls began to shift. Dubois and Minoru's eyes widened as the stone slabs slowly crept inward. The space between them was shrinking. The walls are closing in. Outside the trap, Kiri reacted first. Seeing his teammates in danger, she activated Radiant Light and swung her glowing blade straight at the steel barrier. The strike rang out like a hammer against an anvil. Sparks scattered, but when the light faded, the gate stood untouched, not even a scratch marking its surface. Inside, Dubois unleashed a barrage of blows with everything he had. The result was the same. Damn it. These bars are coated in some weird energy. We're running out of options. Watching the situation spiral, Minoru stepped forward. She was the one with the heaviest firepower, and her patience had run dry. Move. Energy surged around her arm as she activated Annihilation Bullet. A massive projectile roared forward and smashed into the gate with overwhelming force. The shockwave bent the surrounding walls and shook the entire chamber, dust exploding into the air. Minoru exhaled shakily, her body swaying from the strain. See? Should have done that from the start. But when the dust cleared, the steel barrier remained exactly as it was. No cracks. No dents. Nothing. What? How is it still intact? The walls are speeding up. Panic clawed at Kiri as she felt the space tightening. Her body trembled, helpless against the crushing stone. Then Dubois let out a roar and threw his arms wide, bracing himself against the encroaching walls and forcing them back by sheer will. We are not dying like this. Kiri, think of something. Minoru hissed, teeth clenched as she planted her feet and pushed with everything she had. I'm not ready to meet my end either. I know, but what are we supposed to do? Kiri's mind raced, searching for anything, any answer. Seeing her struggle, Dubois spoke again, his voice rough but steady despite the pressure threatening to grind him apart. I still remember when you were ready to die for me. I hate owing anyone. I kept telling myself that next time you were in danger, I'd be the one to pull you back. But damn it. His muscles screamed as the walls pressed harder. Forget it. I'm all in. I'm putting this in your hands. Save me one more time, Kiri. The instant those words reached her, something inside Kiri settled. The panic that had been clawing at her chest faded, replaced by a sharp, steady focus. You idiot. How are you still joking at a time like this? She forced herself to think. Her eyes scanned the mechanism, the glow around the bars, the rhythm of the grinding gears. Listen carefully. This whole trap runs on mana. That aura protecting the bars means there's a supply device feeding it nearby. I'll find it and smash it. Until then, you just hold on. And don't you dare die before you repay what you owe me. Without waiting for a reply, Kiri spun around and sprinted into the corridor, chasing the faint pulse of mana that echoed through the walls. Elsewhere, L's group was in full retreat, riding a cloud conjured by the flying Nimbus technique, while a pack of dark sorcerers and their assassin hounds tore after them. The distance between hunter and prey was shrinking by the second. Damn it, these things are built to kill. Pyru shouted, glancing back at the relentless pursuers. Their escape route suddenly narrowed, stone walls rising on both sides until a solid barrier loomed ahead. They were forced into a sharp turn that led straight into a dead end. What is this place? Wait, just give me a second to breathe. Pyru cried as the assassins closed in. El didn't hesitate. He twisted his wrist, and a fire arrow she controlled whipped backward at blinding speed. It pierced the front line of pursuers and detonated, instantly erasing 2 assassins from existence. The recoil of the spell drained him, and his face paled as his energy dipped. I told you not to slack off, Ralph muttered, irritation clear in his voice. Beiju, in contrast, watched the chaos with an easy smile. They're finished anyway. No matter how far they run, they're trapped. Her confidence lasted exactly 1 heartbeat. The same fire arrow that had struck earlier curved through the air and came screaming back. It detonated right in front of Ralph's group, the blast forcing them to skid to a halt. Flames and smoke swallowed the corridor, but at the last instant Beiju flickered out of existence, escaping the explosion with instant teleportation. When she reappeared unharmed, Ralph's grin widened. Perfect. Looks like you won't even live long enough to settle your debt. From the thinning smoke, another assassin moved. The moment the explosion faded, he snapped his wrist and hurled a dart straight at Pyru. She reacted instantly, activating a protective talisman that flared to life and intercepted the projectile. But the dart wasn't ordinary. The ring on the assassin's index finger pulsed with a dim, purple glow, and the embedded energy inside the weapon erupted. The dart shattered midair, bursting into a storm of razor fragments as an explosive charge detonated. El felt the spike of violent mana a split second before it went off. Right before the dart could detonate, El lunged forward, seized Pyru by the collar, and yanked her out of the blast zone. Ow, my neck! My neck! Pyru shrieked as she was dragged through the air. There was no time to care. The moment they hit the ground, El tossed her aside and pivoted back toward the assassins rushing in like rabid hounds. The one at the front barely had time to react before a fire arrow tore through him and sent him straight to hell. The rest answered with a storm of explosive darts. El swept his hand forward and launched a fireball that collided with the incoming barrage, the blast chaining together in a violent series of detonations. Smoke and sparks filled the corridor. Using that brief opening, the assassins surged through and surrounded him from all sides, charging at once. With no room left to maneuver, El shifted his grip and brought his staff into close combat. The weapon spun in a tight arc, humming with power. In a single fluid motion, he cut through the entire circle, Bodies dropped almost simultaneously, the assault ending as fast as it had begun. But the strain showed. After sustaining such an intense pace of combat, L's breathing grew heavy and his limbs trembled with exhaustion. The remaining assassins faltered, fear flashing across their faces. "He's a monster," one of them muttered, swallowing hard. Far away. After an exhausting search through twisting corridors, Kiri finally reached a vast chamber. At its center hung an inverted pyramid suspended in midair, pouring a column of energy into a glowing receptor etched into the floor. "I found it." She stepped closer, eyes fixed on the pulsing light. "If this isn't it, then there's nothing left to try. This has to be the mana source powering the entire structure." Kneeling beside the receptor, she studied the flow and felt her breath catch. "The concentration here is insane. This is definitely the core. If I destroy it, Dibwa and Minoru are saved." A relieved smile touched her lips. For a moment, the crushing weight on her chest lifted. Then a calm voice echoed through the chamber. "How interesting." Kiri's expression froze. She spun toward the sound, but she was already a fraction of a second too late. The female swordsman had moved the instant she spoke, her blade flashing as she unleashed her skill. Waning Moon, fifth form, soul-severing flash. The blade carved a brutal arc through the air and ripped a deep gash across Kiri's body. Pain exploded through her chest and forced her to her knees. She coughed hard, blood splattering the floor as her vision blurred. "How lucky," the swordswoman said lightly. "If I bring you down, the other two are finished as well. And you're the weakest of the group. Everything is lining up perfectly." She laughed, delighted by her own fortune. Kiri dragged in a shaky breath and forced the pain down. Her legs trembled as she pushed herself upright, eyes burning with fury. "You damn lackey, get lost. I don't have time to waste on you." The woman tilted her head and shook it slowly. "What a shame. I can't do that. I have orders. Why don't we talk a little longer?" Kiri ignored the bait. A radiant symbol ignited behind her back, blazing like a miniature sun as she activated her trial skill. "Enough talking. I'm busy. Let's finish this." A board sigh slipped from the enemy's lips. "You're stubborn to the end. Fine. I'll indulge you." Her fingers brushed the scabbard. In the next instant, her arm snapped forward, and a barrage of blood-red energy blades screamed through the air. The sword storm swallowed the space between them. Kiri's sword moved like a spinning wheel. Steel rang out in a rapid, relentless rhythm as she deflected the crimson strikes one after another. Yet even as she blocked, unease crept in her mind. Were these? Some vanish when I hit them, others get knocked away. Are some of them fake? Her brow tightened. One energy blade dissolved under her strike, while several others ricocheted wildly. "I can't tell which ones are real." The swordswoman clenched her fist and jerked it backward. Instantly, the blades Kiri had deflected reverse direction. One shot up from behind and slashed toward her blind spot. "Behind me." Kiri twisted and knocked it aside at the last possible moment. But the enemy's arm flowed into another motion, dragging multiple scattered blades into new angles of attack. The air filled with converging red streaks. "She's changing their paths. Remote control?" Cold realization settled in her chest. This fight was becoming a trap. Then thin, crisscrossing threads of blood-red light flashed across her vision, forming a lethal web. Another sword tore straight toward her heart, too fast and too close to evade. For a heartbeat, death felt inevitable. Kiri moved on instinct. Her body slipped sideways at the final instant, the blade grazing past her ribs. Her fingers snapped shut and caught the sword mid-flight, halting it with a sharp metallic shriek. In that instant, the pattern snapped into focus. No, it's not remote control. She's guiding them with invisible wires. Kiri's eyes sharpened. If the swords were tethered, then the link went both ways. She shot her hand out, caught one of the hidden threads, and wrenched it hard. The tension snapped tight and dragged the female swordsman forward. "Wait." The woman's lips curled mid-motion. "You really think it's that simple?" Using the pull as leverage, she exploded into motion. Her blade blurred. Sword path, 100 flashes. A storm of cuts tore across Kiri's body in a single breath. Countless slashes bloomed before she could even raise her guard. Then the swordswoman planted her foot on the invisible wires like a springboard and launched herself again. Waning Moon, sixth form, beauty. A swirling vortex of energy crashed into Kiri head-on. The impact hurled her away like a fired shell, her body skidding across the floor as the air was ripped from her lungs. The attacker slowed, balancing lightly atop her web of wires. She looked down at Kiri with thinly veiled disappointment. "I knew it. You're not that strong. It's not too late. Why don't you run? Or does your pride stop you?" Kiri Fraudmain. Her voice turned sharp. Born into a prestigious family, pampered from the start, and still sent to a place like this. How tragic. Kiri's jaw tightened. "Don't pretend you know anything about me." The swordswoman traced her fingers along her own cheek and hummed. "No need to be so angry. You'll ruin that pretty face. In this world, chances aren't handed out fairly. Some people drown in privilege just because of the family they came from." Her gaze hardened. "And you? You don't even stand out. Your team is stacked with talent. I've been watching. Ralph has experience. Minoru has raw combat power. Dibwa has natural talent. Elle carries secrets I can't even read. But you. She smiled coldly. You're nothing. So what? Kiri cut in. The woman blinked. It's true, Kiri said evenly. I'm weak. I've never been enough for my master, my parents, or even my teammates. I know that better than anyone. But weakness doesn't mean you're above me. She shrugged off her outer coat and let it fall, rolling her shoulders as she stepped forward. I told you already. I don't have time to waste. The swordswoman's expression darkened as Kiri's fighting spirit only burned brighter. A tired sigh slipped from her lips. You stubborn piece of trash. Learn your place. With a flick of her fingers, every sword buried in the ground trembled, then ripped free and shot toward Kiri in a deadly storm. Kiri answered instantly. She invoked her divine art, lunar eclipse, and her blade scattered a torrent of razor-thin ice shards that poured forward like silver rain, smashing into the incoming swords and stopping them midair. The clash clearly caught the enemy off guard. The female swordsman's eyes widened as her control wires snapped one after another under the icy barrage, her composure cracking. Snarling, she lunged in with Dawn's sword arts. 100 flashes, her blade exploding into a blur of merciless strikes. In that instant, Kiri's mind turned perfectly still. Her master's voice echoed from memory, steady and warm, reminding her that true strength was born from believing in her own worth, not from anyone else's judgment. Grounded by those words, she moved. Steel met steel as she parried the incoming storm, and her opponent's confident expression faltered. Shock froze her for a heartbeat, and that was enough. Kiri's counterstrike carved across the woman's bicep, drawing blood and fury in equal measure. Enraged, the swordsman unleashed soul-severing flesh and surged forward at blinding speed. The strike cut through empty air. As she spun around in disbelief, Kiri stood behind her, transformed. Her hair glowed a gentle blue, luminous as moonlight, and before her shimmered the image of a tiny sun forged from impossibly fast sword swings. Blink of time activated. In a single flash, Kiri shot forward and delivered a flawless slash that cleaved her enemy in two. Without pausing to breathe, she shattered the mana supply device and sprinted back toward her waiting companions. Kiri let out a quiet breath as understanding finally settled in her chest. She didn't want to become someone obsessed with pride. The person she wished to be was someone who could trust without hesitation. Even if the realization had come late, it was still hers. With a faint smile, she chose to believe in her teammates, in their bond, and in her own strength. Across from her, Dibor returned that faith with a broad grin and a raised thumb. Kiri answered with the same gesture, thanking them for holding the line. A harsh command shattered the moment. The masked leader barked an order, and his subordinates surged forward like hunting dogs. Blue fire curled around a glowing green talisman as Pyru clicked his tongue in frustration, calculating how long his trick could stall them. His eyes flicked to Elpalm's battered figure, worry tightening his voice as he checked on him. The response came too late. The pursuers were already on top of them, their leader's shout driving the charge. Elpalm moved first. His staff lashed out in a blur, striking with such speed that the attackers staggered back in surprise. Realizing he wasn't an easy target, they shifted their attention to Pyru. Their taunts hit harder than their darts, and something inside Pyru snapped. He bared his teeth and roared back, unleashing a flurry of talisman magic as he rushed them. For a heartbeat, he looked fearless, until the masked man erased his attack with a single effortless motion. The gap in power crushed his bravado. Pyru stumbled back, his defiance collapsing into frantic retreat. Elpalm vaulted in to cover him, smashing two enemies aside with a desperate burst of strength. The effort drained what little he had left. His chest heaved as a syrupy voice drifted through the chaos, thick with mock sympathy. Recognition flashed in his eyes a second before Beiju stepped in and drove a brutal strike into his chest. Pain exploded through him. Pyru's shout tore through the air as he watched Elpalm crumple. Beiju had already turned away, certain of her victory. That was her mistake. Elpalm's trembling hand rose, fingers locking in place as he forced the last of his magic to obey. A violent explosion ripped outward. Though Beiju slipped clear of the worst of it, irritation sharpened her expression as she accused him of buying time. Then her gaze snapped back to the blast site. The smoke thinned, revealing nothing. The space where Elpalm had fallen was completely empty. Beiju's voice cracked with disbelief as her gaze swept the empty space. He had vanished. Behind her, Ralph clicked his tongue and snapped that she was losing her edge if she thought the chase would be that simple. The sting of his words didn't need repeating. Beiju pushed herself upright, eyes dropping to her weapon as a thin smile crept across her lips. She reminded him that her poison fang had already found its mark. Far from them, Elpalm doubled over and spat out a mouthful of blood that hissed as it ate into the stone tiles. Panic flashed across Pyru's face as he caught him before he collapsed. The sight of the corroded floor drained the color from his expression, and the question tore out of him before he could stop it. Back in the tunnels, Ralph and Beiju combed the passages with mounting urgency. Beiju's tone was cold and certain as she judged Elpalm's remaining time to be measured in minutes. She lifted her blade, its edge wrapped in a writhing purple aura, and declared with cruel pride that the venom she used turned every wound into unbearable agony. Ralph absorbed her words in silence, eyes scanning the darkness ahead. He reasoned their prey couldn't have gone far. Impatience got the better of Beiju. She shot down the left corridor, ordering them to split and hunt. Elpalm's breaths came ragged and shallow as Pyru dragged him forward, cursing the mess they were trapped in and blaming himself for pulling everyone into it. The apology slipped out under his breath. Even in his weakened state, Elpalm shook his head and dismissed the guilt. He spoke calmly about the poison, as if discussing the weather, admitting that if he failed to overcome it, death was only a matter of time. His thoughts lingered on Beiju's weapon, on how its teleportation was genuine power, nothing like the cheap tricks they had faced before. Then his voice hardened. He told Pyru to focus on his own task. The reminder snapped Pyru's attention upward. A fractured ceiling stretched above them, and realization struck. It could be their way out. He guided Elpalm to a stone tablet etched with unfamiliar symbols, and recognized it as the mechanism controlling the exit. Kneeling before the puzzle panel, he steadied his trembling hands and reasoned that solving it would channel mana into the device. He promised to finish as fast as he could, and his fingers immediately began racing across the surface. Elpalm slid down against the wall, watching him with dim but steady eyes. He told Pyru to concentrate and leave the rest to him. As the words faded, the eye patch over Elpalm's face started to glow. A detailed map of the chamber unfolded in Elpalm's vision. Every corridor and angle lay bare. Elsewhere in the maze, Ralph drove his squad forward, his voice cutting through the tunnels with a hard command. If anyone spotted their target, they were to hold position. The kill belonged to him. One of the masked men bristled and questioned why they should obey. Ralph shot him an irritated glare and told him to take his complaints to a higher authority if he had nerve. The argument died instantly when a violent surge of power tore through the passage. Ralph barely had time to register it before the force scream passed like a blade of wind and punched straight through the man beside him. His mind rejected what his eyes were seeing. This shouldn't have been possible. Hidden away, Elpalm executed the plan he had already mapped out, sending his attack racing through every calculated point in the labyrinth. The assassins reeled as the invisible strike carved through them. Panic spread. They couldn't track its origin, couldn't predict its path. As bodies dropped one after another, realization struck Ralph. The strange lands. That was how Elpalm was hunting them inside the maze. Then the killing line turned toward him. Ralph froze as a burning current rushed into his sight, pure terror locking his limbs. A heartbeat later, the corridor vanished inside a wave of fire that erased everything it touched. Back at the exit device, Pyru threw up her hands in triumph. The puzzle flared to life, light spilling across its surface as she shouted that she had done it. Mana began to circulate through the conduits exactly as she predicted. She told Elpalm to hold on a moment longer, but the words caught in her throat when she saw him crumple. Panic ripped through her as she shook Elpalm and demanded he wake up. At the same time, the stone sphere above shattered, and the conduit sputtered into chaos. Pyru stared in disbelief, unable to understand the sudden failure. A filthy hand clamped down on his shoulder. Ralph stood behind him, having forced his way there with teleportation, a manic grin stretching across his face as he announced he had found them. Shock widened Pyru's eyes. Around them, the cavern began to rupture. Rocks split apart, and a torrent of outside water burst in. The roar echoed down the tunnels where Dibwa heard it and turned to the others, asking if they caught the sound behind them. Confusion flickered for an instant before the answer arrived as a crushing flood. Water slammed into the fork of the path and swallowed them whole. Dibwa's shout was torn away as the current dragged him off. Beneath the churning surface, a massive shadow slid past. Not far away, Beiju stood waiting. Irritation etched across her face as she demanded to know the source of the noise. A voice answered that the tunnels were filling fast and that this entire place was on the verge of being drowned. Beiju let out a dry, mocking laugh when she saw him. She accused Ralph of sounding bold for someone she assumed had already fled. Ralph answered calmly. Elle's limp body slung over his shoulder, and remarked that the trip had been more troublesome than expected. Her attention snapped to the rest of the squad she had assigned him. His reply was blunt. They were dead, though not wasted. The casual dismissal drew a flicker of surprise from her, but Ralph only questioned why she would care. His task was complete. He told her to stop wasting time and hand over the reward. The heavy bag of money rose into view as Beiju confirmed Elpalm was still breathing. Ralph admitted it without hesitation, then wondered aloud what would stop him from killing the prize and denying the bargain. The bag hit the ground between them. She called him insufferable, but trustworthy enough, and declared the promised payment fulfilled. Ralph dumped Elpalm and Pyru at her feet. Beiju revealed a concealed weapon and sneered at Elpalm's motionless form, calling it a dull end for a traitor who had turned on Kania in service of the Dark Sorcerer. Her smile warped with devotion as she invoked her master's name and moved to strike. The attack never landed. Her eyes flew open when Ralph suddenly pinned her from behind. Shock twisted into fury as she spat curses at him, realization crashing in. She had been played. Even as panic clawed at her, she reassured herself that the poison should have finished its work. All that remained was to collect a corpse. A violent surge of energy answered that thought. She turned toward it with a cold scoff, thanking her enemy for revealing himself while already half dead. Her hidden weapon flared blue as she retreated, but El Palm rose to meet her, fingers locked around a blade blazing with fire. His gaze was razor-sharp. Disbelief flickered across her face at the sight of him standing. Then power descended like a falling sky. The ground detonated, forcing Ralph to throw up his arm against the blast as shockwaves tore through the chamber. When the smoke thinned, Beiju's silhouette emerged intact. Irritation etched into every line of her posture. She demanded an explanation from Ralph, accusing him of betraying the only principle she thought he followed. Ralph answered without hesitation. He cared about money, exactly as she believed. But if her faction succeeded, the world itself would collapse, and every fortune he had gathered would become worthless scraps. Helping her would mean destroying the very thing he valued. He finished by revealing the truth plainly. His alliance with her had always been a performance, a scheme he and El Palm designed from the start. When Kania finally drove El into a corner, everyone expected an assassin to appear. The instant our eyes met, the result had already been decided. Beiju narrowed his gaze, piecing it together. So that first strike on El, it was never meant to cripple him. It was bait, thrown out to fool me. Ralph laughed under his breath. Injure him? Do you even know who you're talking to? I'm the finest restoration mage in all of Maple. That scratch on Ralph was nothing. If I'd attacked seriously, even El Palm wouldn't have walked it off. He spread his hands, cheerful and relaxed. But explanations are boring. I've taken my 100 million, and now you're standing here alone. The word snapped something inside Beiju. Fury exploded across her face as she shot into the air. You'll regret that decision, she hissed, her voice trembling with killing intent. Elsewhere, Deebu's group was drowning in their own disaster. Kiri's body was slowly sinking beneath the dark water when Deebua lunged forward and pressed a hand against her wound. Her eyes flew open and a scream tore from her throat. You're alive, Deebua said, relief mixing with panic. Kiri struggled to stay afloat, confusion written all over her face. Deebua forced himself to think. Water was pouring in from every direction. At this rate, the entire chamber would be underwater in less than 30 minutes. Kiri's expression went rigid. 30 minutes? There's only one exit, Deebua said grimly. We have to break open the ceiling. But I destroyed the power source. That door isn't opening again. Something shifted behind them. The water churned violently, waves slamming into their backs. Deebua raised his arms to shield his face and stared into the chaos. A massive stone hand was rising from the depths. A statue, he breathed. Its eyes flared with cold light. Horror tightened his chest. The thing was alive. Not far away, Beiju stood frozen among shattered rubble, her face drained of color. A corpse lay at her feet. She tightened her grip on her weapon. Go to hell, a voice echoed. Heavy footsteps approached from the smoke. Someone like him doesn't even deserve hell. This is the price for his sins. Blood demands blood. Your revenge is finished. A shadow leaned close, voice dropping to a whisper. And as promised, your life is mine now. The battlefield erupted again. Beiju surged forward like a gale, forcing El and Ralph to recoil in shock. A blade flashed, and Ralph's head nearly separated from his shoulders. Stop, Beiju swore under his breath. The cloning technique again. The same filthy trick. Most of the figures rushing them were nothing but talisman-born illusions, shadows with no real weight. The problem was that the fakes and the real body were woven together so perfectly that telling them apart was nearly impossible. Pyru's patience snapped. Damn it, he roared. In this already. I can't keep this up forever. El pressed the attack without pause. A crimson flash burst from beneath his eye patch, and a blazing arrow screamed toward Beiju with enough force to split the air. She threw up her arm on instinct, bracing for impact. Then her eyes flicked sideways, and she swore. We've been played. It was Pyru's setup. Before the realization fully settled, she lunged and smashed her fist into Beiju's face. Blood sprayed from her lips as she staggered back. That what you expected? She spat. Pyru only smiled at her misery. Go on, try guessing. You'll never sort the real from the fake. Beiju barely had time to process his words before Ralph was already in front of her. His fist crashed in her guard. What happened to all that confidence? He mocked. Beiju fired back immediately, but Ralph's staff snapped into place and blocked the strike. In the same motion, she caught the dangling chain and yanked. Surprise flashed across his face. What? He started to boast that it would take more than that to drop him, but the words died in his throat. Beiju had looped the chain around his neck. Her grip tightened, muscles straining as she pulled with everything she had. For a heartbeat, she thought she'd won. A presence materialized at her back. Realization hit, and rage followed. You filthy bastards. She spun and lunged for Pizu. You're first. She slipped aside at the last second. Behind her, El was already weaving another spell. Energy surged into the floating war spears around Beiju, and she drove forward again, forcing them back. Pizu dropped to one knee, chest heaving. Damn it, these people are monsters. Ralph didn't give her time to breathe. He rushed in again with El at his side, the two closing like jaws in a perfect pincer. Purple power detonated between them, flooding the battlefield in a violent glow that swallowed everything. Ralph's scream cut through the haze. The backlash hurled Elb and Pyru away. Beiju's blood-slick sword slipped from her grasp and stabbed into the ground. She clutched her torn arm, hatred burning in her eyes. "I'll kill every last one of you," she growled. Movement stirred at the cave entrance. Beiju narrowed her gaze. The flooding had worsened. A roaring current surged inside, sweeping Pyru off her feet. Ralph barely managed to cling to a jagged outcrop. "So it's finally here," someone muttered. Beiju vanished beneath the rising water. In the darkness, her eyes ignited. She exploded upward in a violent arc and slammed into Ralph before he could react. Pain twisted his features into a frozen mask. "With this poison blade," she hissed, voice dripping with venom, "I'll wipe you scum from this world." Ralph, still reeling, dragged his gaze toward her. Beiju didn't hesitate. She crashed into him again, and blood burst from his lips, dissolving into the water. Her assault carried the weight of a final strike, even as her lungs burned from the flood filling her chest. Elpalm caught the scene and could only roar a single word. "Ralph!" The lake convulsed, red swirling through the current. Beiju shot forward with widened eyes, blade aimed straight for Ralph. He twisted aside at the last instant and swung to seize her, but Beiju folded her body around the grab and slipped free, putting space between them. Then Ralph lurched and coughed, a dark cloud spilling from his mouth. Shock rippled through him. Poison. The realization barely formed before danger returned. His eyes snapped sideways. Beiju was already on him again, teeth clenched, weapon descending in a ruthless arc. He raised an arm a block. The impact sent another spray of blood drifting into the current. And he smiled. She had stepped exactly where he wanted. From his palm emerged a glowing cross he'd hidden for this moment. Even as he locked Beiju in place, blinding radiance erupted. Above the churning water, ghostly angel wings unfurled. Beiju narrowed her eyes against the glare. Something sliced past her cheek, and she jerked aside on instinct. Her thoughts spiraled. What was that? How? Understanding struck as Ralph's wounds began to close. A dispelling light washed over him, unraveling the poison. A healing spell turned antidote. He flipped upward through the water, reborn inside a shell of brilliance. Beiju stared as her weapon slammed uselessly against the shimmering shield encasing him. Holy symbols revolved around his body. A barrier. Beiju breathed. Ralph thrust a hand through the protective glow toward Beiju's face. She snapped her head back and the strike skimmed past. Energy flared in his fist. Beiju shouted a warning as power detonated from his grip. Beiju retreated just in time, fury twisting her voice. "This bastard." Ralph laughed softly, savoring it. "Forgive me," he said, standing calm within the circle of holy light. "It's difficult to ignore all your boasting." Beiju's jaw tightened as she triggered a teleportation charm. Ralph surged forward at the same instant. "Let's finish this." He lunged. She slipped aside, and his blow shattered a stone pillar instead. She countered, smashing her weapon against the barrier, but the shield didn't even tremble. Ralph pressed in relentlessly, laughter echoing through the flooded chamber. "Don't you see?" he taunted, springing upward. "It's useless." His kick crashed into Beiju and drove her down. Agony ripped a gas from her throat, and blood spilled from her mouth as the water swallowed the sound. Ralph's fist slammed forward again. "You always show up behind me when you vanish," he sneered. "Do you really think I'm that stupid?" He rubbed his nose, grinning like a child with a new toy. "This is getting entertaining." Something in Beiju finally snapped. With a raw shout, she drove her weapon straight into the holy shield, tried to shatter it by force. "Don't." The impact detonated in a violent burst. The shockwave hurled Ralph backward and tore through the water around them. Beiju erupted after him, face twisted in fury as she leapt to finish it. I'm enjoying this." Steel flashed. Her arms separated from her body. In a clean arc, Beiju's eyes went wide as blood spiraled into the current. A roaring surge of water crashed between them, and through it Elpalm and Pyru finally arrived at Ralph's side. Elpalm stepped forward with a fresh, vicious smile and swung. "What are you staring at?" The punch landed like a hammer. Beiju flew across the chamber, smashing through a massive pillar before her back slammed into the wall. The impact ripped a scream from her throat. The insignia at her collar splintered, fractures racing across its surface. Beiju stared at the cracking emblem, breath ragged. Darkness was swallowing her strength. If this continued, Evoke's orders would die with her. But surrender never crossed her mind. "I'll make it happen," she whispered. She hurled herself at El again. His magic surged to meet her, two torrents of power colliding in a blazing clash. Baser forced her way forward through the flames. Her features were scorched and warped by the heat, almost unrecognizable. They couldn't be allowed to leave, even if it cost her everything. Her weapon was already crumbling, metal screaming under the strain, yet Beiju kept advancing. "I'll kill them all." It was an egg thrown against stone. Her broken body couldn't keep pace with El's overwhelming force. His attack crashed through her guard. Beiju was blasted backward as her weapon shattered into fragments, her body burning like a moth caught in fire. Still she tried to rise. Her face was charred, her vision swimming, but her will refused to die. She would drag him down with her if it was the last thing she did. A voice cut through the blaze. Oh, Beiju's eyes snapped open. Through the curtain of flame, half of L's face glimmered into view. He spoke with quiet certainty. I still have one more thing. A bow appeared in his hand, as if pulled from the void. He lifted it and drew, the string tightening with a sharp hum. A single arrow formed, heavy with killing intent. L released. The projectile tore through the air, and the pressure of it crushed against Beiju's chest. Veins bulged in her eyes as she watched death rush straight toward her. In that instant, it felt like she was drifting through a gentle dream. As death closed in, Beiju saw Evoke's face in her mind and heard the praise he once gave her. Well done. Her body loosened. Beiju's lips parted in a quiet breath. It looked as if Evoke's hand was reaching through the darkness to guide her home. A peaceful smile touched her face. Evoke, okay. A tear of relief trembled in her eyes. Forgive me. The light swallowed her whole. Water slammed violently against the stone slab where Beiju's weapon remained embedded. Elsewhere, the battle raged on. A towering blue column of water erupted upward and smashed into the monster, forcing its massive body to reel. Minoru struck immediately after, spinning her power into a blazing vortex she called fire. Sweat ran down her pale face as she cursed. How is something that huge still moving? The vortex detonated against the cavern wall. Stone collapsed in a thunderous explosion that even the raging water couldn't suppress. From the chaos, Minoru burst forward, shouting, I've hit them. The monster rose and answered with a sweeping strike. The blast that followed wasn't flame, but the crushing force of its arm cleaving through the air. Water exploded outward. A figure stepped in with an axe raised high. Dibwa caught Minoru with one arm and pulled her clear. She gasped her thanks as his blade came down. The monster's limbs split apart and dissolved into the blue current. Its distorted face twisted with fury. It turned and drove a jagged spike into the water. Kiri reacted instantly. Frost surged from her hands, freezing the torn ahead and locking the monster in solid ice. Even while fighting, she called out, killing it isn't the priority. We need a new power source to open the ceiling. The only option we have is... Her teammate cut in, already understanding. I know. A shadow flashed behind him as the monster lunged with terrifying speed. Dibwa stepped forward and buried his axe in the center of its skull. The impact shattered its face. He grinned at the clean hit. We need the Mana Stone, he said. Don't destroy it. His teammate snapped. We have to crack the armor first. If you can even find where it is. A blinding blue flare erupted, searing their vision. In the glare, Dibwa stepped backward, and his foot sank into a hidden depression he never saw coming. He lunged forward, ready to charge, but his step froze mid-motion. His foot wouldn't budge. It was locked in place. Did it regenerate? Damn it, my foot stuck. The blue-eyed monster turned its gaze on him and slowly extended its stone-like arm. The massive hand reached out, about to seize Dibwa while he was still fighting to tear himself free. Why is this thing gripping me so hard? Kiri saw the danger and screamed his name. Dibwa. He snapped his head toward her voice, and in that instant, a radiant barrier wrapped around him. Holy shield. His breath caught. You? The figure smiled. A familiar voice echoed out. Long time no see, my son. The shield splintered a heartbeat later, exploding into fragments of light. Just before the monster's strike crashed down, Ralph yanked Dibwa out of harm's way. Dibwa stared at Ralph, disgust written across his face. Traitor. Ralph only chuckled and looked at him with open provocation. My, is that how you greet your father? Shut up. Dibwa roared. His axe, embedded with an orange stone, erupted in flames and bored into the monster's back. The creature staggered and dropped to one knee. Kiri and Minoru steadied their guns, eyes wide. Then a rocket screamed through the air. A second shadow burst from the smoke and dragged Dibwa clear. A calm voice followed. I knew you'd survive. It was El Palm. Relief flooded Dibwa's face. Boss. He hurriedly warned him not to damage the core. El's blindfold flared crimson, his vision piercing straight through the monster's body. Deep inside, the Mona Stone pulsed with a mesmerizing blue glow. El condensed his power into his palm and called out, Got it. Hold tight, Dibwa. The axe in Dibwa's grip blazed brighter than ever. Suddenly it jerked upward, hauling him off the ground. His eyes widened. The axe was moving by itself. It dragged him straight toward the monster. Panic burst from his throat. What the hell is this? We're gonna get crushed, boss. Minoru watched with a knowing smile. I see. Clever. Dibwa, still being pulled forward, had no idea what she meant. Kiri and Minoru shouted in unison. Go. Move, idiot. A grin split his face. So this was his moment. Even if they were still calling him an idiot. The smile hardened into focus as he surged ahead, axe raised. Leave it to me. He hurled himself at the monster without hesitation. Steel met flesh in a thunderous impact. Dibwa drove forward with everything he had, forcing his way inside the creature toward the glowing core. His voice rang out, bright with triumph. Found it. Let's finish this. Dibwa shot straight toward the stone. From inside the monster, the blue glow flickered and began to fracture, thin cracks spreading across the light itself. Though its lower body was frozen solid, the creature started to sweat and tremble. Ralph watched with a warped smile curling across his face. How does my son taste? He surged forward, fist clenched tight. If you're done digesting, he snarled with a manic grin, spit him out. Ralph rammed headfirst into the monster. Its body split with a deafening crack. Fractures raced across both sides, and at the point of impact a small opening burst wide. D-Boy exploded out through it, clutching the Manhwa in his hand. Problem solved. He hit the ground in a clean landing. A gaping hole pierced the monster's chest. Its horn snapped in half. The giant frame sagged and sank beneath the water, bubbles streaming up as it went still in the depths. Pyru thrashed desperately, fighting to stay afloat. He glanced at Minoru, voice tight with fear. Minoru stared at the rising water in panic. This is bad. It's climbing too fast. We're gonna hit the ceiling. Deeb's composure wavered, but he forced steadiness into his voice. Don't panic. Just hold on a little longer. He's coming. Deep below the surface, air bubbles drifted through the silent blue, mingling with shards of broken stone as something began to rise. A dark shape sliced through the water, sending ripples tearing across the gloom. Elpalm drove forward, fingers locked around the glowing cube. Determination burned in his eyes as blood trailed from the corner of his mouth, his stare unwavering. Less than 3 minutes. Don't let me be too late. The control panel is finished. The mechanism is ready. One power source and it opens. A fierce red light flared ahead. There was no time left to hesitate. The image of a corridor lined with straight pillars flashed in his mind. He pushed harder, racing through the crushing water. I have to reach it, no matter what. Near the surface, Ralph struggled wildly, panic setting in. Damn it, the water's almost full. One of them was dragged under. Everyone, hold your breath. Minoru gulped air, cheeks puffed, as she forced her lungs full. Ready? 1. All three plunged beneath the surface. Pyru clamped a hand over his mouth, fighting the instinct to gasp. Deebwa scanned the murky water with razor focus, while Elpalm calculated routes at breakneck speed, searching for the fastest way to pull them all out alive. If he kept this route, he would be too late. Suspended in the water, he forced his racing thoughts into order. 5 more minutes at least. Not enough time. There was only one option left. El twisted around, eyes locking onto the massive circular structure looming behind him. Then I break through. Far below, the dormant mechanism stirred and began to glow. The ring on his scarred hand flared to life, swelling with restrained power. El's eyes burned a fierce red as he drew in everything he had for a single strike. One chance. No second attempt. The attack detonated. A vortex erupted like a star going supernova, churning the water into a blazing whirlpool. The explosion ripped outward with crushing force, fragments scattering in every direction as clouds of bubbles spiraled through the shockwave. When the chaos cleared, a vast hollow yawned open in the center of the water. El didn't pause. He aimed the cube in his grip and fired. It shot forward at impossible speed, trailing a spear of blue light as it plunged into the cavity. Flames of sapphire energy wrapped around it while it hurtled toward a pyramid-shaped spike below. The cube struck the razor tip at an angle that promised catastrophe. Cracks spidered across its surface, radiant blue veins glowing brighter with every heartbeat. The stone trembled on the edge of collapse, then shattered. In its place bloomed a perfect blue sphere. From above, El watched a lightning bolt erupt from the heart of the opening, lancing upward toward a second pyramid point. When the current connected, blue brilliance flooded the structure. A blinding beam tore through the water and slammed into the conical machine overhead, as if a final command had just been issued in the middle of war. The lightning writhed like a living torrent, carrying the full weight of the gamble El had staked everything on. It struck the glowing circuit core. The entire system convulsed. For a breathless moment, it seemed ready to tear itself apart. Then the inner gears began to turn. Pyru and Minoru held their ground, eyes locked with absolute faith on El. Above them, the sealed wall groaned and split open. Light spilled into the flooded chamber. They surged upward and burst through the surface, dragging in air like the resurrected. Kiri dipped her head back into the water, trembling with relief. Deebwa, drained to the bone, still managed a faint, exhausted smile. I thought I was done for. The group drifted into another flooded chamber, the air thick and stale. The place felt wrong, suffocating. Minoru studied the towering statue in front of them, unease creeping into his voice. Could this thing be operated? There couldn't possibly be another machine like the last one. A sudden crash echoed. Deebwa spun in alarm. Boss. Where's the boss? Within the deep blue whirlpool, a silhouette took shape. El clenched his teeth and forced his battered body upright, then hurled himself forward like a gust of wind. A square portal shimmered ahead, glowing through curtains of bubbles. At its threshold stood a long-haired figure dressed in white. El shouted hoarsely, eyes stretched wide with desperate refusal. He reached out, fingers trembling, but his strength slipped away. His body grew heavy. Darkness pulled him down, and he began to sink into the abyss. Then Minoru cut through the water like a savior from a dream. She caught him, one hand cradling his face as she steadied him with her staff. For a suspended moment it felt almost tender, unreal. A teasing voice pierced the haze. You're carrying everything alone again, aren't you? El jolted. The water vanished. He stood in a vast forest, His comrades gathered around him. Familiar faces smiled with warmth. Alexis beamed while Philip shook his head in tired amusement. If you're worn out, rest, Jaden said lightly. You don't have to push this hard. You did enough. Understanding struck him like a quiet bell. This was a fragment of the past. A memory. Even back then, he had already crossed the line of death. A soft smile touched his lips. I'm fine, he told them. I made a promise. The vision shattered. Back in the chamber, his teammates were clustered around a motionless body. El's eyes snapped open. A violent cough tore from his chest, making Minoru flinch. He's awake, he's coughing. He jerked upright, breath ragged. What happened? You saved me, someone answered. Relief spread through the circle in quiet smiles. We were worried. You wouldn't wake up. He scanned himself in disbelief. No pain. No damage. My body feels normal. That's my recovery magic, Ralph replied. El nodded once and pushed his feet. Then we move. Minoru hesitated, an awkward tension flickering across her face. Is something wrong? Did anything happen? No, nothing. A voice drifted in from the doorway. So that was the plan all along. Footsteps approached. El turned, already arguing as Ralph entered with the rest trailing behind. You could have warned me first. You scared me. That's the point. To fool the enemy, you fool your own side first. Even you bought it. He tossed the line at Ralph, who could only give an awkward laugh. The performance was convincing. I really thought that first strike was reckless. Save the critique. We're out of time. He adjusted the unconscious woman slung over his shoulder. Debo frowned. Why are we still carrying her? She's useful, and I keep my promises. A sharp cry cut through the chamber. Ah! Pyru bolted without warning. The rest stared after him, then followed, confusion chasing their steps. They burst into an enormous hall dominated by a towering pillar. Resting at its summit was an artifact, and at its heart gleamed a flawless red stone. Kiri froze in shock. Pyru's face lit with pride. The object radiated a golden glow, unmistakable in its presence. A legendary item. The air around it felt heavy with history. They gathered in a circle, disbelief etched across every face. This is real. It matches the records exactly, El said quietly, eyes fixed on it. The key to Phantom's hidden treasury. A vision flickered in his mind. Phantom in flowing blue, capes snapping in the wind, a staff crowned with a crimson gem. The greatest thief the Maple world had ever known. His vault was rumored to hold treasures beyond imagination. So this necklace opens it. El finished. Pyru reached for it, voice bright with excitement. Then this is, thanks to all of you. A rock slammed into his head. Ow. The ceiling answered with a roar. Stones rained down in a violent cascade. Panic erupted as everyone scattered. Dust and debris swallowed the air. Hold on, Ralph started, but the warning drowned the chaos. Deebwa scanned the collapsing chamber and sucked in a breath. Around him, people were already running blind. What are you doing? Move. She shot forward like an arrow, shouting over her shoulder. Why would you grab it without thinking? Didn't you learn anything? Sorry. Through the storm of falling stone, a tower rose into view. Inside that tower, Pyru yelled. There's an exit. It should be open now. Should be. Deebwa stared at her. You're not even sure? Before she could answer, a wave of skeletons poured from the shadows, charging with relentless fury. Damn it, someone cursed. I forgot about these things. Ralph burst forward to meet the skeleton horde head-on, his voice cutting through the chaos as he declared it was his turn. A blazing yellow sigil ignited above him, and in the next instant a storm of radiant force detonated outward. Fountain of Angels answered his call. Pillars of divine fire rained down, and the skeletons were erased in a wave of searing light. As the survivors scrambled away from the scorched battlefield, their relief twisted into anger, and they rounded on him. Why didn't you use that sooner? Ralph shot back without slowing. Because it drains an insane amount of mana. 500 mo's each. Even now you're thinking about money. Their argument died when a monstrous, horse-shaped beast thundered into view, fangs bared, a knight in regal armor gripping a long sword on its back. Panic shattered the group, and they fled as one. What now, Ralph? Use that move again. Ralph barked beside Deebwa, irritation flaring. Ralph didn't even look back. Shut up and run. That trick was a one-time deal. The creature closed in relentlessly. Someone caught a rock and stumbled, and Minoru screamed as the formation collapsed. The ground vanished beneath them, and the entire group plunged into a deep blue chasm. A burst of azure fire erupted after them, and a shimmering carpet of light unfurled across the water below. They crashed onto it together and skimmed across the surface. Good save, but that was my last talisman, and that thing can walk on water. The beast hit the surface without hesitation and surged after them. Wait, it swims too. El snapped an order to Kiri, and she moved instantly. Falling moon. Crescent slash. A frozen arc carved through the air and slammed into the monster, locking its limbs and dragging its speed down. The group stared in awe as the creature struggled. A thunderous roar shattered the moment. Minoru stepped in, rage blazing, and unleashed a crushing blast that hurled the monster backward in an explosion of force. Shock rippled through everyone. Then Pyru's urgent shout cut in. El ahead. El Palm's eye stayed calm as sparks crawled along his staff. I see it. He brought it down, and the stone wall ahead disintegrated in a violent detonation. The tower groaned. Cracks spidered across the structure, and debris rained from above. Move! Fear clenched Dibwa and Minoru as the group sprinted through the collapsing corridor. The circular gate materialized at the end. There. No one slowed. The tower was coming apart around them. Keep running. Jump on my mark. 1, 2. They launched themselves forward in unison, just as the structure gave way. The gate swallowed them, and the tower imploded behind, reduced to a storm of rubble. Silence lasted a heartbeat. Then a new presence emerged from the dust. A monster with burning red eyes, staring into the void it had created. Its voice echoed cold and distant. I can't feel Beiju's energy anymore. Threads of crimson spider silk unfurled into the air. Below them lay another fallen figure. And Evoke stared at it, as if it were the proof of yet another failure carved into stone. His jaw tightened until it hurt. He had run out of reasons, run out of defenses. With a hollow breath, he accepted the only conclusion left to him. He would pay with his life. Outside the building, bathed in cold moonlight, Will repeated the word responsibility like a verdict. A razor-sharp spider leg sliced lazily through the air beside him, a silent promise of death. He could end it whenever he pleased. Before the tension snapped, a woman stepped forward and interrupted the moment, her tone calm and theatrical. She wanted to show them something. A performance, she called it, and the larger the audience, the better. Evoke's eyes widened in disbelief as monstrous silhouettes emerged from the darkness one by one. The board was being reset. The players were changing. Franco inclined his head with rigid respect toward an unseen superior. There was still hope. Standing before him was a man wrapped in an elegant crimson robe, every movement radiating authority. As long as the gate remained active, the young master had to be alive. He was waiting for rescue. The scene shifted to a chamber styled like an ancient European hall, heavy with silence and candlelight. They were fortunate the enemy hadn't entered in full force. 6 slots remained open, enough to assemble an elite rescue unit. The robe man called a name. Cheryl. Fury flashed across Cheryl's face as her fist clenched. El Palm blinked in surprise while surveying the array of equipment being prepared. Personal defenses of the highest grade, exactly what one would expect from the heir to the wealthiest house in the Maple world. Yet something felt wrong. Cheryl's thoughts churned. There had to be more to it. Canya's involvement made the situation darker. Attacking the association so openly meant they feared no retaliation. A figure moved closer through the shadows, and suspicion thickened the air. They needed to contact Gaz immediately. Stalin cursed under his breath. Anyone arriving at a time like this was bound to be trouble. The door creaked open before anyone could react, and a voice cut through the room. Anger spiked. They couldn't ignore this intrusion. Tadin and Stalin shared the same realization at once. They recognized that voice. Pyru was already locked in a heated argument with El, demanding answers about a ring he refused to surrender. El's reply was steady and immovable. He simply could not hand it over. Cheryl rushed in, the sound of the exchange striking a buried memory. Recognition hit her like lightning. Tears gathered as certainty filled her chest. It was Pyru. Pyru exploded, shouting for silence, accusing, demanding his stolen ring. El remained infuriatingly calm, dismissing the chaos with a single cutting remark about an idiot's arrival. Pyru lunged back with outrage, demanding respect and restitution. Cheryl forced a strained smile, trying to stabilize the spiraling scene. Papers scattered across the floor as the commotion peaked, headlines fluttering in every direction, carrying news meant for all of them. A ripple of shock spread through the crowd, and the street erupted into overlapping voices. People could hardly believe what they were hearing. Jack Rich, trapped inside a gate. For a team ranked in the third circle, the strongest around, it sounded absurd. Yet disbelief didn't slow the rumors. The real spark was the bounty. Goldrich was assembling a rescue squad, and whoever pulled it off would walk away with 150 million. The number detonated in everyone's minds. Conversations turned feverish. That kind of money could drive the entire city mad. Dreams of instant fortune flashed in greedy eyes, only to be crushed by cold reality. There were just 7 slots left, and no one important would waste one on an unknown. Debo watched the frenzy with wide eyes, realizing the story had already swallowed the town hall. Ralph felt the heat of it too, his voice thick with emotion as he searched the crowd. At a moment like this, El was nowhere to be seen. Debo's answer came sharp and earnest. His instincts as a healer were screaming to save lives. The money meant nothing compared to that pull. Their path bent away from the noisy markets and into the slums, and confusion crept in. Shops were everywhere in the main district. So why come here? Ralph brushed off the question, saying the boss had his reasons. Ralph stopped in front of a battered house and told them to wait and watch. Inside, a bell chimed weakly as they stepped into a dim, dust-choked shop. A man lay sprawled with his foot on the table, asleep in the grime. Debo grimaced at the air. This place looked abandoned. Ralph called out casually, telling Gary he had customers and asking how long he planned to keep sleeping. The man stirred. Recognition flashed, and Gary greeted Ralph like a ghost returned from the dead. Deebwa studied them and sensed history between the two, already imagining a friendly discount. Gary's tone turned rough in an instant. He said it had been so long he assumed Ralph had died somewhere. A knife gleamed as Gary pressed it close, reminding him this was their first meeting since a certain betrayal. Ralph laughed thinly and nudged the blade aside, pretending ignorance. Gary's patience snapped. He cursed and threatened to carve him up for what he'd done. Ralph leaned in and urged him to calm down, and the others watched, stunned by the tension. He finally explained, reaching into his pocket and admitting he'd had his reasons back then. Today was different. A thick stack of cash appeared in his hand. He told Gary he'd come prepared. Deebwa could only sigh at the sight of the boss's money vanishing into another scheme. Gary lifted his dagger again. Then his expression broke. He lunged forward and crushed Ralph in a fierce hug, confessing how much he'd missed him. Ralph awkwardly returned it, while Deebwa stared at the absurd reunion, deciding they were perfectly matched in their chaos. Gary pulled back with bright eyes, and all business returned at once. He demanded to know what they needed, ready to provide whatever they asked. Gary spread his hands with an easy laugh, claiming he had everything except what he did. Then his eyes narrowed as he asked if they were here to buy enhancement scrolls, and warned them not to say he was out of stock. With a flourish, Gary peeled back a faded cloth and revealed a neat stack beneath it. Deebwa leaned in, confused. To him, they looked like ordinary scraps of paper. Gary stared at him in disbelief, mocking his eyesight. Ralph stepped in and said that ignorance was exactly why he'd brought Deebwa along. Deebwa snapped back that he'd never touched this kind of item before and had no way to judge their value. Gary's grin widened as he slipped into the tone of a seasoned merchant. He explained that the scrolls were tools for enhancing equipment, each carrying a calculated chance of success, and inside deadly gates nothing was more dependable. He even held one up proudly and claimed it worked every time. A sharp voice sliced through the pitch and dismissed it as garbage. Ralph's hand landed on Gary's shoulder, his smile thin as he accused him of starting the tricks early and demanded to see what he was hiding. Deebwa blinked in confusion, still trying to understand why a guaranteed success wasn't ideal. Ralph crushed that assumption immediately. Success rate alone meant nothing. The real worth of an enhancement scroll lay in its risk. The lower the probability, the greater the surge of power if it succeeded. True value came from chasing the smallest odds, not the safest bet. Deebwa's face twisted as he realized how easily a buyer could be misled. Gary shrugged without shame and argued that deception was part of survival. He couldn't sell goods he didn't possess. Ralph's tone shifted as he clarified the broader reality. The market had changed. High-level scrolls were now classified as military assets and banned from open trade. The words drained the air from the room. He clicked his tongue in frustration, admitting the trip might have been pointless. He needed those scrolls badly, and had even prepared to pay a fortune if any surfaced. Gary raised a finger and told him not to close the matter so quickly. Then he launched into an old legend. He spoke of Archmage Fried burdened with countless titles, a dragon master, an archmage known above all as the wielder of time itself. 8 centuries earlier, before the Dark Sorcerer's exile, that man and 5 other heroes were struck by a curse that froze their time and place. Only he escaped the fate, saved by the sacrifice of his bonded dragon. Left alone in a broken age, he roamed the world seeking a method to release his companions. Years dissolved into nothing. He chased answers across continents and found none. In the end, he vanished, leaving behind only rumor and fragments of his search. Hyrule quietly added the pieces he knew, confirming that the lone hero had faded like a ghost, his mission unfinished, and his trail swallowed by history. That was the extent of the records. Only scattered ancient texts hinted that remnants of the hero's trail still lingered somewhere in the world. El lowered his gaze to the ring on his finger and murmured its name, the ring that once belonged to Freed. The 3 of them stood locked in a quiet triangle inside the room, while disbelief churned in El's mind. The possibility pressed against his thoughts with uncomfortable weight. If the answers he had been chasing were truly tied to that figure, then his own regression might not have been an accident. He replayed the moment of his return again and again. A master of time magic from 8 centuries ago could explain it, yet the logic refused to settle. If such a being still walked the world, why had he never appeared during the final catastrophe? Cheryl broke the silence. His curiosity was sharp, but his trust remained intact. Being chosen by Fried was proof enough for him. Still, he demanded clarity on one point. Why stand in opposition to the believers? El answered without surrendering his secrets. His motives were his own, buried too deep to expose. But the core of his resolve was simple and absolute. He intended to save everyone, no matter the cost. Far from that tense room, the forest breathed with the sound of rustling leaves. Kiri trained alone beneath the canopy, each strike drawn with fierce concentration as sweat traced lines down her face. Deebwa approached and asked whether she ever tired of repeating the same drills every day. She jolted in surprise and countered that she had searched for him earlier, without success. She explained that she had gone to see her master to deliver an important message. Deebwa hesitated, wrestling with his nerves, then admitted he needed a favor. Kiri wiped the sweat from her brow and prompted him to speak. The request tumbled out awkwardly. He asked her to travel with him the next day. The scene shifted to the town clock frozen at 3:05. Deebwa checked the time and wondered if he had arrived too early. A sudden voice behind him cut through his thoughts. She apologized for the wait. He turned and answered quickly, stopping mid-sentence when he actually saw her. Kiri's hair fluttered in the breeze as she explained that Minoru had delayed her. Embarrassment colored her words. She confessed she had argued against the outfit, but had been overruled. The dress she wore was delicate and regal, styled like a princess's attire, and it transformed her presence completely. She touched her neck uneasily and asked whether it looked strange on her. Deebwa responded at once, calling it beautiful without hesitation. Relief softened her expression. With that settled, she suggested they leave. A faint blush crept across Deebwa's face as they walked off together. Hidden in the brush nearby, a pair of eyes flared with intent. A low voice transmitted the update. The targets were moving, and preparations had to begin. Somewhere else, Ralph clicked his tongue in irritation, already sensing another complication closing in. The moment the argument flared up, Ralph's patience snapped. He shot the other guy a glare sharp enough to cut steel and barked that he couldn't care less about that kid's date. Then, just as quickly, Minoru cut in and ordered him to shut it, reminding everyone that keeping the team's morale steady mattered more than petty irritation. The tension cracked, and a few steps away Deebwa and Kiri were laughing like none of it concerned them, locked in their own cheerful bubble. Minoru, remembering how she had nearly sprayed water everywhere from shock, leaned forward and demanded to know what Deebwa was up to. Kiri answered with folded arms and a flat, irritated look. It was his sister's birthday this week, he explained. The guy had probably never managed to buy her a proper gift before, because money had always been tight, so he asked for help choosing one. The instant Minoru heard that, her energy spiked. She called it an obvious excuse, but her eyes were already shining with curiosity. Kiri admitted he was terrible at picking gifts, and said it would be easier if she came along. Minoru froze, staring at the two of them like they had lost their minds. Why should she tag along on their little shopping trip? Kiri just blinked at her and repeated that they needed her help. Inside, he wondered how someone could be that dense. Kiri muttered that she was hopeless, and Minoru snapped back in protest. Before the bickering could spiral, Deebwa suddenly lifted a compact weapon and asked, with complete seriousness, if it would make a good present. He reasoned that Dynev could protect herself just fine with it. Kiri tilted her head, studying the racks. Maybe a sword would suit a beginner better. From there, the two of them dove headfirst into the search, bouncing from one item to the next. This one wasn't bad. That one looked pretty. Kiri even half joked about buying everything just to be safe. Beneath the chatter, she confessed she had been nervous. She had never done anything like this before, yet somehow it was going smoother than expected. Since childhood, she had been buried in night training with almost no free time, so wandering through town like this felt strangely new. Deebwa listened without interrupting, then suggested they check out the explosive stalls next. Kiri agreed at once, and they headed off together. Not far behind, Minoru and the others trailed them like reluctant shadows. She clicked her tongue in irritation, cursing their useless wandering and wondering how they could be so oblivious. If they paid half as much attention to their surroundings as they did to each other, things would run a lot smoother. A little farther away, two spectators watched the whole scene unfold while casually munching popcorn. From their angle, the situation looked painfully obvious. The pair in front clearly liked each other, yet nothing was moving forward. One of them, they noted with amusement, didn't even realize what was right in front of them. Dee's temper snapped the instant the argument reignited. He threw the man a razor-sharp glare and growled that he didn't give a damn about that kid's date. The next second, a voice cut across the noise and shut him down, stressing that the team's mental balance came first. The heat in the air thinned out, and a short distance away Deebwa and Kai were laughing as if the entire clash belonged to another world. Then the world tore open into chaos. The scene shifted to a battlefield, drowning in screams. Voices begged for help while blood painted the ground in violent streaks. In the middle of that carnage, a lone man stood shaking, yet he still raised his weapon and roared that he wouldn't let the monster pass. Around him, an old man was trapped inside a tightening ring of creatures. Arkara moved first. A violent gust carved through the swarm as the old man forced his way to the door. At last, he reached the sealing stone of the hero fried, the artifact rumored to contain the power of time itself. With trembling hands, he pulled it free, a grin flashing across his worn face. With his power, he could rewrite everything. But the instant he tried to draw on it, his expression froze. The slab felt empty. No pulse. No presence. Before he could process it, another strike slammed into the tower. Dust and smoke exploded outward as the old man spun toward the impact and demanded to know who dared interfere. Cracks spidered across the walls, the entire structure groaning on the verge of collapse. Rage twisted his features as the truth hit him. Someone had already tampered with time. Someone had moved before he did. With a snarl, he crushed the stone in his grip and swore he would hunt that person down. By the next morning, the violence felt like a distant nightmare. Inside the Goldrich Merchant Guild, a host's amplified voice rolled across the Grand Hall, calling every registered candidate to take their positions. The selection results would be announced in 30 minutes. The crowd buzzed with tension. Minoru broke the silence with a confident sneer, telling her rival to quit while they still could because the gap in their strength was obvious. The other shot back instantly, demanding they settle on the spot. Their argument escalated into open challenge, each daring the other to try. Franco watched with irritation, silently reminding himself that this was the third tier, a place where a single mistake erased all chances. He only had one opportunity, and his choice had to be perfect. Then a heavy scraping sound dragged across the floor and pulled every eye toward the entrance. Murmurs rippled through the hall as a strange figure appeared. El stepped forward with an enormous object slung over his shoulder, ignoring the stairs while his thoughts raced. At that same moment, the owner of the Goldrich Merchant Guild revealed himself. Goldrich, the man whispered to be the richest figure in the Maple world, a merchant whose wealth rivaled entire nations. One of his guards escorted El deep into the mansion. They stopped before a chamber watched day and night by armed sentries. The massive door creaked open, revealing a quiet room centered around a flowing fountain. Waiting there, calm and unmoving, stood Goldrich himself. The question cut through the room like a blade. The man demanded to know if he was the adventurer from Gaffer who had been searching for him. When El didn't answer fast enough, the air turned hostile. The man barked that silence meant disrespect. El reacted at once, bowing deeply and introducing himself with measured calm. He started to explain why he had come, but the man sliced through his words. It was obvious, he said coldly. El wanted a place on the rescue team. While he still had the patience to be polite, he made one thing clear. This was not a matter Gaffer should meddle in. El straightened and denied it. He wasn't here as Gaffer's representative. That answer only sharpened the man's contempt. If that was the case, there was nothing left to discuss. A mere third-tier adventurer wasn't worth his time. Without raising his voice, El slid the massive object from his shoulder and set it on the floor. The man's temper flared. He ordered him out, saying he wasn't in the mood for games. El apologized quietly for any offense and opened the chest anyway, asking him to look first. The reaction was instant. Inside lay Beiju's lifeless body. The room froze. Goldrich staggered back into his seat, while Franco's jaw slackened in disbelief. One of Cania's high-ranking leaders lay dead at their feet. The man demanded if El understood what that meant. El answered that he did. The implication settled in, heavy and suffocating. Was he trying to ignite a war? El Palm didn't deny it. Instead, he lifted his gaze and stated that the Goldrich Merchant Guild would be part of what came next. Sweat gathered on the man's brow as he demanded to know what madness he was talking about. Before El could answer, the door opened again and a steady voice entered with it, announcing that the explanation would come from him. He added that the matter concerned them all. The color drained from Goldrich's face as recognition struck. Elsewhere, another conversation unfolded under a different kind of tension. A skeptical voice questioned whether any of this could be true. Michael stood with his arms crossed, disbelief etched into his expression. He struggled to accept that those people still existed. El answered that they did more than survive. They had embedded themselves across the Maple world, even reaching Cygnus. Doubt lingered in Michael's eyes as he asked if El could bear responsibility for such a claim. Yet the more he considered it, the more his past suspicions aligned with the story. He admitted he wasn't convinced by words alone. What anchored him was Kiri's judgment. That was why he had insisted Kiri join them from the start. El's posture tightened as he asked what Michael actually wanted. Michael didn't hesitate. He stated his goal with chilling clarity. He intended to wipe Cania from the world entirely. He gave them a deadline with absolute clarity. 3 days. That was all the time they had. Back on Goldrich's side, Michael, captain of the Cygnus Knights, studied the situation with a hardened expression. He stated that this had already outgrown a simple dispute between merchant guilds. What stood before them now was a full-scale war against the believers. Without another word, El Palm lifted his hand and guided a thread of magic toward Beiju's forehead. A spider-shaped symbol surfaced on her skin, and the room recoiled in shock. Questions burst out at once. El answered evenly that it was the believer's mark. Every one of them carried a tattoo tied to their leader. Goldrich stared in disbelief as the truth settled in. If Beiju bore that symbol, then he was one of them. The realization spiraled further, forcing them to reconsider everyone connected to him. Seizing the moment, El told them he was about to present an offer they would not be able to ignore. Later, the tension of strategy gave way to the low roar of a crowded pub. Glasses clashed and voices overlapped while Minoru and El sat with heavy mugs in hand. She glanced at him uneasily and questioned whether celebrating like this made sense with such an important day looming. El looked almost bored by the concern. A single day of rest, he said, would not ruin anyone. They had already pushed their preparations as far as possible. His eyes drifted to the table stacked with reinforced gear. Everything that needed strengthening was finished, and the training had reached its limit. A familiar voice cut through the noise, praising the wisdom of resting before battle. They turned and spotted an acquaintance who had wandered in for a drink. The conversation shifted as Ralph slung an arm around El's shoulder and teased them, asking if he had interrupted a date. He bragged about being an expert in romance, but the joke died halfway through when a fist met his face. El warned him to keep his distance. Ralph groaned in protest, rubbing his nose and complaining that he had only been trying to ease the tension. El shot back that he reeked of sweat and should worry more about a shower than jokes. Defeated, Ralph muttered that he would keep quiet, then admitted he had a real question. He asked why El chose to join Jack Rich's rescue team when he himself had called it a trap. Minoru leaned in, sharing the same confusion. Wouldn't it be more logical to focus on the raid against Kanya instead? El answered in a measured tone that he was searching for something. Inside, his thoughts sharpened. Rumors claimed Jack Rich had uncovered a map leading to Furzer's legacy. He had dismissed it at first, but the believers closing in on Jack proved the rumor carried weight. That map could not fall into their hands. Furzer's legacy was said to hold immense value, and whatever lay at its end was too important to ignore. He lifted the mug and took a slow sip, eyes half-lidded as the bitterness settled on his tongue. Of course, that only mattered if they didn't reach it first. Outside, the tavern burned with warm light against the silent night street, a lone island of noise and laughter. Far from that scene, Azium sat buried in documents, methodically dissecting every scrap of information on L, 20 years old. Origin, lift-bound by debt to Gaffa, enslaved for 3 years. The old man's fingers tapped the desk as he calculated. Awakened to the 7th tier 2 months prior. 2 days to break into the 2nd tier. 2 weeks to climb into the 3rd. Talent like that didn't stall. It accelerated. His eyes sharpened. Go, he ordered quietly. It's all in your hands now. At the gate, a white-haired young man lunged forward, only to be blocked by crossed spears. His frustration exploded instantly. He demanded an explanation, voice rising as he called out Royce by name, accusing him of twisting his earlier promises. Royce scratched his chin and avoided his gaze, feigning confusion while his posture betrayed unease. When pressed, he exhaled and addressed the onlookers instead, claiming the order to bar outside recruits had come from higher authority. He insisted he didn't know why, grumbling that everything would end up dumped on his shoulders anyway. The white-haired youth turned on Royce next. Disbelief etched across his face as he demanded to know how someone could accept payment and still break their word. Royce's expression tightened. He leaned in and hissed a warning, telling him to mind his tongue before he said something unforgivable in public. Their heated clash was sliced apart by a single, icy command that drifted in from the distance. Move. The crowd reacted as one, peeling back to clear a path for El Palm's group, Franco walking at their head with effortless authority. The guard spear snapped back to his side as he bowed. Joyce stared, stunned, and asked who these newcomers were supposed to be. Franco didn't bother entertaining the question. He cut him off with a flat statement that everything had already been settled and that understanding wasn't required. Joyce tried to protest, stumbling over his words, but the tension strangled his voice. Nearby, Debla caught the scene and flashed a crooked grin. Around them, whispers of resentment rippled through the rejected parties. They muttered about favoritism, pointing out that this group had never stood through the selection trials. El Palm's team ignored every glare and complaint and stepped straight into the gate. Just before crossing the threshold, Minoru glanced back and stuck out her tongue, a childish jab that only deepened the envy simmering behind them. El Palm's group vanished into the gate in a blinding surge of light, leaving the outside world cut off in an instant. On the other side stretched the ruins of an ancient temple, shattered pillars slick with moisture and scattered across the floor like the remains of a forgotten civilization. Deebwa stepped forward to survey the area, and Minoru, who was walking ahead, glanced back with a familiar look of annoyance. She told him flatly that his antics were getting old, that he repeated the same routine every time, and that he should try being more inventive for once. As she turned forward again, a prickling sense of wrongness crept up her spine. She stopped mid-step and counted their silhouettes. Then she counted again. 2 were missing. Ralph and Kiri weren't there. Outside the gate, Ralph was already swearing furiously. He slammed his hand against the entrance, but an invisible barrier rejected him without mercy. Rage twisted his face as he demanded to know what was happening. The moment the gate sealed at full capacity, he spun toward Franco and shouted that they'd been promised space for 6 more people. He demanded to know if someone had slipped in ahead of them. Franco's brows knit in confusion. He insisted that was impossible, reminding them that guards had been stationed specifically to prevent anyone from entering early. Then the old man hesitated, a troubling suspicion surfacing as he murmured that it might be connected to a certain individual. Kiri didn't wait for him to finish. She read the situation in a heartbeat and declared it for what it was. A trap. Deep inside the gate, a Kazian subordinate advanced alongside Mudria through the dim corridors. The subordinate lifted his hollow gaze and quietly asked how they were supposed to regroup after entering, wondering if any instructions had been passed down. The hooded figure beside him clicked his tongue and muttered a sharp warning not to use his real name so carelessly, cutting the question short. Irritation flashed across the face of the Mudria woman trailing them. She snapped at the subordinate, accusing him of still clinging to earlier complaints and reminding him that if the plan held, their allies would be waiting on the 2nd floor. Their march was interrupted when a massive creature lumbered into view, its grotesque frame blocking the passage. The subordinate released a weary sigh, muttering that he'd have to loosen up before their rendezvous. He eyed the drooling beast with skepticism, doubting it would pose any real challenge. Just as he prepared to strike, Mudria extended an arm and stopped him. He stated calmly that he had a better approach and would handle the monster himself. The subordinate frowned at his frail build and warned him not to push too far. His caution came too late. The creature erupted in emotion with a thunderous roar and barreled toward them. Mudria met it with a cold sneer, asking if it had rushed over just to greet him. His chain snapped forward, unleashing a surge of green energy that crashed into the monster head-on. The beast failed to evade and absorbed the entire blast. The sheer pressure rolling off Mudria's strike rippled through the corridor and left the subordinate's staff quivering in his grip. Mudria arched a brow at the boy's stunned expression and let out a low chuckle. He remarked that the reaction alone made the trip worthwhile, admitting he found the spectacle far more entertaining than expected. Without sparing another glance, the two of them moved on, abandoning the monster's body as green magic gnawed through it piece by piece. Mudria muttered that he would save the rest of his strength for later, confident that the situation ahead would only grow more engaging. Behind them, the corpse dissolved completely, erased by the corrosive glow of his spell. Minoru broke the silence with a tight voice, saying the pattern confirmed her suspicions, and wondering aloud if the Kania faction spies had already slipped inside. Elpalm calmly pulled his blindfold into place, and answered that assuming infiltration was the safest course. He added that while he hadn't predicted this twist, it sharpened his interest. Behind him, Deepwood scratched his head and pointed out how unnatural the stillness felt, noting the absence of any direct attacks. Elpalm activated the power beneath his eye patch and focused inward. That silence, he realized, was the real warning. His senses swept across the temple's layout and returned nothing alive. No sentries, no roaming beasts. The entire first layer stood empty. His jaw tightened as suspicion settled in. Someone had stripped the gate clean, and that meant a design was already in motion. The scene shifted to the Kania merchant headquarters, where Zixin marched in at the head of the silver-armored knights. Colleton froze at the sight and forced a greeting, asking whether Sinosur had arrived for a formal visit. Zixin answered with a courteous smile that never reached his eyes, apologizing for the abrupt intrusion. Then he raised a severed hand branded with the Dark Sorcerer's mark and asked in a voice stripped of warmth whether it belonged to her. Confusion flickered across her face for a single heartbeat. The men flanking her were cut apart in the next instant, their bodies collapsing as blades flashed and their weapons clattered uselessly across the floor. Her scream tore through the hall. Keisozen leveled his blood-streaked sword at her and ordered her not to move. His smile widened, but the threat beneath it was unmistakable. He warned that any resistance would brand her a disciple of the Dark Sorcerer. Panic detonated among the followers. Some bolted while shouting their allegiance, and the knights answered with relentless steel. Those who tried to escape were struck down without hesitation. The chamber filled with curses and desperate pleas as believers fell one after another. Tasso Sim strode through the carnage with mounting irritation and demanded to know how they had lost the remaining targets. A subordinate stammered an apology, explaining that the enemy must have received advance warning and scattered before the knights arrived. Tasso Sim's expression hardened. He issued a crisp command to begin an immediate search and sweep every corner of the building. A cold command cut through the tension. They were told that finding the targets was the only way to finish this. The response came at once, sharp and respectful, voices aligning in obedience. Elsewhere, Will spoke in an icy tone, stating he had already granted more chances than necessary. He continued slowly, telling Evoke to direct his resentment at him if he wished. Evoke, shaking under the weight of fear, forced out a reply, declaring that serving the Dark Sorcerer was the highest honor his worthless body could achieve. The instant the words left his mouth, the mark of the Dark Sorcerer burned to life across his back, its glow staining the air as the sky overhead darkened. From the encampment came a report that the port perimeter had been secured. Inside a command tent, Abyss stood over a spread map, outlining strategy to the officers gathered around him. He pointed to the converging routes and declared there was no escape path left, ordering the remaining forces to reinforce the three-way junction. Beside him, Goldrich listened with clenched teeth, repeating to himself that they only needed to hold out a little longer. Across the main city, buildings were already drowning in flames. Boots thundered down a stairwell that spiraled into a hidden basement. A giant crocodilian beast burst forward with a roar, jaws opening to strike. A sword flashed through the air and split it cleanly in half. The blade carved through flesh and bone, then snapped back into Michael's waiting hand. The pink-haired girl who witnessed it spat a curse, blaming the Kania faction for breeding such abominations beneath the port itself. Her eyes swept the chamber in wary disbelief as she noted that every creature there was a nightmare given form. The floor below the port was carpeted with monster corpses they had only just put down. Without the intelligence supplied by the Goldrich Merchant Guild, the loss of life would have been catastrophic. Her explanation clicked into place in Michael's mind. He acknowledged the monster's unnatural strength. Then a new unease crept in. A facility of this scale should have been crawling with handlers, yet it stood abandoned. The thought barely settled before the pounding of approaching footsteps rolled through the corridors. He released a tired breath. There was no time left to analyze. A tide of monsters poured into view, surrounding the trio in a wall of snarling bodies. Back inside the silent temple, frantic curses shattered the stillness. Zekshin crouched behind a slab of stone, demanding to know where the monsters had come from. If the escort unit hadn't thrown their lives away buying time, none of them would still be breathing. Jack, tears streaking his face, stammered that he didn't want to die and begged to live. The echo of advancing footsteps answered him. Elpalm's voice cut through the panic with a few quiet words, remarking that anyone so desperate to survive was making enough noise for the entire world to hear. The rebuke alone was enough to make Jack fall silent and shake. A sharp voice cut through the air, asking if he had any idea how far his whining carried. Jack flinched and, driven by panic, snatched at the sword on his hip. He started to draw it and demanded to know who was there. He never finished the motion. Elpalm's kick slammed into him and hurled him across the ground, his weapon spinning out of reach as the impact stole the breath from his lungs. While he struggled to process what had happened, a mocking remark drifted down to him, noting that he still seemed to have plenty of energy left. Jack's fear was written plainly on his face. Elpalm stepped forward and introduced himself in a calm, almost friendly tone, telling him not to be so tense and claiming they were a rescue team sent to pull him out. Jack studied the trio's rough appearance and clearly doubted every word. The claim only began to sink in when El tossed him a red necklace. Jack caught it, stared, and his voice faltered as recognition struck. It belonged to his father. The realization made his hands tremble. The group braced themselves, fear tightening their expressions as the truth settled in. Even so, Jack hesitated and questioned whether just 3 people could really change anything. The doubt irritated El. He told him he should be grateful that anyone was willing to risk their lives for someone in his position. As Jack clutched the necklace, he muttered that this place wasn't somewhere a trio could handle and that they should leave before it was too late. The warning stirred El's suspicion. He activated the power behind his eye patch and examined him carefully, searching for hidden signs or marks. He found nothing. No tattoo. No trace of corruption. For a moment, he wondered if he was overthinking the situation. Minoru, already impatient, cut in and declared that the objective had been secured and it was time to move. A flash of blue light exploded across the chamber. El's eyes widened in alarm as a barrage of strikes tore through the space, shearing nearby temple pillars into fragments. From the collapsing dust emerged figures in black robes, their faces concealed behind grotesque masks. Their leader released a low, animalistic growl that scraped against the nerves. El and his companions vanished in a blink, teleporting clear of the ambush by the narrowest margin. Deeble landed with a scowl and complained that the attack had nearly clipped him. Elpalm, however, showed no surprise. He stared at the masked figures and stated that they had finally decided to reveal themselves. A calm, unfamiliar voice slipped into the charged silence and uttered a single word about manners. All 3 snapped to attention and fixed their gaze in its direction. Perched atop a stone pillar sat a lone figure. El immediately opened his left eye and scanned him. The sight sent a chill through him. The man radiated a crushing pressure, a concentration of mana so dense it bordered on suffocating. Meeting their wary stares, the Kazian subordinate dropped lightly from the pillar and began to speak. Talking about manners, the man in front of him looked far too calm for someone cornered. His eyes narrowed. This wasn't the composure of a nobody. With a sharp motion, he gathered a violent surge of energy in his palm, and the dark sorcerer's mark flared into view. So this was the truth. For a split second, he decided to test whether Commander Will's suspicions were justified. From afar, Will's icy voice cut through the air with a single order to begin. The city answered with chaos. A massive building detonated in a thunderous blast, and panic spread like wildfire. 2 young guards stumbled back, shouting in confusion as Team C rushed in. Before either of them could understand what was happening, a nearby crate erupted in another explosion. Then more followed in rapid succession, shockwaves ripping through the district and tearing the structure of the city apart. Beneath Linport, a bottomless crimson pit suddenly tore open, and fate placed it directly under Michael's feet. Michael, his teammates screamed as they lunged forward. Seeing them rush toward him, he barked a warning. Everyone, stay back. It's a trap. The words had barely left his mouth when the pit widened and swallowed him whole. Darkness consumed his vision, and he crashed onto a cold, flat surface in a silent void. He pushed himself up, scanning the endless black around him. Where am I? He muttered. The answer came as the steady echo of footsteps. Each step rang sharply in the stillness, putting every nerve in his body on edge. He called out toward the drifting smoke. Who are you? The silhouette slowly sharpened, and a calm voice replied, almost amused. Who am I? The haze peeled away to reveal a shadow, wearing his own face. The figure tilted its head and asked, It's familiar, isn't it? Far from that nightmare space. A heavy hand slammed onto a command table. Impossible. Racken roared, fury twisting his expression. 3 battalions wiped out, and Commander Michael is missing too. Beside him, Abyss snapped impatiently, ordering another verification as curses filled the tent. A guard burst inside, breathless and shaking. Bad news. We've confirmed reinforcements from the Believer's side. The atmosphere curdled instantly. While the others spiraled into anger and disbelief, Goldrich's eyes sharpened with a grim realization. They were always reacting, always a step behind. The conclusion hit him like a blade. There was a traitor among them. Abby's grabbed the radio and barked a rapid change of plans, redirecting teams 5 through 6 without hesitation. Outside the tent, a sentry noticed a stranger walking straight toward the perimeter. He raised his weapon and shouted a warning, but the words died in his throat. The intruder cut him down in a single brutal motion. The sound of the kill carried inside. Racken's head snapped toward the entrance as fear crept into his voice. What's happening out there? Franco, silent until now, finally spoke, his tone disturbingly calm amid the uproar. All this noise, he remarked, over the deaths of just 1 or 2 men. He gave a strange, steady reassurance, telling them to calm down. Then a blood-soaked hand shoved the curtain aside. Franco stepped forward at last, his real face exposed, and promised in a low voice that it would all be over soon. Terror froze Goldrich, Abyss, and Racken where they stood. They could only stare. Franco moved first. A cold blade flashed, and the tent erupted into slaughter. Across the city, the massacre spread without restraint. Civilians and Kania soldiers alike fell where they stood, their bodies abandoned as screams tore through the streets. Warnings echoed from every direction to watch their backs. Knights clashed head-on with the Kania Legion, steel colliding in a relentless storm as neither side gave an inch. Kiri sprinted through the chaos, cutting a path for the remaining civilians and shouting for them to follow her. Focused entirely on their escape, she failed to notice a young boy rushing in from the side, a sword raised for a silent assassination. Orders rang out to load the civilians into vehicles and flee the city before Gaffer's reinforcements arrived. The blade was a breath away from Kiri when an overwhelming force intercepted the boy mid-lunge. A crushing punch slammed into him, blood spraying as he was hurled several meters away. Ralph stood where the strike had landed, his gaze burning as he scanned the battlefield. Just when he thought the situation had stabilized, it had descended into madness again. Kiri turned to the fallen child and cursed under her breath, horrified that their enemies were using children. The boy writhed on the ground, clutching his injury and gasping. Ralph's expression hardened as he explained that this was the result of fanaticism twisted by blind faith. His voice carried the weight of memory as he recalled how the Dark Sorcerer's followers had once tried to recruit him. They had tempted him with impossible promises, claiming that breaking the Dark Mage's seal would grant any wish, even the power to reverse time. Kiri staggered at the implication, whispering that such power would rival a god. Seeing her waver, Ralph cut the thought down immediately. He told her that belief was naive. Power like that did not exist so freely. If the sorcerer were truly invincible, he would never have been sealed in the first place. His tone softened as he admitted the truth beneath the lies. They preyed on human weakness, on the universal desire to rewrite the past. His fist tightened, regret flickering across his rough features. Everyone carried moments they wished they could undo. Back in the command tent, Goldrich's fury exploded after confirming Franco's betrayal. He spat a curse, rage boiling over at the traitor who had torn their ranks apart. His jaw tightened until the muscles trembled, but no words came out. At last he forced the question through clenched teeth. Why did you do it? Franco heard the shout and slowly stroked his beard, almost thoughtful. He repeated the word reason, as if tasting it, then answered with chilling calm. His daughter had died in a senseless accident, taken from him too early. They had promised to return her. For a single chance to see her again, he would stain his hands with anything. When he finished, a crooked laugh slipped out. He pointed at the 3 of them and mockingly declared that serving them all this time had been an honor. Abyss reacted first. He stepped in front of Goldrich and Racken, raising his guard and ordering them behind him. His voice cut sharp and decisive as he told Racken to run. Torn between fear and guilt, Racken could only choke out an apology before turning away. Franco watched their retreat, and his composure shattered into fury. He barked at the 2 Kania fighters beside him, demanding they give chase. The men sprinted after the fleeing pair, blades ready to finish the job. In that instant, Abyss twisted his body, drawing power into his frame, and roared a challenge at their backs. His fist exploded forward in a storm of force. The barrage tore straight through the pursuers, dropping them in a single devastating sweep. Silence followed the impact. Franco stared in stunned horror as the cultists who had stormed the tent lay broken. Abyss calmly pulled out a cigar and lit it, smoke curling around his battered face. With open contempt, he remarked that they had clearly underestimated him. Though cuts and bruises marked his body, none were mortal. He took a slow drag and muttered that it had been too long since his last real fight. A small warm-up would do. The scene shifted to Elpalm's group. He regarded a Kazian subordinate with a faint, mocking smile and asked whether hiding behind a Legion commander was supposed to be intimidating. His arrogance lingered in the air until Mudria finally spoke, her tone smooth with feigned politeness. She apologized for any misunderstanding. At her words, the surrounding soldiers dropped to one knee in perfect unison. She straightened and introduced herself properly as Mudria of the Martyrs. The title struck Elpalm like a jolt. He dug through his memories and found the name attached to a secret force of 100 chosen warriors, an army whose existence was whispered but never confirmed. Their sudden appearance here made no sense. Mudria's voice turned flat as she addressed his confusion, coolly chastising him for underestimating what stood before him. A cold voice echoed through the gate, accusing them of drawing far too much attention, even from forces they were never meant to face. The whispers crawled through the air and set Dibwa's nerves on edge. His patience snapped. He cursed and shouted to El and Minoru that the talking was over and it was time to attack. Mudria only laughed softly at his outburst. She mocked his temper and asked if they had noticed how strangely empty the gate had been. As the words settled in, chains spiraled around her and lifted her into the air. She promised to give them a proper introduction. A crushing pressure burst outward as her power unfolded. Minzer threw up her arm to shield herself, stunned by the sheer weight of it. Her iron sphere split open. From within it, countless shapes spilled out and flooded the battlefield. Dibwa stared in disbelief as the swarm took form, panic sharpening his voice as he demanded to know what he was seeing. The phantoms surged forward in perfect unison, their bodies swelling and twisting into massive, grotesque creatures. Minoru's eyes widened in horror as she recognized them and shouted a warning, but the monsters were already upon her. Before the group could organize a response, they were encircled. The creatures moved with eerie coordination, obeying Mudria's will without hesitation. Confusion and anger overlapped as the three of them tried to make sense of the impossible numbers and absolute control. The truth hit them hard. The monsters had been stripped of their will and turned into weapons. Minoru and Dibwa fought desperately to keep the tide back, steel and magic flashing in frantic bursts. El saw the formation collapsing and shouted a warning not to meet the swarm head-on. Dibwa barely caught the words before a streak of green lightning tore through the air. The impact slammed into him and hurled his body across the field, smashing him against a wall with bone-rattling force. Pain exploded through his chest. Minoru screamed his name as one of the creatures advanced, staff raised for the killing strike. Trapped between agony and desperation, Dibwa forced his mind to race for an answer. Then a crimson flash cut across his vision. A beam of red light speared straight through the attacking monster and dropped it where it stood. El stepped forward and ordered the others to fall back. He gathered his power into a single point and released it without hesitation. A massive wave of flame detonated at the heart of the swarm. The creatures had only an instant to register the blaze before it consumed them. Fire roared across the battlefield, and when it faded, the summoned horde was gone, erased in one overwhelming strike. The Cania members froze the moment the blazing arrow tore through the air, its heat pressing against their skin like a living thing. A fire arrow guided by psychic force. El answered their shock with a calm, unreadable expression as he bent the flames to his will, sweeping them forward and burning through a section of the Kanye ranks. Seeing how recklessly the inferno surged, Minoru shouted over the roar of the fire, warning him to stop. She demanded if he was trying to kill his own side as well. But the stream of magic only thickened, spiraling outward and locking the surrounding Cania fighters inside a tightening ring of flames. With a sharp gesture, El drove the fire downward. The explosion of heat carved deeper scars in a land that was already in ruins, as if the battlefield itself was being erased. From the smoke, a Kazian subordinate watched with shining eyes and let out a low laugh. He called the sight fascinating, openly admiring the technique that fused fire magic with psychic control. As his words faded, the ring hanging at his neck flared with a blinding glow. The sea of flames hemming in the Cania soldiers flickered and then began to die out, vanishing piece by piece until only drifting smoke and dust filled the temple. Minoru's voice trembled as she stared at the aftermath, unable to understand how El's overwhelming magic had failed to finish them. The ground beneath their feet remained untouched, perfectly preserved while everything around it lay shattered. A Kazian fighter sneered at their disbelief and mocked their reaction, asking if they truly thought he would stand there and accept the attack. With a casual wave of his hand, he declared that the fight was far from over and urged them to struggle harder. At his command, broken stones ripped free from the earth and rose into the air, hovering in a deadly cloud. Dibwa blinked in confusion, trying to process the spectacle and whispering that it had to be psychic power. Even El faltered for a heartbeat at the display. Then his gaze hardened. He stretched out his hand toward the three of them and announced coldly that the real battle was only beginning. Elsewhere, flames were already crawling across the houses. As Rakan sprinted through the chaos, he told Goldrich that their defensive line had collapsed and insisted they needed a full retreat. Goldrich rejected the idea immediately, saying they only had to endure a little longer. His eyes kept darting to his watch, the numbers glowing 11:10. There was a hidden operation in motion, a secret arrangement so extreme that even Franco had been kept in the dark. When El Palm first suggested it, Goldrich had thought it was excessive, yet now he stared at the ticking seconds and muttered that they just had to last a bit more, no matter the cost. Sudden footsteps thundered from the front. A squad of assassins emerged and blocked their path. Goldrich cursed in shock and Rakan spun around just in time to see another wave of Kania fighters sealing the rear. They were surrounded. Panic tightened his voice as he demanded whether they could activate the plan immediately. With enemies closing in from both sides and escape slipping away, Goldrich answered with iron certainty that it was still too soon. Rakan stood, trapped between fire and steel, left with nothing but the order to endure. Damn it! What good is that plan if we're dead? The shout had barely left his mouth when a torrent of ice magic exploded across the corridor, flash freezing the assassins mid-charge. Frost crept over their bodies in an instant, locking them in place like grotesque statues. A calm voice drifted through the frozen air, casually noting the coincidence and pulling every Kania gaze toward its source. One of them barked a demand to know who was there. Ralph and Kiri stepped out from the haze at the perfect moment, placing themselves between the attackers and Rakan's group. Ralph flashed a confident grin and, even now, couldn't resist advertising, cheerfully asking if there was anything they needed while mentioning an ongoing sale. Rakan stared at them, as if salvation itself had arrived, his voice shaking as he tried to speak. Seeing only two opponents, the Kania fighters rushed forward in arrogant unison, convinced numbers would crush them. Their charge ended in an instant. Kiri moved first, her blade carving clean arcs that tore through bodies and left pieces scattering across the ground. Ralph followed with brutal efficiency, each punch dropping enemies as if they were weightless. Panic flickered through the ranks, and one desperate fighter unleashed a storm of poison darts to end quickly. Kiri's sword flashed again, deflecting every dart with effortless precision. Terror twisted the attacker's face. When she shifted in her sun and moon technique, recognition dawned on a Kania member. He shouted that he remembered who they were. Elpalm's people. But the words were cut short as Key's blade silenced him. She blurred like lightning, and in a heartbeat the battlefield fell quiet. Silent step change. The remaining onlookers could only stare, stunned by how easily the pair had dismantled an entire squad. As Kiri lowered her weapon, the blue tint in her hair faded back to yellow. She explained simply that she had noticed the cultists gathering and came to intervene. Beside her, Ralph eagerly added that, given the urgency, they were allowing delayed payment for their services. The thought of profit lit his eyes as he prepared to announce a special discounted rate. His pitch was severed by a shrieking blaze. A terrifying fire arrow tore in from the distance and slammed toward them. Rakan blinked in confusion, wondering if enemies still remained. From the drifting rubble, a tall man stepped forward with a click of his tongue, dismissing the fallen as worthless henchmen. Ralph and Kiri shifted back into guarded stances. Ralph answered with a faint, almost playful smile, questioning the harsh wording while remarking on the strange coincidence of encountering 3 guild masters at once. Dark veins crawled across the evoke's face as he savored each word he spoke, calling the situation a pity. Then he cracked the whip in his hand and roared, the sound ripping through the air like a promise of violence. He snarled that he had wanted to rip El apart with his own hands. In the same breath, the Arcarum subordinate flicked his wrist, and enormous slabs of rock crashed down toward El's group. Deepwood dove aside to avoid being crushed, while El stared in disbelief, trying to process what he was seeing. Power on this scale, controlled so effortlessly, was something he had never encountered before his regression. No one with psychic ability this overwhelming had ever crossed his path. The Arcarum fighter kept hurling boulders with cold precision, his voice laced with disappointment as he questioned whether the fearsome reputation surrounding them had been nothing but exaggeration. For a split second he hesitated, wondering if he had stepped into a carefully prepared trap. 2 massive pillars slammed into each other, and the impact birthed a thick cloud of white smoke that swallowed the battlefield. Then a crimson flash ignited inside the haze. A streak of red burst outward like lightning, slicing past the cultists before they could react. By the time their vision cleared, El's team was already gone, riding a torrent of fire he had shaped into a blazing path through the air. Deepwood twisted around mid-flight and mocked their pursuers with a shout, leaving them choking on dust and fury. Max's roar cut through the chaos as he ordered an immediate chase, cursing and demanding they move faster. Deepwood laughed in triumph, reveling in their escape. El, eyes narrowed in fierce concentration, began to speak, declaring that their objective had been secured and that they only needed to. A violent rush of wings drowned out his words. A monstrous shape tore through the sky and matched their speed in an instant. Without warning, it unleashed a torrent of flame that shattered their fiery platform. The world spun as Deepwood slammed toward the ground, his mind scrambling to understand what was happening. His confusion lasted a heartbeat before Iron Claws seized him mid-fall. The creature tightened its grip until blood filled his mouth, then hurled him down with a thunderous roar. Minoru, still tumbling through open air, screamed Deepwood's name in panic. Rage flared in El's chest. He clenched his teeth and swung his scepter, releasing a storm of fire arrows that streaked toward the beast. They never reached it. A surge of violet energy sliced across the sky and erased the arrows in an instant. The clash between purple light and raging fire detonated in a massive explosion overhead. From the fading violet glow, a figure stepped forward, as if walking out of the blast itself. The Arcarum subordinate had teleported directly beside El, His eyes were cold, certain, as he murmured that he had finally reached his conclusion. He leaned in slightly, fixing Elle with a piercing stare and asking in a low voice whether fear had taken root in him. Before any answer could form, a concentrated beam of purple power erupted from his hand and drove straight through Elle's stomach. The shockwave from his strike ripped outward with such violence that every nearby structure crumbled in its wake. Smoke and dust swallowed the battlefield. Minoru coughed through the choking haze and muttered a curse. But before she could steady herself, a projectile tore through her shoulder. The impact hurled her backward. She slammed into a row of pillars hard enough to leave deep dents in the stone. Mudria's voice cut through the chaos, cold and impatient as he ordered his subordinates to finish her quickly. Minoru forced herself upright, fingers tightening around her weapon despite the burning pain. She spat a bitter insult at the cultists just as three of them lunged at her together, eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Elsewhere, the air was eerily still. That fragile calm shattered when something sliced past a pillar and cleaved it in half. The movement was so fast it left only a streak of yellow light behind. Debo lay pinned beneath the monster, his body absorbing the full weight of its crushing blow. The creature roared and raised its fist, aiming to smash it straight into his face. Ralph sprinted through streets, drowning in fire, his breath ragged as heat pressed in from every side. A shadow swept over him. Above, Evoke dove through the air and swung his weapon downward. The strike split the path apart, stone cracking open beneath Ralph's feet. Evoke landed with predatory calm. Ralph slid aside at the last instant and caught a dangling chain, anger flaring hot in his chest. He barely had time to think before another attack crashed toward him. The chain suddenly snapped tight and coiled around his hand. Evoke's grin twisted as a brutal surge of mana surged through the metal. Pain ripped a scream from Ralph's throat. Evoke snarled for him not to test his patience, yanking the chain with murderous intent and promising to send him to his grave. Dangling helplessly, Ralph cursed back, shouting that he was about to die. As panic clawed at him, he spotted a sharp spike looming overhead. In that instant, Kiri moved. She burst forward with a shout, telling Evoke to leave the idiot alone. A teasing remark followed on her lips, but her blade was already in motion. Steel flashed. The chain split apart, and Ralph dropped free. Evoke's fury exploded. His roar shook the ground, and the earth answered. With a thunderous rumble, the terrain collapsed, and 3 massive stone tablets surged up around Kiri, sealing her inside a prison of rock. One tablet unleashed a concentrated stream of mana. The others followed a heartbeat later. The converging blast struck her all at once. From the outside, Ralph watched in horror and spat a curse at Evoke. Inside the shattered circle, Kiri dropped to one knee. Blood flecked her lips as she coughed, her voice thin, but steady when she insisted she was still standing. The structure looming behind Kiri began to tremble. Fine cracks raced across its surface, and her eyes widened as it splintered apart right in front of her. A chill ran through her. It was starting. Before Evoke could close the distance, he launched himself upward with a twisted grimace, reaching to seize the weakened Kiri. She sensed the movement instantly and snapped her head toward him. A blast tore through the air. From afar, Racken caught sight of the explosion and shouted in frustration, demanding to know when they would finally trigger the plan. If this dragged on any longer, they would all be wiped out. Goldrich's fist tightened as he fought through a cough, forcing out that it still wasn't time. He insisted their allies would arrive soon. The moment he finished, a calm voice cut in and asked about this so-called plan. Racken and Goldrich turned in shock at the newcomer. The stranger added, almost lazily, that he was curious about it as well. Elsewhere, Ralph doubled over and spat a mouthful of blood that stained the ground. A thin trail of red clung to the corner of his lips. He cursed under his breath and glanced at Kiri, asking if she could still move. She pushed herself upright, one hand clutching her injured shoulder, and gave a strained nod. Purple mana began to coil in the air again, thick and suffocating. The formation that had supported them was fading. Evoke stepped forward from the glow, his tone certain as he declared this to be their end. A massive sphere of energy swelled in front of him and hurtled straight at Ralph. His mind froze. Kiri moved first. She burst past him and swung her sword in a clean arc, cleaving the sphere apart before it could detonate. Evoke's eyes widened in disbelief, and he twisted around, sensing another presence at his back. A man stood there smiling faintly, remarking that it was rude not to greet someone upon meeting them. By the time Evoke turned again, a piercing beam of light had already struck. The farewell came with an explosion that rattled the entire city. Kiri raised an arm to shield her eyes from the blinding flash. When the light faded, horror flickered across her face. A gaping hole had been punched straight through Evoke's body, as if something immense had bored through him. The newcomer watched with a casual smirk, apologizing for the rough send-off, and admitting he had intended something gentler. He added that this was more entertaining. Evoke coughed up blood, forcing out a bitter remark about a loyal hound of the queen. His strength drained away, and he collapsed onto the shattered ground, eyes still open in stubborn defiance as life slipped from them. The man's attention shifted to Kiri and Ralph. He greeted them dryly and asked what they were doing there. wondering aloud why they kept crossing paths. Kiri stared at him, shock tangling her words as recognition dawned. He stepped fully out of the shadows, the title fitting him like a blade in its sheath. Sarcasm. As he approached, Kiri breathed his name in disbelief. Sarcasm answered with a faint smile and raised his sword, the single command leaving his lips like a verdict. Go. Goldrich stayed tense, eyes locked on the Knight Commander of Cygnus, while Racken wore a wide, reckless grin. They had all come within a breath of dying. Guildmaster Kasim let out a low chuckle and declared that he would protect the merchants no matter what. Then he turned sharply to Kiri, studying her pale face. He started to warn her that she looked terrible, but she cut him off before he could finish. She was going. Kasim blinked in surprise. What? Kiri gripped her injured shoulder and answered with quiet resolve. Her master had ordered her to join forces with Kasim if anything ever happened. She stepped closer to him, making her choice clear. She was going too. Kasim's brows tightened, contempt flickering in his eyes as he looked her over and muttered that someone like her would only slow them down. Before the tension could rise any further, a voice sliced through the air. It promised that every one of them would soon be coming along. Kiri and Kasim spun toward the sound and saw Evoke forcing himself upright. Kasim stared in disbelief and demanded how he was still standing after taking such a hit. Evoke answered with a twisted smile as a cloud of dark energy spiraled around him. His voice echoed like it was crawling out of the underworld, condemning them all to burn. Behind him, the darkness thickened, and the image of a ticking sand timer appeared. Kasim reacted instantly, lunging forward and driving his sword straight into Evoke. Evoke burst into laughter and hissed that it was already too late. His power condensed and rose, shaping itself into the outline of a death god. Veins bulged across his eyes as he screamed for his master to appear, offering up his shattered body as a sacrifice. A monstrous spider answered the call. Threads shot out and skewered Evoke from every direction. His eyes stretched wide in shock before his body detonated in a spray of blood and fragments. His scream tore through the battlefield as countless spider legs punched through what remained of him. Everyone froze, staring up at the nightmare towering above them. Terror drained the color from their faces. Evoke's ruined body fused into the creature, becoming part of its massive frame. The giant spider spread its fangs, and a violent purple light gathered in its maw. The beam crashed into the ground and ripped the surroundings apart. At the center of the impact, El Palm collapsed his knees. Blood spilled from his mouth as he fought for air, cursing the pressure, crushing his chest. The masked fighters gave him no chance to recover. 3 of them closed in and struck from all sides, forcing him onto the defensive. Gritting his teeth, El Palm pushed himself back up and hurled himself into the fight. He raised his scepter and poured magic through it, meeting their assault head-on. The masked warriors answered by snapping up their shields in perfect unison. El roared that he would not fall without resistance. The next instant, a thunderous explosion swallowed the clash. Smoke and debris surged outward as he used the blast to pull back and create distance. Through the choking haze, just as the battlefield held its breath, a voice suddenly spoke. Really? How long are you planning to drag this out? The sudden taunt hit before El could react. In the next instant, slabs of rock snapped shut around his body and locked him in place. He cursed under his breath, recognizing the grip of psychic power. The man controlling the stones lifted a hand with effortless ease, his voice steady and almost bored as he told El to relax, promising no one intended to devour him. Leaning casually on his staff, he began to walk forward. El clenched his jaw and forced his power to stir. He had once been called the strongest psychic. There was no way he would crumble here. As the footsteps drew near, defiance flared in his eyes. He waited for the perfect moment, then exploded with force, ripping the rocks free and hurling them straight at his opponent. The man sighed like he was indulging a child and swept his staff in a smooth arc, smashing every projectile out of the air. He muttered that this routine was getting tiresome. Then his expression shifted. His eyes widened at the surge forming in front of him. El thrust out his hand, unleashing a monstrous wave of power that coiled around his arm and twisted his features into something savage. He roared a challenge, demanding to know if this still looked like nonsense. The torrent shot forward with crushing speed, yet the man didn't flinch. He stood perfectly still, neither panicking nor attempting to dodge. A quiet resolve settled over him. He clenched his fist, and a concentrated source of power ignited between his fingers. Energy spilled out in overwhelming quantities as he swung his arm and swatted the attack aside. The impact stunned El, freezing him in disbelief. In an even tone, the man reminded him that resistance was pointless. Behind El, power continued to swell, expanding like a storm about to burst. His body trembled under the strain. The man closed the distance and casually tapped his shoulder, sarcasm lacing every word as he admitted he hadn't expected such visible shock. He paused, as if inviting El to finish the thought himself, then leaned in close. His whisper slid into El's ear like a blade. In the future you witnessed, he hadn't been there. The words detonated inside El's mind. His eyes flew open as he struggled to understand how this stranger could possibly know that truth. He glanced toward the masked figures surrounding them, and the man addressed them without even turning his head. dismissing them and ordering them to disappear because they were interrupting something important. The masked warriors could only stare, stunned by the command. A single drop of water struck a blue surface with a sharp echo. The man exhaled slowly and asked if they truly didn't understand their place. Everywhere except the small space he shared with El was suddenly flooded with a crawling legion of toxins. Panic ripped through the masked fighters as they shouted in horror, demanding to know what was happening. Their cries were cut short. In one sweeping motion, the toxic tide surged upward and swallowed them whole. Why is the ground so sticky? El's voice shook as he stared at the nightmare unfolding in front of him. The surface beneath their feet writhed like living tar, and the air filled with raw, agonized screams. One of the trapped figures stretched out a trembling, half-dissolved hand toward them in a final plea, choking out a single accusation of betrayal. Inside the barrier, the man watched without flinching and murmured that he wouldn't call it betrayal. The moment the words left his mouth, his own hand snapped to his throat. Veins bulged across his face as surprise flickered through his eyes. A cold voice echoed through his mind, noting that he was playing a dangerously interesting game. A spider-shaped mark burned into existence on the back of his hand. His breathing grew ragged as he addressed the unseen presence, acknowledging that Lord had been watching. He admitted the anger directed at him, but insisted everything he'd done served a greater purpose. El could only stare, stunned by the exchange happening right in front of him. The realization struck like lightning. Commander was controlling the body through that tattoo. That was the reason followers could never betray their commanders. Thin smoke curled from the mark as the man steadied himself and muttered that he trusted this would be understood. El's gaze locked onto the power radiating from the symbol, mixing with dread. Then the man looked at his own hand and declared that this would end here. His eyes widened, and the tattoo began to fade. A strange, intricate pattern surfaced in his pupils as he announced it was time to return to his proper place. While on the other side reacted with explosive fury, roaring at the audacity of a mere pawn daring to resist, and demanding to know if this was a declaration of war. The air warped, and Commander Arcarum stepped forward wrapped in a sinister aura. A colossal serpent loomed behind him, its coils shifting like shadows. Another tattoo glimmered within the old man's pupil. El Palm stared in open amazement, unable to suppress his curiosity. He had never encountered marks like these, not even across his past lives. The old man flexed his arm with lazy confidence and remarked that, in the end, they all served the Black Sorcerer. After a brief pause, he searched for the right words, eyes drifting to the bubbling water below. A thin sneer crossed his face as he labeled the situation an internal conflict. He explained it almost casually. They shared the same ultimate goal of resurrecting the Black Sorcerer, but their methods and viewpoints clashed. That made them allies and enemies at the same time. The idea hung in the air, unsettling yet strangely logical. El felt a reluctant understanding settle in. The believers had built their strength in secret, which was why they stayed hidden until the final day. Their loss of control stemmed from struggles between their own commanders. Even so, doubt still colored his voice as he prepared to speak. So what exactly are you trying to ask me? El Palm made no effort to disguise his intentions. He answered almost casually that he was searching for something, the seal of the hero Fried. The name alone sent a jolt through El. The man continued, as if reciting ancient history. Ages ago, Fried, celebrated as a savior, forged the seal stone to halt the Black Sorcerer. Arcarum let out a thin sneer and added that the stone carried power drawn from the eternal timeline itself. It was designed to imprison the Black Sorcerer, but if the current within it were reversed, the seal would fail. Instead, it could return the dead to their proper time. In a cruel twist, the very artifact meant to contain the Black Sorcerer was also the surest way to bring him back. The man explained that he had hunted for the seal stone for years and had finally tracked it down, only to discover an empty husk. Someone had already used it. That revelation turned the unknown user into his highest priority. Fortunately, a person capable of wielding such a thing could never remain hidden. He listed the chaos one by one. The gate of the beginning, the scattered gates, the tomb of the Eye of Misfortune, and even the chamber concealing the hero's artifacts. His voice dripped with mockery as he accused El of making far too much noise to ignore. El met his stare with a blade-cold gaze. Then the man spoke again, his tone carrying the finality of a judge pronouncing sentence. The regressor he had been searching for was standing right in front of him. It was El. A violet hemisphere snapped into existence and sealed the two of them away from the outside world. El's hand shot out to grip a nearby line of force as his thoughts raced. He had never heard of this man before his regression. From a fissure in the ground, a yellow tornado burst upward and began devouring everything in its path. Even as the vortex clawed at his body and gray smoke spiraled around him, his mind stayed locked in analysis. This wasn't just about raw destructive strength. It was about control. By all logic, he should have been stronger now than he had been before returning to the past. Images of an Arcarum subordinate and 3 former comrades flashed through his memory as he measured the gap in power. If that display wasn't even the man's full ability, Then the title of strongest psychic in the present era belonged to him. Trapped together inside the shimmering dome, Elpom finally broke the silence and demanded the stranger's identity. The man answered with open contempt, his voice sharp with disdain as he addressed even someone who had crawled back from the future. You really don't know who I am. Arkaram's subordinate spoke slowly, each word weighed down by quiet disappointment. He muttered that it was sad, though he had expected as much. Then, with a fragile edge in his voice, he asked about the near future and whether he was destined to die there. The question made El's eyes snap open. Around them stretched a river of steaming, green acid that hissed like a living thing. The man gave a soft chuckle and clarified that he wasn't fishing for comfort. His tone darkened as he admitted he was terminally ill. Seeing that fate with his own eyes brought him no peace. He cut himself off before the silence could linger and dismissed the topic as pointless, insisting they return to the matter at hand. He revealed that his survival until now was, ironically, because of El. The claim stunned him. The subordinate explained that Lord Arkaram intended to recruit Elpom, but the chaos surrounding him had forced the Lord will to prepare his forces for extermination instead. The two commanders were fundamentally at odds. Standing beneath the layered black marks etched into his skin, the man smiled with chilling calm. As a servant of Lord Will, he intended to mediate between those clashing powers. There was no warmth in his eyes, only naked malice. He confessed that his body had already been failing and that his blindness was something Elpom had likely noticed. He described himself as a drowning soul, and when Arkaram reached out, it felt like grasping a final lifeline. For someone cornered by death, the Lord's secret proposal had tasted irresistibly sweet. It offered him another chance. Hearing the story delivered so matter-of-factly, El asked if Arkaram had actually cured the disease. A bitter sneer twisted the man's lips. It wasn't a cure. It was merely a delay. Through time magic, Arkaram had slowed the illness enough to keep him standing. The image of time itself being restrained flashed through El's mind and left him momentarily shaken. The subordinate continued in measured bursts, explaining that as long as he obeyed, his life's clock would remain halted. And when the black sorcerer rose again, he would be granted a new, flawless body. Understanding dawned with a cold weight. That promise was the chain around his neck. El concluded that this was the reason for his betrayal. A killing intent rolled off the subordinate like a storm. Purple energy flooded his frame, and even his sightless eyes radiated a terror sharp enough to pierce the heart. El felt a chill crawl through him. The man standing before him was profoundly dangerous, cloaking raw self-preservation in the banner of resurrection and willing to discard anyone if it meant escaping his own death. He noticed the hesitation in his eyes and spoke in a low, steady voice, telling him not to overcomplicate it. Elpom's lips tightened. What? The river beside them churned with boiling green water, steam rising in thick clouds that blended with the voice of Arkaram's subordinate. He declared that his mission was simple: rescue him from Lord Will's design and deliver a message. Extending his hand in invitation, he laid out the role he'd been given. Join my side. His gaze sharpened with quiet malice as he pressed on. What are you even fighting for? Don't tell me it's justice. After the massacre at the 100-Man Pass and everything that followed, that word sounded hollow. You've taken countless lives and stood by while others died. From a certain angle, it all makes sense. If those people were already dead in the future you remember, then they were never important to you. Were they? Your justice only protects what you choose. While the man continued his relentless argument, Elpom gripped his spear tighter, shadows gathering across his face. If that isn't your reason, if you're chasing something deeper, then you should think carefully. The Black Sorcerer is far beyond what you imagine, a being that stands on the threshold of godhood. He dangled promises like bait: overwhelming power, endless life, even the chance to bring the dead back. The subordinate fired question after question, weaving a deliberate psychological trap. Do you know why the leaders from 8 centuries ago still walk this world? He answered himself without pause. Because the Black Sorcerer rewarded their loyalty with bodies untouched by time. And that is only a fraction of what he can grant. Whatever desire you carry, his resurrection is the key. But such miracles demanded payment. Nothing came without a cost. He lifted a finger toward Elpom and revealed the single condition: erase everyone who knows you and help me fulfill the plan. Elpom staggered back, sweat coating his face, his lips shaking. You're asking me to kill my own comrades? He shut his eyes for a brief moment, and the reply came as cold as iron. Think of it as your rebirth. Someone willing to harden his heart for his ambitions should understand. The fewer witnesses to your existence, the cleaner your path becomes. Elpom stepped forward again, voice steady despite the storm inside him. If you need me this badly, then your scheme must be enormous. What are you really trying to do? The Arkaram subordinate only shrugged, utterly unfazed. Who can say? Even I don't see the full picture. I simply carry out the orders of Lord Arkaram. After speaking at length, he finally revealed the core of it all. If you support our plan, the Black Sorcerer will return. He repeated it with certainty, then asked what choice he would make. There was nothing left to clarify. Wasn't the conclusion already obvious? Elpom clenched his teeth as the man stretched out a hand toward him in invitation, urging him to decide. That single gesture dragged his mind back through fragments of the past. stirring a brutal struggle over justice. He saw himself restrained, a savage masked figure staring down at him with naked contempt. In those eyes, he had once seen only death and icy resolve. And even now, he couldn't tell if what drove him back then was justice or simple revenge. Other memories surged in to collide with it. Comrades reaching out to him with open hands. Even in a shattered world, there had been people who burned with impossible brightness. The image of a friend smiling so freely was etched into him, something he would carry for the rest of his life. Those who bore unbearable burdens still spoke to him about hope. They were worth more than the world itself. Then the vision twisted into blood. Jaden's body was pierced, crimson spraying through the air as El Palm screamed his name in horror. Philip. Jaden collapsed, and he begged desperately for him to stay, demanding to know why this was happening. Another memory struck like a blade. Alexis hurling herself into a monster's jaws, her face frozen in despair, tears shining in her eyes. His cry tore from his throat as every one of his companions fell, leaving him kneeling alone amid ruin. A complete catastrophe. He had lost everything once before. His spirit tightened around a single resolve. This time will be different. A new path, new allies, a new team. Strong bonds, yet flexible enough that no sacrifice would be repeated. He hovered on the edge of breaking when Cheryl's sudden bright smile cut through the storm in his mind, stopping him cold. Thick white smoke curled around his feet. The Arcarum subordinate stared in confusion and demanded an explanation. El Palm answered by lifting his spear as arrows of flame burst outward in rapid succession, his voice following the attack. Hadn't he already made himself clear? One eye lay hidden, but the other burned with unshakable determination, untouched by temptation. Blood dripped from his hand, yet his tone never wavered. Justice, revenge, those words meant nothing to him now. All he cared about was protecting what he had chosen to protect. Noticing the unshakable resolve in his eyes, the man gave a quiet nod and declared that there was nothing left to discuss. Power surged from his divine scepter as he rushed forward, shouting that this conversation would end here. They lunged at each other without hesitation. Deepwood kicked off the ground and launched himself skyward, spear gripped tightly as he cut through the air. With nimble movements, he twisted and slipped past the monster's relentless strikes. The creature brought its massive hands together, confident he would drop straight into its trap. For a moment, there was nothing but swirling dust and smoke where Deepwood had been. When the monster opened its hands, it found only empty air and froze in confusion. Deepwood burst from behind it, spear poised, his gaze filled with scorn. How do you plan to catch me when you're that slow? His strike crashed into its back, but in that instant he caught sight of something else and faltered. A figure appeared out of nowhere, a sword strapped across their back, rushing forward wrapped in a strange, radiant light. The sudden arrival stole Deepwood's focus, and the monster's fist shot toward him. He couldn't dodge in time. A single thought flashed through his mind. I'm finished. Drawing on a green surge of power, he hurled himself at the monster's chest. The impact should have sent it flying, yet the force rebounded into him instead. His own strength slammed back through his body, and blood spilled from his mouth as he was thrown away. He hit the ground in shock. What was that thing made of? How could it stop his spear so easily? The impossibility of it only hardened his intent to kill. There had to be another way. He cursed under his breath. He still didn't even understand the artifact in his possession, but there was no time left for hesitation. He would learn by using it. The gem on his wrist ignited, releasing a heavy, pulsing aura. Its glow dragged his memory back to the auction hall. Ralph had shouted a bid of 300 million meso, then rounded on El Palm in outrage, demanding to know if he'd lost his mind and how he could ever afford such a price. El Palm had answered with calm indifference that he'd been short on funds and taken out a loan. The word alone set the man off again, his voice rising as he demanded to know from where. El explained that the Gaffer Merchant Guild had provided 200 million, the debt placed under the team's name. The revelation sent the man into another furious tirade of curses and disbelief. Deepwood exploded in frustration, snapping that it wasn't a small sum at all and demanding to know why anyone would waste that kind of money on a rookie item. Deepwood, however, kept turning the object over in his hand, studying it. El Palm met the outburst with calm green eyes and a faint smile, telling him to relax. He spoke with quiet certainty, insisting this wasn't a reckless gamble. He knew this artifact better than anyone realized. Long ago, a lone warrior had carried the weight of everything on his shoulders, a legend unmatched in strength, and this was the weapon he had wielded. El placed his trust in that history. He had chosen this controversial item specifically for Deepwood, convinced it would become the perfect weapon in his hands. In the end, it all depended on him. The memory shattered as the battle roared back into focus. Debu poured every ounce of strength into a desperate charge. It was an all-or-nothing gamble. His shout tore through the air, but the monster's massive hands smashed into him and hurled him away. He slammed into the ground and rolled, disbelief etched across his face. The artifact did nothing but glow. How was he supposed to use something like this? Gritting his teeth, he rushed the monster again, mind racing as he flew. He cursed his own madness for trying to fight barehanded against a creature his spear couldn't even scratch. If only he had another weapon. He twisted past a barrage of attacks, and an idea flashed in his mind. The corpse of a fallen cultist lay nearby. Anything would do. He sprinted toward it and snatched up a shield, raising it instinctively. The choice felt wrong the moment he grabbed it. Of all things, a shield. He braced himself and blocked, dread screaming through his thoughts. Then the artifact reacted. A blinding golden radiance erupted outward, blasting the monster far into the distance. Deebwa stared in stunned silence. His gaze dropped to the bracelet as a shield symbol burned into its surface beside the 5 gems. The creature roared and charged back with a storm of punches, forcing him to dash aside again. He lunged toward another fallen weapon, fingers closing around a sword. This time the bracelet flared instantly. A new symbol ignited, the mark of a blade. He slashed across the monster's face once, twice, then again, each strike heavier than the last. In that instant, clarity snapped into place. He finally understood. The artifact was a warrior's armory. Each weapon he wielded awakened a matching symbol, and the item amplified that weapon's power. The system was simple, brutal, and perfectly suited to him. The monster's eyes burned crimson as a low growl rumbled from its throat. Deebwa kept moving, slipping past its reach as his sword carved into one of its horns and forced a howl of pain. With every exchange, more gems on his bracelet ignited. The brighter they shone, the stronger he felt. The connection was undeniable. He bent his knees and launched himself forward again, blade leading the charge. After a storm of clashes, he finally pinpointed the creature's weakness. Even hide that thick wasn't invincible. He drove straight for its heart, and the impact forced a spray of blood from its jaws. Nearly every symbol on the bracelet was lit as he surged ahead like a gale. A dark blur streaked behind the monster. Sensing the threat, it spun and unleashed a torrent of fire. Deebwa's sword shattered, and a violent explosion ripped through the ground. Caught inside the blast, he cursed his own carelessness, vision reeling. Before he could recover, several fireballs materialized and hurtled toward him, each one shaking the earth on impact. The monster roared and lunged to swallow him whole. Then his voice cut through the chaos, halting it for a split second. "You're too slow." In his grasp rested another weapon as the axe symbol flared to life. The explosion hadn't touched him. A fierce grin spread across his face as he declared that the formation was complete, and now it was the monster's turn. They charged simultaneously. Fire bombs rained down again, but he tore through them like an unstoppable force. The two-horned beast barreled forward without fear. With a shout, Deebwa swung the axe and split through its massive hand, ripping a scream from its throat. One axe symbol ignited, then another, then more, until the power reached its peak. He recognized the moment instantly. A decisive combo. The blazing weapon swelled in his grip, towering and radiant. The monster hesitated, dread flickering in its eyes. He drove the axe straight through its core. When the strike ended, his battered body dropped heavily to the ground. Breathing hard, he looked back as the creature's blood rained across the battlefield. The monster collapsed, defeated. Elsewhere, the man in black unleashed a relentless barrage of arrows at Jack. Each shot slammed into the terrain with crushing force, tearing holes through the earth and boxing him in. Dodging grew nearly impossible. He muttered that the situation was dire, just as another arrow streaked forward, locked onto his head with lethal precision. Just when Jack thought death had already closed its fingers around him, a sharp gunshot split the air. A bullet sliced across the arrow's path and knocked it aside at the last instant. The man in black froze, a cold sweat breaking across his neck as confusion flashed in his eyes. Before he could even process what had happened, 2 more shots thundered out, both aimed straight at him. He reacted on instinct, springing backward with his partner and tearing open the distance. The bullets slammed into the ground where they had stood, blasting out 2 massive craters. A figure stepped in front of Jack and planted her feet. Minoru stood there with a gun in each hand, arms steady, posture sharp and fearless. She tilted her head slightly and barked at him, telling the trembling boy to wake up and remember why he came here in the first place. He was supposed to find his father, but the moment she turned to cover him, Jack's courage shattered. Panic swallowed his face. He let out a terrified scream and bolted, leaving her behind without a second thought. Minoru's eyes widened in disbelief as she realized he was running alone. The men in black didn't hesitate. Weapons flashed as they lunged at her from both sides. She clicked her tongue in irritation, muttering that nothing ever went smoothly, and braced herself to fight. While she was forced to hold them back, Jack poured every ounce of strength into his legs and fled. He didn't look back. All that mattered was escape. After what felt like an endless sprint, the corridor finally opened, and he saw it. The exit gate. Relief burst across his face. He told himself he was saved. His triumph lasted a single step. His foot caught on a jagged rock, and he pitched forward, slamming hard against the ground. The impact knocked a small potion bottle from his pocket, and it skidded across the floor. His breath hitched. He scrambled toward it, fingers trembling, and as he reached out, an old memory surged into his mind. He saw his father placing that very bottle into his hands. At the time, Jack had stared at it with doubt, questioning why something so valuable was being entrusted to him. His father had only smiled gently and told him to keep it, promising that one day he would need it. Back then, Jack had laughed off the warning. He had insisted the gate posed no real threat and tried to refuse the gift. But his father's voice had turned firm as he reminded him of the burden he carried. As captain, it was his duty to prepare for the worst if he wanted everyone to return alive. That warm, steady smile lingered in Jack's thoughts, echoing the weight of responsibility he had once sworn to bear. That was the burden of a captain. With that truth crushing down on him, Jack squeezed his eyes shut and clenched his teeth, trying to reject the echo of his father's voice. He insisted his father had been wrong, yet the memory of himself abandoning his comrades stabbed deeper than any blade. In his mind, he saw their stunned faces, eyes wide with disbelief as he ran. The image twisted his chest. He told himself he had no right to call himself their leader. Fear coiled tighter around his heart. He admitted he was terrified of dying. Curling it on himself, he clutched his head and lay there, drowning in shame and helpless anger. Even with a support potion in hand, he felt useless. At his current level, he believed he couldn't change anything. Not far away, Minoru was falling back step by step, firing in sharp bursts to keep the men in black from closing in. Each shot forced them to hesitate, buying her precious space. Her expression had hardened into a dark scowl as she cursed their persistence, comparing them to pests that refused to die. She slid behind a thick pillar and pressed her back against it, steadying her breath. What she didn't see was the shadow perched above. A foot tensed on top of the pillar, then dropped like a hammer. The attacker crashed down, aiming a brutal kick at her head. Her instincts saved her. With a snap movement, she twisted aside, the strike slicing past her by inches and sending a jolt of fear through her spine. The enemy flipped in midair, gathering force for another assault, and mocked the others for struggling against a single girl. A hooked weapon whipped toward her. Already prepared, Minor ducked low and let it cut empty air. Her eyes sharpened. She locked on Mudria and pulled the trigger. She fired back with a blazing shot and challenged his arrogance in the same breath. The impact erupted like a roaring fireball and hurled him across the floor. For a split second, she thought it was over. Then a glowing symbol flared across his body. Recognition struck her too late. His counter skill awakened and twisted the energy around him. The power of her own attack reversed and came screaming back. The explosion slammed straight into her. Minoru staggered, her mind reeling as pain tore through her body. Blood spilled from her lips as she struggled to stay upright. Her face darkened with shock and fury. She couldn't grasp how the attack had turned on her. Mudria's voice drifted over, thick with mockery as he asked if she was frightened. She answered with action instead of words. Forcing her shaking arms steady, she raised her gun and fired again, ordering him to be silent. The bullet cut cleanly through the air toward him, but the same cursed symbol ignited once more. The shot rebounded instantly and drilled in her own leg. Agony exploded through her body, and her stance collapsed under the sudden, merciless pain. Her teeth ground together until her jaw trembled, and her face twisted into something raw and dark. The wound burst open and blood splashed across the floor as a broken cry tore from her throat. Mudria watched her suffer and put on a clumsy show of embarrassment, offering a fake apology as if he were discussing a minor accident. He said she must be shocked and claimed she deserved an explanation. Balancing casually on his round weapon, he mocked her for being struck by her own power and asked how it felt to taste it herself. His words dragged her expression even lower. She refused to accept what she was hearing and rasped that it was impossible, that it couldn't have been her own move. The standoff between them looked completely one-sided, the balance crushed in Mudria's favor. Like a villain savoring his advantage, he patiently revealed the truth. He named his ability counterattack and boasted that it had been granted by his lord. No matter how overwhelming her assault was, every shred of damage would be returned to its source. As long as that skill remained active, he claimed she was powerless. The contempt in his voice fed her fury. Veins swelled along her hand as she tightened her grip on the gun and forced her energy to gather for another strike. She spat back that such an absurd ability meant nothing. In the same instant, a sharp stab of pain ripped through her palm. Her eyes narrowed as she glanced down and realized the problem. Her mana had drained dry at the worst possible moment. Mudria caught the weakness immediately. With a disappointed sneer, he swung his weapon and mocked her for running out of options. The blow that followed crashed into her with brutal force. A scream escaped her as she was hurled backward and smashed into the ground, the impact carving a crater and spreading cracks like a shattered web. Her body lay crumpled at the center, motionless and unconscious. Mudria gestured coldly and ordered the men in black to finish her. They surged forward, weapons raised, ready to tear her apart. For a breath, it seemed inevitable that she would be reduced to a spray of blood. Then Mudria suddenly stiffened. Confusion flashed across his face as he stared ahead, unable to reconcile what he was seeing. The boy who had fled was standing there. Jack had returned. With his sword drawn, he planted himself in front of Minoru and intercepted the incoming strikes. His arms shook violently, and his teeth were clenched so hard they ached. Yet his eyes stayed locked on Mudria. He admitted through that trembling stance that he had failed to protect his team before. He forced the words out and admitted his weakness, but the confession was cut short. A man in black lunged forward and drove his blade straight into Jack's stomach, the force shoving him backward. A raw scream burst from his throat. The attacker stared at him like he was looking at a complete idiot, and mocked him for returning just to die. Sweat poured down Jack's face as agony tore through him, yet a crooked, self-mocking smile still formed on his lips. His hand glowed faintly as he wrapped his fingers around the sword buried in his body. He muttered that he didn't even understand why he had come back, only that he was certain of one thing. Mudria's eyes widened as he sensed the sudden shift. Jack's grip tightened and power surged through his arm. With a violent twist, he snapped the blade's tip and ripped the broken steel out of his own flesh. He declared that if he ran again, he would spend the rest of his life branded a coward, and that was a fate he refused to accept. The man in black staggered in disbelief, insisting he had struck a fatal point. Jack answered by jamming the shattered half of the sword straight into the man's eye. Blood sprayed as the victim shrieked. Jack's remaining eye was stretched, wide and bloodshot, burning with reckless resolve. The surrounding men in black recoiled in horror, shouting in confusion and wondering how he was still standing. Mudria barked at them to stop panicking. The truth was simpler than fear. The transformation tearing through Jack came from the golden potion elixir, a legendary draft that flooded his body with health and mana for half an hour. Even knowing that, the men in black rushed him again without hesitation. Blades hammered into him from every angle. Mudria clicked his tongue in irritation, remembering how wealthy the Goldrich Merchant Guild was to possess such an item. Under the relentless assault, Jack coughed up blood, and a deep gash opened across his shoulder. Pain screamed through every nerve, but he locked his teeth together and kept swinging, forcing his attackers back and slipping past their strikes. As they fought, the men in black studied him closely. They noted the unnatural endurance pumping through his veins and sneered that his stamina had soared while his technique remained crude, power wasted on an unrefined frame. Jack barely answered. He planted his sword against the ground and leaned on it to keep himself upright, his battered body shaking but refusing to fall. Blood streamed from his wounds and dripped steadily onto the floor. Jack's fingers never loosened around his sword. He admitted bitterly that they were right while the words echoed in his head. An item like this was wasted on someone like him. The men in black rushed him again, with killing intent blazing in their eyes. Jack answered with a calm, crooked grin. He said that was exactly why he had chosen to share it. The instant the words left his mouth, 3 thunderous shots roared from a skill cannon. The bullets tore clean through the charging men, and blood burst into the air before their bodies even registered what had happened. While confusion still hung over the battlefield, Minoru stepped into view behind Jack. The empty elixir bottle glinted in her hand, and a sharp smirk curved her lips. She planted her feet, gun raised, eyes burning with lethal focus. The potion had dragged her back from the brink, her energy surging at full force again. She declared that it was time to flip the board. Jack sucked in ragged breaths and fixed his gaze on their enemies. He admitted he was leaving it to her now, convinced that she alone could break the deadlock. The men in black stared in disbelief at the woman who had been moments from death, yet they still hurled themselves forward, as if charging willingly into a grave. Mudria saw the suicidal rush and shouted for them to halt, but his warning came too late. An empty bottle spun through the air and smashed into one attacker's face, exploding in a spray of glass. He screamed and staggered as a golden flash bloomed in front of him. Minoru's next shot detonated at point-blank range, a violent blast that engulfed 3 men at once and hurled their bodies away. She remained locked in her stance, smoke curling from the barrel as she lined up another strike. She stated coldly that the young master's life was on the line and that they had gravely underestimated her. The follow-up shot ripped through the survivors, carving a deep trench across the ground and unleashing another crushing explosion. Their screams were swallowed by the blast. Mudria watched the devastation with a flat stare and dismissed the fallen attackers as idiots. One man in black somehow survived. Trembling and blood-soaked, he dragged himself upright and crawled toward Mudria, begging desperately for mercy. Mudria responded by lifting his leg and shaking him off with icy contempt, ordering the wretch to remove his filthy hands. It lifted its foot and brought it down without hesitation. The man in black skull caved in under the stomp, and blood sprayed across the stone. Mudria didn't even spare the corpse another glance. His attention locked onto Jack and Minoru, and a thin smile crept across his face as he judged them amusing. He told them nothing had truly changed and demanded to know what they believed they could accomplish. The glowing mark of his counter skill flared above his head like a crown. He declared that they were still trapped in his grasp. Minoru gave no argument. She pulled back her hood in silence and answered with a quiet acknowledgement. Her eyes hardened with resolve as she wrapped the fabric tightly around her wounded arm, binding it in place. She said they would end this together and promised to show him something he wouldn't forget. The clash reignited instantly. Mudria whipped his weapon through the air in a violent storm, shouting for her to stop her empty talk. Each swing forced Minoru and Jack to scramble and evade by the narrowest margins. Even while retreating, Minoru kept firing. Bullets streaked toward Mudria in rapid succession. He barely bothered to track them and mocked her for still failing to understand his ability. Then one shot curved mid-flight and slammed into a pillar beside him. Stone cracked with a thunderous snap, and the structure collapsed where he had been standing a heartbeat earlier. He darted aside just in time. Dust billowed as the pillar smashed into the ground. For an instant, he wondered if she had simply missed. She denied him the chance to think. Another barrage erupted from her gun, but the bullets didn't target his body. They hammered the pillars surrounding him in a wild pattern that made no immediate sense. Mudria's brow tightened as debris rained down. He smashed the falling chunks apart with his weapon, a flicker of unease creeping into his chest. He muttered that it couldn't be happening. Minoru slid farther back, a faint smile touching her lips as her plan took shape. She shattered another slab of rock near him. The explosion splintered it into a storm of razor fragments. The shards tore into Ma Xiao from every angle. Blood burst from dozens of punctures as he coughed violently, pain ripping through him. From his position at the edge of the battlefield, Jack stared in shock. He realized she wasn't aiming at Mudria at all. She was turning the battlefield itself into a weapon and letting the rubble bypass his counter. Miner pressed the advantage without pause, blasting apart every massive stone within reach and driving a relentless hail of fragments into his body while his screams echoed through the chamber. After watching the exchange with sharp focus, Jack's expression shifted as the pattern behind Minoru's approach clicked into place. He broke down her method piece by piece and reached a cold conclusion. Mudria could neutralize anything that struck it head-on, but that protection only triggered against direct attacks. If the battlefield itself was turned into a weapon, if the surroundings were shattered and used to crush it from every angle, then its defense meant nothing. In that case, it would bleed like anything else. The answer came a second later when a massive rock slammed into Mudria's skull and tore a scream from its throat. Before it could recover, a bullet ripped forward and detonated the stone on impact, blasting it into fragments. Shot after shot followed, chewing through the surrounding boulders until the air was thick with dust and debris. Mudria staggered through the storm, forced to dodge as rage twisted its voice into a snarl. It spat a curse at Minoru, but she only answered with a calm, knowing smile and another blast that erupted behind it. The explosion tore into its back, drawing a howl of pain as blood spilled freely. She promised it a surprise, and Mudria stood there coughing, crimson pouring down its body while it raged about dirty tricks and swore to keep away from the walls. With a furious roar, it lunged straight at her, declaring her insignificant. The sudden charge made her recoil, as she leapt back to widen the gap, then steadied herself and unleashed her next move. A colossal round formed at her barrel. Explosive shot. She declared the ground a minefield, and the sheer size of the projectile made Mudria bellow as it threw up its guard. It swore it wouldn't be struck again, but the massive bullet skimmed past its defense and punched deep into the wall. Stone and earth split apart, fractures racing upward until the ceiling itself gave way. A giant slab dropped without warning onto the stunned Mudria, smashing it down before it could react. The impact triggered a chain collapse that buried the chamber and sealed every exit. Minoru remained still, watching the mountain of rubble settle. From behind his cover, Jack stared at the fallen ceiling in open dread and pronounced the fight finished. Then the debris began to shake. The tremor ran through the ruins with violent force, and Minoru's eyes widened. She sprinted to Jack and grabbed for him, intent on dragging him clear. Her urgency jolted him, and he snapped at her to move, but in the same instant he understood. His gaze flicked to the heap where Ma Xiao lay entombed. Before either of them could retreat, the rubble detonated outward in a thunderous blast. From the heart of the explosion, Mudria's weapon emerged, glowing a furious red as if it had just been forged in fire. Mudria clawed its way out of the mountain of shattered stone, dragging its ruined body into the open crater it had carved. Every breath came out ragged. Its flesh was torn open in dozens of places, and blood spilled down its frame in a steady flood. It clicked its tongue in fury, cursing the life force it had burned through just to survive. Standing in the pit, it scanned the dust-choked battlefield for any sign of Jack or Minoru, but the swirling haze swallowed everything. Had they slipped away? The thought only sharpened its anger. It replayed the exchange in its mind and dissected her method with cold focus. So that was how she fought. Fine. It would not fall for the same trick again. Wrapped in a drifting cloud, Mudria steadied itself and declared the hunt resumed. Not far away, Jack was half carrying Minoru as they struggled to retreat. Each step was torture. She had taken the brunt of the damage, shielding him, and now her legs were shredded to the point of uselessness. He asked if she could endure it, but the strain in her expression already answered. Guilt crushed his chest. He muttered an apology, blaming himself as fear crept across his face. Mudria would close the distance soon. They needed another option. Yet her voice remained steady. She told him it was fine. Slowly, she lifted her gun and pressed the barrel against her own forehead. Pain twisted her features, but her eyes stayed clear. She still had one plan left. Across the ruins, Mudria tore through the chamber in a frenzy, smashing pillar after pillar with its blazing weapon. Stone exploded with every swing as it roared for them to reveal themselves. It swore it would flush them out no matter how long it took. As its weapon carved toward another column, a single bullet screamed out from behind. The shot ripped through debris and air in a perfect line towards back. Ready this time, Mudria snapped up its counter barrier and sneered that the attempt was pointless. The sneer froze on its face. The bullet punched straight through the shield, as if it were paper, and buried itself in Mudria's torso. Blood burst from its mouth. Shock locked its muscles as it forced its legs to hold, veins bulging under the strain. It demanded to know what had been done to it. A golden silhouette flickered into existence before its eyes, and in blind rage it swung. The weapon sliced cleanly through the shining figure without resistance. The realization hit a second later. Its strike had touched nothing. Fear cracked its fury. Before it could recover, a relentless barrage erupted. Bullets phased through its defenses and tore across its body from every angle, each impact wringing another spray of blood from its wounds. Pain stacked on pain until its vision shook. It could only curse and stagger, trapped between terror and disbelief, as the disembodied voice of Minoru rolled through the dust-filled space around it. A voice cut through the chaos and mocked Mudria for still failing to understand. From the haze, thick strands of golden hair surfaced first, followed by a radiant body that solidified piece by piece until the figure stood fully formed. Recognition flashed across Mudria's face as it named the technique. Squad Summon. The shining warrior carried an oversized gun across its back, and the nature of the skill became obvious. It was a summoning art that called allies onto the field. Shock rippled through Mudria as it demanded how she possessed an ability it believed belonged to Eagle Eye. The golden figure answered with gunfire. Mudria twisted aside and analyzed the threat in a heartbeat. The construct moved like a living fighter, yet it carried no life it could seize or reflect. Its counter meant nothing here. Even so, a shot skimmed its leg and carved out a cry of pain. Before relief could settle in, the same bullet ricocheted off the ground and curved back toward it. A curse flashed through its mind as it slammed its weapon into the returning round and knocked it away. The reprieve lasted an instant. A storm of bullets descended, each projectile bending and weaving with intent. Attacking the phantom achieved nothing. The rounds chased it mercilessly, forcing Mudria to sprint through the ruins in a humiliating retreat. The only answer was obvious. Kill the one sustaining the skill. Driven by that conclusion, it rampaged through the chamber, smashing pillars apart as it hunted for Minoru. Every swing shredded more of the structure while it shouted for her to show herself. Such an ability had to drain enormous mana. She cannot be far. Convinced of its logic, Mudria coiled its body and dragged its weapon into a killing stance. A sudden clarity lit its eyes. The golden summon stood at the center of its vision, and Mudria realized the safest hiding place would be directly behind an untouchable shield. It lunged. Once again, its weapon slipped effortlessly through the golden body and continued its path toward the space beyond. Triumph surged as it declared its discovery. She was hiding behind a clone. The blade tore through the pillar and surged toward Minoru. She stood exposed behind the wreckage, her gaze steady and stripped of fear. The sight filled Mudria with savage delight. It thought victory was already in its grasp. Then the strike halted a breath away from her face. Steel rang against steel. Jack's voice followed the clash, calm and certain, as his sword locked against Mudria's weapon and stopped the fatal blow in its tracks. Then I can block it too. The realization lit Jack's face with raw excitement. Steel locked tight in his grip, and behind Minoru a golden gun materialized with a low hum. The summoned figure had repositioned without a sound, its barrel already trained on Mudria's chest. None of this was accidental. Minoru's steady gaze made it clear she had traced every step of this outcome long before it arrived. She murmured that it was over. Despair hollowed Mudria's expression as the truth settled in. The weapon gathered a blinding charge, and the next instant a devastating volley tore straight through its body. Each impact punched out another spray of blood. Its vision wavered, the image of the two fighters and the radiant silhouette smearing into a fading blur. With torn flesh and clothes soaked crimson, Mudria toppled forward and crashed into the spreading pool beneath it. Jack breathed out in disbelief, naming the technique again as he watched the golden shadow begin to dissolve. It was only a projection, a hollow ally without a will of its own. Before vanishing, the figure turned to Minoru and spoke softly, promising another meeting. Her eyes brightened. She smiled with quiet warmth and offered her thanks as the lights scattered into nothing. The battlefield thundered anew. A colossal shockwave ripped through another chamber where Kasim braced himself against the giant monster's savage assault. Sword and claw collided with a violent crack that shattered the terrain and hurled shards of rock through the air. He strained to hold the line, cursing the creature's armor that sealed its entire body. After a rapid calculation, he shifted from defense to attack. He knocked aside the incoming claw and carved his blade forward, releasing slender arcs of curved light. He demanded the monster answer that strike. Inside the beast, Evoke's white-haired consciousness snapped fully awake. He seized control and unleashed a torrent of red, thread-like strands that burst from the monster's form. The dense flow swallowed Kasim's attack and surged over him like a river of blood. Caught unprepared, he was dragged along the current. Horror clenched his chest when he saw his sword wrapped and pinned by the threads. No matter how he pulled, brute strength failed him, and a cry tore from his throat as he realized his weapon was trapped. A calm, resonant voice drifted across the chaos and remarked on the chill in the air. Frost bloomed instantly. Ice spread from a distant blade, saturated with freezing power, sealing the crimson stream in a rigid sheath. Kasim kept straining against the grip on his sword while turning toward the source of that sudden cold, recognizing the arrival of a force that tilted the fight in a single stroke. A young man dropped lightly in front of the oak, landing with a smooth flourish that barely stirred the dust. Kiri stood there in a ruined state, her body carved with wounds and streaked in blood, yet her eyes burned with steady confidence as she laughed. She admitted she was late after helping the merchants evacuate and judged the enemy in front of them to be troublesome. She offered her support and began sizing up Evoke, already mapping out how they could combine their strength. Her plan died unfinished. Kasim burst forward and struck her without warning, the blow hurling her into a nearby cliff in a burst of shattered stone. Pain twisted her face as she stared at him in disbelief and called his name. He turned with fury written across every line of his expression. His teeth ground together as he spat that he didn't need interference from Sheltered Brat. He ordered her to stay back and watch. With that, he tightened his grip on his sword and launched himself at Evoke with a roar. Evoke answered instantly. A bladed leg whipped through the air to meet the charge, and the clash reignited the battlefield. He pressed the assault without mercy, unleashing a storm of stabbing threads and sweeping kicks. Kasim moved with desperate agility, slipping past lethal strikes by a hair's breadth while his thoughts frayed under the pressure. From behind a crimson screen, old Arkaram observed the duel with a fearful edge, muttering about the terror of a man who had lost control. His gaze hardened with disdain at the idea that such a fighter believed he could challenge the knights. Above him, Will hung within its web and spoke with calm assurance. It reminded the old man that it had already lent the warrior a fragment of its power. Even as a former senior knight trapped in the seventh circle, that boost should be enough. On the glowing screen, Kasim's relentless struggle continued while the spider coolly compared his strength to Evoke's altered form and judged them evenly matched. Then it paused, recalling another concern, and asked whether the old man had forgotten a more pressing matter. Old Arkaram jolted before breaking into a knowing laugh. The eye etched on his forehead flared to life as he answered that the other conflict was likely decided already. His attention shifted to a distant front where a bearded elder chanted through a spell. Michael lay sprawled on the ground, staring upward as a chain of tight explosions erupted around him. The blasts hurled him across the field. He rolled, forced himself upright, and a cold realization settled in. The timing was too precise. They had expected his arrival. If this was a trap, then the knights were already walking into disaster. The other man's patience finally snapped, irritation twisting his face as he barked that Michael wasn't focusing at all. In the next instant, he lunged forward, sword tearing through the air. A spell ignited around the blade, red and black light spiraling outward before crashing down like a falling star. The impact ripped into the ground with a deafening explosion. Michael slipped out of the blast zone, but a Kasian subordinate was already on top of him, forcing him to bring up his sword in a desperate block. The man laughed wildly as steel collided. Worried about your students? So predictable. A hypocrite to the end. Each clash sent violent shockwaves through the area, explosions chaining together and turning the battlefield into a storm of fire and dust. Michael lowered his head, his gaze turning glacial at those words. Have you forgotten, Nathan? He asked quietly. There was no reply. Instead, a brutal slash crashed down and shattered his sword. The broken edge continued into his body, carving flesh and sending blood spraying across the ground. As pain flooded his senses, a memory surfaced unbidden. A warm embrace from childhood, his father's gentle arms wrapped around him, both of them smiling under a bright sky. Ethan, your father loved you more than anything. You were given trust, affection, a father's boundless pride. Then the voice twisted, venomous. All of it was a lie. The image warped into that of a monstrous man wearing a human smile. Blinded by greed, he slaughtered your real parents and stole you away for the blood of the Knight of Light running through your veins. The subordinate's crimson blade stretched outward in a massive arc, gouging the earth and leaving behind a jagged scar. He stepped forward heavily, pressing his advantage. Michael, the sole heir of the Knight of Light. Noble blood condemns you to live among filthy, grasping insects. Did you truly expect sincerity from creatures like them? Then you are hopelessly naive. Clutching his bleeding chest, Michael staggered under the weight of those words. There is no escaping that lineage, the man continued coldly. Accept it. Open your eyes and grow up. Silence hung for a heartbeat. Michael's expression darkened, shadows swallowing whatever hesitation remained. The subordinate finished speaking and stared at him with icy crimson eyes. Michael let out a short, dry snort. You really talk too much. The man blinked. What? Swaying slightly, Michael forced himself upright, hands braced on his thighs. Your hit already made me dizzy, he muttered, and your nonsense is giving me a headache. He straightened slowly, eyes sharpening with renewed focus. I understand now. Let's go. So this is a mind space, isn't it? Michael's voice cut through the haze after a brief silence. Are you trying to tamper with my time? The subordinate frowned, clearly thrown off. You still don't understand. I am the truth you buried deep in your heart. Listen to me. Michael tightened his fist, power condensing around his knuckles. No, you're wrong. Truth, you think I move for reasons like that. Don't be absurd. His face stayed cold and unreadable. Yes, I'm surrounded by filthy flies. They use me, and I use them. The subordinate's expression twisted in frustration. Are you even hearing what I'm saying? Michael's eyes sharpened, killing intent flickering within them. I don't fight battles I know I'll lose. And I don't make deals that leave me bleeding just to satisfy their greed. I found a better way to give courage to the weak. The image of Kasim, standing firm in battle, flashed through his mind. A way to forgive those who once hated me and stitch broken bonds back together. He thought of Kasim choosing to stand beside Kiri, and a way to shield the people I care about. Behind him, the gentle silhouette of a woman seemed to appear. That is what it means to live as a human. Something you'll never grasp with money alone. A faint smile touched his lips, steady and certain, carrying the quiet conviction that light would outlast any darkness. A piercing screech shattered the moment as the monster lunged after its prey. Kiri clenched her teeth and twisted aside, her sword whipping around in a sharp counterattack. The creature's legs lashed out, smashing the incoming crystals away before one massive limb slammed down, trying to crush her. She slipped clear at the last instant. From the flank, Kasim charged in, blade raised. You don't get it. He launched himself upward, targeting the host perched atop the spider's head. I said I could handle this myself, he shouted toward Kiri. But the instant his strike landed, an overwhelming barrier flared to life around Evoke's body and hurled him back. Kasim's eyes widened. A barrier? He understood immediately that he had chosen the wrong target. So that's not the weak point. While he reeled in midair, magic gathered rapidly, swirling into a dense sphere. Panic flashed across his face as the truth hit him. This is a trap. By then it was already too late. The power the monster had been stockpiling surged downward, concentrating into the spider's lower body, swelling with a terrifying intensity that promised devastation. Kiri saw the danger unfold, and her voice tore through the air. Sir Kasim. The shout snapped him back to awareness, just as he turned his head. A surge of magic erupted from the spider's body and blasted outward. The pressure crashed into him like a bolt of lightning. The next instant he was thrown helplessly into open air, his body spinning as the world blurred. In that weightless fall, fragments of his past surfaced. Since the day I chose the sword, I gave everything to training. Even when my body failed, I never stopped. All of it was to earn your acknowledgement, Michael. He saw younger Kiri, standing nervously at Michael's side. The day she was brought in, something twisted inside him. Watching her there, he felt a suffocating sense of being replaced. I couldn't accept it. I refused to accept it. So he kept finding ways to crush her, to prove that the so-called useless girl had no talent. When she lay struggling on the ground, he always walked away in silence, and that indifference was what burned the hottest. His teeth clenched as he stared at his scarred fingers. The truth he feared was simple. She had more talent than I ever did, and that terrified me. The present snapped back into place. Blood slid from the corner of his mouth as his body lay pinned beneath shattered rubble from the spider's last strike. Through the haze, he wondered what he truly meant to her. A trembling voice reached him. Please hold on a little longer. Stones began to shift. Kiri was straining against a massive slab, her arms shaking as she tried to lift it. I'll get you out, Sir Kasim. His fading gaze softened as resignation crept in. No, run before it notices you. The spider monster was already turning toward them. Go to Master. His warning broke off when Kiri cut in, her voice sharp with resolve. I won't. I'm not letting you give up. You're the goal I've chased this whole time. Do you know how hard I've worked to surpass you? Kasim stared, stunned by the raw honesty. The rock refused to budge, but she kept pushing, muscles trembling. I want your acknowledgement more than Master's. I still haven't shown you what I can really do. So stand up. She squeezed her eyes shut and forced every ounce of strength into her arms. Don't you dare quit. With a ragged cry, she drove upward, and the slab finally shifted. Kasim's eyes widened in shock. This idiot, he cursed silently. She's been like this since the first day Master brought her home. That reckless stubbornness had never changed. With one final heave, the rock rolled aside. Kasim forced himself upright, teeth clenched as a violent cough tore from his chest. He dragged in a ragged breath while Kiri collapsed beside him, her body trembling from exhaustion. I'll hold it off. Get out of here. His tone was sharp and absolute. Before she could argue, he sprang forward and shoved her back toward the spider's looming shadow. A scoff slipped from his lips. What do you think you can even do? Quit the nonsense. Sword raised, he stepped between her and the monster. Stand behind me. From where Kiri stood, his back looked unshakable, a wall carved from steel. He didn't bother to turn around. His voice drifted back, calm and weightless. That's an order. Kiri's eyes widened as she stared at the figure she had chased for so long. Kasim moved first. Support me. She snapped out of it and rushed after him. Fine. Let's go. He shot forward, and she leaped up in sync, her blade carving a clean arc through the air. Kasim blurred ahead like lightning, his footwork weaving in tight patterns. A spider leg crashed down toward them. To the right, Kiri. She pivoted instantly and struck. Even now his tongue stayed sharp. Idiot. Too slow. Below you. A split second of hesitation cost her. A brutal leg slammed into her stomach and sent pain exploding through her body. Kasim's commands fired one after another. Right. Above. Below. Left. Below. Gritting her teeth, Kiri followed every word and drove her sword upward. The spider shrieked, its massive frame staggering as the two of them trapped it in a relentless chain of blows. Then its eyes flared. A violent swing hurled Kiri through the air. Kasim clicked his tongue. Useless. The creature gathered magic again, that familiar glow swelling along its body and aiming straight at her falling form. The beam tore through the wind. Kiri could only stare at the crushing wave rushing closer. A figure flashed in front of her. Sir Kasim. Her scream echoed as memory overlapped with reality. You're first again. Michael's voice rang out as he dropped a stack of survey papers on the desk. Kasim smiled faintly. I still have a long way to go before I deserve to be called your student. Michael exhaled, unimpressed. Your teammates' results are awful. Kasim stiffened. That's CDF. Did you do everything alone again? Michael's expression didn't change. Kasim, have you learned nothing from what I taught you? Fury twisted in his chest. Damn it. The present snapped back as the beam swallowed him whole. Kasim roared and swung. His sword cleaved through the purple torrent in a single, brutal slash, splitting the light apart. The spider reeled back with a furious screech. Using that opening, Kasim surged forward without hesitation. He drove his blade down in a decisive arc. Then, without warning, Kasim's sword exploded into fragments. His pupils shrank. Impossible. But his body was already committed. Carried by pure momentum, he hurtled straight toward the spider's gaping maw. Kiri's voice tore out in panic. Sir Kasim. Her light-forged sword shot toward him. Kasim caught it mid-flight without hesitation. Use this. Mana surged from his palm, flooding the weapon until it blazed with compressed energy, its tip locking onto the monster. The spider tried to recoil, but it was too late. Kasim's grip tightened. I never understood your teachings. The empowered blade trembled with violent force as he raised it high. Then watch. Watch what I've learned. He brought it down. The strike crashed like a falling star, splitting air and earth in the same instant. The spider roared as the sword pierced through it, a thunderous impact shaking the ground. Dust burst outward in a blinding cloud, forcing Kiri to shield her eyes. When the haze settled, the monster lay crushed and motionless, its massive body reduced to a broken heap. Kiri's voice shook. That was incredible. Is this Sir Kasim's real strength? Her fist tightened at her side. I'm still nowhere near him. The sword spun through the air and stabbed into the ground behind her. Kasim walked past, expression hard. Don't tell me you're proud of that performance. You're still not worthy of calling yourself a knight. Kiri lowered her head. Understood. She lifted her gaze again as he continued quietly. Then keep walking behind me. Just like today. They stood side by side, facing the horizon as the first light of dawn crept across the sky. A massive boulder suddenly tore through the air and slammed into Abyss's chest, the impact launching him across the battlefield. He hit the ground hard and spat blood, rage twisting his face. Damn it. Franco strolled forward through the ranks of assassins, hands folded behind his back, smiling lightly. You held out longer than I expected. Racken must have trained you well. His expression cooled an instant. But this is where it ends. At his signal, the assassins surged forward. A fist shot up to meet them, and the charging figures were blasted backward in a violent wave. Franco's eyes widened. Ralph stood between them and Abyss, grinning. The team's problem solver is here. A warm glow spread from Ralph's hand, knitting Abyss's wounds shut before Franco's eyes. Don't push yourself so hard. Get up. Franco stared. Disbelief etched across his face. Healing a fatal injury that fast. He's even more dangerous than the rumors say. Abyss rose, rolling his shoulders with a satisfied smirk. That's better. Perfect timing, Ralph. Ralph shrugged lightly. Thank Racken. He takes care of his people. Looking at the assassins lined up in front of him, Abyss quickly counted them. Around 30. He tightened his fist and declared that it was time to crush them. But before anyone could move, Ralph suddenly spun around and bolted in the opposite direction. While sprinting away, he yelled that the only smart move was to run. Abyss froze for a split second, completely thrown off. What kind of nonsense was that? Then instinct kicked in, and he chased after Ralph, shouting that the man had lost his mind. Behind them, under Franco's command, the assassins surged forward in pursuit, turning the street into pure chaos. At the same time, far from the chase, Will's voice cracked through the air in fury. He called the result pathetic, unable to accept that someone empowered by him had failed again. Arcarum remained silent under the pressure, while the old man beside them calmly remarked that this outcome should not have been surprising. Will's eyes burned with anger, accusing him of trying to provoke a fight and snapping that the contract was the only thing holding him back. Arcarum cut in, reminding him that it was not yet the moment to move for the resurrection of the Black Sorcerer. Their magic had to be conserved. The old man slowly raised an arm glowing with power and muttered that ending things so cheaply would be wasteful. Then, addressing Will as his brother, he conceded that he would lend a small measure of help this time. Elsewhere, relentless gunfire echoed without pause. Cheryl turned sharply to Pyru and demanded a status report. Pyru studied the talisman in his hand and answered that time was running out. The special task force the Cross Hunter Headquarters Director Squad was almost upon them. Cheryl instinctively looked up and his breath caught. A blazing red seal spread across the sky, and within it stood 3 cloaked figures with their faces hidden behind masks. The one wearing an iron mask complained coldly as the ground below erupted. A massive wall burst upward from the earth and kept rising. As it climbed higher, panic rippled through Cheryl's team. They realized the barrier was sealing them in from every direction. Cheryl's mind raced as he wondered if that structure was the masked man's doing. Above, the iron-masked leader and his 2 followers observed the trapped fighters with quiet satisfaction as the barrier completed its cage. Inside the enclosure, Kiri stared at the bizarre scene and demanded an explanation. Kasim, standing beside her, called her by name to steady her. In the next instant, a violent force shot down toward them. Kasim reacted on instinct, grabbing Kiri and leaping clear as energy exploded where they had stood. He barked at her to wake up and, still burning with frustration, scolded her for being unable to protect herself. From within the swirling cloud of power that had nearly crushed them, a calm voice echoed out, asking why they were in such a hurry. Evoke pressed a hand to his forehead in visible disappointment. Then he lifted his head and revealed a twisted smile, one eye glowing ominously as he stared straight at them. Abyss sprinted forward with everything he had, lungs burning as panic crept into his voice. He demanded to know why they were somehow still alive. Ahead of him, Ralph shot back a glance and asked if he really thought he had already run out of mana. Ralph snapped that he hadn't been wasting his time and that every last drop he had left had gone into healing them. Abyss clicked his tongue while running and cursed that such help was useless in a chase like this. Ralph only laughed and claimed he was the reason they were breathing at all. Abyss fired back that a real savior wouldn't be dragging them into a joint escape. Ralph's laughter grew louder as he insisted everything was unfolding exactly as he planned. Abyss, drenched in sweat, demanded to know what kind of plan required them to be hunted like prey. Behind them, the men in black cloaks closed in with killing intent written across their faces. The pressure made Abyss's skin crawl, and he shouted a warning about what lay ahead. Ralph slammed to a halt the instant he heard it. Rising before them was a colossal red wall that had erupted straight from the earth, and the sight drained the color from his face. He stammered in disbelief at the barrier blocking their path. At the same moment, the assassins sealed off their retreat from behind. Trapped between death and stone, the group felt despair settle heavily over them. Someone muttered that this might truly be the end. Yet Ralph, standing just behind them, remained strangely composed. He admitted it was earlier than he preferred, but he had run out of alternatives. With that, he tossed an object toward them and praised them for successfully luring every pursuer to this exact spot. He told them to leave the rest to luck. In Abyss's palm rested a tiny mirror-like artifact that pulsed with a faint blue glow, humming as if on the verge of awakening. At the same time, the stone clutched in Abyss's hand erupted in blinding brilliance. He flinched as radiant beams burst outward in every direction. The flash intensified until it swallowed their vision whole. Still, the assassins pressed their attack without hesitation, blades carving through the air toward where their targets had stood. Their strikes crashed only into the ground, sparks scattering as steel met stone. One assassin whipped his head around in shock, scanning the empty road. The others followed, confusion spreading through their ranks as they realized their prey had vanished without a trace. Voices rose in disbelief, demanding to know where the fugitives had gone. Then golden coins rained down with a sharp metallic chorus. Abyss materialized out of nowhere and slammed hard on a solid ground, pain twisting his expression. He muttered in confusion, struggling to understand what had just happened. When he lifted his gaze, his eyes widened. Standing before him were Goldrich and Racken, both staring back in equal astonishment. Abyss's voice broke the stunned silence as he shouted a familiar name in recognition. His voice shook as he demanded to know where they had ended up, insisting that only a second ago he had been somewhere else entirely. Goldrich cut him off with a sharp look and told him he already knew the answer. A shimmering image of a blue stone flickered in the air as Goldrich explained that they had used a teleportation stone, a rare tool that could send its holder directly to a designated person within a limited range. Each activation burned through a heavy cost in meso, which was why most people carried one, but hesitated to ever rely on it. Before the explanation could settle, another voice joined in. Ralph stepped forward wearing a satisfied grin and admitted that buying those few seconds had been the whole point. Since the item was so costly, he had saved it for a moment when survival truly depended on it. He assured them their pursuers would not trace this location anytime soon. Then his expression froze. His eyes widened as a sea of brilliance spread out before him. Gold, silver, and countless jewels glittered in every direction, their light reflecting off the walls like a private sun. Ralph muttered in disbelief at the overwhelming sight. The chamber they occupied was a vault overflowing with treasure beyond reason. A stunned shout burst from him as he threw himself into the shining mound, disappearing into the wealth as if it were water. Abyss watched from behind with a baffled stare, unable to process Ralph's priorities. Nearby, Racken turned to Goldrich with a tight frown and reminded him that they were already 20 minutes past the scheduled time. Goldrich fell silent, his thoughts clearly racing. When he finally spoke, his face carried the weight of grim calculation. He admitted the delay likely meant their plan had encountered serious trouble. In his mind rose the image of a towering red wall standing in the heart of a ruined town, and his voice echoed with quiet certainty that something had gone wrong. He looked at the others and told them that if escape was possible, they needed to take it immediately. Ralph crawled out from the treasure pile, clutching a massive crystal, horror written across his face as he protested the idea of abandoning such riches, then quickly corrected himself and claimed he meant abandoning Goldrich. Ignoring the outburst, Goldrich tightened his grip on the teleportation stones in his palm and revealed that he still had several left. Each one was keyed to allies positioned outside, and he ordered the group to use them and leave. Surrounded by mountains of glittering wealth, Racken stared at him in confusion, sweat tracing down his temple as he demanded to know why Goldrich would stay behind if he could escape as well. Goldrich answered with a strained smile and said his moment to leave had not arrived. As the device in his hand pulsed, it released a deep purple glow that stained the air with an eerie light. Far below, in the dark reaches of the ocean, grotesque skull-faced creatures began to stir. Goldrich's voice remained steady as he declared that someone had to remain and wait for their return. The cannons roared without warning, and a chain of explosions slammed into the towering red wall. Every unit poured fire into it, shells and bullets hammering the surface in a relentless storm that tore apart the surrounding earth and shattered nearby rock. When the smoke slowly thinned, the wall emerged from the haze exactly as it had been before. Not a single mark scarred its surface. One of the cannon operators turned back with frustration written across his face and reported that no matter how hard they struck it, the barrier would not move. He demanded to know what their next step should be. Director absorbed the report in silence and folded his arms, mind racing. A defense on this scale could only be the work of a top-tier commander. A specific figure surfaced in his thoughts, and among all possible culprits, the doctor stood out as the most likely architect. Director cut through the tension before the speculation could spiral further and issued a sharp command to find another entry point. They had to breach that zone by any means. The response came instantly, voices snapping to attention. Then, under his breath, he muttered that they only needed a little more time and swore that Cheryl would be pulled out alive. Inside the sealed zone, Cheryl crouched behind a jagged slab of stone, her face twisted with strain as a pained sound escaped her throat. Her eyes locked onto the black-cloaked figure hovering overhead with two subordinates flanking him, and disbelief tightened her chest as she wondered if he was the one responsible for the unnatural barrier. Around her, explosions rolled through the streets. Buildings buckled and collapsed, burying the wounded and sending screams through the air. Someone nearby admitted that the battle was slipping out of their control. Pyru staggered past with a blood-soaked body slung over his shoulder and warned that without reinforcements from the main force, total annihilation was inevitable. Cheryl clenched her jaw and counted the rounds left in her weapon. Only 8 bullets remained, and the weight of that number pressed heavily on her mind. High above, the floating man in black surveyed the chaos and remarked coldly that it was a respectable city. Even as Will's followers struggled against opponents he considered beneath notice. His observation was cut short when a concentrated surge of power streaked toward his face and detonated in front of him. His 2 attendants flinched in shock. Irritation darkened his expression as he demanded to know who dared interfere. Another blast answered him. He twisted aside just in time, and the attack slammed into one of his henchmen instead, drawing a cry of pain. With a scowl, he gathered a dense red sphere of energy in his palm and hurled it toward the ground. A heavy cloud of smoke erupted on impact, and he sneered at what he assumed was a futile resistance. The sneer vanished when a fresh strike smashed into his back. The hit jolted him forward, and even the remaining subordinate recoiled in alarm. Rage surged through him as he spun around and cursed the unseen attacker. More streams of power tore through the air in rapid succession, converging on him from every direction. Rage twisted his voice as he shouted that whatever trick was being played would amount to nothing. A crimson fireball swelled in his palm, and he hurled it downward. The detonation tore through the street, blasting apart stone and scattering debris in every direction. From his vantage point in the sky, he watched the destruction ripple outward, convinced nothing could survive that force. Then his gaze caught a blur racing across the rooftops. His expression hardened the instant he recognized the target. He had found her. Cheryl pulled the lever with a sharp click and raised her gun, a tight smile forming as resolve burned in her eyes. The air between them turned heavy with the promise of a brutal clash. The black-cloaked man ascended higher, sweeping his gaze across the battlefield as he hunted for her position, mocking her and demanding she reveal herself. He never realized she already had him centered in her sights. In a single heartbeat, a concentrated beam of power lanced through the air, punched straight into his body, and erupted. The impact ripped a cry from his throat. Instinctively, he lifted his hand and unleashed a massive counterattack, roaring for her to stop hiding and face him. Fireballs cascaded toward her position like a burning storm. Cheryl spun and sprinted, weaving through the chaos while measuring the terrifying weight of his strength. She cursed under her breath, admitting he was far more dangerous than he looked. Her eyes widened, teeth grinding as sweat traced down her strained face. She knew the margin for survival had narrowed to a single desperate chance. Fixing her glare on the floating figure, she silently swore at him. Above, he taunted her again, certain her escape could not last. The thought tightened her chest. Without warning, she pivoted, gun snapping back toward him as she accepted that retreat was over. This would decide everything. Before she could fire, a henchman burst from behind with a savage roar. Shock flashed across her face as her body lagged a fraction, too slow to react. Elsewhere, in a long abandoned corridor, urgent footsteps pounded against the floor. Voices echoed off the walls, ordering everyone to hurry through the next door. The sound grew louder as Franco charged at the head of his men. Panic and urgency carved deep into his features. He cursed the unexpected use of a teleportation stone, even as they smashed the door apart and stormed inside. His gaze locked forward and sweat beaded across his brow as he declared that the pursuit ended here. On a raised platform stood Goldrich with his back turned. Franco's lips stretched into a long, triumphant laugh as he called out that his prediction had been correct. Of all possible hiding places, they had chosen the treasure vault. High above them, Goldrich remained motionless, his expression dark and heavy. He slowly turned his head, a disappointed frown settling on his face as he prepared to answer. Franco's voice cracked with fury as he spat that accusation, insisting that word wasn't something Goldrich had the right to throw around so lightly. He called Franco a traitor, and the air instantly tightened. Franco's breathing grew rough and uneven, yet a crooked smile still stretched across his face as he stared straight at Goldrich. Fine, he seemed to say, curse me as much as you like. Then his eyes narrowed, and he added mockingly that Goldrich looked completely alone, abandoned even by Racken's hunting dogs. In the next instant, shadows rippled behind him as countless masked assassins stepped forward in eerie silence. Franco's smile twisted into something sinister, his gaze dripping with malice as he declared he would gladly claim the treasure left behind. The moment the order left his mouth, the assassins surged toward Goldrich like a tidal wave. Just as the attack was about to crash down, a sudden hand slammed onto a nearby lever, and a sharp voice echoed through the vault, declaring that Gaffer's dogs were blameless. With a heavy groan, the golden vault doors crept open, and a roaring cascade of coins exploded outward. A torrent of gold thundered down like a shining waterfall, and the assassins froze in shock. Before they could even process what was happening, the flood swept over them. Panic erupted as they screamed that the gold was collapsing. Franco's confident mask shattered, his face draining of color as disbelief twisted his features. Impossible. Through the glittering storm, Racken emerged wearing a triumphant grin. He yanked the lever down with brutal force and sneered that the one deserving punishment was the dog foolish enough to bite its own master. Standing calmly with his hands clasped behind his back, Goldrich admitted with mild embarrassment that he would leave the rest of them and instructed his allies to demonstrate how the Gaffer Merchant Guild handled stray hounds. As Franco struggled, sinking deeper into the churning sea of coins, a dark blur suddenly shot upward, startling him. From the rolling waves of gold, Ralph and Abyss burst into view, riding a board across the surface. Abyss smirked, announcing that everything was perfectly in place. The sight of them made Franco's expression turn vicious as he roared, demanding to know why Gaffer's people were there. Around them, the assassins were crushed and buried beneath the relentless surge. A few wailed in agony as the weight pinned them down. Ralph and Abyss only grinned wider, their fists cocked back before slamming brutal punches into the assassins' chests. Painful cries echoed through the vault while Ralph and Abyss laughed, taunting them for not enjoying the shower of money and calling the chaos exhilarating. Suddenly, Racken's voice cut through the noise with a sharp warning for Ralph to watch out. Ralph whipped his head around, panic flashing in his eyes as an assassin burst from the gold with a raised sword. Reacting instantly, he stomped hard on his board, lifting it with a swift motion and smiling as he used it to catch and block the deadly strike. Buffer met his eyes and flashed a bright, merciless grin, asking if he wanted to bathe in money before he died. His fist shot forward without warning, and the assassin froze in shock, too late to dodge. Ralph followed with a relentless storm of punches that slammed into the man's body, each strike ripping out a cry of pain. Nearby, Franco was still drowning in the mountain of gold, thrashing as the coins dragged him down. Through clenched teeth, he rasped that he couldn't get out. A sudden grip seized his shirt and yanked him upright. Abyss's hand locked around his collar, and his cold, predatory eyes bored into Franco's sweat-soaked face. A cruel smile spread across his lips as he mocked the trembling traitor, calling him a frightened little puppy. In the next instant, Franco was hurled to the ground and bound tightly with rope, left sprawled and helpless at their feet. Racken, Goldrich, and Abyss stood over him like judges delivering a verdict. Goldrich's voice cut through the chaos, icy and direct, demanding to know Franco's next move. He warned that cooperation might earn him a lighter punishment. Franco answered with a sharp snort and a scornful grin, forcing himself upright despite the ropes biting into his wrists. The word sentence made him laugh outright. He sneered that the law wouldn't survive the day and declared that every one of them was going to die. Goldrich's brow tightened, and at that exact moment a strange voice echoed inside his head, asking if he could hear it. Before he could process the message, Racken spun around in surprise and demanded to know what that sound was. Goldrich pulled out a teleportation stone, and the voice inside it rang out clearly, reporting arrival at the rendezvous point and requesting authorization to activate a high-performance advanced teleportation stone. Goldrich answered immediately, identifying himself and granting permission without hesitation. Ralph blinked in confusion, stammering as he tried to repeat the unfamiliar term. Goldrich explained that it functioned like a normal teleportation stone, but could cross entire countries in a single jump. Ralph's eyes widened as sweat streamed down his face, stunned by the implication. He muttered that such a stone could even send someone to a place they had never visited, and that its rarity made it beyond priceless. Goldrich, still tense, added that he had entrusted one to their reinforcements and locked its destination to his own position, which meant he couldn't leave. Franco's face paled as sweat beaded on his skin. Reinforcements. The word echoed in his mind as his bound hands clenched into fists. He snarled that it didn't matter, roaring that a handful of extra fighters couldn't change anything. With burning contempt, he scoffed that no mercenary band alive would risk themselves for a little coin, his voice rising as he tried to crush their confidence before he could even finish the thought. Franco's eyes snapped open in stunned disbelief, and Goldrich fixed him with a hard, unyielding stare. Behind him, coins began to rise into the air, suspended in a cold blue glow like a halo of wealth, obeying his command. He spoke Franco's name with calm authority and asked if he had truly forgotten who he was standing before. A victorious smile spread across his face as he declared the limitless fortune of the Goldrich Merchant Guild. Far away, a violent surge of purple energy slammed into the ground and detonated in a thunderous blast. From the smoke stepped Evoke with a twisted lower body, his voice dripping with menace as he promised to reveal the shape of true despair. Evoke's lips curled into a dark smile, telling them they should feel honored. From below, Kasim answered that this borrowed power existed only because of them. Kiri collapsed to her knees, screaming in agony, and Evoke clicked his tongue in annoyance, ordering her to calm down while gathering an overwhelming torrent of energy in his hands. He warned her not to resist, promising a swift end. A single drop of water struck his shoulder. Evoke flinched and glanced sideways as another drop followed, then another. Rain began to fall around him. Confusion flashed across his face as he stared upward, unable to understand why the sky was opening at such a moment. Elsewhere, Goldrich's confident smile never faded. He spoke of money with absolute certainty, saying he could spend without limit. One by one, the floating coins dissolved into nothing, vanishing as a steady voice echoed that the decision required no thought at all. Franco's fear was written plainly across his face as Goldrich told him the answer was already standing right in front of him. Rain tapped softly against the body of a man in white lying motionless on the ground. A cloaked figure in black tilted his head back to watch the dark clouds. Nearby, Cheryl slumped in a widening pool of blood, her empty gun resting at her side. When the rain touched her face, a faint smile appeared, as if she could hardly believe it was real. Beyond the city walls, colossal waves rose and crashed with deafening force, while a ship's propeller churned relentlessly through the water. Evoke looked up at the unfolding scene, his eyes stretching wide in disbelief as a voice thundered across the battlefield, declaring that the origin of every crisis in the world had been purchased. From the towering waves emerged a monstrous skull-faced giant, and the voice named the sea itself as that source. On the deck, a woman stood tall, her gaze fixed on the nightmare ahead. An alert rang out announcing a harbor in range and demanding the captain's command. Chiron seized the pendant hanging before her chest and roared for every resource to prepare for firing. The skull monster loomed larger, gathering a devastating beam of power in its maw. Chiron's voice exploded with a single order to fire, and deep beneath the surface, the submarine pressed forward through the dark water. The control division acknowledged Chiron's command, their voices sharp and mechanical as communication locked in and the mission sequence began. The vessel crossed the boundary of hostile waters, and a countdown echoed through the bridge. 3. Chiron quietly pulled out the photograph she always kept hidden, her fingers brushing over the worn edges. 2. In the picture, Leah and Minoru were frozen in a moment of childhood laughter, smiling without fear. 1. As the final number fell, the submarine tore upward through the sea. Water exploded around it, as the massive hull burst onto the surface and stabilized. They had reached their mark. A report rang out that the ship had arrived at Lithport and awaited orders. The harbor stretched clearly before Chiron's eyes. Her expression hardened as she snapped the locket shut. Prepare the cannons. A bloodstained sword clattered onto the deck, while the order to aim followed without hesitation. Arkaram's young subordinates could only stare in stunned silence at the warship looming before them. Magic surged and condensed inside the gun barrels, humming with restrained violence. 6 colossal cannons lined the vessel, each one brimming with destructive energy. Chiron watched coldly as panic spread among the enemy ranks, their courage collapsing before a single shot was fired. When the command was given, the guns erupted at once. A torrent of magical force roared forward and erased everything in its path. Even as the barrage continued, the ship pressed deeper into Lithport. Its engines screamed at maximum output, dragging an immense volume of seawater into the harbor. The current intensified until the port itself began to drown beneath the rising flood. Amid the chaos, the enemy commander was still frantically searching for Cheryl, cursing as he scanned the water. He demanded to know where the girl had gone. Beneath the surface, Cheryl drifted unconscious, her body sinking slowly. The commander's eyes hardened as he decided it was safer to kill than risk letting anyone escape. Magic gathered in his hands as he prepared to strike. Before he could release it, a luminous sphere swallowed his body whole. A cannon blast from Chiron's ship had locked onto him. The control team reported a direct hit. Smoke and dust rolled outward, and as the haze thinned, a shadowy figure remained standing. The commander had survived. His furious snarl cut through the air as he cursed them. The ship's cannons began charging again, energy swelling for a second strike. Orders rang out to prepare another volley. Deep below the water, Evoke's eyes snapped open. Invisible threads shot from his body and coiled around the ship's engine. Panic rippled through the engine room as the crew reported an obstruction clinging to the hull. Chiron's composure cracked for a moment as she demanded clarification, then immediately ordered all attacks to cease and commanded Unit 3 to halt. The engine shuddered as Evoke's threads tightened, locking the machinery in place. The crew shouted that the engine was jammed and the vessel was no longer responding. Outside, Evoke lashed out with his bladed limbs, hammering the hull again and again. An urgent alarm rang through the bridge as the crew reported that something was actively assaulting the ship. Evoke's mind had slipped completely into chaos, his eyes burning with raw hatred as he locked onto the ship. The lead subordinate seized that opening without hesitation and unleashed a crushing attack, vowing to make them pay. The impact slammed into the vessel and sent it lurching violently. Inside, sailors were thrown off their feet, scrambling to steady themselves as alarms screamed through the corridors. Reports flooded in that the starboard side had taken heavy damage and the outer hull was close to rupture. Beneath the water, Evoke's razor claws punched deep into the underside of the ship, tearing at the metal. Muritha's urgent shout cut through the panic as he warned Chiron of the escalating danger. Even after absorbing such punishment, the vessel stubbornly held together. The enemy commander clicked his tongue in grudging admiration, mocking the ship's resilience while condensing a massive sphere of magic in his palm. He sneered that he wanted to see how they would survive what came next. Facing the crisis, Chiron decided to intervene personally, declaring that she would handle it herself. Before she could finish assigning orders, a confident voice interrupted and told her to leave it to him. A radiant golden light erupted across the water surface, dazzling and sudden. Evoke twisted in confusion, unable to understand the source of that brilliance. The answer came in a streak of motion as Michael charged straight through the glow. Elsewhere, the skull clutched in Archaearm's hand split apart with a sharp crack. He stared in shock as it crumbled into dust. The king hissed in pain, recognizing the return of a presence he thought erased. His eyes sharpened with murderous focus. The golden radiance carved effortlessly through Evoke's tangled threads, severing them one after another. Evoke roared and threw up a desperate barrier, demanding to know who dared oppose him. The light condensed into a single figure. Michael stepped forward, sword raised, his expression carved from steel. Evoke couldn't retreat. He could only watch, frozen, as the blade flashed. The strike was swift and absolute. Michael's sword sliced cleanly through Evoke's body, splitting the spider form in two and tearing away his limbs. Shock hollowed Evoke's gaze as his strength collapsed. With the threads gone, the Chiron ship steadied, and the crew reported that movement had been restored. Chiron immediately ordered full speed and demanded they widen the distance. But the enemy leader had already finished gathering power. He laughed coldly and declared it was too late. The sphere in his hand swelled into a monstrous mass of energy, its pressure suffocating the air. Chiron and the sailors stared as dread tightened around them. He announced that he would wipe them from existence and began to swing his arm. The motion never completed. In a sudden blur, something cut through the space between them and severed his arm before the attack could fall. Only when the leader felt a sudden heat in his hand did he understand his wrist had already been severed. The sphere he was holding slipped from his grasp and dropped uselessly, turning his grand attack into a complete failure. He spat out a furious curse and roared, demanding to know who had done it. The answer stood right in front of him. Cheryl had awakened. Her eyes were cold as she stared at him like he was filth. She stepped forward, intent on ending him with her own hands. She refused to owe anyone a debt. Behind her, the ship's engine roared back to life. Its systems locked onto a new flight path, and the target was secured. Magic power began to gather inside the cannon, swelling far beyond the scale of the previous strike. One by one, the energy limiters disengaged. Chiron's gaze burned with hatred as she lifted her arm and declared that he would pay for everything he had done. The cannon reached full charge, and the ship unleashed a massive magic sphere straight at the leader. This time there was no defense, no escape. As the attack swallowed him, he screamed his master's name in despair. Fractures spread across the barrier he had created. Thin cracks multiplied in an instant, and then the entire structure detonated in a catastrophic blast. The shattered barrier released a violent surge of water that exploded outward. The raging current swept ships away like toys and flooded the homes of Lith Harbor in seconds. Beneath the churning water, Kasim fought desperately to keep hold of the unconscious Kiri. The current strengthened with every heartbeat, tearing at his arms until his strength finally failed. His fingers slipped. A powerful hand caught him before he could be dragged away. That grip hauled both Kasim and Kiri out of the torrent and onto solid ground. The one who saved them was Michael. Shock flashed across Kasim's face, but Michael only answered with a proud smile. He told him he had changed and that he had always believed in him. Hearing those words, Kasim felt as if the entire world had suddenly brightened. Elsewhere, Chiron activated a magic stone and contacted Goldrich. She identified herself as the captain of the Nautilus and calmly reported that the situation had been resolved. Goldrich expressed his gratitude for her help. Once her side was secure, Goldrich shifted his attention to the captive before him. It was Franco, bound and subdued. Goldrich's voice turned sharp as he told the man it was his turn and ordered him to reveal everything he knew. The aftermath of the explosion hurled rocks and debris through the air with terrifying force. As fragments rained down, El sensed a presence moving behind him. He spun and released a magic arrow toward the shadow. The silhouette he struck ignited and burned away under the impact. Watching it dissolve, El's expression tightened as a chilling realization crept in that something about this was terribly wrong. What El struck had only been an afterimage. Before he could process it, Arcaram's subordinate was already in front of him, the scythe carving through the air in a lethal arc. El snapped his bow up just in time to block. The impact rattled his arms. The subordinate didn't stop. He chained one swing into another, each strike heavier than the last, testing El's strength with clear amusement. He commented that it was exactly what he expected from someone of the third circle, praising his close-quarters instincts and remarking that it was no wonder Lord Arcaram was obsessed with him. While he spoke as if this were casual conversation, El was being pushed to his limits just trying to survive. A sphere of magic condensed in the subordinate's palm. He mocked that it still wasn't enough and demanded more. The attack exploded forward, forcing El to burn every ounce of strength to evade. In desperation, he hurled the dagger in his hand straight at his opponent. The blade cut through the air, but Arcaram's subordinate sidestepped it effortlessly. In the same motion, he slipped inside El's guard and delivered a crushing blow. El's weakened body slammed into the ground. The subordinate sneered that his learning ability was disappointing and advanced without a hint of caution, curious to see how he would function after losing an arm. The dagger El had thrown suddenly jerked in midair, pulled by his magic. He redirected it toward the man's flank, but the subordinate evaded again and casually batted it aside. With open contempt, he mocked El's attempt at a blind ambush. Then his magic surged outward, and the massive rocks scattered around them began to rise. He criticized El's lack of creativity as the boulders shot forward like cannon fire. El answered by pouring mana into the incoming stones. They froze in place under his control. He pushed even more power into them, and the suspended rocks detonated in a violent blast that filled the air with razor-sharp fragments. The subordinate slipped through the storm of debris without a scratch and admitted, almost impressed, that El still had considerable stamina. That reaction unsettled El. He hadn't expected this man to read the flow of his mana so clearly. Cornered, he realized he had no safe options left. If the man truly couldn't see, then something else was guiding him. Saving mana was pointless. He chose to gamble everything and activated his clairvoyance goggles. The moment the device awakened, Arcaram's subordinate's movements unfolded inside El's mind with perfect clarity. He spotted it immediately, high-frequency waves rippling outward from the man's body. Tracing the source, El noticed a strange resonance coming from the ring hanging at the subordinate's neck. Understanding dawned. The ring was emitting waves that bounced off the surroundings, mapping the entire space and granting its wearer a vision far more complete than ordinary sight. By spreading his telekinesis outward, El expanded his perception into a full circle, sealing every blind spot. The moment the surrounding space tightened under his control, Arcaram's subordinate caught on. He calmly observed that El intended to lock down the battlefield and expose his secret with the clairvoyance goggles, even praising the plan as clever. Mana condensed into a spatial barrier that wrapped around him like a cage. He admitted it was a solid strategy and that he couldn't move a single step, but warned that the same barrier would also interfere with El's own attacks. Before his words faded, a pillar of magic speared through the enclosure and shot straight at him. He had already predicted it. With a sharp motion, he shattered the barrier and burst forward. His scythe flashed and severed an arm in a single stroke. He boasted that even in a blink, his reflexes surpassed L's imagination and dismissed the exchange as dull, satisfied at having taken a limb. But the body he cut dissolved into nothing. It had been another afterimage. A fresh afterimage materialized at his side. Then another. In an instant, he was ringed by L's appearing from every direction. He lashed out, slicing through one figure after another, only to realize they were constructs formed from manipulated stone. Irritation flickered across his face as he cursed himself for being deceived. He quickly adapted, acknowledging the tactic of hiding among puppets to divide his focus. If that was L's plan, he decided he would simply keep cutting until the mana sustaining them collapsed. Nearby, the real L trembled as he maintained control over the stone bodies. Blood spilled from his lips. His reserves were nearly exhausted. The faint sound of his coughing carried through the chaos, and Arcaram's subordinate locked onto it immediately. He mocked that he could hear the pain in his breathing and promised to finish things quickly. A burst of light erupted where he stood, detonating in a violent explosion that obliterated every stone golem at once. With the decoys gone, L's position was exposed. Mana compressed into a dense sphere in the subordinate's hand. He hurled it without hesitation. The impact triggered another thunderous blast that L could no longer resist. The force flung him through the air and smashed him brutally into the ground. Dust and debris settled as the subordinate ceased his assault and approached at an unhurried pace. L lay there struggling to breathe, every nerve screaming. A new magic sphere swelled in his opponent's palm, its light reflecting cold intent. He asked if this marked the end of their little game of hide and seek, noting with satisfaction that L was already deep in shock. He admitted it was a shame to end things because he had genuinely enjoyed the fight. With a casual grin, Arcaram's subordinate raised the condensed monosphere in his palm and called it a small gift. Magic power was compressed to its absolute limit through telekinesis, the sphere humming with terrifying density as he declared it a fitting companion for L's trip to the afterlife. Then, without warning, the sphere vanished from his hand. Shock flashed across his face. In that instant, L had pushed his telekinesis beyond its final threshold and seized control of the monosphere. With a ragged breath, he claimed the gift as his own. The mana surrounding Arcaram's subordinate suddenly tore free and streamed toward L like a violent current. Panic crept into the man's voice as he demanded to know what kind of madness L had unleashed. He couldn't understand where such power was coming from or how his magic was being ripped away. Even as blood ran from countless cuts across his hands, L refused to release his grip. If he was going to die, he intended to drag his enemy with him. He called for the man to accompany him to the underworld as a final partner. The stolen energy swelled into a colossal monosphere that wrapped around Arcaram's subordinate and detonated in a deafening explosion. Dust and debris billowed outward in a choking cloud. The backlash finished what little strength L had left. He coughed up a heavy mouthful of blood as the light faded from his eyes. His body slackened and collapsed. From the heart of the settling dust, a silhouette stepped forward. Arcaram's subordinate emerged, battered but alive. Hatred twisted his expression as he stared down at L's motionless form. He concluded that Lord Arcaram had been wrong about this man, and that there was no point trying to recruit him. Elimination was the only option. A gunshot cracked through the air. The bullet smashed apart the rock he was manipulating and forced his attention aside. A familiar firearm was leveled at him, and Minoru's voice cut in, mocking the idea of going all out against someone unconscious. She challenged him to try fighting them instead. The battlefield shifted as her allies stepped forward. His new opponents were Minoru, Dibwa, and Jack. Rage flared in the subordinate's eyes as he spat insults at them. Minoru kept her aim steady, taunting his furious expression. He reached out dismissively, intending to snatch the incoming bullet from the air and belittle it as harmless. Before he could finish, Dibwa's axe carved down in a brutal arc. The strike connected and hurled him backward. Dibwa spared a quick glance at L's crumpled body and demanded to know his condition. The answer was obvious. The violent mana backlash had pushed him to the brink, and the situation had turned dire. He warned that without immediate help, L wouldn't survive. As he spoke, Arcaram's subordinate drew mana into the surrounding rocks, his gaze turning savage. He accused them of failing to grasp the situation, but intimidation meant nothing to Dibwa. Their refusal to back down only deepened his irritation. He stared coldly at Dibwa and reached into his clothes, pulling out a small sphere. The instant it appeared, killing intent flooded his eyes. He declared he would stop holding back and tear them apart. The sight of the object sent a jolt of panic through Minoru. She unleashed a storm of gunfire, demanding to know what it was. A magic circle flared to life, effortlessly intercepting every bullet. He announced it was already too late and prepared to trigger it when another voice cut sharply through the battlefield. Arcaram's command rang out, ordering Mio to stop. At the sound of his master, Mio's frenzy subsided. Akashim fixed him with a lethal glare and rebuked him for causing chaos and attempting to activate a magic circle without permission. Startled, Mio apologized and admitted he had gone too far. Akashim immediately ordered a retreat, warning that the operation had failed and that they needed to withdraw before the gate was surrounded. Mio hesitated, protesting that L was still there. Akashim dismissed the concern. If L died here, It only meant their earlier judgment had been wrong, and they would meet him again regardless. His words carried a cold insistence on victory, achieved the right way. A sharp, chiding voice suddenly interrupted. Both Minoru and Jack stiffened as a new figure emerged. Ma Xiao stepped forward, his body drenched in blood. He coolly observed that a direct subordinate of Lord View was now clashing with their caution, and labeled it a betrayal that made the situation far more interesting. Mio watched him warily as the magic sphere shattered. Ma Xiao seized a moment, declaring the timing perfect and vowing to wipe them all out. He was the one who had triggered it, intent on dragging everyone into destruction. The pillar beneath Minoru and Jack trembled violently. Mio moved first, wrenching control of the structure and slamming it straight into Mudria's face. Shock flashed across Minoru's expression as she realized he was striking his own comrade. Mio's frustration boiled over as he dismissed any hesitation. The blow connected, but it changed nothing. He muttered that he might have acted a moment too late. From the broken sphere, demon souls burst free in a torrent, their shrieks tearing through the air. Mio faced the expanding swarm head-on and acknowledged grimly how troublesome the situation had become. The demon souls writhed and fused together, knotting into a single colossal spirit that towered over everything. Too many of them were escaping at once, a flood that swallowed the battlefield whole. Deebwa stared at the surging swarm, panic tightening his chest. What the hell is this? This wasn't something you could just overpower. Even Mio couldn't handle this. Even he couldn't. It was simply too much. So he made his decision without hesitation. I'm leaving. The rest is on you. Deebwa still couldn't grasp what was unfolding. Damn it, what is going on? For once, Mio offered a rare warning. You'd better be careful. Before turning away, he left a message for L. If he wakes up, tell him my offer still stands. Of course, that's assuming you're still alive. With that, Mio spun around to leave. Minoru refused to let him walk away. Her gun roared, a massive bullet tearing through the air. Who said you could leave? Mio clicked his tongue in irritation. I told you not to waste your energy. He raised a bare hand and caught the bullet as if it were nothing. Minoru's eyes widened in disbelief. He stopped it with his hand. Mio smirked faintly. Tit for tat. Since you fired it, I'll return the favor. With a twist of his power, he bent the bullet's path and hurled it back at her. The projectile screamed forward with terrifying force, and Minoru nearly died to her own attack. Still, she refused to let him escape. You bastard. Deebwa's voice cracked as he shouted a warning. Minoru, look out. Behind her, the pillar of demon souls surged closer. She turned in shock. No way. A demon soul lunged straight for her, but Deebwa intercepted it at the last second. Deebwa. His entire body trembled as dread crept in. Something was terribly wrong. The swarm kept rampaging, crashing into everything in its path. Blood splattered across the cold floor, but it wasn't his. It was Balak's. Demon souls coiled around Balak and dragged him into their embrace, and under their grip his sanity shattered. Of course were these things. Damn it. Jack frantically shook the unconscious Minoru. Hey, wake up. It's dangerous. Balak staggered toward them, arm outstretched, trying to seize both Jack and Minoru. Deebwa bellowed in fury. What are you doing, idiot? He charged the monster head-on. As Deebwa launched his assault, he shouted another warning. Move. Jack reacted instantly, hoisting Minoru onto his shoulder and sprinting away for Balak. Deebwa planted his feet, choosing to stand alone. Hey you, I'll handle this. Take everyone and get outside. Elle was still unconscious, and Deebwa's voice broke with desperation. Please. Jack looked back at Deebwa, his expression torn between hesitation and grief. In the end, he obeyed Deebwa's words. Jack tightened his grip and ran, carrying both Minoru and Elle as fast as his legs would allow. I'm sorry. Watching their backs disappear, a heavy knot inside, Deebwa finally loosened. He exhaled slowly. Good. Now I can stop holding back. His gaze locked onto the rampaging Balak, and he burst forward. Let's end this. Jack sprinted toward the gate's exit without looking back. In his arms, Minoru stirred and woke with a sharp cry of pain. Her eyes darted around in confusion. Why didn't Deebwa come with us? Where are we? What happened to that monster? Where's Deebwa? The dread in her voice sharpened as she struggled against him. Something's wrong. Put me down. Did you leave him behind? No. Let me go. How can I return to Kiri if we abandon him like this? I don't care what you think. I won't run. A warm drop struck her forehead and made her freeze. Jack was crying. Silent tears slid down his face, thick with helplessness. He hated himself for it. He knew he was weak, and he knew they stood no chance against the berserk Balak. I'm sorry. This is all I can do. I'm not strong enough. I won't let his sacrifice be meaningless. I'm sorry. The crisis deepened by the second, and Elle still hadn't awakened. Then a knight from the white team stepped into the fray, and a calm, familiar voice echoed out. It seems you're in danger, Elle. The voice tugged at Elle's fading consciousness and pulled his soul awake. He opened his eyes to a strange, unfamiliar space. The scenery around him felt distant and unreal. Where am I? Just a moment ago, I was... The mysterious figure spoke gently. I've invited you into my domain for a short while. Welcome to the final adventure, Elle. At last, we could talk. He explained Elle's condition with quiet clarity. Your body is collapsing from monoshock. If nothing changes, you'll die very soon. Your friends will follow. Panic flashed across L's face. The figure continued, recounting everything that had happened while he was unconscious. That gate has surpassed your limits. Outside, Balak is rampaging with amplified power. His revival was no accident. Mudria engineered this chaos. The gate has evolved. It's no longer gold. It's blue. And what waits beyond may be even worse. In that moment, Balak raised his arm to strike Dibwa. Dibwa tried to evade, but there was no escape. The monster's blow was overwhelming. Everyone inside was staring at certain death. The impact landed head-on and hurled Dibwa across the battlefield. Blood drenched his body as he crashed to the ground. He couldn't even force himself to stand. The ending was already written. Death was closing in. Hearing this, El lifted his eyes to the mysterious figure, his expression tight with fear. Time was slipping away. The battle he had started to save everyone was dragging them toward death even faster than in his previous life. If this continued, the apocalypse he feared would arrive unchecked. El studied the figure before him with guarded eyes. You know I was reincarnated. Then who are you? The mysterious man's long golden hair veiled his eyes, hiding whatever expression lay beneath. Are you the one? A faint smile touched his lips. Who knows? In the dimensional corridor, Jack muttered directions under his breath as he ran. Gate 23, straight ahead, then turn here. He burst into the chamber he believed was the exit and froze. A vast, dark lake stretched out before him. There was no doorway, no passage, nothing. This has to be the place. There should be a statue here. That statue is the exit. When we came through, it was intact. His thoughts snapped to a single conclusion, and fury surged up. Don't tell me. Did that bastard destroy it before he left? Minoru grabbed his arm, forcing him to focus. Calm down. We're out of time. Even if it's gone, a new exit will form nearby. We just have to find it. Before he could answer, a thunderous explosion erupted behind them. The blast hurled debris through the air, and something came crashing out with the shattered rock. Minoru's heart lurched. It was Dibwa. His body was flung dozens of meters before slamming into the ground. Jack rushed him in panic. Hey, are you okay? Stay with me. Then he saw the truth, and his voice died. Dibwa's body was drenched in blood. He was clinging to the last edge of life. Inside that strange space, El recoiled at the vision forced before his eyes. What was that? The golden-haired figure spoke evenly. The one who caused your reincarnation is irrelevant. What you witnessed is the reality unfolding outside. El's chest tightened. Dibwa. The god answered his unspoken fear. He's still alive, but death is close. El stepped forward without hesitation. Then help me. The response was immediate. I cannot intervene directly. His jaw clenched. If you were the one who sent me back, if you made me return to fight the apocalypse, then you have to help me. He met the god's hidden gaze without flinching. In the outside world, Balak raised his arm and unleashed another devastating strike. The air split with a violent surge of mana. The god's voice echoed with faint amusement. What an insolent attitude. When you ask for help, you don't hesitate. Outside, the explosion hurled Jack and Minoru across the ground, leaving them unable to rise. Balak showed no intention of sparing anyone. Mana swirled around him again, gathering for a final blow. The god's voice echoed calmly. Do you have any ideas if I help you? El's fist tightened as he cut him off. It doesn't matter. The god fell silent for a brief moment, weighing his resolve, then spoke with quiet finality. This is your last chance. Balak's next strike would erase his comrades. There was no time left to negotiate. Frustration burst out of El. I said I don't care. His hands slammed onto the chessboard, scattering pieces in every direction. The air between them froze solid. The god watched in silence, studying the human he had chosen. Then he snapped his fingers. All right. The instant the sound rang out, El felt his body transform. Time was still moving, the clock still ticking, but something inside him shifted. He stared at his hand as power surged through it. The god calmly reset the scattered pieces, channeling a fragment of his strength into El. Do not doubt me. It is only a fraction, but I have lent you my power. The return was immediate. Now wake up. The god drove a chess piece down with a sharp crack. I hope you can withstand it. A torrent of mana erupted in the real world and intercepted Balak's killing blow. Jack coughed hard, stunned that he was breathing at all. I'm still alive. He forced his eyes open to see who stood before them. The silhouette was unmistakable. Their companion, the one who had fought beside them through countless trials. El Jack pushed himself upright, chest heaving. Are we really alive? Sweat streamed down his face as he stared in disbelief. El stood between them and a monster like an unbreakable wall. Stay back. Without another word, El surged forward, his voice steady as he reassured them. I'll end this quickly. The blue monster answered with a roar, its jaws spreading wide as violent whirlwinds spiraled outward. Explosions rippled through the air, and thick black slime sprayed from its mouth. El didn't flinch. He accelerated straight into the chaos, closing the distance in an instant. His palm shot upward and struck hard beneath the monster's chin. Golden light ignited in his open hand, flooding the battlefield. Stones wrapped in that radiance tore free from the ground and rocketed forward. They slammed into the creature and clung to its body like magnets, locking into place. The monster clawed at its own body, desperately trying to tear the stones away. El closed his fist toward it. The scattered rocks snapped together at once, sealing into a dense sphere that locked the creature inside. Jack and Minoru could only stare. Incredible. For a brief moment, it looked finished. Then a violent pulse burst from the cracks. Golden light leaked through the seams, and the sphere shattered from within. Minoru's heart lurched as the fragments exploded outward. The monster tore free, its body swelling and twisting into an even larger form. It towered above them, radiating killing intent. It's dangerous, El. One of El's eyes flickered with a sharp glow as he clenched his fist again. Somewhere beyond that battlefield, a man in a hat studied a chessboard and let out a quiet breath. Unbelievable. Even with such a small fragment of borrowed power, he could stand inside that chaos and control it with perfect precision. The man's lips curved into a faint smirk. The next instant, a blinding explosion consumed the monster. El didn't retreat. He stood motionless at the center of the blast, his silhouette steady against the storm. When the smoke thinned, he stepped forward through the haze with calm certainty. Behind him, the monster had been obliterated, reduced to nothing. Jack felt his thoughts stall. No way. He destroyed it in a single strike. Minoru's eyes widened as another fear surfaced. Dibois. They spun toward where Dibois lay, crumpled on the ground. Jack rushed to his side and checked his breathing. Relief washed over him. He's alive. We need to get him back to the village now. He'll make it. Minoru turned back to El, suspicion and concern mixing in her gaze. Are you okay? When we found you, you were dying. How did you? Her question cut short as El suddenly collapsed forward. He fell straight into her, and panic shot through her chest. El, what are you doing? He leaned against her shoulder, his voice barely a whisper against her ear. I'm glad you're safe. She tightened her grip to keep him from falling, her thoughts trembling. Not again. I thought I'd lost everyone again. His clenched hand slowly loosened. I'm so happy you're still alive. The words froze her in place. Thank you. She lifted her chin and forced steadiness into her voice. I'm not planning to die in a place like this. She kept talking, half scolding, half reassuring, but El only smiled faintly. While her voice continued to buzz beside him, his weight grew heavier. His body slid down her shoulder as consciousness left him. He collapsed completely, silent and still. Minoru dropped to her knees and pulled El into her arms, her voice shaking as she called his name over and over, begging him to wake up. Jack stood beside her, frozen between fear and disbelief as he stared at El's motionless face. Panic spread across Minoru's expression while she kept shaking him, her words turning desperate, demanding that he get up, refusing to accept the silence. But no matter how loudly she called, El didn't respond. His body was limp. He had completely blacked out. Elsewhere, a quill scratched furiously across paper. Racken exhaled in frustration, shoulders tense as he stared at the endless stacks piled across the table. Every sheet was crammed with dense writing, yet the work never seemed to shrink. His face was hollow with exhaustion as he muttered that there was no end to it, that no matter how hard he pushed, the finish line kept moving farther away. Racken forced a thin smile, but the weight in his eyes betrayed him. 3 full days had passed since the clash with the dark magic cultists, and even though the battle was over, Lidheim Harbor was still drowning in chaos. The revelation that the Cania Merchant Guild, ranked second among the 10 strongest guilds, had been infiltrated by cultists sent shockwaves far beyond the harbor. The aftermath was brutal. Blood had soaked the streets so heavily it looked like a river carved through the city. Evoke, the guild master and one of the central figures of the conflict, was declared dead in action, yet his body was never recovered from Lidheim Harbor. Franco, battered and barely conscious, refused to speak despite relentless questioning. When interrogators tried to force the truth from him, all he revealed was a broken motive. He had joined them to bring back his dead daughter and knew nothing about the cult's true leaders. Refusing to let the trail go cold, Michael of the Cygnus Knights and Chiron of the Nautilus joined forces and intensified the hunt. Their pursuit led them to a massive ship fleeing toward the open sea, believed to be carrying the remaining cultists. Crowds gathered along the docks, watching with fragile hope as the 2 most trusted figures in the world personally took charge. Their intervention steadied the shaken citizens of Lidheim Harbor and slowly began stitching peace back into the city. Through it all, Racken kept writing without pause, documenting every detail with relentless focus. The threat wasn't over. The possibility of hidden cultists still lurking in the shadows forced the authorities to tighten surveillance across the harbor. In a nearby room, a firm hand pressed against an injured man's back as a voice ordered him not to move because the bandaging would be harder. Kiri was wrapping Dibois' wound with rough efficiency, her grips so strong that he kept yelping in protest and begging her to be gentler, afraid she would rip the injury open again. She snapped at him to stop whining and reminded him it wasn't that bad. When she finally finished, she smacked his back to signal she was done, and his pained shout echoed through the room. Minoru and Jack hovered near the bed, their eyes fixed on El's pale face. 3 days had dragged by without the slightest sign of recovery, and the silence in the room only deepened their anxiety. Minoru's voice carried a tremor as she wondered how long they were supposed to keep waiting like this. Healing magic had done nothing. Every attempt had faded against his body, as if swallowed by an unseen wall. All they could do was watch and hope he woke on his own. She looked down at him again, worry etched across her face. The door creaked open, and Deniv stepped in carrying a steaming pot. He announced the arrival of hot food, and the heavy mood loosened as bowls were quickly filled. Deebwa's eyes immediately sharpened at the sight, and he wasted no time declaring it was time to eat, thanking everyone with exaggerated sincerity. While the others settled in, Jack leaned closer to Minoru and shot her a knowing glance. He casually asked if things were official now. She blinked, caught off guard, and demanded to know what he meant. With a teasing grin, he clarified that he was talking about her and Elle. The suggestion made her stiffen. She raised her fist in front of him, pretending not to understand and asking what nonsense he was spouting. Jack pressed on, pointing out how intimate she had been and saying he thought she had already confessed. Her face tightened as she insisted it was nothing more than concern for a comrade. Just a comrade. Still frowning, she looked around the room and questioned why everyone else seemed so calm. Weren't they worried about him at all? Deebwa paused with a spoon halfway to his mouth and shot back a blunt reply, asking why they should be. He took a bite before explaining in a steady tone that when someone was exhausted, they slept. It was simple. Did their boss really look like a man who would be defeated by a few scratches? As if answering him, a faint twitch ran through Elle's finger on the bed. Deebwa straightened and declared with heroic confidence that after everything they had seen, doubting him was pointless. Kiri only lowered her head and smiled softly, murmuring that even if Elle tried to die, it probably wouldn't stick. That was just the kind of person he was. At that moment, Elle abruptly sat up. His voice cut through the room as he corrected them, insisting he wasn't some kind of monster. Minoru stared at him in stunned disbelief and demanded to know if collapsing like that didn't deserve at least a little concern. Jack laughed quietly on the side, relieved to see him moving. Elle rolled his shoulders and added that he was perfectly capable of getting hurt. Deniv burst into open celebration, hopping in place, while Kiri's gentle smile widened. The tension that had gripped the room dissolved into visible relief. Even Deebwa, still chewing, tossed out a lazy tease and told him to stop talking and just eat. Despite the bandages wrapped across his body, Elle's solid frame carried an unshaken strength. He glanced at the bowls and admitted he was starving, asking if his portion was still untouched. In another corner, a chair scraped harshly against the floor. Racken shoved himself back and slumped into it, drained to the core, frustration crashing over him as he sat there blaming himself. No matter how fiercely he pushed himself, the work refused to shrink. The pages kept multiplying, and regret gnawed at him as he muttered that if he had known it would spiral into this endless grind, he would never have stepped into it in the first place. A sharp knock cut through the room. Abyss moved first, opening the door and stepping aside with a polite call to Racken. The moment Racken saw him, his exhaustion cracked into relief. He stood up at once, saying the timing was perfect because he desperately needed help, then caught himself and walked forward to greet him properly after so long apart. Abyss carried the air of someone holding valuable news. He leaned in and said he had recently learned something interesting. Racken didn't need it spelled out. He already sensed the conversation would circle back to a single name. Elle. Across the house, Elle sat upright with a crease in his brow, admitting he couldn't remember what everyone was talking about. The room froze. The others stared at him, asking if he was serious, if he truly had no memory at all. Minoru stepped in and carefully retold the battle, describing how he had overwhelmed Ban Locke in an instant with a strange, overwhelming power. Elle blinked and pointed at himself, baffled by the idea that such a thing had come from him. Kiri added that Jack had witnessed the same display and said it was undeniable. The suggestion hung in the air that he might be hiding some dormant ability. Minoru's face flushed as she stumbled over her words, blurting out whether he at least remembered leaning on her shoulder afterward. Elle answered with disarming honesty. He remembered nothing. Not the clash, not the aftermath, not even the smallest fragment. The harder he tried to reach back, the emptier it felt. Frustration burned across Minoru's face, and she nearly lunged at him before Kiri caught her arm and stopped her. Inside his own head, Elle searched again and again, but the darkness didn't budge. Only one image surfaced, a vague figure of a man wearing a hat. He admitted quietly that he thought he had met someone during that time, though the details slipped through his grasp. From the side of the room, Ralph finally straightened and spoke, saying there was still more Elle needed to hear. He raised a finger with a faint smile and explained that it had happened in the middle of the night. His gaze drifted as he replayed the memory, describing how they had all stayed in the house while Elle lay unconscious, deciding it was safer to keep watch together. He mentioned the uncomfortable bed and the restless hours they spent guarding him, then paused mid-sentence, as if something from that night had suddenly sharpened in his mind. And then he said he saw something. Before he could finish, Minoru leaned in close and whispered in Elle's ear. The words were meant only for him, but Ralph caught enough of it to understand. His eyes widened as he opened his mouth to repeat what he'd heard. Minoru reacted instantly. Her fist shot forward and slammed into his face, cutting him off mid-sentence. She smoothly turned the interruption into a warning about a supposed pirate threat, burying the moment under noise and confusion. Then she faced the group again with a bright, controlled smile and declared that was enough talk for now. Elle had just woken up. The first thing he needed was food. A steaming bowl was pushed in front of him. Elle lifted the spoon and tasted the soup, the warmth settling into his body. Between bites, he asked where they were heading next and calmly announced his decision. They were going to Orient. Dubois, mouth stuffed with food, burst out laughing and praised him for planning their next move even after collapsing. The humor drained from his face a second later. He stared at Elle and demanded confirmation, repeating the destination in disbelief. The Orient Kingdom, the Nile Desert, a wasteland so barren that survival itself was a gamble, a place rumored to be more dangerous than Victoria Island, crawling with threats worse than monsters. Dubois immediately rejected the idea, shaking his head and declaring he refused to go. Before the argument could grow, the door opened. Deniv stepped forward and stopped short at the sight of a group of imposing men filling the entrance. He demanded to know who they were. One of them strode in with commanding presence and asked if they were the well-known Elle party. Elle studied the stranger, puzzled, and wondered aloud who he was. Ralph cut in quickly and dismissed any wild guesses. He recognized the man. He explained to the room that this was the figure who had raised the newly founded Gaffer Merchant Guild into the ranks of the 10 strongest in only a few years. The head of Gaffer himself. A sharp slam echoed as a hand struck the table, ordering silence. An attendant stepped forward and formally introduced their leader, Lord Gaffer. The title rippled through the room in stunned murmurs. Gaffer pulled out a chair and sat directly across from Elle, apologizing briefly for interrupting their meal. He said he had traveled there because Elle's reputation had reached even him. Without wasting another word, he delivered his proposal with blunt clarity. Elle should come to the Orient Kingdom. Dubois immediately looked to his leader for a reaction. Elle listened to the offer, and a faint smile formed on his lips. A flag hung across the room, its fabric barely stirring in the still air. Elle studied it in silence and reached his own conclusion. There was a clear reason the Gaffer Merchant Guild had climbed so quickly. In his mind, he pictured 2 banners planted side by side and hands clasped in firm alliance. Sponsorship, backed by the Errant Kingdom. Gaffer had ridden that support straight into the ranks of the top 10 guilds. The man rarely appeared in public because he was constantly moving between Lith and Orient, tying their interests together. They were effectively bound to the same fate. Now a demand had surfaced that Gaffer himself couldn't ignore. There was only one crown waiting in Orient, and countless people were prepared to die reaching for it. A war of succession was coming, and from Gaffer's position as Ariant's ally, intervention was inevitable. This was the moment he needed outside strength. Gaffer wasted no time circling the issue. He stated plainly that he had heard of Elle's abilities and that every necessary arrangement had already been made. Elle answered just as directly. He refused. His reasoning was blunt. He had no interest in stepping into a region teetering on the edge of civil war. The word had barely left his mouth when Racken snapped. Unable to restrain himself, he stepped forward with a hard glare and declared that refusal wasn't an option. This was an order from Lord Gaffer, and as a team operating under the guild, they should treat it as an honor and prepare immediately. Elle didn't yield. His tone sharpened with dry sarcasm as he questioned whether an honorable mission shouldn't come with full support. Empty talk about honor meant nothing against the scale of the danger. Racken's fist tightened, and he fired back without hesitation, accusing Elle of disrespect and saying the rumors were accurate. He was exactly as skilled at bargaining as people claimed. Before the tension could snap, Gaffer raised a hand and cut in. He spread 5 fingers and shifted the discussion into negotiation. He would give Elle a chance to justify that confidence. If Elle could conquer 5 gates of Gaffer's choosing, then as payment for the journey, Gaffer would grant any request within his power. His eyes held steady as he sealed the promise with his name, swearing he would honor it. The room fell quiet as Elle considered the offer. When he accepted, the atmosphere shifted. Gaffer regarded him with measured approval and acknowledged that the man standing before him truly operated on a different level. Gaffer's lips curled into a satisfied smile the moment his plan clicked into place. He treated the praise like a trophy, accepting it without hesitation, while Ralph's gaze gleamed with naked greed, clearly entertained by the whole scene. "Boss, that's impressive," someone muttered, though another voice cut in, pointing out it was a little too flashy. Elle ignored the noise and calmly asked for the exact schedule. Gaffer's excitement only grew when he heard that. He grinned wider, pleased to see everyone moving so quickly. Beyond them, massive waves rolled across the deep blue sea. There was no reason to hesitate anymore. Elle's group had already boarded the ship bound for Aswan, and with a firm order to depart, the vessel surged forward, rocking heavily as it cut through the water. The violent swaying proved too much for Dubois. He staggered to the rail and started vomiting over the side again and again. Minoru watched with open amusement and asked if he was always like this, wondering how he could be seasick now when he had been perfectly fine on the Nautilus. Drained and pale, Dubois forced a weak smile, trying to act as if nothing was wrong. He blamed it on drinking too much the night before and asked if everyone else felt okay. The 4 pairs of eyes fixed on him only deepened his embarrassment. Cursing under his breath, he told them to leave him alone. Minoru seized the chance to tease him harder, mocking him for whining like a child over a few drops of alcohol and calling him their little baby. The taunts triggered another violent wave of sickness, and Dibwa vomited like a burst dam. He dropped to his knees, trembling, his face ghostly white. Someone warned that his new clothes were about to be ruined. But before he could react, Ralph stepped in, pretending to show concern. In a syrupy tone, he declared that as a loving father he would gently pat his dear son's back. The result was instant and disgusting. Dibwa threw up all over him. Ralph's patience snapped, and his fist slammed into Dibwa's face as he cursed the ungrateful brat. After that, everyone instinctively kept their distance. Trying to salvage his image, Ralph forced an awkward smile and hurried to explain, stuttering as he insisted it wasn't domestic violence. He claimed his son was just tired and that he had merely helped him fall asleep. Then he placed a hand on Dibwa and used healing magic before turning to Minoru and asking for help cleaning him up. She flatly refused and shoved the responsibility away, telling him to do whatever he wanted as long as he stayed far from her. Watching Dibwa sprawled on the deck, completely spent, Elle calculated their situation in silence. At this pace, they would reach a science sooner than expected, which was fortunate, because that fool desperately needed rest. He glanced at the supplies he had brought along, grateful for Gold Richie's trade routes. Their gear was far better than anything ordinary suppliers could offer, a quiet advantage that might matter more than anyone realized. He folded his arms across his chest, a faint unease tightening in his heart. Something felt off. The sensation refused to fade, like a quiet warning scratching at the back of his mind. Minoru noticed his expression and gave him a puzzled look, asking what he was brooding over so seriously. Elle brushed it off with a short denial, but Ralph instantly caught on and burst out laughing, saying it was obvious his stomach was still rebelling from the alcohol. He told him to stop pretending to be tough and just sit down. Elle ignored the jab and kept staring ahead. Then his eyes sharpened. Had they already arrived? Spread out before them was a stunning port town crowded with massive ships. The place shimmered with life and color. This land, known as Jeddah, wasn't even their final destination. Across the Nihal Desert, countless ports had risen for one simple reason. Traveling the endless sands by land was practically suicide. Sea routes were the only sane option, and ships carried nearly all trade and travel. Sailors with red hats and heavy catches slung over their backs moved through the docks, and the steady flow of commerce had turned these ports into thriving hubs. After disembarking, Elle's group stepped onto solid ground, and it was immediately clear that Jeddah stood at the top of them all. Ralph inhaled deeply, his eyes gleaming with greedy excitement as he took in the atmosphere. To him, the air itself smelled like gold, richer than the entire desert combined. He marveled that this was supposed to be just a port. It felt closer to a kingdom. Even Lith Harbor seemed pitiful in comparison. Nearby, Kiri checked on Dibwa, asking if he was finally feeling better and reminding him that they weren't here to sightsee, but to focus on their mission. Before Dibwa could answer, a young man in a blue hat rushed straight toward them, breathing hard. He stopped in front of Elle and quickly confirmed his identity, relief washing over his face when he realized he wasn't late. Introducing himself as a dispatcher from the Orient branch of the Gaffer merchants, he wiped the sweat from his brow, but kept a friendly smile. He told them to call him Caesar. Dibwa stepped forward first, enthusiastically shaking his hand and piling on exaggerated compliments about how sharp and handsome he looked, which only made the young dispatcher blush. With bright curiosity, Dibwa asked if Caesar had come alone. The question made him hesitate for a moment before he admitted that the Orient branch was short on staff. Still, he assured them he would guide them personally and told the group to follow him. After giving a quick explanation, Caesar turned and led Elle's team through the busy streets until they stopped in front of a worn, rundown building. He announced that they had arrived and revealed that this humble structure was the Orient branch of the Gaffer merchants. Dibwa stared at it in disbelief, struggling to reconcile the shabby exterior with the grand reputation he had imagined. Ralph let out a long, helpless sigh, his eyes sweeping over the shabby surroundings as disappointment settled on his face. The complaints hanging in the air made Caesar shrink into a corner, his shoulders drooping as he apologized for the branch's small size. Before the mood could sink any lower, Dibwa stepped forward and grabbed the curtain at the entrance, joking that the real problem was the heat and urging everyone to get inside quickly. He lifted the fabric without hesitation. The moment he did, a towering man filled his vision. Dibwa froze, his surprise written plainly across his face. The large man's stern eyes swept over the group as he demanded to know who they were. He introduced himself in the same breath as the Orient branch chief of the Gaffer merchants, Suleiman. Elle stepped forward at once, greeting him politely and presenting their party for Victoria Island. Suleiman folded his arms and returned the introduction with a mocking edge, bluntly remarking that they looked far weaker than the rumor suggested. Embarrassed, Caesar hurried to defend them, reminding Suleiman that they had been personally selected by Lord Gaffer and deserved respect. Suleiman didn't bother listening. With a rough shove, he knocked Caesar to the ground as if swatting away an annoyance. Dibwa rushed to his side and helped him up, anger flashing in his eyes as he demanded to know what Suleiman thought he was doing. Cursing under his breath, Suleiman scoffed that even Lord Gaffer must not understand the situation in Orient if he had sent a pack of rookies like this. He stared down at L's group with open contempt and declared that recommendations meant nothing to him. He would only believe in their worth after seeing their strength firsthand. Experience from Victoria Island carried no weight in Ozen, and he made sure they understood exactly how little he thought of them. Deebwa's patience snapped. He stepped forward and barked a challenge, asking if Suleiman wanted a demonstration of their power. El moved instantly to block him, cutting off the outburst and demanding that Suleiman state his terms clearly. Suleiman did exactly that. He said he needed to test their abilities before any further discussion and laid out the conditions with absolute confidence. A gold level gate, 3 clean sweeps, a maximum of 28 participants. Then he delivered the real demand. One of them would enter alone and clear it. The weight of those words stunned Caesar, and his eyes widened as he prepared to protest. What? Caesar blurted out, stunned. He tried to argue that even for L's team, clearing something like that alone was unreasonable, but Suleiman cut him off with a sharp command to be silent. If they couldn't handle that much, he said coldly, they would only drag everyone else down. The tension snapped tight in the air, yet L answered without the slightest pause. He accepted. His calm voice carried a quiet shock. Completing it solo. Was that the only requirement? Even Suleiman blinked at how quickly the agreement came. L repeated the question, making sure there were no hidden strings. Suleiman narrowed his eyes, then added another condition, impressed by the confidence in front of him. Finish it within a week. The sudden deadline stirred immediate frustration behind. El Kiri bristled at being forced into such a corner, calling the demand absurd, but El remained steady. Then he named his price, 10 million meso, as the reward for clearing the gate. The number hit like a spark in dry grass. Suleiman exploded in anger, cursing and asking if El had lost his mind. Bargaining in his territory took nerve. El answered evenly, telling him not to misunderstand. They were in Orient under Lord Gaffer's orders, but they operated strictly on payment. If the terms weren't acceptable, they would walk away. His gaze sharpened as he reminded Suleiman what that would mean. If the Orient branch's unilateral behavior damaged its relationship with the Gaffer Merchant Guild, someone would have to answer for it. The rumors about messy internal politics suddenly felt very real. With that said, El turned as if ready to leave, coolly stating he would remember this exchange. The move caught Suleiman off guard. He hadn't expected such bold defiance. A slow, dangerous grin spread across his face as he called El gutsy, insolent, and arrogant all at once. Then he relented. He admitted he liked the attitude and decided to sweeten the deal. For every day the job was finished ahead of the 1-week limit, he would add another 5 million mos. If they somehow cleared it in a single day, the total would jump to 30 million, triple the original demand. Salomon's smile sharpened as he dangled the offer, asking if it sounded tempting to a rookie like him. What he failed to notice was the faint curve of victory already forming on L's lips. After securing what he wanted, L fixed his gaze ahead and gave a simple order to move. The sky stretched cloudless above them while the sun hammered the desert without mercy, baking the sand until heat shimmered in the air. Sweat poured from Minoru and Deebwa as they staggered forward with heavy breaths. The 5 of them dragged their feet through the blazing wasteland until Deebwa finally collapsed to a crouch, gasping that the heat was unbearable and cursing the fact that the gate sat right in the middle of a desert. El didn't slow down or soften. He told him flatly to get up and keep walking. They were close, and whining wouldn't change that. Deebwa forced himself upright, grumbling that El was heartless, and asking if he honestly felt none of the heat. Then he turned to Kiri and called out to her. Caught off guard, she blinked in confusion. She stood there wrapped in full steel armor that looked suffocating under the sun, yet her posture remained steady. When she calmly said she was fine, Deebwa stared at her in disbelief. Armor like that should have been scorching. He insisted it was impossible, but Kiri repeated that she felt perfectly comfortable. Half melting himself, Deebwa patted her shoulder in admiration, praising her toughness and wondering if all Silver Knights were built the same way. The instant his hand touched her armor, his entire body jolted. A sharp chill raced through his palm, and he pulled back to see faint cold vapor curling from his fingers. The metal was icy. Shock replaced his exhaustion as he muttered that it felt like touching a block of ice. Kiri laughed and explained that her armor carried an embedded item that automatically regulated temperature based on the environment. It was an honorary gift from the royal family, reserved only for Silver Knights. Nearby, Minoru, drenched in sweat, shot her a look thick with envy and complained that Kiri had been enjoying cool comfort the entire time. Ralph backed her up, saying that anyone with an item like that should share it. Under their combined teasing, Kiri scratched her cheeks shyly and apologized, promising maybe next time. Before she could say more, Deebwa suddenly lunged forward and wrapped his arms around her. The sudden contact made her flush bright red. She demanded to know what he thought he was doing and told him to let go immediately. Under the burning sun, Deebwa murmured her name and stubbornly refused to release his grip. He had no intention of giving up his newly discovered air conditioner and told her to stay still while he enjoyed the cold for a moment. How are you going to keep something that cool all to yourself? The teasing words instantly turned Kiri's face bright red, like she'd been dropped into boiling water. She snapped back without hesitation, voice sharp and flustered. You lunatic. Shut up. Dibwa only tightened his hold, refusing to back down, and the two of them kept bickering in a messy tug-of-war. Just a little longer. Don't get so close. Stop fighting it. Let go. I thought we were closer than this. What nonsense are you even saying? Behind them, Minoru and Ralph exchanged a look and quietly laughed at the ridiculous scene. Then, without warning, Ralph tossed out a careless joke that detonated like a bomb. What? Are you jealous? You want to hug L2, don't you? He didn't even get a finish. Minoru's fist crashed into him with enough force to send his spirit flying. Her face burned with embarrassment as she immediately tried to bury what just happened. Enough. We're on a timer. Find a gate. As she spoke, her eyes caught something in the distance. A massive structure stood not far away. There, the gate. It rose straight out of the scorching desert, the very entrance they had been searching for. Minoru stared at it in disbelief. It had been right in front of her the entire time, yet she hadn't noticed. It's been here all along. L, on the other hand, showed no surprise. I told you we were close. Still flustered from earlier, Minoru sprinted toward it. Move. We're wasting time. But the moment her foot struck the sand, the ground beneath her exploded. The blast came without warning, throwing her off balance. A creature burst from the sand and lunged straight for her throat. Before it could connect, a surge of magic tore through the air and erased the monster in a single strike. L lowered his hand calmly. He had already expected trouble. Of course, nothing is ever simple. The desert answered him. One after another, shapes erupted from beneath the dunes. The sand churned as countless monsters surfaced, surrounding the group in every direction. They clearly had no intention of letting anyone pass. Rows of jagged fangs gleamed as the creatures hissed, ready to tear the intruders apart. These lizard-like beasts were known as frilled. The members of Team L tightened their stances, eyes locked on the swarm ahead. A tense silence settled for half a heartbeat. Then someone muttered the only thing that mattered. Prepare yourselves. We hunt. Far away, inside a shadowed palace draped in heavy curtains, a quiet voice called out a single name. Suleiman. He stepped forward at once and bowed. Yes, your highness. From behind the veil came the next question, cold and measured. Report. What is happening with L and his group? Suleiman straightened and began delivering his account with grave precision. For nearly 2 hours, the silence inside the palace stretched thin. His highness spoke at last, voice calm but edged with impatience. They should have reached the gate by now. He knew that entrance better than anyone. There are Frill guarding it, correct? Suleiman bowed his head. Yes, your highness. His highness had no doubt about one thing. L's group were third circle adventurers. Creatures like the Frilled alone would not stop them. What matters, he continued, is whether they can clear the gate within a week. Suleiman, your judgment. The question pulled Suleiman back to his brief encounter with L. He chose his words carefully. They are as flashy as the rumors claim, but stories about saving Jack and hunting Balak. Rumors tend to grow larger than truth. We still lack reason to fully trust L's team. Depending only on Gaffer's message is premature. We should observe them longer. The hidden ruler did not reject that caution. If they falter at this gate, they have no value to us. Even so, deep inside, he carried a sliver of expectation. His hand trembled as it tightened into a fist. L, do not disappoint me. Back in the desert, Dibwa flooded his axe with magic and hurled himself into the swarm. One brutal swing cleaved through a guild, and he kept moving, chopping down heads in a furious rhythm. Nearby, Ralph charged just as recklessly, his fist smashing through a monster's skull in a spray of shattered bone. The battlefield erupted into chaos as the rest of the team joined in. Ralph fought barehanded, Key's blade flashed in tight arcs, and Minoru's gun thundered with sharp bursts. Several Frilled slipped through the frenzy and lunged at L from behind, aiming for a blindside strike. A deafening blast answered them. Fire swallowed the attackers in an instant, and when the flames faded, nothing remained but twisted remains scattered across the sand. Dibwa clicked his tongue and looked over the carnage with open disdain. I thought desert monsters were supposed to be tough. This is pathetic. You people exaggerate everything. L didn't even glance at him. His eyes were fixed on the towering structure beside them. We haven't started yet. That was only the welcome. The massive gate loomed overhead, silent and oppressive. Ralph stared at it with glittering eyes, already counting his reward. Then let's move. We clear this in a day and walk out with 30 million meso. We finish in 12 hours, L corrected coldly. The number hit Ralph like a physical blow, his knees almost buckling. 12. You're serious. Then a grin spread across his face as his fighting spirit snapped back into place. That's bold. I like it. But if we're cutting the time in half, we're doubling the pay, right? L felt a dull headache coming on as he looked at the shameless money chaser standing beside him. Stop shouting about money and lower your voice, L said flatly. Ralph still refused to give up. Boss, that gold gate has 3 floors. How are we supposed to clear it in 12 hours? L's reply was simple and merciless. Then you don't get paid. Ralph's protest died in his throat. What the hell? Before anyone could argue further, a golden radiance burst from the gate and swallowed the entire group. The desert vanished in a flash of blinding light. Far away, Hurried footsteps pounded through the palace halls. Caesar stumbled into the chamber, chest heaving, clearly desperate to report something. Lord Suliman. Suliman cut him off with an irritated glare. What is it? I'm busy. The boy struggled to breathe after sprinting the whole way, words catching in his throat. Salaman's patience snapped. He seized Caesar by the collar and yanked him forward. I told you I'm in a hurry. The echo of approaching steps rolled through the room. Caesar trembled and pointed past Suliman with a shaking hand. The figure entering the chamber was El Suliman, slowly released his grip and sneered. What? You're even more pathetic than I thought. He strode toward El, eyes burning with contempt. Let me guess. You couldn't even get inside the gate. One look at your face tells me you already gave up. Did you cowards run from the frill guarding the entrance? El didn't waste a single word. He simply tossed an object onto the floor between them. The metallic clatter rang sharply in the air. Salaman's expression twisted with anger. What is this supposed to be? Are you mocking me? At his feet lay an item unmistakably linked to the gold gate. Instead of impressing him, it only deepened his suspicion. An item from the gate? Of course. You frauds brought a fake. There's no way you retrieved this so fast. The shorter the time El had taken, the more convinced Suliman became of deception. His voice rose with every sentence. It hasn't even been half a day since you entered. If you're going to lie, at least put in some effort. Do you think I'm a fool you can insult to my face? El's gaze stayed cold. Rather than defend himself, he set terms. 100 million meso. If it's fake, I pay you. If it's real, you pay me. His eyes locked onto Suliman with open challenge. Do you dare? The number hit like a slap. Salaman's fury spiked. 100 million? You think you can bluff me with? Caesar suddenly stepped in front of him. Wait, Lord Suliman. In Caesar's trembling hand rested another object, one that radiated authority far beyond a simple gate item. His voice shook as he held it up. This isn't from the gate. The falcon emblem on it. That's impossible, someone whispered as the object was raised into the light. There was no mistaking it. It was the Medal of Honor awarded only to royal knights. No craftsman alive could replicate the authority etched into that medal. A memory surfaced in the room all at once. That medal had been issued to the unit sent to subjugate a gate from which no one had ever returned. If El had brought it back, then the conclusion was unavoidable. He had truly cleared it. El stepped forward without hesitation. Caesar recognized the medal instantly. His expression tightened as El's gaze settled on him. He looked down at the young man sitting on the floor and spoke in a flat, cutting tone. Or should I address you differently? Your Highness. The air froze. Salaman's furious shout shattered the silence. What nonsense are you spouting now? He lunged forward and grabbed El by the collar. First you babble about some ridiculous bet, and now you're dragging Prince Cassian into this? Because he recognizes a medal, you call him royalty? If that makes him a prince, then I'm the king of this entire kingdom. His voice dripped with scorn. This is absurd. Saya, still seated on the ground, nodded eagerly. He's right. A prince? That's ridiculous. Then he flashed an awkward smile and scratched his cheek. I might look like this, but I notice things other people miss. I've wandered everywhere doing odd jobs. I just happen to know a lot. Hard work got me this position. Hearing praise like that is embarrassing. El repeated the explanation in a cold echo. Just scraps of information you picked up while running errands. Without warning, he seized Salaman's wrist. His grip was iron. Suliman tried to pull back and failed. Panic flickered in his eyes. What kind of mage possessed this kind of strength? You want to play this game? El said quietly. Do you know the greatest mistake people make when they try to deceive someone? He lifted Salaman's hand for everyone to see, then pointed toward Kaz. Hands tell the truth. They record a person's entire life. The placement of calluses, the tension of muscle, the scars that never fade. Observe carefully, and you can read someone's history. Caesar frowned, unease creeping across his face. El's voice remained steady. That boy claims to be an errand runner, yet his hands are spotless. Not a single scratch. For someone supposedly scraping by on rough work, that level of cleanliness is unnatural. I noticed it the moment I arrived. Then his attention shifted back to Suliman. And you, the so-called branch chief. He raised the man's hand higher. It was marked with layered scars and hardened skin. These are not the hands of a merchant counting coins behind a desk. They belong to a veteran soldier, someone who has gripped a blade and trained for decades. Suliman yanked his hand back and forced a scoff. He still clung to denial. This place is crawling with outlaws. Scum who don't care whether you're a branch chief or a beggar. Hands get rough here. That proves nothing. El gave a slight nod. He wasn't offended. You're right. Hands alone aren't decisive. His gaze shifted past Suliman. What convinced me was the person standing beside you and Caesar. The room stilled as he continued. A moment ago, the two of you played your roles perfectly. A harsh superior and a submissive subordinate. If someone only watched the act, they believe it without question. I've seen that performance countless times in places like this. His voice hardened, but the flaw wasn't in your acting. It was in the soldier watching you. The instant you shouted at Caesar, he reacted. For someone untrained in deception, loyalty is impossible to bury completely. His alarm gave everything away. Suliman shot the soldier a sharp warning glance, but the damage was done. He still tried to laugh it off. Absurd. Why would a prince waste time staging something so pointless? There's no reason for it. El didn't hesitate. No reason? There are many. For instance, gaining the freedom to personally choose the people he'll use in the coming struggle for the throne. Steel flashed. A blade pressed against El's neck as Suleiman stepped in, clinging to the act. Watch your mouth. Do you even understand what you're saying? Before he could push further, Caesar raised a hand. Enough. His tone changed completely. The pretense fell away. Interesting. Now I see why Gaffer recommended you. I had expectations after hearing the rumors, but you've exceeded them. Caesar calmly removed the scarf from his head. The air shifted with the gesture. He's right, he said without ornament. I am Prince Cashin. His eyes fixed on El with open curiosity. When did you figure it out? From the moment we were assigned to Orient, El replied. Lord Gaffer personally sent us. That meant he had a patron here. After meeting you, I connected the pieces. Gaffer's backer could only be the famous Prince of Orient. A slow smile spread across Cashin's face. Your abilities are impressive. More than that, your understanding of situations is sharp. I need adventurers like you. He spoke plainly, without ceremony. Gold level. A maximum force of 99. Your party will enter the gate alongside other adventurers I've personally selected. What Cashin sought was not numbers or spectacle. He was assembling a will strong enough to shape the battle ahead. If the operation succeeded, the prince promised the L team a reward generous enough to shake any ordinary adventurer. Their task was simple on the surface. Cooperate with his forces, enter the gate, and retrieve the will hidden inside. He gave him a strict deadline of 1 week. Complete it, and 60 million meso would be theirs. For most people, that number alone would have ended the discussion. But El's answer came out cold and immediate. He refused. The air shifted the moment the word left his mouth. Prince Cashin's expression hardened, his gaze sharpening as it locked onto El. He demanded a reason. El didn't hesitate. From the start, he said, this arrangement had been nothing more than a test. He had treated it as a necessary step and had been willing to consider it. If the compensation truly matched the danger. Cashin cut straight to the point and asked what price he wanted now. El explained that the mission was far more dangerous than it appeared. On paper, it sounded like another timed retrieval job with a promised payout. In reality, it was something else entirely. Even if they cleared the gate, survival was not guaranteed. His entire group could disappear without a trace. This order hadn't come through the Orient branch of the Gaffer Merchant Guild. It came directly from the prince himself. Accepting it meant more than taking a job. It meant tying their fate to Cashin's political side. He stated it plainly. The moment they agreed, they would be sailing in the same boat as the prince. Cashin assumed this was just bargaining and asked if El simply wanted more money as an adventurer. But money alone wasn't worth staking their lives on. The faction Cashin truly supported was the Gaffer Merchant Guild, not El's team. They had no obligation to gamble everything for him. Not unless the reward truly balanced the risk. El held his stare and said the compensation had to be equal to what they were walking into. Cashin pressed him again, asking what kind of reward would satisfy him. El answered that he would judge after hearing the prince's offer. Watching this exchange, Suleiman bristled with anger, ready to strike El for his audacity, but Cashin stopped him with a single gesture. Then the prince revealed his counteroffer. If El's group cleared the gate, every member would receive a piece of unique grade equipment. Even El was caught off guard. In a world where gear ranked from rare to epic to unique and finally legendary, the gap in power between each tier was enormous. And a unique item for every member was a promise that could change their strength and their future entirely. El quietly ran the numbers in his head, measuring the value of what Prince Cashin had just placed on the table. Combined with the Dragon Phoenix eyes of penetration he already possessed, a single one of those promised items could shatter the ceiling between magic tiers. A reward on that scale meant only one thing. Cashin wasn't treating them as disposable pawns. By pledging unique grade equipment for every member instead of a single showcase prize, he was marking El's group as a core fighting force. El's fists tightened. Even so, his expression didn't soften. The offer was enormous, but in his mind it still fell short of the price of his life. He stated his demand without hesitation. They wanted a legendary grade item. Suleiman exploded the moment the words left his mouth, calling the request insane. Unique equipment was already excessive, and now El was pushing for something that bordered on myth. Cashin, however, remained unnervingly calm. He agreed. He would prepare a legendary item. Suleiman tried to object, but the prince silenced him and made the terms unmistakable. If he granted that reward, El's group would finish the mission no matter the cost. They had 1 week. Failure meant death. If they did not return with what he wanted, he would personally take their lives. Having secured the condition he sought, El turned and left without another word. Behind him, Suleiman questioned the prince's judgment, wondering if such a man could be trusted. Cashin admitted he had no alternative. The die was already cast. His hands trembled as he confessed that an action would lead him to the same fate as the other princes. If he didn't move first, he would be erased. Fear crept across his face, cold sweat clinging to his skin. Far away, the woman he feared lounged calmly within her palace. She twirled a strand of hair around her finger and murmured that this development would be entertaining. To her, Cashin was already caught in her grasp. Whatever he was preparing, she intended to correct him like a dutiful mother. A sharp killing intent flashed through her eyes, as she decided this would be the occasion to teach him a proper lesson. After hearing everything, Minoru stood stunned. She repeated the revelation in disbelief. Prince Cashin, Caesar, the third prince of the errant kingdom. Was he truly Gaffer's patron, or had it all been an act? Her voice rose with shock until El cut her off and warned her to keep it down. The matter was confidential. Deep within asked whether revealing such secrets to them was wise. El answered evenly that it was necessary. They would be crossing paths with the prince often, and ignorance would only become a liability. Kiri processed the revelation in silence, but the shock still slipped through her expression. Gaffer's patron being a prince pushed this entire affair onto a scale she hadn't imagined. Beside her, Ralph frowned and dryly pointed out the imbalance. A royal patron, yet their earlier mission had only earned them 30 million. To him, that felt almost insulting. El cut in before the dissatisfaction could spread and laid out the new terms. This time the reward wasn't simple currency. Every member would receive a unique item, and on top of that, a legendary one. The word legendary detonated in the room. Ralph's eyes lit up as excitement replaced every trace of restraint. He praised the prince as the ideal ruler on the spot. Kiri, still absorbing the implications, muttered that the scale of the reward proved Cashin truly carried a prince's authority. El set his wine glass down and announced his intention without circling around it. He would be taking the legendary item. He told them to listen carefully. Minoru snapped back immediately, irritated by his certainty. To her, he was speaking as if victory were already secured. Dibwa shared her frustration and reminded him that this hadn't been their agreement. It sounded less like negotiation and more like a unilateral claim. Ralph, however, reacted in the opposite way. He grinned and winked at El, casually offering to sell his share of the unique item if El wanted it. Faced with that shameless practicality, El could only sigh inwardly. He promised compensation and declared he would raise everyone's circle in return. Far away, heavy footsteps echoed through the hollow corridors of the palace. Inside a guarded chamber littered with empty wine bottles, an old man reached for another drink from a trembling subordinate. His voice slurred with anticipation as he asked whether Prince Cashin had brought what he requested. The man before him was Abdullah VIII, king of the Orient Kingdom. Kneeling across from him, tan skin and white hair catching the light, Prince Cashin presented a crimson gem wrapped in jagged black fragments. He identified it as the dragon's heart, an object said to grant immortality. The king's eyes gleamed at the sight. Joy washed over his face as he praised Cashin as a son worthy of pride. Recognizing the moment of satisfaction, Cashin moved quickly and asked for a favor in return. Abdullah, already drinking deeply, waved his permission with careless generosity and told him to speak. Cashin spoke without circling around the issue. The dragon's heart, he said, symbolized longevity itself, so it was only fitting to honor it with a week-long festival. He formally requested permission to hold it. Across from him, King Abdullah rested his head lazily on a beauty's lap, his thoughts dulled by wine. A festival, he murmured, the word drifting through his haze. Cashin stayed kneeling, outwardly calm while his mind moved quickly. When the celebration began, the king and queen would be consumed by ceremony and appearances. That distraction would open his path to the port city. Instead of answering, Abdullah turned his unfocused gaze to the woman beneath him and asked for her opinion. The moment Cashin heard that, disbelief flashed across his face. The beauty's lips curved into a small smile before she spoke gently. The item he had ordered was only a duty fulfilled, she said. Repaying it with a grand festival felt excessive. As she talked, her fingers traced slow circles through the king's hair, questioning whether it was necessary to indulge the prince so much. The woman cradling the king was Arita, queen of the errant kingdom. Her calm words visibly swayed Abdullah. He muttered that she had a point. Watching his father lean so completely on her judgment filled Cashin with quiet fury. Since Arita's arrival, the king had changed. He no longer relied on advisors, only on her. The ruler who once commanded the court had faded into something weaker. If Cashin wanted to unseat her influence, he needed the power that lay beyond the gate. He rose slightly and pressed his argument. Ariane had always marked great achievements with festivals. He reminded them. Celebrating the king's longevity was more than appropriate. His expression tightened as he spoke, but Arita answered before Abdullah could. Her tone remained smooth as she told him she was merely offering an opinion, and that he was letting emotion cloud his judgment. One day he might wear the crown, she added, and yet he was complaining over a festival like a child. A faint curl touched her lips as she questioned whether the people would ever respect a king who behaved that way. Each word tightened the knot of anger inside him. His hands clenched until they trembled. Arita watched his struggle with open amusement, savoring the pressure she placed on him. Then, without warning, she relented. She said she would allow the festival. The sudden agreement left Cashin momentarily stunned. Still stroking the king's head with practiced tenderness, Arita continued speaking, her voice soft but edged with meaning. Even while calling him childish, Arita admitted she understood his loyalty to the throne. She would not deny that. As promised, she declared a week-long grand festival would be held. While speaking, A shadow of something colder crossed her face as her eyes settled on Cashin. He stood there struggling to process it. She had agreed far too easily. In his mind, suspicion spread. A woman like her never changed course without reason. Neither of them spoke further. Only Arita's quiet, satisfied laughter lingered in the air. She watched him with faint anticipation, already imagining the outcome. This time she would indulge his game. He could struggle as much as he liked. In the end, he would still remain trapped in her grasp. Far away, a monster roared, baring its fangs. The sound cut off when Kiri's blade split its body cleanly in two. Its upper half slid to the sand, joining the growing carpet of corpses across the barren land. Dibwa wiped his sword and turned to El, asking if they shouldn't be advancing into the gate with the others. Kiri glanced around in confusion, noting the absence of any adventurers. El crushed another creature with a swing of his staff and answered calmly. They were the final group to enter. The other 94 were already ahead. Anxiety flashed across Dibwa's face. He urged them to hurry if they wanted to clear the gate within a week. El dismissed the urgency. Strength came first. Raising their circles was the priority, and there was still time. Minera finally voiced what everyone was thinking. She questioned whether it was even possible to increase their circles and conquer the gate within such a short span. Before El could respond, Ralph's expression darkened. He muttered that sharing rewards was troublesome and openly wished the other teams would perish. El shot him a weary look and remarked that such words sounded wrong coming from a healer. Another voice reminded them that the promised reward applied only to their group. Minera laughed in delight and praised the decision, then gestured at the scattered bodies. With only weak monsters around, she demanded to know how they were supposed to grow stronger. Someone pointed out that El himself had only been a third circle mage. He adjusted the device on his wrist and answered simply that he had already advanced. Four intersecting streaks of light flared across his left wrist. Dibwa stared in disbelief and asked when it had happened. El replied that the breakthrough came after the battle with the cultist. Minoru, however, found the explanation hard to accept. She snapped in frustration, her voice tight with anger. Of course it's easy for you to say. I'm stuck. No matter what I try, I can't break past the third circle. As the words left her mouth, the arm gripping her gun began to shake. Then the silence of the space was torn apart by El's voice. Stuck. A violent surge of fire magic exploded outward, blasting straight into the gap between the four of them. When the flames faded, El stood there with eyes as sharp as blades. Dibwa glanced down at the edge of his scarf, now burned away in a single instant, and his face drained of color. He swallowed hard and muttered, "Boss." El turned to Minoru and spoke calmly. "Don't worry. I'll drag you past that limit myself. Now choose. Will you fight me, or rush at me like you're trying to kill me?" The proposal stunned all four of them, but the man standing before them didn't waver. His gaze was steady as he laid out their future in a flat tone. "Refuse, and you die here anyway." After hearing the brutal way he intended to raise their circles, one person suddenly spun around and bolted. It was Ralph. He poured every ounce of strength into his escape. The others froze, then shouted after him in confusion. "Ralph!" Cold sweat streamed down his face as panic overtook him. He screamed back, voice cracking. "If I end up dead halfway through, what's the point of raising my circle?" El answered with an even voice. "Last 10 minutes against me, and I'll give you 100 million meso." The moment the number hit his ears, Ralph slammed to a stop. He pivoted on his heel, turned right back around, and dropped into a fighting stance. Ki and Minoru could only watch with tired expressions. Ralph forced a shaky grin and lifted his fists. "Fine, bring it on." Kiri clenched her jaw. She didn't want to die either. Flames of power flared along her sword as her resolve hardened. "I'll shatter my limits and get stronger. I'll give it everything." Minoru reached her decision just as quickly. After a brief breath, she raised her gun and aimed it straight at El. "I'm in. I'm not going back to the Nautilus like this." From the start, Dibwa had barely understood what was happening. He threw up his hands and barked in irritation. "Do whatever you want. But if I don't advance my circle, I'm charging interest on that 100 million. With that, all four of them stood ready to clash with El, seeing their determination. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. "Relax. I'll take responsibility." The instant he finished speaking, the four charged together. El moved at the same time, releasing a blazing fire arrow that tore through the air. A storm of attacks crashed into the ground, and the battlefield erupted in a chain of massive explosions. That strike suddenly curved midair and whipped around behind them, locking on Kiri. It slammed straight into her back. The impact hurled her across the battlefield, and a sharp cry tore from her throat as she hit the ground. At the same moment, two shadows slid across the sand, their silhouettes revealing a coordinated sneak attack. El's head snapped toward them. With a single step, he twisted aside and slipped cleanly past both strikes. In the middle of the clash, Dibwa shouted in disbelief. What kind of midget moves that fast? Was he a sprinter in another life? Ralph barked over the chaos. "He still got one body. All of you, hit him together." The three of them surged forward at once, charging El head-on. He didn't retreat. He looked at them with steady eyes and spoke in a low challenge. "You think that's enough?" A terrifying wave of power detonated from his body. Flames burst outward in every direction. Even as the fire began to eat at them, they forced themselves to push through, but the searing heat crushed their advance. Ralph, trapped inside the blaze, screamed as pain ripped through him. It's burning. Beside him, Debo was already half delirious, yelling nonsense about water and food as the heat swallowed his senses. Then a voice thundered over the battlefield. Move. I'm ending this with one strike. A massive technique roared to life and shot straight at El. The explosion that followed shook the entire space. Stone shattered. Debris blasted outward in a violent storm. When the dust cleared, Manessa stood there, chest heaving as she stared ahead. Well, even you can't just shrug that off. Only a calm voice answered her. Is that all? Her eyes widened. Through the fading smoke, El stood untouched inside a shimmering shield. His gaze was cold as he spoke again. This is the full strength of your team? How disappointing. Then he turned his attention directly to Minoru. Rage flashed across her face. She jabbed a finger at him and shouted, We've been hearing the same insults for days. What are we supposed to do when nothing works? If we get close, your hellfire burns us alive, and our long-range attacks can't break that shield. How do you expect us to fight something this absurd? Nearby, Kiri lay motionless on the scorched sand, already unconscious. El's voice cut through the air, sharp and merciless. You can't find an answer because you're wasting your strength. If all your team knows is how to split into roles, then it's time to gather that scattered power into one. Minoru refused to let it slide. She shouted back, then spell it out. We have to clear this eternal gate. At those words, Ralph's eyes flickered as a sudden realization began to form in his mind. At that instant, El raised a massive fireball overhead and guided it with a single hand. His voice was ice cold. If you still can't understand, then I've got nothing left to teach you. Keep getting beaten until it sinks in. The pressure alone shattered their nerve. Debo grabbed Kiri and bolted, panic written all over his face. Damn it, this is hopeless. Break formation. We run now. He sprinted ahead, arm flailing as he pointed the way. The exit's there. Move. Hearing that, Kiri shouted in confusion. The third gate? Debo kept running with her slung over his shoulder, terror twisting his voice. Stop talking and get inside. Hurry. Behind them, Minoru skidded to a halt and spun around. She leveled her gun at El, eyes burning with defiance. This is our last shot. El. She fired without hesitation. Buffer, racing beside her, screamed as the blast detonated. The explosion ripped through the space and sent another violent tremor across the battlefield. By the time the smoke swallowed everything, they had already slipped through the gate. El stared at the empty field and exhaled slowly. So they finally figured it out. I dragged them here from the start. That's reason enough to forgive being late. A huge crater stretched before him, carved by the earlier impact. He glanced back once and spoke under his breath. Time to clean up. Then he moved. At the same moment, blinding light poured endlessly from a gate. On the other side, Debo staggered forward, sweat dripping down his face as he muttered to himself. We made it. Minoru snapped back to focus. Plan first. El won't catch us right away. The gate collapsed behind us. Ralph lay sprawled on the sand, lifting a shaky thumbs up with a grin. If those 10 minutes count, that's 100 million meso in the bag. Kiri shot him a flat look, thinking how shamelessly obsessed he was with money. A weary voice groaned nearby. Even the third gate's a desert. This heat's going to kill me. Then she froze. A strange rumble crawled through the air. What's that sound? The sand ahead bulged and split apart. Something enormous forced its way upward, and the entire space trembled. A grotesque giant rose from beneath the dunes, its twisted form towering over the four of them. Minoru stared up at it and let out a dry breath. This is ridiculous. The creature swung its arm in a crushing arc. At the same time, Kiri launched herself from above, sword blazing as she dove for its head. Down below, Debo rushed its leg and brought his axe down with everything he had. The blade struck, and a deafening clang exploded through the desert. Debo froze when he saw it. Shock flashed across his face as a curse rang through his thoughts. Damn it, it didn't even move. His axe was still buried deep in the creature's hide, yet the monster stood there as if nothing had touched it. Then its gaze snapped toward him, awareness flaring. A suffocating wave of heat burst from its body. Debo ripped himself back and staggered away. The air scorched his lungs. It's burning. That damn fire again. At this rate, I'm getting roasted alive. Beside him, Ralph clenched his jaw, sweat pouring down his face. Too hot. I can't even get close. Minoru stepped in and unleashed her technique, her voice steady despite the chaos. Don't panic. The strike slammed into the hissing monster and forced it back a step. She lifted her chin with a smug smile. Trash like you doesn't belong here. If long range won't work, I'll just crush you up close. But the massive bullet she fired shattered on impact. Cracks spidered across its surface before it exploded uselessly against the monster's skin. The counterattack came instantly. A violent shockwave threw Minoru off her feet and sent her crashing into the sand. The creature only intensified its heat, turning the battlefield into a furnace. Ralph's fist trembled as he growled under his breath. We barely escaped, and we're stuck in the same mess. Debo dragged himself upright. eyes blazing. Its flames can't reach far enough. The defense is thick, but it's still nothing compared to the boss. Perfect sparring partner. He sounded half mad, pushed to the edge and strangely thrilled by it. The monster gathered its power. Fire condensed above its arm, swelling into a colossal sphere. Then it hurled the blazing mass forward. The inferno surged across the desert, devouring everything in its path. A lone figure stepped into its way. Steel flashed. In an instant, the roaring fire froze solid. Ice crawled across the flames and locked them in place. The monster stared in stunned silence. Kiri stood there with her sword raised, frost spiraling around her blade. She smirked lightly, still kinder than L. Ralph's shout cut through the air as he signaled Dubois. Dubois answered without hesitation. Got it. They lunged together, crashing into the monster's front and hammering blow after blow into its body. Even weakened by Kiri's ice, the creature fought back with brutal force, and every strike cost them. Watching the struggle, Minoru steadied her aim. I'll add to it. She pulled the trigger and sent another bullet screaming toward the monster. This time the shot tore straight through the frozen wall and streaked toward the monster's face. Minoru's eyes narrowed as she spoke in a low, steady voice. Against something like this, just like with L, my power alone isn't enough to break through. So we dump everything we have into one point. Ralph answered with a crooked grin, the glowing book in his hands pulsing with light. Above them, Dubois hung in midair, dragging his axe back with every ounce of strength in his body. Then he brought it down. The final strike crashed into the monster with a thunderous roar. The impact shook its massive frame and ripped away what little balance it had left. At the same moment, Minoru's giant bullet punched clean through its torso. Dark blood spilled across the ice, steaming as it flowed. The creature shrieked in agony, yet its body still twitched. Dubois stared in disbelief. You're still standing? All four of them smirked at once and answered together. Not yet. We still need a punching bag. They kept hammering it without mercy. After a brutal flurry of blows, a mangled black mass slammed into the ground. The monster had been beaten beyond recognition. Dubois exhaled and rolled his shoulders. That thick skull finally cracked. Minoru wiped sweat from her face, her voice hoarse. It's scorching. I almost got cooked alive. Dubois held out a bottle. Drink. Cool yourself down. She took it with a quiet thanks. He shrugged like it was nothing. Anyone who can help should. Dubois, meanwhile, shot Minoru a dramatic wink. She stared back with a tight frown, a bead of sweat sliding down her temple. What's wrong with him? He looks like he's about to throw up. Kiri grimaced beside her. No idea. He's been acting strange ever since. Keeps muttering about preserving the dignity of a third circle adventurer. Ralph glanced over and let out a mocking snort. He just reached the third circle, and he's already insufferable. Dubois bristled instantly. Insufferable? You serious? Minoru lowered her bottle and cut in flatly. Yes. Everyone else is already fourth circle. Only one rookie is lagging behind. Kiri stayed silent, the words pressing down on her. Dubois leaned closer, a contemptuous glint in his eyes. No matter how hard you push, that gap isn't closing. Maybe this life just isn't meant for you. Then he fired the first shot with a sneer, throwing down a raw challenge. Let's settle this with a match, you bastard. Ralph answered without a second of hesitation, voice ringing out as he stepped forward. I'm ready. I'll be the one teaching you manners today. The tension between them thickened, but before it could snap, Kiri spoke up uncertainly. Now that you mention it, Elle is late. The word sent a chill through my. Sweat gathered on her skin as her thoughts raced. The gate should have reappeared by now. There aren't any other adventurers in sight. Did he run into Elle at the second gate? What the hell are those two doing? Far away from their worries, Elle had already wiped out the insect swarm alone. His eyes burned with naked killing intent as he fixed his gaze forward, as if daring whatever waited next to show itself. The scene shifted to a hall overflowing with music and laughter. Amid the lively crowd, a man lazily swirled wine in his glass and murmured, What is you thinking so hard, Your Highness? Suleiman glanced at Prince Cashin and tried to lighten the mood. The festival's still in full swing. Forget the rest and enjoy it while it lasts. But Cashin's expression stayed tight. Something feels wrong, he admitted quietly. When the Queen approved this festival, I was sure she was planning something. Yet until the final day, nothing has happened. Suleiman raised a brow. Isn't that a good thing? Cashin forced a faint nod, but unease coiled in his chest. I should be relieved that everything is going according to plan. So why does it feel like it isn't? At that moment, a woman approached and cut into their conversation. What are you doing hiding here? It was Arita, leaning back with a playful smirk. She gestured at the celebration around them. A festival thrown in your honor, and the guest of honor can't even enjoy it? Cashin hesitated, caught off guard. Your Majesty? Arita stepped closer, her presence instantly commanding the space. Does a mother need a reason to see her son? I only wanted to celebrate this important day with you. What do you say? Let me pour you a cup myself. She extended a glass toward him. As Cashin accepted it, sweat prickled at his temples and suspicion flickered in his eyes. Arita noticed and smiled softly. Oh my, don't look so tense. You'll break my heart. People might start thinking I poisoned the wine. Then her tone cooled as she added, I did hear an interesting rumor. You've become friends with an adventurer, haven't you? Prince? Both men stiffened in shock. Arita's gaze sharpened as her voice dropped to a quiet chill. It's rather concerning. I hear they come from somewhere else. It would be suicide to let them wander in a sandstorm. So, I already sent people to retrieve them. The casual remark hit Cassian like a blade. His thoughts froze in horror. Impossible. The queen hadn't been idle. She had moved first. Then where did the information leak? She said she sent people to pick them up. Don't tell me. The Dark Squad. The same assassins rumored to have erased an entire Orient city in a single day, leaving no witnesses behind. Every prince understood one rule. When Arita wanted someone to vanish, she unleashed them. The festival was nothing but bait to draw him out. She knew everything and had already sent killers after the adventurers. From the very start, he'd been dancing in the palm of her hand. At that moment, a messenger hurried over. Arita's lips curved into a satisfied smile. Perfect timing, it seems. The newcomer bowed, sweat running down his face. Forgive me. I must borrow you for a moment. We've just received news from the group sent to retrieve them. Hearing that, her smile sharpened with triumph. Far away at El's position, he crouched among scattered bodies, unease crawling up his spine. Strange. There's no sign of struggle. They were killed before they even realized they were under attack. Who could pull that off? A colder thought followed. I'm the only one left alive from the second gate. Staring at the corpses, the intent was obvious. Someone was sabotaging the prince's plan. Demons. Could it be demons? Dark energy flared behind him, without warning. El's body reacted on instinct, twisting aside, just as a lethal strike carved through the air. The attacker didn't relent. Invisible blows rained down, each sharper than the last. As he parried blindly, his jaw tightened. I can't see anything, but it's right in front of me. That's impossible. Another presence materialized at his back. His eyes widened, and he ducked in time to escape the follow-up strike. There's more than one. How is that possible? He slammed his palm to the ground. A ring of fire burst outward, flames roaring as they spread in every direction. Through the rolling smoke, a hazy silhouette emerged. So I've got you. Let's see you survive this. He fed more power into the blaze, determined to incinerate it. His confidence lasted a single heartbeat. A surge of force tore straight through the flames as if they were nothing. El's expression twisted into shock. The attack crashed into him head-on, and the impact hurled him backward like a rag doll. He forced his body to stabilize and threw up his hand to intercept the incoming strike. El locked his eyes on the unseen assault, and a grim realization settled in. It's not working, is it them? Even before his regression, he had only known them by reputation. A technique called dark sight, a power that erased one's presence and killed before the victim could react. Ion's most feared assassination unit, the Hashishin, hidden within the smoke. One of the assassins watched with quiet satisfaction. Struggling is pointless. We prepared for this. Every one of us is wearing gear built to resist your fire. Without flames, you're harmless. There's no path to victory for you. Go on, fight and die in despair. A cold voice cut through the haze. You've enjoyed yourselves enough. The assassin faltered, confusion flashing across his face. They were all inside the barrier. El's tone turned final. This game of hide and seek ends now. Fire resistance, shadow concealment. Once those tricks would have cornered me. But you should have arrived before I reached the fourth circle. A ring gleamed on his finger, and a violent surge of energy exploded outward. Blinding light poured across the battlefield, tearing through the murky smoke until it scattered completely. El stepped forward from the radiance, calm and untouched. One Hashishin member stared at him in disbelief, voice shaking. How can you possibly? He never finished. His body crumpled lifelessly to the ground as the ring on El's hand pulsed with overwhelming power. The scene snapped back to the festival hall. A wine glass slipped from trembling fingers and shattered across the floor, followed by a sharp cry of shock. What? Arita's gaze hardened as she leaned toward the messenger. Speak, slowly and clearly. The man bowed low, sweat dripping from his chin. Forgive me. 5 people exited the gate alive. All of them are adventurers aligned with the prince. Rage twisted her expression. Arrogant fools. At that moment, another figure approached and spoke with casual ease. What troubles you, your majesty? It seems my friend is doing quite well. Ajita shot him a venomous glare. The man simply lifted his wine with a cheerful smile and added, I never imagined you'd care so much about my companion. It's touching, truly. The speaker was Prince Cassian himself. Still wearing a victorious smile, he raised his glass in open mockery, disguising it as courtesy. Allow me to offer you a drink. Night settled heavily over the desert, the moon hanging high above the broken mountains. Inside a shattered room carved into the ruins, a single lamp burned against the darkness. A voice cut through the silence. So, did you bring the item? El knelt on one knee, reporting directly to Prince Cassian. Yes, I recovered a letter from inside the gate. Satisfaction flickered across Cassian's face. You've rendered an extraordinary service. It feels as if heaven itself sent you to my side. Yet El did not extend the letter. His hand remained still. I can't simply hand this over. Cassian's gaze sharpened as it dropped onto him. What do you mean? El spoke evenly. Assassins ambushed me. They carried weapons designed specifically to counter my abilities. I've been dragged into your conflict far sooner than expected. The realization weighed on him. There was no turning back now. He raised the letter slightly. If I'm risking my life over this, I need to understand what it is. What exactly does this letter contain? Cashin studied the document in silence, then released a long breath and chose honesty. The paper you're holding is a joint will drafted by me and my brothers. After Queen Ajita seized absolute authority, she began erasing Abdullah V's children one by one. Those of us who opposed her united under a single resolve. If she kills any of us, proof must remain behind. This was that proof. Whoever survives will use it to bring her down. His voice hardened. I intend to remove the current ruler of Orient and rebuild this nation. She intends to bury the truth forever. That letter is vital to both of us. As El absorbed the explanation, the pieces aligned in his mind. The ambush, the precision, the timing. Then the assassins were sent by Ajita. Cashin gave a grim nod. When I realized it, I was terrified. I'm only grateful you return alive. He suddenly moved to rise, urgency flashing across his expression as he prepared to reveal something even more critical. His gaze hardened as his fingers crushed the letter in a tight grip. In the same motion, he pulled something from his coat and spoke with cold certainty. This document is worthless. Cashin flinched, shock flashing across his face. What are you saying? El hurled the object to the floor between them. It landed with a wet thud. I recovered something from the assassins sent to kill me. The severed arm of a man rolled into view, blood still fresh. A crimson symbol burned into the skin of the wrist. The strange emblem twisted in an unnatural pattern. The moment Cashin saw it, recognition struck. His jaw clenched and his eyes darkened with fury. This mark. El watched his reaction without surprise. You know it. His voice dropped, turning grave. If an assassin dispatched directly by Ajita carries that insignia, there's only one conclusion. She's a collaborator with the Dark Mages. A spy hiding behind a queen's crown. The scene shifted to a chamber drowned in shadow. A black spider crawled across the ceiling, weaving its web as a voice echoed through the darkness, openly condemning Arita's failure. I'm deeply disappointed in how this was handled. She knelt in silence, head lowered, unable to form a defense. Frustration etched itself across her face. I never expected El's group under Cashin to annihilate the assassins. At the mention of his name, an elderly man with silver hair stepped forward from the gloom. El, he repeated slowly, his voice carrying weight. I know that man well. I am Evoke. Arita looked up sharply, stunned. You're Evoke. The figure before her radiated a chilling presence. Draped in black robes, both arms severed yet standing with unshaken authority. He felt less like a survivor and more like a specter returned. Disbelief colored her voice. You're still alive? He ignored the question entirely and spoke with quiet intent. There is a guaranteed method to eliminate El. Grant me another opportunity. Her lips curled in scorn. Another chance? Absurd. You failed. Your era is over. Before the tension could ignite further, the commanding voice from the shadows cut in. Enough. Arita immediately bowed her head. Forgive me, my lord. The decision followed without hesitation. Evoke. Arita, you will handle this together. The order settled like iron. Arita's teeth ground in open resentment at the thought of cooperating with Evoke. Yet refusal was not an option. He accepted the mission with unsettling excitement, a crooked smile tugging at his lips as he bowed his head. Thank you, Lord Will. Confidence burned in his eyes. This time he was certain. This time, failure wasn't an option. Across the chamber, Prince Cashin gripped the letter so tightly that the parchment shook in his hand. His mind reeled, struggling to process El's words. The Queen, a follower of the Dark Mages. El's voice remained steady as he laid out the truth. The Dark Mages' followers had already sunk their claws deep in Errant. The moment that letter was used, the one destined to fall wouldn't be the kingdom. It would be him, the prince himself. Those words dragged El into a memory he wished he could forget. Before the reversal, Cashin had died, trying to expose Arita's true identity. The instant the accusation left his lips, the cultists shed their disguises and struck. Steel flashed, blood spilled, and the prince fell, assassinated before he could even understand what was happening. The vision faded, leaving Cashin trembling. It's already too late, he muttered. That was when El stepped forward with a proposal that cut through the panic. Leave. Abandon this place while he still could. The prince stared at him, stunned. He had always believed the palace was the safest place in the realm. But El shattered that illusion without mercy. The moment he opposed a figure backed by the Dark Mages, Ajuin would offer him no sanctuary. Staying meant certain death. Cashin's fingers tightened again, veins rising beneath his skin as pride and fear clashed inside him. Then El delivered the final blow. Survival came first. Forget the letter. If he renounced the throne, Arita might lose interest in hunting him. Slowly, the tension drained from the prince's hand. The reality of his situation settled over him like a weight. He raised the letter to a nearby candle. Flame licked the edge of the parchment, curling it black. For a brief second he hesitated, then let the fire consume it. I understand, he said hoarsely. I won't use it. The burning paper smoldered in his palm as he forced himself to follow that advice. Yet surrender tasted bitter. His fist closed around the dying embers, jaw clenched. Walking away meant abandoning a kingdom drowning under Arita's tyranny. The people were being crushed, turned into slaves by a ruler steeped in treachery. If he fled and did nothing, Errant would lose its future. And when the enemy wasn't just a single cultist, but a force capable of swallowing an entire nation, even the light itself felt frighteningly fragile. Prince Cashin's restraint finally shattered. He stepped forward and roared, "I will never abandon this country." The force of his voice carried the raw devotion of a ruler who refused to forsake his people. El listened in silence, reading the prince's resolve, and a satisfied smile crept across his face. After steadying his thoughts, Cashin lifted a hand. "You may withdraw for now." The order died on his lips as a subordinate burst into the room, breathless. Your Highness, Your Highness." The frantic urgency in his voice froze everyone in place. Cashin frowned. "Suleiman, what happened?" Suleiman swallowed hard and delivered the report. The palace had made its decision. They were opening the gate to the prince's tomb. Horror flashed across Cashin's face. The prince's tomb was no ordinary gate. It was the resting place of a legend. The fourth prince, Salah, once hailed as the strongest adventurer in Orient. Though born into royalty, Salah had thrown himself into endless battles, conquering gate after gate without fear. His strength and prestige eclipsed nearly everyone, marking him as the closest contender to the throne. Then, without warning, he entered a gate and vanished forever. His disappearance shook the kingdom to its core, and from that day on, the cursed passage was sealed and named after him. Cashin struggled to understand. Why reopen it now, after all these years? What were they trying to achieve? Suleiman could only lower his head. Even he lacked the full picture. The king had issued a decree. Whoever conquered that gate would be named the next heir to the throne. The moment those words settled, El cut in coldly. "It's Arita's trap." Both Cashin and Suleiman turned toward him in shock. El closed his eyes and spoke with quiet certainty. She would stage it as an accident and use the chaos to eliminate every prince who entered. The scheme was painfully transparent. Suleiman quickly sided with him. A temporary retreat would be the safest course. But Cashin rejected the idea almost immediately. If he stayed away, he would be walking straight into her design anyway. His jaw set. He would enter the gate himself. Suleiman hesitated, trying to protest, but the prince's decision was immovable. Before the tension could spiral further, El stepped forward. He would accompany him. The offer stunned them both. Even Cashin stared in disbelief. El met his gaze without wavering. By now they were already marked as targets. Their fates were tied together whether they liked it or not. Gratitude washed over the prince. He thanked him sincerely, unaware of the storm hidden behind El's calm expression. Inside, El repeated a silent vow. This time, he would change the ending. No matter what it took, he would not allow Prince Cashin to fall as he had before the reversal. Before the reversal, the cultists had turned all of Orient into a breeding ground, unleashing monsters from the gate until the entire region was drowning in chaos. Ion had served as their central stronghold back then. Remembering that nightmare, El felt a cold clarity settle in. Reaching Orient early had been the right move. More than that, witnessing Prince Cashin's hidden resolve had exceeded every expectation. He tightened his fist, eyes burning with purpose. From this moment on, Cashin would stand at the center of his plans. The cultists would be crushed, and the prince would rise above them. El looked straight at him, his voice steady with conviction. He swore that he would see him crowned king. Cashin blinked in surprise at the sheer confidence in his expression. The promise carried an almost frightening certainty. Elsewhere, King Abdullah VII sprawled across his throne in a drunken haze, wine sloshing in his cup as he lazily addressed the gathered princes. Everyone was present. With a slurred grin, he announced his grand solution for selecting the next crown prince. The throne would go to whoever conquered the prince's tomb. Each candidate would enter the gate alone, subdue it, and return with Saleh's remains. The declaration ignited immediate resistance. The second Prince Makesh rose first, his tone sharp with disbelief. For generations, the crown prince had always been chosen through martial trials, scholarship, and the will of the people. Never once had succession depended on conquering a gate. This reckless change would provoke outrage. The first Prince Gulshan backed him without hesitation, warning that such a sudden shift would shake public trust. Yet the king barely reacted. He drained another mouthful of wine and waved their concerns aside. Reform was necessary, he insisted, echoing Queen Arita's influence without shame. At the mention of her name, Cashin stepped forward. His voice cut through the chamber. Could a single suggestion from the queen overturn centuries of tradition? He urged his father to reconsider while there was still time. Behind him, the fifth Prince Sanjay added his support, pressing the king to withdraw the decree. Only the youngest prince welcomed the decision. To him, the king's command defined tradition itself. If Abdullah declared it, then it became law. His words drew an irritated glare from the others. The king straightened in his seat, suddenly animated. He openly endorsed that sentiment. His will was tradition. The contest would proceed exactly as announced. No debate, no revisions. The date was fixed. 1 week remained until the gate to the prince's tomb would open. Anyone who withdraws loses the right to ever compete for the throne. Form alliances or stand alone. That's your choice. I've said enough. With that final decree, the king made it clear there would be no discussion. The prince's protests crashed against a wall of indifference. His decision was absolute. Those who refused would be erased from succession forever. Without sparing them another glance, he staggered to his feet and waved dismissively. Court matters no longer interested him. His queen was waiting. The sixth prince, Arshad, hurried after him, eager to curry favor. The door slammed shut behind them, leaving a suffocating silence in the chamber. The first prince's face twisted with anger. What kind of farce was this? Beside him, the second prince ground his teeth, both of them sensing the invisible hand behind the chaos. Arita was moving again, and none of them could see the full shape of her scheme. Cashin stepped forward before their frustration could spiral. His voice carried a grim warning. If they followed this path blindly, the princes would slaughter one another inside that gate. That was Arita's true objective. Division. Elimination. He urged them not to turn their blades on each other. His goal was never the throne for its own sake. He wanted Arita overthrown and Ariant reclaimed. Unity was their only weapon. The fifth prince cut him off coldly. He refused to stand at Cashin's side. Suspicion burned in his eyes as he accused him of disguising ambition as righteousness. Unity, he claimed, was just another mask for a man who believed only he deserved to rule. Disgust sharpened every word. He declared that he alone could govern Ariant better than anyone. Before Cashin could answer, the prince turned and strode out, determined to seize victory without relying on anyone. He would claim the crown and topple Arita by his own strength. Cashin called after him, warning that infighting would deliver them straight into her trap, but the words fell on deaf ears. The echo of departing footsteps left a bitter weight in the air. Anger tightened Cashin's jaw, then a steady hand settled on his shoulder. He looked up to see the first prince watching him with firm resolve. They would support him completely. The second prince voiced the same pledge. The sudden solidarity struck deeper than Cashin expected. They admitted what he already knew. He had been preparing for years to confront Arita, waiting for a moment like this. This was his chance to prove himself worthy of the crown and lead the charge against her tyranny. Unlike them, who hesitated in the shadows, he possessed the courage to step forward. They spoke without hesitation. Among all the princes, Cashin was the sharpest mind and the most gifted. They trusted him to guide the nation and believed he could become a crown prince who would restore prosperity to the kingdom. The weight of their faith struck him deeply. He bowed his head and thanked them, his voice thick with emotion. The first prince stepped forward again and raised a practical concern. Support alone was not enough. They would need a powerful adventurer on their side. Both he and the second prince had been considering that very issue. Cashin answered with a faint, confident smile. He already had a hidden card prepared. The scene shifted to a private chamber, where Cashin formally invited El and his group. He explained his intention to recruit elite adventurers for the coming trial. For that reason, he wanted to hire them for the contest. El accepted immediately. His team was ready, but he added a single condition. Only the third prince and their party would enter the gate. The demand detonated like a spark in dry air. Suleiman reacted instantly, outrage and fear colliding in his voice. It was unacceptable. This trial would decide the next ruler of the kingdom. Entrusting the third prince to a small group alone was reckless. The royal guards had to accompany him. Cashin was not an adventurer. His safety could never be compromised. El cut through the objection with cold logic. In a gate, weakness was fatal. Even one underqualified escort would drag the entire group down. He had no intention of risking the mission for ceremonial protection. Worse still, if Arita learned of their strategy, it meant a traitor was hiding within the palace itself. The royal guards could not be excluded from suspicion. The safest course was total separation from palace personnel. This arrangement had already been discussed with Cashin. Salomon's expression hardened. He challenged that reasoning head-on. If they were being labeled a burden, then it would be proven through strength. Before anyone could react, a violent blast tore through the room. A crimson beam erupted forward and obliterated the table, fragments scattering across the chamber. Shock rippled through the air. Cashin stepped in at once, demanding to know what Suleiman thought he was doing. Suleiman bowed in apology, but did not retreat. With a sharp command, he summoned several masked figures. They moved with lethal precision, surrounding El's group. He declared his intent to crush their arrogance. El's gaze locked onto the glowing sigils burning on the stranger's arms. Circle 4. Tier 4. The revelation explained Salomon's confidence. A slow understanding settled over him. He accepted the challenge without hesitation. If they could defeat his team, they would be allowed to join the expedition. Hearing his name dragged into the fight, he jolted like lightning had struck him. I'm only Circle 3, he blurted, panic rising in his voice. He didn't even finish the sentence before the two opponents lunged. Debo let out a strangled cry. Wait. His hand shot to his sword, steel barely clearing the sheath, and in the blink of an eye, both attackers were already sprawled on the ground. He stood there frozen, staring. Salomon's face twisted in horror as he looked at the fallen men. Beaten by someone at the third circle, Debo burst into laughter, chest swelling with pride. Of course, I'm the mighty Debo. Zephyr answered with casual indifference. It's not that the royal guards are weak. We're just stronger. He turned to Suleiman and laid it out plainly, explaining why the guards had no business charging him with Cashin. The gap in class was obvious now. Even so, Suleiman clenched his jaw. It's not over. I'm still here. Prince Cashin lifted a hand, silencing him before the tension could flare again, and shifted his attention to Ellen. Elben, I'll follow your judgment. What should I do next? He stepped closer, voice steady with resolve. We'll protect the third prince with our lives. But if a sudden battle breaks out, he must be able to defend himself before we shield him. His gaze swept across the group as he issued the order. Kiri, Ralph, Debois, Minoru. You'll train the prince. The command stunned them. Minoru blinked in disbelief. Train him? Can we really do that? Are we supposed to beat up a prince? The weight of Cashin's status made everyone hesitate. Before doubts could pile up, the prince stepped forward himself, eyes burning with intent. He truly wanted this. Please, all of you. Even Suleiman, who had served at his side for years, was shaken. Your Highness. Cashin's voice cut through the air. I've sworn to reclaim Orient at any cost. For the people who depend on me, for the brothers who trust me, I can't hesitate. I'm willing to do whatever it takes. His fist tightened until the knuckles turned white, his determination impossible to ignore. Elle watched with clear satisfaction, impressed by the prince's unyielding will. Still, he issued a final warning. Then remember this. What comes next will be harsher than any real battlefield. A fierce grin spread across Cashin's face. Good. That's exactly what I want. Start now. Under the wide blue sky, training began immediately. Kiri moved first, swift and merciless. Cashin tried to parry, but the impact tore the sword from his grip. The blade spun high through the air before crashing down and embedding itself deep in the ground, far beyond the prince's reach. His hand was still shaking when the strike landed. Pain shot up his arm as she knocked the sword clean out of his grip. Kiri's expression didn't soften in the slightest. Her voice cut through the air, sharp and absolute. Pick it up. The day isn't over. Prince Cashin bit down on the ache twisting through his waist, chest heaving as he forced himself upright. Yes, please continue. He lunged back into the fray, this time facing Debois head-on. Debois' blade came down in a relentless storm. Steel flashed again and again as Cashin clenched his teeth and met every swing he could, arms trembling from the impact. He ducked and twisted to evade the next barrage, then kicked off the ground to slip past the bullets Minoru fired his way. For a heartbeat, it looked like he'd made it, until Ralph's fist drove straight into his stomach. The air exploded from his lungs. Blood spilled from his mouth as agony folded him in half. Even so, he refused to fall. He forced his legs steady, sword still clutched in his hand while blood dripped onto the dirt beneath him. His body was a map of fresh wounds, yet his eyes still burned with the same demand. Again, Minoru stepped forward, alarm written across her face. She tried to stop him, warning that his body was reaching its limit. Cashin shook his head, stubborn to the core. I won't be a burden. Push me harder. Elle finally spoke, tone calm but firm. This training was meant for emergencies, not self-destruction. He reassured the prince that there was no need to exhaust himself senselessly. As long as nothing unexpected happened, Ralph would remain at his side. Nearby, Ralph stood with an almost lazy air, completely unfazed. Hearing his name, Cashin frowned slightly. He had expected Elle to be the one guarding him and couldn't hide a trace of doubt. Elle answered without hesitation. Ralph's relaxed exterior hid the team's healer, someone who could mend wounds and raise shields the instant danger appeared. And he wasn't just support. He could fight just as fiercely as any of them. The explanation eased the tight knot in Cashin's chest. He exhaled, tension giving way to reluctant admiration. Even if Ralph focused on protecting the prince, the rest could still hold the line with the army. Surrounded by their steady confidence, Cashin felt the weight of their loyalty settle over him. He bowed deeply to Ralph, a gesture that caught the man completely off guard. These were extraordinary people choosing to stand behind him, and he felt he had nothing worthy to offer in return. His voice was quiet but unwavering as he made his vow. When this was all over, he would repay them properly, no matter the cost. He didn't stop at the promised payment. Instead, he pulled out a heavy sack stuffed with gold and held it out as a sign of gratitude. The moment Ralph saw it, his entire demeanor shifted. He dropped to one knee without hesitation. I pledge my loyalty to you, Your Highness. I'll carry out my duty immediately. First, let me heal you. Minoru and Debois stared at the scene in disbelief, watching how quickly his attitude had turned. Once the healing was finished, Ralph straightened with renewed energy. Good. Now that you're fixed up, let's go another round. While their voices echoed across the training grounds, deep inside a shadowed chamber, a secret organization stirred to life. A low murmur spread through the darkness as one of them spoke. The War of Succession had begun. The palace had made its move. That meant the Shadow Gathering would act as well. This time, they would send a message no one could ignore. A cold suggestion cut through the room. They should assassinate Abdullah as a warning. Another member immediately objected, questioning how that would make them any different from Ida. Before the argument could spiral, the leader's voice slammed down like a hammer. Silence fell. Fighting among themselves was pointless. They had a single purpose: overthrow the Kashan dynasty and cleanse Aeson once and for all. Morning arrived with a tense stillness as everyone assembled at the gate. The first to speak was Prince Gan's son. The battle for the throne had officially begun. The second prince, Mutter, offered his support to Kashan, admitting he would step back this time, but expressing full confidence in him. Kashan answered with burning certainty. They would succeed. A sharp, mocking laugh shattered the moment. All eyes turned toward the source. The sixth prince, Arshad, stood there with his arms crossed, arrogance written across his face. He sneered at the group from Victoria Island, dismissing them as a waste of effort. Victory, he declared, already belonged to him. He had hired the strongest adventurers in Aeson, the Red Scorpions. His smug smile lingered as he sized up the field and decided only one faction was worth his attention. His gaze slid to the fifth prince's camp. Sanjay. Mutter quietly warned Kashan that Sanjay had recruited the kingdom's most feared warriors, the Kasawa tribe. Even Kashan had to admit his brother had prepared thoroughly. Gansun watched the rivalry unfold, fully aware of how brutal the coming struggle would be. Still, his faith never wavered. He told Kashan plainly that the road ahead would be harsh, but his trust in him remained absolute. He staked everything on that belief. Only Kashan, in his eyes, could end Queen Arita's tyranny and return Orient to its former glory. Those words landed like sparks on dry ground. Sanjay, who had been listening in silence, felt his anger flare, his jaw tightening as resentment burned in his chest. Then a voice thundered from above. King Abdullah VIII stood high on the platform, swaying slightly, a jar clutched in his hand as if he had never once set it down. His gaze swept over the princes. They had waited long enough. Who would become the next king? Who would dare enter the prince's tomb and lead Orient through the coming struggle? In that slurred but commanding tone, Abdullah VIII formally declared the start of the war. Ralph stared up at him, disbelief plain on his face. That chaotic drunk was the king. Without warning, Abdullah hurled a stack of maps into the air. Sheets fluttered down like scattered leaves. He barked another order. Those maps would show the path. Dibwa and Minoru snatched a few from the air and bent over them, studying every line while the king urged them to prove their strength and wisdom on the road to the throne. The markings looked nothing like a proper map. Kiri narrowed her eyes at the strange symbols, frustration creeping in as she admitted she couldn't make sense of it. Ralph examined it as well and shook his head. Even with all his knowledge, it meant nothing to him. Nearby, the sixth Prince Arshad traced the blood-red plains with sharp focus. One image caught his attention, a figure bleeding into the petals of a flower. Realization struck. A crimson flower, red as spilled blood, blooming only in a handful of places across Errant. The prince's tomb had to be hidden in a crimson wasteland. A grin spread across his face. The answer was obvious. He dismissed the puzzle as unworthy of a king's challenge and ordered his men to move out at once. Sanjay followed suit, but not before throwing a final glance at Kashan. He named him his only true rival in the contest, then turned and departed with his forces. Kashan wasted no time either, calling his group to follow as the other factions rushed toward the gate. Debo watched them scatter and felt unease creep in. Everyone else seemed to understand instantly. Were they all geniuses? Anxiety pushed him to El's side. El was still staring at the map, lost in thought, and Debo pressed him, demanding to know if he had figured anything out. Meanwhile, Arshad's party reached their destination. Before them stretched a vast field drowned in red blossoms. Excitement surged through him as he stepped forward. He had found it exactly where he predicted. The subordinate at his side wore the same smug satisfaction, convinced they had already outpaced every rival. "It looks like we're first," Arshad declared, pride swelling in his chest. Of course they were. In his mind, none of his brothers matched his intelligence or judgment. He tightened his fist, eyes burning with ambition. He would prove it to his father. He was the one most deserving of the throne. With a sharp gesture, he ordered his men forward. The moment they crossed the gate, two of his followers dropped. Their bodies hit the ground without a sound, blood spreading beneath them. Arshad spun around in horror. A blur cut through the air, and crimson sprayed across the flowers. A dagger quivered where it had struck. His face drained of color, a scream tearing from his throat. A masked woman with blonde hair snapped an arrow out of the air and glared toward the attacker. "What are you doing?" she shouted. "We share the same objective." The one she confronted was Sijin, leader of the Lith branch of the Sand Robbers. She was Aleska, head of the Resolute faction. Sijin's expression didn't waver. Eliminating them now was the clearest warning they could send to the royal palace. She knew that as well as he did. Aleska rejected the logic immediately. If they acted like that, they were no different from Arita. Her hand curled into a fist as she pressed him. Would he really let the princes walk straight through? What if this entire place was Arita's trap? Sesson bent down, retrieved his dagger, and answered in a low, steady voice. They were already inside the trap. Without another word, he hurled the blade at the gate. The explosion tore through the field in a deafening blast. Arshad collapsed backward, eyes locked on the spot where the entrance had stood. There was nothing left. No gate, only a gaping pit. Sesson explained calmly that Arita had prepared for sabotage in advance. The fake gate was designed to wipe out both the princes and the sand robbers in a single strike. And it wouldn't be the only one. More false gates were scattered across the wasteland, each rigged with the same lethal traps. Fighting now was pointless. They had to locate the true tomb first. Alaska caught his meaning at once and nodded. The priority was finding the real entrance. Her gaze shifted to Arshad, who was still frozen in shock on the ground. She told him to move and decided to take him along as insurance. He recoiled immediately, protesting in disbelief, but she cut off his refusal and seized his arm, dragging him toward the only path left. Cashin burst forward with his sword already in motion, cutting through the air with ruthless precision. His blade flashed once, and the monster collapsed before it could even scream. Ralph stared in open admiration. That strike was flawless. Prince, we've even located the entrance to the gate. After the last monster fell and silence returned, Cashin still took a breath and nodded to the group. Thank you, everyone. We made it this far because of you. Fatigue clung to his shoulders, yet curiosity burned brighter. He turned to El, unable to hold it back. He never imagined the Mulgar Oasis would be the prince's tomb. How'd you read that picture? El's mind drifted back to the map. To an untrained eye, it was nothing but a rough sketch. A black sky, a fallen warrior, and a single red flower. But that dark sky marked the day the dark mages descended on Aeson. The fallen figure honored the warriors of Ariant who stood their ground, and the red flower carried the meaning of the blood they spilled. When those symbols were joined, they pointed to the very place where that blood soaked the earth on the day of invasion. The Mulgar Oasis, the resting place of the prince. Yet El buried all of that behind a calm mask, and answered simply that luck had guided him. Cashin let out a short laugh. So even you lean on luck sometimes. You're starting to look human after all. His eyes gleamed with excitement. Then let's move. As El stepped ahead, he stopped and spoke without turning around. Before we go any farther, remember this, Your Highness. The moment you choose the throne, your sword must only face forward. It doesn't matter who stands in your way. Even blood ties are not spared, brothers included. They halted before the glowing gate, its light washing over their faces. Crossing this threshold already decides that path. Don't forget it. Cashin swallowed, tension tightening his jaw, and then he nodded. Together they stepped into the light. The world twisted in a blinding flash and reformed into a forest ringed by towering trees. Deebwa's excitement spilled out immediately. We're the first to arrive. Ralph shook his head, unconvinced. Don't be so sure. Someone could have reached this place long before us. Since we started late, that's the realistic view. As Kiri advanced carefully, she backed his warning and reminded everyone to stay sharp. This trial is tied to the throne itself. None of them noticed the presence concealed within the shadows. A silent observer, tracking every movement, while Kiri's caution lingered in the air. No one could predict what trick their enemy would unleash next. From the shadows, the hooded figure lifted a flute and played a piercing note that rippled through the forest. The eerie sound spread in every direction, forcing Deebwa to halt as his gaze swept the area. He tried to locate the source, while Ralph recognized the instrument by its haunting tone. The effect was immediate. A nearby monster snapped awake, its red eyes blazing with frenzy. Ralph spotted movement in the distance, just as the mad poison mushroom charged. Jaws stretched wide to reveal rows of jagged teeth. It was one of the twisted minions they had faced before. Deebwa tightened his grip on his weapon, recognizing the pattern behind the attack, and preparing to counter the poisonous haze. Ralph, steady as ever, dismissed the threat of toxins and barked out the value of the kill as if it were already secured. Then the bushes erupted. Dark shapes burst outward in a storm. Deebwa froze as the realization struck him. This was no lone creature. A full swarm closed in, encircling them from every side. Panic tore from his throat as the group broke into a desperate retreat, monsters flooding after them like a living tide. Their path ahead sealed just as quickly, and Prince Cashin warned the others that enemies were cutting them off from the front. Driven by the flute's command, the poison mushrooms surged without mercy until escape vanished entirely. Frustration snapped inside Cashin as he demanded action. El pushed Deebwa to move, and in reckless desperation, he smashed his weapon into the ground. The bridge splintered apart, dropping a mass of monsters into the abyss before anyone could react. The collapse dragged friend and foe alike into the raging stream below. Far away, a messenger informed the fifth prince, Sanjay, that Cashin's party had entered the gate. Satisfaction curled across his face as he imagined them trapped and struggling. His gaze hardened with lethal intent as he vowed to prove himself the only one fit to claim the throne.